This is an RNIB talking book.
Tomorrow's Voices, an anthology of science fiction stories collected by Isaac Asimov.
6425. Tomorrow's Voices, by Isaac Asimov, editor. Read by David Banks. 15 previously unpublished science fiction stories presented by the editors of the IA Science Fiction Magazine, all of which deal with tomorrow, or even today, in an imaginative or original way. Many interface with traditional themes such as multiple dimensions, time travel, and the colonization of distant planets. Some explore the human condition, the mother who can't cope, and the retarded boy. Others search the limits and potential of the human race. A vision of tomorrow.
By kind permission of the publisher. This book, first published in 1985 by Robert Hale, is copyright. The copyright owners have allowed the book to be recorded for a purely nominal fee by the Royal National Institute for the Blind's Talking Book Service, England. No unauthorized broadcasting, public performance, or copying is permitted. The recording of this book was made possible by a donation from Mr. Neville T. Taylor as part of his charity appeal during his year as Provincial Grand Primo, 1986, Monmouthshire, RAOB. It's read by David Banks, and there are 16 stories and an introduction. Introduction. If you are a follower of Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction Magazine, you'll know that over the years, the editors have put out a series of anthologies comprised of the best fiction from the magazine. These anthologies, like Aliens and Outworlders, and Space of Her Own, a collection of short stories by women writers, have been immensely popular with readers. Now we've decided to do something new, and so for the first time, we've put together an anthology of original short stories. Thus, all the stories in Tomorrow's Voices are appearing in print for the first time ever. Like those tales which have appeared in Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction Magazine, these stories all look at tomorrow, or even today, in an imaginative and original manner. They're all of fine quality, and by writers we are sure to see more of. This anthology has a special quality all of its own, though, since most of these stories are by people who are relatively new to the science fiction field. Indeed, some of these exciting tales were first sales for their authors. Many of these stories interface with traditional science fiction themes such as multiple dimensions, time travel, and the colonization of distant planets. But each does so in its own unique way. They explore the human condition, from the mother who can't cope with her family in the heat of the Arizona desert, especially when a better world opens up for her, to the retarded boy and his empathetic sister adapting to life on a colony world. They also search out the limits and the potential of the human race in a story where a severely injured accident victim is reconstructed, and one in which a bridge is found that will take us anywhere, provided we're not afraid to use it. Indeed, each and every one of these stories represents a fascinating vision of tomorrow by the voices of the future. Tomorrow's Voices, an anthology of science fiction stories collected by Isaac Asimov. The Heart in the Egg, by Jayge Carr. One of the old, pre-scattering legends tells of a giant, utterly invulnerable except for his heart, which was protected only by an eggshell and hidden far, far away from his body. I am neither a giant nor invulnerable, but my life, too, rests on an eggshell-thin foundation, and they have taken away the egg. In the lightless monotony of my prison cell, time and mind play many tricks. My body sits closely caged, arms wrapped about drawn-up knees, head bowed, hands dangling limply as withered leaves. But my mind, unfettered, lives and relives the scattered memories I have been permitted to retain. I experience hours, watches, whole cycles between one heartbeat and the next. It is as though my body were back on the travelling womb ship that bred me, that half-natural, half-artificial worldlet that races through the gulfs between the stars, living at the relativistic time rate near light speed brings, while my mind heaps to the measured, uncompressed, each second is a second pace of the slow spinning planets, like this world that holds me now. The mudsiders can never seem to understand that bond between time and velocity. They call us immortals, not realizing that as our womb ships approach the almost light speeds necessary to cross the great gulfs, time seems to contract for us, so that what passes for them as years and decades is only weeks and months for us. The LF equations, as they are called, those simple formulas that show time as a function of velocity, it is said that it was a mudsider named LF who first wrote them down, and mudsiders who proved their truth by accelerating tiny atomic particles to almost light speeds and watching their rates of decay appear to change. But no mudsider knows of or believes in the LF equations now. They see those of us unfortunate enough to be stranded on their worlds, living at the same rate they do, because we are moving on their world at their velocity. And then they see those of us who travel coming back after many, many years, to them, of voyaging, seemingly untouched by time, because it has only been months to us. Stranded on a mudsider world, the worst fate a womb shipper can know. And on this world, of all worlds. This world. I think of this world, too, as a giant, though I know, as natural worlds go, it is rather small. Perhaps it is because even a small world is incredibly huge after a life spent in the narrow confines of the womb ship, or perhaps it is because of its single sun, which beats like a giant's heart, making the shadows pulse in rhythm, pale ruby to ebony scarlet. But in this cell I am encased in darkness. I see the beating sun only when I can't force it out of my mind's eye. Sweet blackness. I am grateful for it, though I can't believe my captors wish me any benefit. I suspect it would be bad for the mind of one who grew up under that pulsing sun to be cut off completely from its light. This cell is designed for punishment, spirit breakage. If they realize that its close darkness is actually comforting for me, womb-like, as though I were back where I belong, back aboard the ever-travelling womb ship that bred me, would they move me elsewhere? Probably. Not that it matters anyway. I failed. I suppose it was a fool's mission. I was a fool to hope, a fool to try. But worst of all, I failed you, Jonathan. Jonathan. You twine through all my memories, Jonathan, my brother, my twin, my other half, my soul born of light and beauty. I, the ugly one, came after, almost killed our mother, almost died myself. They weren't expecting twins. Births themselves are rare enough above the ironically named womb ships, rare because of the radiation that can never be completely shielded out. And multiple births, again the radiation is the villain, are almost unique, not planned for, unexpected. But I didn't die. Weak, puling, feeble, but the medics pulled me through to live, like my husky, brawling brother, Jonathan. Strange We grew up in the womb ships, sadly lit, faded, dun corridors and crowded rooms. Yet I always pictured Jonathan as if standing on a summit, the peak of a glorious, life-carpeted hill under a brilliant sun in a crystal-clear sky. Jonathan crowning that hill, rivaling that sun, with his hair of gold and flame, rippling down his back, his smooth bronze skin unmarred by the radiation scars we other womb shippers bore. His laugh, golden too, rippling. And Jonathan himself, child, adolescent, almost man, glowing like all the suns of the galaxy rolled into one, a tender young god of light. Someone, I can't remember who, my memories are incomplete, once remarked that it was as if, even in our mother's womb, I somehow managed to draw myself all that was bad or awkward or ugly meant for the pair of us. If so, I was glad. It would have been enough to bask in Jonathan's radiance, but I felt a little secret pride that I too contributed to the bright world Jonathan made. Nor can I remember who first nicknamed me Shadow. Never Jonathan, of course, but it fit and stuck. Children are cruel. Jonathan and his shadow. Jonathan never called me Shadow, but sometimes, when I had done something to truly earn his golden beam, he called me Shad, our own special just between us two name. Shad. But it wasn't just that deep and abiding love between us. There was more, a psychic link, a true joining of minds, one of the wild talents that the radiation gave us, in compensation for the so much else it took. When we were children, a psyker worked hard on both of us, to break that link between us, saying it was dangerous, saying I was becoming only an echo of my brother. And I heard an unspoken, pale and ugly before the word echo. But I am Shadow. No, Jeremiah, you have a name, your own name, your proper name. Why don't you like me to use it? No, I am Jonathan. I am Jonathan's brother. I am Shadow. Using your proper name is not the equivalent of denying your brother. You understand, Jeremiah. You are an independent person, an individual. You're intelligent enough, far more intelligent than most of the crew. I understand about the link between you and your brother, and how much you love him, but neither of these should prevent you from living your own separate life. You mustn't turn yourself into nothing but an echo, doing only what you think your brother wants or would want. You are you, Jeremiah, not your brother, or your brother's possession. You can't continue like this. I kept silent, knowing the stutter would garble anything I tried to say into unintelligibility. There's nothing wrong with my mind. I can think quickly and clearly, but somehow, between the mind and the mouth... One of the other children suggested, snickering, that what I meant to say went to Jonathan's brain for approval, and it was that delay which caused the stutter. Nonsense. I outgrew the stutter, eventually, as most such afflicted children do. Now I stutter only rarely, under extreme stress. The psyker gave up after a while. I knew why, too. I overheard. I shouldn't have. The thick door was firmly closed, but sometimes with others beside Jonathan I had that strange mental link. So I heard what the two psychers were saying, as though I was standing in the very room with them. That pathetic boy. Which one? Filoni? Jeremiah, of course. As for the other, Jonathan, sooner or later, those who have continue to have, Filoni. The mills of the gods grind slowly, but they grind. Golden Jonathan, lucky Jonathan, child of all good fortune, Sometimes I believe that if he wanted the universe, it'd drop in his lap with a happy sigh. Perhaps. But what can we do with Jeremiah in the meantime? You have many patients waiting that you can help, Filoni. A sharp pain, as though someone had caught tender lip between sharp teeth. How I wish. Patience, Filoni, patience. I don't think this ship will be big enough to contain our young godlet much longer, and he won't take along his handicap. Handicap? He needs... A grim chuckle. You know it, and I know it, but he sees only the contrast. Not just sees, of course. For the first time, I caught the thought under the words. I almost dashed in to tell them it wasn't true. Jonathan helped me. And then I understood. Jealousy. That ugly old man was jealous of Jonathan, jealous like so many of the elders, jealous of Jonathan's youthful beauty, jealous of his independent spirit, even jealous of the way that spirit sometimes spread to the other youngsters, Jonathan's influence and shining example, so that others sometimes boldly questioned instead of blindly trudging along in their elders' ruts. Jealous old man, wanted to make the worst possible interpretation. How many times had Jonathan breathed through his half of a chore and turned back to watch, lip caught by teeth, almost not breathing, whole being focused on my clumsy struggle, ready to help, but praying he wouldn't have to. How often had Jonathan insisted in some childish game that if they wanted him, they had to take me? How often had to be twice as good to make up for my failure? How often tried to make me feel better by pretending he needed my help, usually in the calculations that were the one thing I could be proud of? How often, how many times? Ugly, jealous old man. Again the sharp lip-and-teeth pain. Hen, I'm so afraid. While the link's still so strong between them, if it's broken, it could kill him. I could believe you. But don't start calculating your orbit before you sight your sun, Filoni. The lad's stronger than you give him credit for being. It may be the making of him at that. The old psycho was right. Jonathan did leave the womb ship when he was barely 16 standards old. It almost killed me. Almost, but not quite. It was the memory of that conversation that pulled me through. The danger they spoke of to Jonathan if I died. Because though the link was ripped, stretched, attenuated, wrenched, it was never completely broken. I knew Jonathan lived. And what would it do to him through the link if I died? Not that Jonathan had had the faintest hint of what he'd be doing to either of us. He's explained it to me, carefully, as he always did. You understand, Shad, why it's got to be this way. They're making me go, they're holding me down here, forcing me into a nothing mold. Gotta go someplace else, someplace wider. Gotta give myself room to stretch, to grow. Gotta get out of these barren little corridors, gotta grow, gotta go. Jonathan speaking, eyes all aglow, mind all aglow. Right, Jonathan. Where are we going? Sadness in those jeweled eyes. Not we, Shad. Me. Gotta be that way. Hardness dimming that glowing joy. They didn't tell you, did they? Those old stick-by-the-suns. Shad, you can't leave the womb ship. You'll die if you do. You're adapted somehow to the radiation. Even so, you need your medicines to survive. Down there, going down on a planet would be death sentence for you, Shad. Haven't you noticed? You're never assigned to any of the planet details. Well, yes, I had noticed in a way. Most of us wombers hate leaving the womb ships. Planet-side chores are considered a sort of unofficial punishment. I was smug that I'd never been assigned to planet crews. and angry that Jonathan so often had been. That old psycho hadn't been the only jealous official. But now Jonathan was telling me it wasn't a compliment at all. It was only another example of my shortcomings. I couldn't live under a raw sun. That was it. When he saw how upset that made me, he tried to pretend the whole thing was a big joke that had gone awry. It was only teasing. He hadn't expected me to believe any of that nonsense. How could I think, even for a second, that he'd want me to leave? But I knew better. I had to practically twist his arm, but in the end he did leave. I helped. It wasn't really stealing. The womb had lots more of the little one-man lifeboats than it needed. He was right about the other, too. Once, after he'd left, and I had recovered, as much as a mind-amputated cripple can recover, I volunteered for a shore detail. My watch commander hid her shock quickly. There were all sorts of excuses, and I never got my shore detail. I never set foot on a planet. Until now. Only for Jonathan. Only to rescue Jonathan, if the new medicine helped me last long enough to find him, from the bloody hell our precogs predict this world's inhabitants are brewing for themselves. Those who can't understand history, the old saying goes, are condemned to repeat it. The same goes for those who have no history, or who have forgotten it. We womb ships carry records of 100 worlds, and our precogs are seldom wrong. But as long as the planet dwellers won't listen and won't believe and won't learn... I'm sorry, Jonathan, wherever you are, I failed you one last time. You always tried, didn't you, to compensate for my deficiencies? Only this time you weren't here to help, and my lacks will destroy you. I know you're alive here somewhere. I can feel it. I'm going to die soon, and of the two of us, I'm the lucky one. Jonathan. Yet I didn't do too badly at first. I had chem-learned all that was known of the dialects and customs of this world's variety of inhabitants. Much of the material was old and probably outdated, but it was hoped any gross mistakes could be passed off as, well, that's how we are yonder. This world still had yonder, and rootless over the star-brow seekers drifting through it, though that was changing as men clamped the titanium cage of conformity and obedience tighter and tighter around themselves. I wandered, as they had advised. They said that old link was my only hope. Maybe, just maybe, I could find Jonathan with it. Move, they said, and keep moving, wherever hunch or instinct or whatever prompts you. And it may take time, they said, more time than you'll ever have. Are you willing to risk dying, they asked, over and over? If you are... I still don't know what gave me away, what branded me unmistakably as an outsider, alien, star pariah. It was a village like any other, huddled on a cliff above a forking river, smoke coiling fatly out of squat chimneys, people swathed, as I myself was, to their dark, suspicious eyes against the cold. I was already used to the suspicion. These people had reason enough to be wary of strangers, but I had long since, in my travels, discovered I had an unexpected advantage. The link. Never greater than with Jonathan, but sometimes, as with my fellows aboard the womb ship, there were those on this world that I could hear. In this village, a boy approached me, voice barely changed, about the age of Jonathan and I had been when we parted. From him I drew the unknown dialect, the words to calm their fears. Peace be to you, landsman. I am Jeremiah Black. And where on this 7th evening can I find a minion? No minion tonight, Landsman Black. The hill's here. Isn't that why you came? Not I. I shook my head, grateful that the youngster had switched to a common dialect in mid-speech. I have travelled so far and fast these days, I wouldn't know if our glorious leader himself were here. The boy spat, and I wasn't far behind him. I've been ordered to report to the induction centre at Fieldlesburg, and you know what happens to anyone who refuses or even delays. The youngster nodded and spat again. Even a drow has to rest. He stroked the long fur that dangled almost to the ground. I'll take it to the stables for you, and take care of it. A jerk of the fur-clad head. The men are with the Hillel. Thank you, landsman. We were right of them, and cursed them too, when they're dead, and we still lived them right, he said, unharnessing my faithful animal. I said what seemed safest and most non-committal. May that day come soon. Blessed be the judgment of the Lord. He didn't seem to need my help, so I simply echoed his last comment as I climbed stiffly over the near wheel and stumbled towards the anonymous buildings the boy had nodded towards. There was only one, with dimly lit windows. Not there! A younger version of my friend caught my hand. You blind or something? Here! He caught my gloved hand in his own and drew me towards a building that seemed dark and uninhabited. You think the Hill'll be anywhere else where he was hillering? Yeah, I think I'm frozen stiff, brain, eyes, and all, I said, which won me a childish giggle. Hans Stephenson, he lives upriver. Says his dad says this is the Fimble winter, he said. A winter before the great battle between the gods and the giants to decide the fate of the universe. Wherever Hans Stephenson's dad had gotten his myth or tale or whatever, it was more accurate than he or his child could know. You'd best not repeat that story again, little brother. It's not safe. Haven't you heard of the punishments for nonconformity? Like his elder, the child expressed his opinion by spitting. You sound like my father, keeping me away from Hans because his people are going. But you're one of us, I know. I heard you talking to Shimon. What's the matter? You think I haven't been warned? You think they think I'm too little to know? I'll be a man in another year. He was perhaps 11 or 12 standards. His arms stretched up to guide me. I had to bend to speak to him. Little brother, I meant only a friendly warning. Grown-ups, was all he said. The building he led me to was like all the others, square and stone and low to the ground, dark and silent, no smoke rising from its chimney. Inside, I saw the windows were shuttered closed. There was one of the rare direct conversion heaters, import or original colonization antique, I wondered, in the center of the oil lamp-lit room. The stone walls were softened with thick tapestries, and the crowded-together tables and benches gleamed with polish until you could see reflections in them. Obviously a communal meeting and/or eating hall. He's one of us, my little guide piped up. His name's Jeremiah Black, but you'd best not try to talk to him till he's thawed out a bit. There were a couple of dozen men crowded together between the two long tables. I had to suppress a grin of pure amusement. So that's what a Hillel was. Gambling. Scattered along the tables was the evidence, piles of chits and coins and handmade cards, and 4 odd-sided tops that must have been their equivalent of dice. But they had been left as everyone crowded round a man with his hand in a book. Someone had cited a rare rule, and it had got to be locked up, and everybody was making sure he understood it for the next time. They had all frozen at our entrance, but the boy's speech relaxed them. Next time, growled a man whose thick thatch of grey hair was balanced by an equally luxuriant beard. Give the warning anyway. He stretched out a hand to me, the odd little corkscrew curls in front of his ears jiggling with his movement. Jeremiah Black, eh? If you say so. Peace to you, Jeremiah Black, and welcome. The Hillel started, of course, but we'll catch you up. The Hillel says—" So, the Hillel was the man with the book, a sort of travelling games master. But link or no, I couldn't bluff my way through a game so complicated it had a thick book of rules. "No, thank you, friend. All I crave is a bench by your warmth to sleep on, and perhaps a bit of warm food, if you can spare it. I've dried rations in my wagon, but they're cold comfort on such nights as these. Other than that, go on with your Hillel, and don't mind me. I'm so tired I could sleep through one of our glorious leaders'— I was careful to spit— parades without stirring." Even the corkscrew curls looked stiff and insulted. "That you should have to ask, landsman. Come close to the heat. Sit. Trail rations, say you, and we've plenty in our hearths before sunset. Yeah, a mug of hot broth to start with." I had noticed the big earthenware pots on the heater. He dipped a large mug into one of them and handed it to me. I thanked him and took a cautious sip. It was so hot, all I could taste was heat and salt. I sort of collapsed on a bench, sipping gingerly, feeling the warmth of the broth spreading gradually through me. The men went back to their discussion, but since it was conducted in that local dialect I didn't have, though I managed to draw a few words out of the youngster's mind, I didn't even try to listen, just sat, still enveloped in my furs, now steaming gently in the heat, and nodded, half asleep. The boy plunked a platter of heaped with food enough to feed a dozen men. I really had insulted them, asking for food. In other villages, I'd had to pay in advance. "Oh, little brother, I can't eat all that, please. You can try. Look at you, you're so skinny your cheekbones stick out. Doesn't your mother feed you right at home? Or your wife, if you're old enough to be married? Are you married?" I shook my head. "Try this crescent." He put it in my hand. "My sister made that. Go ahead, taste it. She makes the best crescent in the village. Next to my mother's, I mean. She knows how to make lots of good food, my sister does. My mother taught her. She's 2 years older than me, my sister, I mean. You eat her crescent. Good, isn't it? And then I'll bet you'll feel like joining the Hillel." It was good. A crisp outer crust, or skin, I wasn't quite sure, surrounding an assortment of innards, a delicious mixture of tastes and textures that rolled around on my tongue before swallowing. "Your sister," I couldn't help grinning at him, "makes the best crescent I ever tasted." He grinned back. "And after you've eaten it, you'll join the Hillel?" I saw his game, the little rascal. He wouldn't be allowed to join the Hillel himself, but if he tagged innocently along with me— I yawned, my jaw almost cracking. "The way they're arguing, they'll not restart the Hillel itself until after I'm fast asleep. You need more patience, little—" But I had said something wrong, disastrously wrong. He was backing away from me, eyes wide, breath coming in quick pants. "Joke, little brother," I said hurriedly. "It was only a joke." "No, you meant it!" And he turned and dashed into the clot of men. They were around me before I could scramble to my feet, and the hate and fury and revulsion pouring from them was almost deadly in itself. I couldn't think, couldn't defend myself. One of them barked a question at me in that dialect I didn't know, but his mind was impervious. It was like probing obsidian. I couldn't pluck the answer from it. I could only repeat the greeting I'd gotten from the youngster I'd first met. "Peace, brother, peace." Another question, but their minds were beating at me. "Peace." I got a fist and a knee for my pains, and I went down, helpless under the double assault, physical and mental. And then it was the thick-soled boots. If I hadn't still been wrapped in my heavy furs, I'd probably have died quickly, long before a single voice roared, "Wait!" It was the Hillel. He had a deep voice, smooth and sonorous. It had gone on while I sipped the hot drink. "Stop and think, landsman," he said. "No spy of theirs would be so poorly prepared, make so obvious a blunder." "Then what is he?" I don't know. He bent over me, his deep-set dark eyes wise, and said, Who are you, stranger? I was mentally shocked, half concussed, my mouth and jaw numb from a well-placed kick. Only a stranger, passing through, that's all. I mean you no harm.
No harm,
spat one of the other men.
When you've seen what you've seen.
I won't tell, and even if I did, the penalties for gambling. Again, I'd said something wrong. Maybe this village, despite the heater and platter of food, lived so close to the line that they feared that the fines and penalties for gambling would be a slow sentence of death. I could feel death and fear of death all round me. Again, it was the Hillel who spoke, slowly and thoughtfully. He is too ignorant. What do you mean? If he is not one of us, and not one of them, then what is he? An angel, do you mean? In the days of our fathers. No angel would be so ignorant either. Suppose he comes from heaven, the Hillel said. That is not an angel. No. And there was panic in my voice. I knew how the Mudsiders feel about us. They hate us. Why, I have never understood. We bring them seed, and new animals, and new knowledge, and medicines, and trade goods from their brothers on the other worlds. We give our lives for this, rotting away in the radiations of space. And we ask so little in exchange. Usable knowledge, samples of their seeds and animals, their trade goods, and the seed of their men, to replace what the radiation of space has destroyed in us. And rarely, when we are desperate, a man or two to complete our crews. Yet they still hate us. Why? Because we are willing to pay the price of star voyaging and they are not? Because we seem immortal to them? Though we have told them over and over again that this seeming immortality is only seeming, that the impersonal laws of the universe make time seem to run slow at the high velocities of star travelling. Another of our ironies, that our immortality is but a slow and painful dying. Already in myself, though I am barely old enough to be considered a man on some worlds, there are those among us who believe that the Mudsiders' hate for us will grow instead of diminishing, that they on their separate worlds are changing towards those worlds' requirements, and away from each other, and from us. But as these differences grow, so will the hate. And that is the reason for the most important of our laws, that no woomer will ever, ever interfere with a world's business. So, let them believe anything but the truth. Let that sharp-eyed Hillel be deceived. Your world is broad, I told them, broader than you think, and I have travelled far across it. That is why I am ignorant of your customs. That is why I'm sorry if... I will say nothing of what I have seen or heard here. I mean you no harm. They didn't believe me. But they weren't too sure of the Hillel's idea either. A star voyager in their little village, travelling behind a homely drought. A star voyager without the scars of a star voyager. Even they had heard tales. But scars can be hidden by stains, and no stain is impervious to every solvent. Simple vinegar was all it took to wash away the brown and reveal the stigmata of space. Even then, they argued. One suggested that they knew what I was, that I had been sent into the village as a test, and if I didn't come out. And I had other defenders like the Hillel, and other accusers. They argued. How they argued. They called in every male in the village to decide my fate. Their biggest and last mistake. They left no one for sentinel. They were still arguing when the green shirts came. The green shirts. We womb shippers see all the Mudsiders' patterns, sooner or later. This one always arouses our pity, though we can do nothing to deter its inevitable course. The green shirts, his troops. The name and the man may vary from world to world, but the pattern is always the same. One man and his picked personal troops, the green shirts and Big Brother. Him, our glorious leader, life and death, imperator, God on earth. Bloody hell and the man who caused it. The precogs had been right again. I was handed over, servilely and hastily, like an unwanted rotten sack of meal grain. The leader of the green shirts inspected my betraying face, nodded, and passed me behind him as easily as I weighed no more than a sack of grain. As soon as his bloody greedy eyes left my face, they inspected the room, the gambling evidence, the crowd of startled men, unmoving, though bitter winds whipped through the open door, the Killough with his hands still in his book. And as soon as my weight left the green shirt's hand, I saw, my head twisted back, that trained and deadly hand drop to the holster on his belt. "No!" I struggled against hands and bodies. "No, they've done nothing. The fault is mine. They didn't know. They would have called you. They didn't know." I heard the first screams as I was dragged through the doorway. "No, no, they've done nothing. They didn't know." I was slung into the back of some sort of windowless vehicle, and the solid door slammed implacably shut. I was alone, in the dark, in a small, smooth-sided enclosure. It wasn't even cold. But I could hear the screams, the pleas. Later, only the screams. I could smell, too, a sickly, sweet stench. I'd never smelt it before, but I knew. Just as I knew when the boy, who first greeted me gratefully, left the mangled thing they had made of his body. Just as I knew what they were doing to the child I'd called little brother. My mind held his, comforted his, rocked his psyche like a mother rocking a cradle, while my fists pounded themselves bloody on the unyielding sides of my travelling coffin, and my voice screamed itself hoarse. Little brother was dead, too, finally, and most of the others, and I had lived their deaths, all of them, until I was crumpled in a whimpering fetal curl. When the door opened to reveal a figure, a black shadow outlined in glowing red. "Kill!" I screamed, and launched myself at the enemy. One contemptuous boot came up, and I knew nothing more. I awoke finally in this cell, naked and bruised. Time had passed, and time continues to pass. And I wonder, as the seconds and the minutes and the hours flutter by, is it too late now? Will I die soon? Or if I got my medicine now, could it give me back the time, little as it was, that I would have had? Past a certain point, I know, though I cannot tell if it has come or not, my life could be measured in a handful of standard days. They don't mean to starve me. Food comes at intervals, unpalatable, but I assume it's minimally nourishing. It's shoved in through a little slot, a dark slot that I can feel but not see. There's never any light. Sometimes I eat the food. Mostly I can't manage to choke it down. The trays come, and shove the older trays aside. There's nothing else in the cell, just me and the trays, and a bucket in one corner getting full and smelly. Not that it matters, though. Not that any of it matters. I failed Jonathan. Jonathan, trapped on this hell world as I am. When the door finally opens, light blinds me. I flinch back involuntarily, hands flung up to protect my watering eyes, but I am hauled bodily out by rough hands forced onward. I stumble among my captors, blind and stiff, until someone with an impatient curse sings me over his shoulder like a half-cloak and trots onwards and sometimes up. They are waiting for me. One whole wall is a view, and I stand, swaying on my feet where I've been dumped, and I can't take my slowly focusing eyes off that pulsing, bloody heart of a sun. Until... "You're a pariah," the man seated behind a desk barks, but I am conscious of no one and nothing else. I know who he is, of course, though the many posters couldn't convey that aura of deadly juggernaut. The leader, a hard, solid bullet of a man, muscle piled on muscle, short-cut grey hair glinting metallically, eyes shadowy pits, since the light is all behind him. The other walls are lined with green shirts, standing at attention, unmoving as so many mechs. But they are nothing and less than nothing. It is the man behind the desk that counts. "Yes," I say. I can't see it, but I know that that betraying band of undisguised skin is plainly visible to him. "So much for your vaunted pariah non-interference." It isn't a snarl, just a dispassionate statement of fact, and all the more dangerous for that. "No," I say. "Oh, no. This isn't official pariah policy at all. It's personal. There's just me." "An escapee? You expect us to believe that? You people have been told what we do to nonconformists of any stripe." If so, they hadn't told me, though they had said if I were caught there was nothing they could do. But I had learned much during my journey, and if I hadn't, his very lack of tone would have told me enough. I shrug. "No, I'm not an escapee. I'm looking for one, my brother. He had a personal vessel. My people think he might have made it to your world. He wouldn't have known about—" I decided not to try to explain the time dilation effects, or how we send psionic messages among the womb ships whenever two of them are in time phase. But Jonathan's fuel had been limited. Once committed to this system, he would have had no choice. "I hope to persuade him to return to the womb ships with me. Your world isn't kind to strangers, after all, but he hadn't enough fuel to travel further." I made one last attempt, stretching out my hands in appeal. "Why not let us go, my brother and I? I know he's here someplace. Why not help me find him and let us both go? 2 lives could mean nothing to you, and the womb ships would be grateful for your help. You don't want strangers here, and we only want—" "To rescue your brother?" A bark of laughter. "It's your womb shippers who'll need rescuing, if they try any more such foolishness. If your brother, if there really is such a person, whether or not he's your brother, really landed on our world, he's dead now, as you'll be dead as soon as you answer some questions for us. Now, your life depends on how satisfactory I find your answers. How many womb ships are there at present? And how soon can we expect another visitation?" "Not until you are dead and gone, ambitious one. They who run the womb ships are no fools." I stand a little straighter, and I laugh at him. "I'm only a poniker. Shift chief, true, but do you think they'll let me in on policy meetings? Even if they knew anything useful to you, such as... You think they'll let me come on a suicide mission, still knowing? They wiped me clean before they let me go. There are so many gaps in my memory, you could use it for a sieve. But you won't believe me, so go ahead and try what you will. Drugs or brutality or whatever, you'll get nothing, because I've nothing to give. And I'm glad, do you understand? Glad. All I ever had was a safe route back to the womb ships for me and my brother when I found him." "Ah." His hand hovers over his desk, and I can see all my belongings neatly arranged. "Oh, the com," I snort. "You think to use that to call a ship here?" "Now, think again. It's tuned to me, and to me only." It could call down the little ship I'd left in orbit, and it could also, what I suspected he was more interested in, contact a womb ship if it was close enough, lure it down, except that no womb ship was likely to come close enough to be lured for a long, long time, and except that it won't work if I'm drugged either, or if I'm frightened, and I frighten easily.
There are drugs that leave a man controllable after they wear off.
The com is adjusted to me, to my mind pattern as it is now. Alter my mind in any way, and the com will be as useless to me as it is to you. Try it, if you don't believe me.
But I do believe you.
He leans forward.
And I believe your leaders are not fools. And there is no way for me to force you to use that com to my ordering. But do you want to die, pariah? Or worse, not die, but live in constant pain, pleading for the mercy of death long before it's granted?
I laugh again, and point to my little case of precious medicines, my life in the eggshell. I'm a woomer, not one of your planet bred, and I'm a sickly woomer to boot. Your world's deadly to me. I only risked it because of my brother. You took my medicines, and I haven't had any for a long time now. Maybe the medics aboard my womb ship, skilled in treating radiation sickness, could save me now, maybe not, but you can't do anything worse to me than my own body has started doing. In fact, anything you do is likely to lessen my suffering, not prolong it.
That was a mistake.
His eyes flicker to one at the end of the long line of green shirts.
If we had realized how dependent you were on these drugs, but to let you get your hands on poisons...
I take a step towards the desk, feel movement ripple among the green shirts, and stop, shrugging. Medicine or poison, it's all a matter of dosage.
But you underestimate the skill of our medics, pariah. You might live longer than you think. That life could be one of ease, of magnificence. You could have anything you wanted, women, riches, power second only to mine, whatever.
You'd pay so much for a ship? Even a small ship? Why? What could you want a ship of your own for?
He spread his hands. So we would not be dependent on your people for trade. So we wouldn't have to wait and beg. We are a proud people. We prefer to do things for ourselves.
But I know he lies. Know it as if he'd spoken his plan aloud, shouted it. That erratic mind-linking talent of mine, or intuition, or all the reading I'd done on the history of the human world, whichever. I knew. Interstellar war is supposed to be impossible because of the time it takes to travel from one star to another. For us, aboard the womb ships, it seems to be standard months, a full standard year at the most, from one landing to the next. But at the speeds we travel, time is slowed. For the people circling the stars we visit, the time seems longer, years, 10, 20, 50 more. What kind of war can be fought if each expedition takes 20, 40, 100 years to come and go? How many warriors can even a dictator find, willing to go and come back to find family, loved ones, friends, old or dead? But if you weren't planning an expedition, if you were just sending a bomb, a planet wrecker, one way...
My ship will arrive at intervals, 50 years, 100, whatever. And when it arrives, you will have cargoes of exquisite value ready. You will strain your world between visits to amass these cargoes. Because if you don't, the next visitation will not be a ship. It will be a bomb that blows your planet out of the universe.
Being leader of a single world isn't enough. He wants to rule the known universe, he and his heirs. Because this isn't a plan to bear fruit in a single lifetime, it is a generation plan, generations and generations of rulers. No, never.
Your quest is futile.
He's saying,
Your brother, or whomever you were searching for, if he ever landed here at all, is surely dead by now. But I would be a brother to you, to the man who brought us our own star vessel. I would be your brother, father, closest and dearest kin. You would have no wants unfulfilled. The world would pander to your desires.
Yes, the world would pander to me. The world would wear chains and servitude and fear and death. I'm sorry, little brother, to pander to me. There are many old legends in the womb's libraries. There is a tale of a demon and a god in mortal flesh, and how the demon tempted him, showing him the world and saying, Behold, it is fair and yours for a world. A world and a star-voyaging vessel, fully fueled, and a chance to take others. My little life scout would be the only ship, except possibly for Jonathan's, out of fuel and useless, to have come to this world for many years, and the only one for many years to come, until the danger this leader represented is dead and gone for generation. My ship, orbiting somewhere above our heads, free-falling and silent until I summon it to take us, Jonathan and me. Are you dead, Jonathan? Have I been fooling myself? Was it all for nothing? And something stirs, something strangely altered, that struggles to remember that it had once been loved as Jonathan. To take us, oh, irony, Jonathan, to a rendezvous with a womb ship in another system, to take us home. But they'd never find it without my help, search as they would with the interplanetary vessels I was sure they had. That single tiny dot in the void's immensities. My people had fixed me so I would be useless if captured. I am intuitively sure they'd fixed the Life Scout too. How had they known this world would develop so dangerously? I wondered if the precogs had foreseen my death as well, but a world's fate must shout louder than a single man's. Not that I needed a precog to know my fate. But I'd come so tantalizingly close. Jonathan is here, somewhere. Jonathan, I tried. Jonathan. The leader's voice stops, as if that ceasing were a signal one of the green shirts drops out of line to stalk toward me. It is amazing how much pain a single pair of hands can inflict on the feeble human body. But I know the pain will have to end, and soon, and I endure grimly, armored in a surety that comes, I know not from where, summed in a single phrase from my old delvings, this too shall pass. Until the leader says, Enough. He won't bribe. He won't break. He's useless to us, squad leader. And he's a nonconformist and a pariah. You know what to do. Once more the talent I can't prevent, and I know from the minds around me what to do is. An example. A long, slow death, naked and helpless beneath that pulsing sun. I'd go mad long before I died. A fight, with the frantic desperation only an agoraphobe can muster. If I must die, let it be quick and sure, and inside. Enough. The leader speaks again. He's shamed you, squad leader. The people must never see that kind of defiance from a nonconformist. You've a weapon. Use it now. And his head turns to watch. And buried in that stranger's face, in that hard and cruel leader's face, I know Jonathan's eyes. Changed, altered, brutalized. Jonathan, I never dreamed. By the years of planet living he had endured, while I had known only weeks in the calm comfort of the womb ship. Yet through all the changes I know him, and for a tiny fragment of a second, the crack in the monolith he has become, the flash of remembrance or pity, the last gift, the easy death, instead of the hard one. Thank you, Jonathan, and goodbye. And as the green shirt's weaponed hand comes up level with my eyes, I hear, Goodbye, Shad. And I know one last thing. Before I go back down into the triumphant, welcoming dark, though from which of the anonymous ciphers I have stolen the last bit of the puzzle I cannot tell. But one of them is hiding both background and knowledge. One of them grew up reciting a history that included minions and hills, and went back before the scattering itself. One of them, that line of uniformed men, is a hunted, hiding in the safest place of all among the hunters, and he knows. And so I know. Gambling paraphernalia scattered on a table, and men gathered around a man with a book. Camouflage and reality. Such an easy mistake, taking the camouflage for reality. At last I know reality. On a world where nonconformity is sin, the most grievous sin of all must be a stubborn clinging to the old faiths, the old ways. The gambling wasn't the Hillel. The gambling was the camouflage. The Hillel was the book, and the man who explained it, the book so precious that its every sentence, every phrase would be read over and over, discussed, analyzed, lovingly interpreted. The gambling was the safe sin, the camouflage for the book and what it represented. The village hadn't died because of me, except indirectly, because in their preoccupation with me they were caught unaware, unable to hide the fatal evidence of the book. Of course, little brother had known I lied when I said the Hillel wouldn't start until after I was asleep. The Hillel was going on around us even as we spoke. I know another reality, too. If I am like the giant in the tale, with his heart in the egg, vulnerable because I am dependent upon my medicines, then so too is Jonathan vulnerable now, also. The link is here, strengthened by our proximity, by the days and months we had spent with only planetary distances separating us. Separated by the vastness of space, the link had ravelled, had attenuated to the finest of threads. If one of us had died, such tie would probably have snapped with no permanent harm to the living. But if one of us died so close, in all ways to the other, they had known. They had sent me to bring Jonathan back, or to die with him. Jonathan is a danger, will become a greater and greater danger until he dies. Non-interference. But is removing a danger you yourself has created an interference? They had known. How much had they known? How much is hidden in those gaps in my memories? Yet I had chosen freely. I know that. The finger tightens on the trigger. My last gift to the link, what I know, Jonathan knows. He rises, opens his mouth to order. Too late. Two eggshells crack together. Jonathan!
Pawn Promotion by Lee Vester. Whelan ducked back into the cool gloom of the branch corridor as soon as he saw Monitor Advocate Eardonan around the corner. A few more backward steps concealed him completely while still affording a view of his quarry's office across the hall. Eardonan, his back to Whelan, paused to chant the coded syllables that would unlock the door. This gave Whelan time to pull the trigger string of the package in his hand and throw it past Eardonan's head into the office, where it exploded into a green cloud of the foulest-smelling gas the university's lab could produce. The Monitor Advocate jumped back, coughing and growling, hands clutching his thin neck. Then he fell on his back, his legs, bared by the hem of his robe, kicked futilely at the offending air. Satisfied with his success, Padraig Whelan ran further along the grimy stone passage, until the darkness swallowed him. Eardonan should have known better sense than humiliate him in front of the other students like that, with one of his hallway spot checks, and all for a few lines of verse he'd forgotten. An old wreck of a poem it was, too, so ancient and tired it should have died along with the age it celebrated. Whelan preferred the new songs that were recited in the ports, cities, night dens, off-limits to students, which told tales of fabulous events in far-off places, with the plurocrat
always in the background to support or sponsor new adventures. Instead, he must devote his attention to themes and forms that held no life in them, or else risk having his thumb bitten until the blood welled in the wound. "Damn it! I hope you choke here, Donnan." He broke into a run again, whooping with laughter, unmindful of the calm and hate-filled eyes that watched him from a lightful doorway. Idris John Dardera argued with himself over the effects of temples and subterranean streams. It had taken time to coax the girl into a trance, and now she squirmed in discomfort as the yacht quested in darts and pauses above the ground. The cubit-length thought guide, Spindle, pointing at her from the ceiling, pulsed a gentle green as it conveyed her impressions to the vessel's cartographic machinery. The map of Grammeri, displayed on the monitor, was covered with golden sparks, each of them surrounded by a spider's web of filaments which trailed off to nothing. The survey done here 6 centuries ago by the Dominion shows the geodic nexi arranged like the vertices of a regular solid. Dardera pondered restlessly. If the nexus at Durian hasn't migrated too far, then neither have the others, assuming the reports I heard are correct. He glanced at Brendolin's sleigh, lying on the contour chair, and drew his lips tight, lest a word escape, giving voice to his internal dialogue, which was not a habit of his. Higher in the sky, world candle tread its stately measure, encircled by a prismatic ring of light. Unseen and unseeable, the yacht cleared a range of blue land coral which sparkled in the sun, and drove out over a forested plain, the rush of its passage cunningly reduced to a whisper. Here a fire ignited by the trees themselves made its way, leaving room for younger growth. Pillows and ribbons of pale smoke tumbled and spread through the olive vegetation, offering sporadic glimpses of the flames underneath. Sleigh screamed. "Confirmed!" At his tactic command, the yacht raced straight up into space. "I felt it too. I'm surprised there's no settlement there, or an edifice of some kind." The girl moaned, and her eyes blinked open. "Sorry," Dardera said to her. "We impinged directly on the geodic nexus. There was no warning that we were close upon it. Are you all right?" Sleigh shook her head and pouted. She sat up and tucked her feet under her. A strand of hair had strayed free to hang between her eyes. She was 10 years old, dark and pretty. "She's confused," the personality named John told the personality named Idris. "We've yanked this sensitive from the eidolonic fields of a planet she's been accustomed to all her life, and now we're exposing her to the forces of a strange and stronger world after 16 days confined to a ship. No help for it, though. That'll be our epitaph." "Shut up." "Relax. We'll assume orbit, allow you to get used to the planet, and let you refine your sensations." Behind him in the viewport, Grammeri hung swollen and lopsided as night encroached upon it. Dardera left his seat and stood close to the transparent membrane, as if that would enable him to see the details on the planet's mottled sapphire surface. His own thought guide, further inside the chamber, pivoted to follow his movement. The device was often obliged to track him everywhere on the bridge. Dardera's height was just under 2 meters, and, notwithstanding that, he was a greybeard. He was vigorous of posture and gesture. He drank deeply of the yacht's medicine-flavoured air, and ground his teeth in anticipation. "I must ask, is he here?" "Yes. There was a faint trace," she replied, "but I don't know exactly where." She drew her knees up so that she could sit hugging them, and studied the floor, which reflected Grammeri's waning light with a dull metallic sheen. "Will we land?"
Not right away, Daniell answered smoothly. Initially, I'd planned to order the yacht to connect its teleporter with the remains of Grimmair's network, so we could blip to Durian, the planetary capital. But even that is broken down now. That's why we sniffed about for an unfrequented location where the eidolonic lines converge. I'll feel safer seeking them out from an isolated region anyway.
For who, after all, possessed a talent to perceive an entire world at once? Not even Slade professed to. Certain it was that he could not, and none of the sensitives who served him could claim such an ability. By implicit agreement, and in deference to her feelings, neither Dadara nor Slay would mention the name of their enemy. He had known the man as a friend for 14 years, as an adversary for 20 more. She knew more about him than anyone besides Dadara, and she hated him very, very much.
Is he likely to be there?
In the capital? I don't know.
Dadara returned to his chair in the centre of the control chamber, and with a smile to the girl, reclined on it, hands cradling his head.
Grimmair's government has never been happy as a member of the plutocracy, and the prefect here has harboured dissidents in the past, a secret we share without his knowledge, but I doubt he would make it that easy for us. The actual reason for going to Durian was because it's positioned near a nexus, but we'll go to this one instead.
Don't rush her. She's unprepared.
How do you know so much about it?
Who between us has the talent? You should hearken to Scripture and let me use it more often.
I was in this skull first.
If you believe you can handle it, he finished without a break. Wherever he is, we can find him from there.
She hesitated.
I'm not sure. I don't think it will hurt as much as now.
She's frightened, Idris observed. Of the Nexus?
No, of him. He ravished her continually for the past quarter year, ever since he brought her from her parents for a year's supply of oxygen. She may balk. Let me see.
So much for your revenge. Threw a scare into you. Utajourn did.
Damn you,
she snarled, her eyes showing white.
Just let's get down there and find him, then.
The change in her was too sudden, too complete, giving Dadara a jolt.
Good luck, Gus. Are we dealing with another multiple personality here?
Calming quickly, Idris responded, It's possible that one would develop, given her history.
What wonderful times we live in. Remember, you promised to kill my mother and father if I helped you,
she said in a voice as cold as death.
Oh, it has already been arranged,
Idris John assured her.
Utajourn watched the yacht come down, and Whelan wrestled in his sleep with a dream of raping a young girl, dark and pretty. I'm barred from studying astronomy because I can't afford the access fee, said Robin Shahright. Oh, I can aid you there, Alec Aberlane offered. Does your terminal have a recess socket?
He stumbled over the door's uneven Gravenstein blocks and muttered a curse.
Oh, yes, Shawright said hopefully. I'll sell you an image cube for 12 chits, programmed for astronomy. Analytical, descriptive, but it covers all the solar system.
Aberline laughed. Shawright gave his friend a shove, causing him to fall against Whelan.
Watch that. Oh, Padrick's in one of his black studies again, Aberlin retorted. What's the fault, old friend? No sleep last night? Well enough, Whelan said. That's a change. So terse. Usually he's ready to regale us with a saga of insomnia and melancholy.
When Whelan didn't rise to the bait, Aberlin cast his eyes about for another diversion. The three of them were passing under one of the bubbles of Ignis Fatuus that provided a warm orange light for the arched hallway. Abelian decided that he wanted to knock it down.
See any loose stones anywhere?
Huh?
Never mind.
And he pulled a goblet from under his cloak. Interested, Whelan asked,
Where did you get that? From the refectory. Stand back.
I don't think it's solid enough. The cup will pass straight through it.
Mess. The question is, can form exist without substance? Whelan intoned, with the voice of their philosophy instructor. 4 affirmative arguments are generally accepted. Abelin heaved the globe at the globe of light, and missed. It clanged to the floor and rolled. Reason 1, geometrical proof. The lamp can be described purely in terms of delimitated radial extension, with no reference to material composition. Shawright began to giggle. Abelin retrieved the goblet and threw it again. Reason 2, ethical proof. Geometry is a nobler idea than that of matter. Hey! The massive cup came down less than 40 centimetres from Whelan's feet. Do you want me to refute the arguments? Abelin asked. Go to hell! Did you hear what happened to the Monitor Advocate? Shawright asked irrelevantly. No, Abelin said by way of dismissal. Whelan waited expectantly, but Shawright had taken his cue and remained silent on the matter. Reason 3, experimental proof, he continued. Non-material physical states have been observed. Listen, the noise that thing is making will bring Scholar-at-Arms here to investigate. I doubt it. Abelin stooped to pick up the goblet, which now bore a battered look. Anxious to contribute something, Shawright began, refutation by reasoning, form cannot exist without substance, and... Try Emil's argument, Whelan suggested. What's that? Substance isn't necessarily... Thrumph. Darkness fell in their part of the hall. The goblet fell to the stones, smoking. Empirical refutation, Abelin said reasonably. That's how Aristotle proved Zeno an ass, by standing up and walking. Well, I'm running, Shawright said. Hey! They sprinted away from the scene, 3 thin and nervous boys in their late teens, with pale skins and hair the colour of burnished copper, the common colouring of their race. Each wore the requisite attire of a university student, black cloak over tunic and kilt, and half-length boots with laces and wooden soles. The trio blended so well with the rest of the student population that its exploits generally went unpunished. Stern measures were reserved for individual cases of disruption in class, or for the careless during off-hours, but there were instances when the Scholar-at-Arms found himself outnumbered, and must look the other way. Many students roamed the corridors of the vast building of Ahern University, in gangs, under their captains, shouting, banging on doors, prying the paving loose, and otherwise expressing their reaction to the discipline meted out by members of the faculty. A few instructors had been killed on occasion, and a few students. Whelan brooded on the dangers abroad at night, a time marked in the windowless halls of Ahern by the dimness of the lamps, and believed he could hear the singing of a drunken chorus, faint with distance. He grimaced. Let's go to Durian tomorrow night, Abelin said suddenly. His reverie broken, Whelan asked, How? The administration confiscated your airboat. I discovered another way. Whelan waited. Well? Do you know that there's a direct teleport line between here and the city? Whelan stopped walking. Intact? Abelin chuckled and rubbed his hands together. It'll be terrific. In no time at all we'll be drinking and wenching the entire length of the avenue. Where? Shawright asked. The Chancellor's office. Oh, that's nice, Whelan said. No, it'll be simple. I know the code to his door. How? Shawright was in awe. Abelin only winked at him. I've never teleported before, Whelan mused. Well, neither have I, but like I said, this is a direct link, a single-channel route. Just press the activation plate. I wonder what it's like. Are you going? Yes, without hesitation. You? Shawright needed no prompting either. He nodded eagerly. This'll be fun, Abelin predicted. Dudderer drifted impatiently in the featureless continuum of his personal null space. He disliked the experience of interstellar communication, essentially because of the entrancement under the thought guide required of him. He preferred reference points. There was a stir in the void,
a negligible alteration of his environment which he likened to the difference between an unmodulated carrier wave and total silence. Dadawa was aware of another presence whose emanations were as yet too faint to identify, the quantum noise of bare consciousness. Then followed a charging of the vacuum, as it were, a polarization between the entities which shared this universe when the newcomer focused its attention on him. Directly after that, concepts formed in Dadawa's mind, which he automatically clothed in their most proximate verbal equivalents. Apologies, Idris. Policy, decision. The timbre and inflection assigned to the words by Dadawa's subconscious were those of the plutocrat himself, Powell II, Coalestes, supreme nomarch of the realm of even tenor, meritorious heir to the title, master of the House of Hellwing, and so forth and so on. Spare me the details. Save them for a cold night by roaring fire. Dadawa had to wait through the tachyonic time lag for Powell's reaction. You keep your temper in a loose grip these days. Mea culpa, but I'm not comfortable in this condition. Does that explain why I haven't heard from you since the affair began on the Apple of Sodom? That and business. I broke the cabal of the disloyal opposition on that planet. And Utigern? No, he was forewarned of my approach. By his retinue of adepts, most likely. Perhaps. Of late he has employed the talents of unsuspecting individuals, when he can't enslave them. I don't know how he does it. Remote hypnosis? But I've blundered into his concealed alarms a few times and tripped them. He grows too clever. He also gets sloppy. His escape was precipitate, and he forgot to take his whore with him. I found her at the redoubt, where the leaders held quorum, in among the other cast-offs. She's a sensitive. Oh. He must have panicked to abandon her, as much as he cherishes talent. No, and that's the kicker. He never knew. He had erected such an effective barrier against him and his following that none of them suspected. Dadawa accurately perceived the subsequent reverberations as Powell's hearty laughter. Oh, she must have had a titanic ability to escape detection like that, the plutocrat finally said. Induct her into your organization. John moved to object, but Idris overruled. However, he compromised. I'll set the proposal before her. For the present, Utigern is the problem. I have overtaken him on Grammary with the aid of the sensitive. The delay was longer than the signal's travel time accounted for. Do you trust her? Yes, with reservations, of course. The unguarded thought which she received from him when he escaped, the one referring to this planet, may have been intentional, but imprimis she was his possession. Were he aware of her talent, he would not have sacrificed her simply to mark a false trail. He may have set his snare in such a manner as to spare her life while taking yours. That's one of my reservations. And, Secundus? Here I argue de misera. Hers is the only lead I have, and I've experienced too much effort to stop now. And besides, the bastard still owes you money. Dadawa's smile broke through his trance to appear on his face. They had shared that joke ever since the break-up of the triumvirate, when Utigern had set off in pursuit of his own ambition. I must go now, but I meant it about the fireside. When is winter in your latitude? About 60 standard days. I'll have the wine out. Fine, but none of that chief stuff. Dadawa relaxed his will, and his intangible ergo sum floated steadily upward. The first thing Idris did upon emerging was to start an argument with John. Don't ever try to interrupt when I'm talking to Powell. You use her enough as it is. Not nearly enough. Who's there? Dadawa's eyes gaped wide. He lay on the couch under his thought guide. In the portal to his right stood the girl, her expression vacant, her head tilted as if to listen. He opted for guile. Who's what? Slay's breathing deepened, quickened. I don't know. Life returning to her face. I had this feeling. I heard someone else in here.
Be damned, she knows about you.
Not necessarily. Her impression is hazy, and she doesn't trust it.
With a hasty smile, Dadara swung his legs to the deck and slipped off the couch. I was debating courses of action with his munificence over the guide.
Half-truth is the most effective lie.
She gasped.
The plutocrat?
Uncertainty had fled. She was a little girl again.
Must be careful. Her power is catalyzed. Now we're in the Nexus.
Well, that's right. You might talk to him yourself soon.
She met his smile. He felt ashamed.
Been outside?
A few times. It's beautiful. Why is this place called Satyr's Dance?
Because it's mostly wilderness. There's a desert east of us, which is almost as barren as the surface of your planet. A satyr's legendary habitat.
He inferred by her frown that she had trouble with the geography he was outlining, the result of her having spent her childhood inside sealed cabins. Idris wondered that she hadn't caught the terrors from walking under an open sky. She treats it like a blue ceiling, John supplied. Emotional self-defense, we all need it. John left the next sentence unsaid.
Any leads?
Dadara asked gently.
No, but he's hiding, I can feel it,
she said with no qualms. Adaptable, Idris remarked. Metastable, John amended.
Do you believe he's on this continent?
Dadara prompted.
I'll tell you when I find him.
Jesu Grist, that other self is a bitch. Told you so. Shut up. It's too bad my therapy failed to rid me of you. John formed a reply.
Are you two at it again?
Slay demanded.
When will you learn to get along?
Dadara's mouth popped open. Slay shook her head and rubbed her eyes.
I need a nap,
she said fuzzily.
Abelian spoke the code phrase into the grill, set into the door's stone arch, saying words that sounded like diddle, 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 diddle. The grey steel panel slid aside, grinding, and all three damned the noise. They stepped over the threshold, and the photocell, no longer seeing anyone on that side, threw the door closed again. Then a refrain of whispers.
Where's the booth? Look at the desk. Is it made of real Novia wood? What are all those boxy things on the walls? Books on shelves. Rich. And the carpet? The old fart has it soft. Find the booth. Do you even know where it is, Larkspur?
Should the local authorities complain to Ahern's Department of Penalties about their behaviour in Durian, Abelian, Whelan, and Shorite would be hidden safely behind the aliases of Larkspur, Pearl's Lane, and Galingale, the three ingredients in St. Guthrie's traditional elixir of immortality. None of them could conceal the fact that he was a student. The only clothing provided and allowed by the university was the uniform kilt.
Yes, it's behind the desk, or should be. I don't see it.
Abelian tramped over to the far wall and inspected it, scowling. Whelan studied the thick carpet which depicted an ancient naval engagement in space, and reflected that all of the old people on Grimeri held an insane respect for the past. Shorite's eyes wandered over the Chancellor's office, fascinated. At times he would silently rehearse his assigned nom de guerre, so he would answer to it. Behind their actions ran a current of tension. Whelan turned his attention to the bookcases against the wall that Abelian had checked over. The latter was now looking under the Chancellor's desk with increasing frustration, and pulled a volume with the title, The Exercise of the True Will. Its companion fell from the shelf and bounced off his head.
Quiet!
Abelian hissed.
Oh, we can be loud in here, stone walls.
Abelian didn't hear. He was on hands and knees under the desk, his posterior towards Whelan.
I hate everything, Whelan muttered, bending to pick the book up.
He saw the red button on the bottom of one of the lower shelves.
Moses! What?
Without answering, Whelan pressed the button, and the case swung out, opening to reveal the closet-sized space behind it.
QED!
You found it. Sharp. Gallingale. Come on. Oh, there's the presser plate. Go on, get in. Is there enough room? There'll be enough. Well, I feel silly being called Gallingale. Why can't we wait until we get to the city? Practice. No, over this way. Oh, watch your elbow. Damn you, sure right. Sorry. Careful you don't squeeze against that plate. I don't want to leave a piece of me here. Can that happen? No, I don't know. Very well, push it.
Whelan put his palm to the square of silvery metal and pressed. The three of them started when they heard the loud hum and bark of the teleporter's faulty transducers. Whelan felt, or heard, something in his inner ear go blip, then darkness and dizziness. The vertigo passed momentarily, but the darkness remained.
We're in another closet, Abellion said. Not locked from the outside, Shawhite quavered. Is it? Well, if it is, we'll just go back to the office. Teleported. Fantastic.
Abellion felt along the nearest wall for a button or a latch. Finding none, he asked Whelan and Shawhite to do the same.
Careful of that plate,
he added.
Nothing,
Whelan reported after several seconds had passed.
I'll check the ceiling. I'll check the floor,
Shawhite suggested.
You won't. You'll have to squat. There's hardly any room to stand as it is.
No need, Whelan said. Click. The panel opened into a low-ceilinged chamber, lit by the miserly output of a single lamp. The walls were of gun-metal. There were no furnishings.
Spartan,
Whelan said.
Oh, just like a hern,
was Abellion's comment.
What is?
Who cares? Whelan didn't like it.
How did you find out about this link-up?
The Chancellor's secretary told me when we were making love. Eyes staring. Shawhite wordlessly backed away from Abellion, entering the chamber as he did so.
Purslane, you get away from him too.
Instead, Whelan regarded his friends curiously and asked, Isn't the secretary a boy?
No, but she looks like one.
That's a datum the Chancellor does not want known. You recall that only males are allowed in Aachen, and he has to answer to superiors, too.
He shrugged.
Why do you think they're called secretaries?
Whelan responded dryly.
Well, there's a door on the other side of this room. I would recommend that we try it.
Agreed. Abellion walked across the room, ignoring Shawhite when he flinched at his passing. The photocell surmounting the door wasn't burning, but there was a panel of switches close by. Abellion reached for it and froze.
Voices! They're coming here?
Whelan asked.
Yes.
In the same breath, he murmured a blasphemy and ran back into the teleport booth.
Come on!
They rushed in after him and had the panel shut, with some difficulty, by the time the door slid silently back into the wall, to admit a pair of men.
Leave off,
Abellion ordered when he heard Whelan grope for the activation plate.
I want to know who it is.
Oh, the Chancellor for one, Shawhite said petulantly.
Hush, no it isn't. I saw him leave his office. Let's listen.
To find the one with panoptic talent, well, judging by certain resonances in the character spectrum, it's a male, probably a youth. One of yours. Should I send the lists to you?
That's Herr Ordnung,
Abellion said sotto voce.
You mean he isn't patrolling the halls to buttonhole some student with a question that'll betray his ignorance?
Whelan fleered, his thumb still hurting.
Yes.
His other voice was strong and haughty.
One of my servitors will scan it. He has a knack for picking out the names of individuals he has never met, solely on the basis of description of their most salient traits. I expect but a few misses before we find him. I'd like to explore his other powers.
Oh, very good, your worthiness. Worthiness? Is that a consort?
Abellion wondered.
No,
Whelan said after a pause.
A higher title. Praetor, maybe. What's he doing in this dungeon?
Shawhite asked.
Quiet,
Abellion said rudely.
He's talking.
I may not remain here long. Dadera is receiving aid from a sensitive himself. It wasn't very clear, but I suspect that he is in league with this person.
Why not stay? Ahern has many dark and unused passages, have you seen? Well, that is not expedient. I have another place in preparation, and will depart immediately upon acquiring the services of this sensitive, wherever he is. Bring me the student lists when you return, with dispatch.
He's coming here,
Shawright squeaked. Oh, hell! Whelan searched for the plate, but couldn't find it right away. Hurry! Abelian urged. Did you say something? Edonan asked. He sounded very close. Whelan's hands scrambled over the wall.
There are trespassers in there,
the other voice shouted.
Press 8 Purslane,
Abelian hollered. Hum and bark. Shawright threw himself against the panel and tumbled out of the booth, upsetting the bookcase and scattering the Chancellor's rare collection across the carpet. Abelian was close behind, kicking the folios out of his path in his race for the door, only to find the photocell slow to react. Whelan hurdled the desk and shoved his friends ahead of him towards the door, which was still too narrow. The teleporter commenced to hum again. Ah! Whelan said, and charged, heedless of Abelian and Shawright, who crowded the exit. They would share bruises. But the Monitor Advocate found the office empty. A thread of thought arced over the ocean between Satyr's Dance and the continent called Ketis, and Slay's closed lids fluttered. Her immersion in a trance, shallow, as she channeled her consciousness through the tube of force generated by the currents deep in Gramere's mantle. Often she bit her lip in the effort of concentration. Other times her face lost animation, and then she would speak. Gramere, she mouthed carefully, testing its pronunciation. Dadera understood that she was attuning herself to the rhythms and pressures of the global Adonic field, and sensing the presence of a world. Not for the first time did both components of his being feel awe, for although he had a certain measure of skill in the art of mental action, he had not her genius. He must rely instead on thought-guide feedback to enter a trance, and even then there was debate as to whether such an induced state was identical with that which sensitives were able to achieve. Nonetheless, it was the only means Dadera had to connect with Slay on that subtle level, and he made himself ready. Slay was at her station under the translucent spindle. Dadera was at his. He scowled to himself, not yet fully reclined in his chair, unhappy with the idea of leaving his body to hunt Utigern, and figuratively riding on the back of a child as he did so. Although he felt no trust for the new personality maturing in Slay's disturbed psyche, albeit it, or she, another issue for debate, was as highly motivated in tracking the leader of the disloyal opposition as he was. However, Slay No. 2 had shown little love for Dadera, and followed the purposes of its own. For him, that other self was a factor he could not control, and he hated to be vulnerable. No help for it, Jean joked grimly. Idris sighed and stretched out on the cushions. The thought guide blinked and flickered in response to his agitation, but its scintillations gradually assumed a stealthier meter as Dadera marshaled the volition necessary for this kind of mental application. First, he entered that uneasy realm of coordinate-free perception, not noticing that he clenched his fists in reflex. Sourceless echoes of pure idea added to his disorientation. He subvocalized a growl, almost startling Slay from her sleep.
Ah, Brendlin, it's me, Idris John.
She calmed. Why do you have two names? Taken aback, he considered how difficult it was to lie in this mode. He had not meant to articulate his total name. It's a custom on my planet, he hazarded. When he received no answer, he relaxed. May I see how far you've travelled? Sure, look. And Dadera saw, with relief, the colourless void replaced by a view of Ketis, the largest landmass on Gramere, spread below him.
He estimated their height at 50 kilometers and decreasing as Slay glided in towards the nexus at or near Durian. World Candle's light glittered off the aerosol layer high in the atmosphere as they went through it. Then the jagged curve of the coast went by in a flash, followed by the yellow and sepia pattern of Ketis's autumn countryside. Dadara knew, rather than saw, that members of the planet's minor elite were gathering in their lodgings for an afternoon of orgy and gossip, with perhaps an exhibition of a stabled artist's output. Was that his own interpretation of raw data that Slay was feeding him? Or did she comprehend for him, filter the flood of images before they came to him? He decided that the question was meaningless. The scenery turned beneath them, a chain of hills with bits of land coral peeping through the soil to reach the sun, a copse of evergreen spore trees, another lodge with its sprawling colonnades. More slowly, as Slay's reluctance slowed itself.
My head hurts.
Well, the field density is only a little greater here than back of the yacht. You can do it.
What is the name of my rage?
What? Brendlin?
What had that been? Soft and quiet, yet conveying the promise of a bitter sting. The disturbance had reminded Dadara of an angry leech wasp trapped in a bottle.
He had no time to reflect. The skyline of Durian appeared on the horizon, its tapered towers a testament to the city's importance in the past, before a harsher time befell it. A community of sensitives had once resided here, alert to the eruption of interstellar merchantmen from the arabesque reality of the shadow state, and prepared to conduct them safely into orbit around the planet. One goal of the plutocrat was to revive their institution of controller adepts, in order to encourage traffic among the member worlds of even tenor. But he was not succeeding. Sensitives remained nothing but curiosities and entertainments. Both the prefect of Grammeri and the praetor of Ketis held their courts in Durian, and with the failure of the planet's teleport network, the city had grown with its function as administrative center, since the governmental departments could no longer be scattered all over the surface. But, Dadara observed, their route was taking them east of the city. The geodic nexus had indeed drifted from its former location, forsaking the city that had been built around it. Slay and Dadara arrived instead at a gigantic cube made of common rock. Dadara guessed that a given edge measured 2 kilometers in extent. Its walls stood unbroken, save for a cavernous portal facing the direction of the nearby capital. The contrast of this dull and weighty architecture with the slim spires of Durian was proof, to Dadara at least, of the decay of society here.
There is not even the barbaric vigor of Powell's palace. The Mary needs a good scouring, Idris said. What the hell is it?
Ahern University, it's called, John replied.
How do... Never mind, what's it for?
Training in the arts of law, of discourse, and of business, to quote the brochure, ostensibly.
Oh, yes.
Idris shifted attention to Slay.
Brendlin, what do people do in there? They listen to boring people talk for a long time, and then they fight. It's nasty.
You have the greater number of students intruding on your impression. What do the boring people do when they aren't lecturing?
I don't know. I mean, I can tell, but I don't understand it. Most of them argue and write about what it was like long ago, and about what's wrong today, and they try to make it back the way it was by telling the prefect what to do. They want to live hundreds of years ago. Stupid. If they did that, they'd be dead now. The rest of them are busy with mathematics, trying to make it tell them things about the world, but they keep getting the wrong answers. Others are trying to make the world do things for them. They want to be like me. But I was born this way. How can I do that?
There's a difference between skill and talent. Remember,
I told you there were people who can solve problems in their heads without a calculator. You're like that. These others here have to do it the hard way, and are teaching themselves how.
While Dadara explained that to slay, Idris consulted John.
They're attempting to rediscover science, and hermetics is part of the endeavour. How far along are they?
No progress, in spite of the Nexus. I've often wondered why magic comes hard in this day's age.
Does this university constitute a threat to even tenor?
You're asking the wrong one, and reconsider your question. Idris understood.
Brendelin? Is he here?
Tensely.
No, but he's close. He must be in the city. What fortune!
Dadara studied the Gravenstein ramparts of Ahern, hefting in his mind the chances of penetrating them without being detected.
You're assuming a connection between Utigern and this university.
Well, my suspicions are strong.
Here is a nexus for his adepts to tap. Well, granted. How will you confront him?
In person. I want to drill a hole between his eyes. Maybe then you'll dissolve and reveal whatever secret you've been hiding.
Maybe.
John seemed non-committal, unthreatened.
Brendelin, do you know if the faculty here is in touch with him? I'm scared.
It's all right. He can't hurt you.
Yes, he can. There's a man. I can't see him. I don't think he's here now. Who has met with him? I sense others too, but it's hard. There's a shroud over the whole place.
Well, that's all I need. And a precautionary screen, such as that one in Utigern's hallmark. He at least is successful in the art.
Irina.
Say again.
Idris, we're in danger. We must return to the yacht.
Is it Utigern?
No, the affliction comes from another quarter. Brendelin. Brendelin? Leave your trance. What about her? Awaken! Brendelin!
Dadara gave up and roused himself. Slay stood over him with a knife from the galley.
Mother of God!
He hurled himself to the floor and regained his feet in a moment, poised for defence. Slay remained by the chair, the blade pointed at the area occupied by his chests, seconds before.
How long has she been there?
Less than a minute.
Does he possess her?
No. Slay drove the knife into the chair, sinking it into the upholstery up to the hilt. She withdrew it and struck again, over and over. The soft thuds of her blows, the only sounds in the chamber. A hint of a frown marked her features, and a tear trickled down the side of her nose to be shaken loose by a jerk of her head as she stabbed the ragged chair one more time.
Gently. Brendelin. Try Irina.
What?
Oh, her other persona. Irina.
But her trance had deepened.
Irina!
He shouted. She stopped and raised her eyes to him. He recognized the fury there.
This child knows murder. She is aptly named. She also knows terror, do you see? You carelessly mentioned his name, and she reacted. And in future, Idris John, you'll expose neither her nor me to possible attacks from Utigern.
She ground out.
I will not accept the risk.
She challenged him with a glare, dropped her knife, and walked stiffly back to her chair. Soon she was asleep.
Restraining straps, was Idris's reaction. You're angry. She was merely protecting herself, not at my expense, and she'll not menace the success of this mission.
She's your partner.
She's a tool.
Irodinum, on his own initiative, culled the lists for a student named Pearlslane. Shawright read a proscribed cube on the history of even tenor, and discovered the rank of the title His Worthiness. Abellion intoxicated himself, and mumbled a line from a tavern poem about the death of a hero named Dadara at the hands of an old comrade. A nameless adept sweated and squirmed as he contacted the psyche of an unwitting sensitive named Whelan for his master. Whelan sat at his desk, with his head in his arms,
and pictured the flight of a starship, invisible but for a shimmer in the air. Utigern examined the soul of his foe, and found two willful temperaments stalking each other like a pair of jealous cats. Slay brooded over her blackouts, and tried to ignore the other voice in her head as it called her name. Dadera guided the yacht to a clearing in the forest, close to the university. Cirrus clouds feathered a one blue sky. "Now you're talking with a paper rectum," Abelian said. "Dadera was killed by his colleague in the Broach cluster 100 years away, after they helped Powell install himself as plutocrat."
"Oh, that's just a poem,"
Whelan protested. "You used to put stock in them."
"But not complete faith. Ever hear of poetic license? All the more reason to go elsewhere."
That was Shawright.
"Well, that doesn't follow. Your father will get mad if you keep attending those logic courses instead of proper commerce,"
Shawright said defensively. The three of them had gathered in the shadows of a corridor near an intersection. From where they stood could be seen the now vacant office of the newest member of Ahern's tenure track.
"How do you know this instructor is the same fellow we heard from inside the teleport booth?"
Abelian challenged.
"I overheard him talking to the Chancellor."
"When?"
"This morning, as they left his office."
"Quit your damn inquisition."
"What does he look like?"
Shawright asked. Whelan considered.
"Why, he's big without being fat. He has a wide face, not a bad looker. It could be competition for the affections of a certain secretary."
Abelian leered comically.
"And white hair."
Speaking of which, you didn't mention any suspicious goings-on."
"Well, perhaps the Chancellor isn't involved,"
Shawright said.
"Possibly."
"Why the teleporter in his office, then?"
"Well, maybe he uses it to get to Durian and carouse. But if you give any credence to what Gallingle says, you're definitely lost."
Abelian jeered. Whelan brightened. Abelian's use of Shawright's nickname signalled that he was ready for an adventure, the disaster of their last lark forgotten.
"What's his notable's name?"
"Regulus Chowson."
"And you believe he's an outlaw?"
"A traitor, even,"
Shawright added excitedly, his eyes dancing. A half-smile formed on his lips.
"Remember that the Monica advocate called him your worthiness? Well, that means Chawson. I bet it isn't even his real name. Considers himself a candidate for the plutocracy."
"You're peculiar," Abelin said.
"No, I'm not. It's true. Isn't it, Purslane?"
"Well, I'd prefer a different appellation now that the world knows my old one."
Whelan granted Abelian a significant look. Abelian shrugged and smiled generously.
"Anyway, it's true. The candidacy is based on merit."
"Was? You forget the contest for the high seat, Sage Buff."
Yes, so much for protocol. You realize what we're delaying here?"
"I know that," Abelian said lightly.
"Shall we go?"
"Well, how will we break in?"
Shawright wanted to know. "Need you ask?" They approached the door after certifying that no one was in the better-lit corridor. Abelian confidently recited the code, then grimaced as the door refused to yield. After consulting his memory, a task Whelan compared to rummaging through an untidy trunk, he said it again, slightly amended. The door obliged him then, and they dashed inside. The room was dominated by a U-shaped desk made of polished metal. Sitting on it were a sizable globe of interlocking brass rings, mounted on a pedestal, and an ordinary cube reader. A stool was provided for an uncomfortable sit. A carpet cushioned the floor.
"Ostentatious, isn't it?"
Abelian remarked as he went round the desk. He found the drawers unlocked and proceeded to investigate their contents.
What do we hope to accomplish here?"
Whelan was at pains to answer. What imp was driving him?
"We'll find something suspicious and turn it over to the authorities,"
Shawright said, self-righteously, winning a sneer from Abelian.
"I think our friend Purslane is bored with life here," Abelian said then. "He would like to be a hero, perhaps. figure into his own epic.
Unaccountably embarrassed, Whelan said, "Don't mock me." He had to force a stammer from his speech. Bellion didn't hear. His face cheerful, he drew an object from the lowest drawer on his left, a dagger half as long as his forearm. The blade flashed silver in the lamplight, and all of them could see the letters engraved on it.
What are these?
Oh, words, probably.
Whelan was infatuated.
There used to be more than one alphabet in use in the distant past, on the birth world.
Why the hell use one now?
Bellion asked, scowling in his disappointment.
I want to know what it says.
He flipped it carefully and caught the blade.
Sharp.
You keeping it?
Whelan's frustration showed.
I found it, didn't I?
He slid his find under the belt of his tunic and struck a pose, grinning.
Ah, quite the swaggering figure, eh?
Spare me.
Envy yet.
He slipped it around his waist, out of sight under his cloak.
It'll show,
Shawright said.
Not enough. A nice souvenir, but hardly proof of Chausson's venality. I know an instructor who collects whips and antique weapons.
Emboldened by Bellion's success, Whelan joined him in checking the remaining drawers.
Hey,
Shawright objected, alarm mounting.
We aren't here to steal.
Shut up,
Whelan said, his discomfort aggravated.
We're looting,
Bellion added in his best lecture style.
Do not appeal to our better natures.
He giggled.
Whoa, son, what have you?
Whelan had found a rod of ebon wood, 30 centimetres in length. It had been carved in the same elegant calligraphy as was on the knife, save for a smooth hand's breadth in the middle which curved gently inward for a good grip. He handled it, enjoying its balance.
Oh, this is mine,
he claimed defensively.
Well, fine by me. Now we know that Chausson whittles.
Whelan didn't laugh, but had slipped into a reverie, imagining a black field strewn with hundreds of wickless candles. I have found my key, something said. Of a sudden, a clammy breeze sprang up and caused the flames to blink and hurry, and Whelan knew that the occupants of Ahern were experiencing an inexplicable dread.
Sure that thing isn't a sexual aid?
Bellion's jibe sounded remote and hollow.
I'm for quitting this place.
There's malice abroad, and it encroaches,
Whelan sang in ringing tones.
Go to hell twice, Whelan.
Bellion circled the desk.
Huh?
Confusion. Shawright had turned back to the door, which would not open. The photocell's glow faded slowly out.
Yep.
Bellion pushed him aside and, standing on tiptoe, waved a hand in front of it without result. Whelan stared at the device with a strange frown, his new acquisition held in a tight fist. Bellion kicked the door in fury.
Well, damn,
he yelled.
Let's try to find another exit,
Whelan said.
Such as?
Whelan walked to the centre of the room, knelt, and hauled the carpet back to show an iron ring bolted to the floor. I stepped on it earlier.
Good guess, my man. Pull on it.
It required their combined efforts to lift the Gravenstein slab. Steps led down.
I see a lamp,
Bellion said.
Let's go.
At the bottom, they peered about in the dusky chamber, hoping to find a passage out. What they saw were 2 divans covered with dark leather. By one of them stood a waist-high tripod, topped with what appeared to be shards of crystal. The odd furniture was inside the borders of a hexagon, painted on the flagstones, which glowed with a phosphorescence that Bellion had mistaken for lamplight. With a surety he could not explain, Whelan stepped carefully around the luminous perimeter, his boot soles clopping, and continued on to the opposite wall. His friends had no choice but to follow, although the cool, musty air and the eerie light made them want to do otherwise. Whelan's fingers probed the cracks between the bricks with a new urgency. He shortly tripped a hidden switch, and a section of the wall swung outward.
This is the craziest building on Grammary, Abelian said, shakily. Another teleport booth. Looks new.
It is, Whelan said, and it has more than one route tied into it. Abelian stared at his friend.
How do you know?
That bank of switches, see? In fact, Whelan had only just spotted them himself. He was as confused at the information springing up in him as Abelian. "Don't go in there," Shawright whispered.
"I don't care where it takes me, as long as it's away from here."
His anxiety grew. So did Shawright's, and unknown to them, every person in Ahern experienced the same foreboding. A presence filled with evil purpose was coming. Abelian raised his foot to cross into the booth.
"Hurry!"
"The terror comes by the same road you take to escape it."
"Leave first, before it arrives."
But all assurance had gone. Abelian hesitated.
"Huh?"
Too late. This teleporter worked more quietly, although the booth flared briefly in a ghostly mimic of lightning. The white-haired man, now standing within it, looked tall in his black silken robe. A smile showed, to even teeth. "Well, my weapon delivers itself into my hand," he said. His voice was strong, his manner haughty. His attention was fixed on Whelan. Abelian, frightened, went for his knife. Without bothering to look, Utigern slapped him back-handed to the floor. Shawright showed a rare valor by snatching up the fallen dagger and slashing at the man's face. Ignoring the line of blood on his cheek, Utigern answered the assault with a vicious kick to the groin. Shawright curled up like burning paper. Utigern looked up then, and watched Whelan run terrified across the room and up the steps to the office above.
"Your ordnance!"
he called with obscene confidence. Whelan thought he saw a pair of sandaled feet. His head was just above floor level, when the heavy slab came down on it. A third divan was brought in. "What will you have me do now, your worthiness?" "Go to the Chancellor and allay his worries. What I am about to engage in will roil the atmosphere here, and I will not have him frightened into rash action. It would be an annoyance. Ah, my medium has arrived. Come out of the booth, you. Must I cut off another finger? Your spirit is bound to mine. That's better. Sit over here. Jordanen, drag this one's body over there and place it on the divan. Good. Now go. My enemy is near, and I mustn't tarry. I've run from him long enough." Dardara had decided that he would first jam the teleport ranging signal, which he suspected to be there, in order that Utigern could not escape that way. Then he would swoop down in the yacht, breach the walls of the university with his energy cannon, and get himself and Slay inside, so she could pinpoint Utigern's location, and he would track him down and kill him. He had no opportunity. As he stepped across the threshold of the control chamber, he was ripped from familiarity and plunged into the nothingness that misliked him so. In that termless domain he heard the laughter of his enemy, and knew that the battle had been brought to him. Then, just as quickly, he found himself on the deck, his nose and cheek aching from the fall he had taken. Gasping for breath, he shook off the disorientation and regained his feet. Utigern's hold had not been fast, but he would clutch again. Dardara wanted to present a better defense the next time. Slay stood beside her chair, frozen with fear. She knew, too. "Climb on your seat," he said, and fell onto the newly repaired cushions of his own. A moment later, Slay nervously did likewise. Dardara's return to the illo tempore of trance was more controlled. He sought for Utajern's emanations, but failed to detect any except his own and Slay's. So, Black moved first, thought Idris. I would have chosen a less abstract arena. May I count on Slay's resources? Moot. Her shield is lowered so that her talent can operate unencumbered. It won't serve well. How about a fence? More effective. Therefore, Dardara shouted defiantly, Has my foe deserted the field? You are yet a boaster, Idris, despite the change you've undergone, Utajern suddenly said. I also assert that you are less of an opponent, now that your forces are divided between you and your other personality. A most curious development. May I take credit for it? Dardara wavered. What Utajern had suggested was entirely possible. Dardara had come off badly in their last psychic battle, not long before John's appearance. Yet, with a firmness he did not feel, he retorted, That you have double the number of your antagonists? Why, certainly. Slay dazedly observed the ritual exchange of threats and insults. Through her, Dardara felt the presence of the sensitives Utajern was using. Why two? And what were their powers? I am gladdened that you brought my young companion with you. A pleasurable tribute. Hello, Brenda. I anticipate the evenings when I can pull you to me again, and I guarantee your talent will not go unappreciated this time. Take heed, Idris. Slay is likely to lapse into catatonia. Well, can't you protect her? A little, but it will interfere with her conjury. Then don't. Damn her weakness. Where is that arena personality? Dardara thrust a psychic spearhead at Utajern, who parried it easily. Then, employing a standard strategy, Dardara aroused in Utajern memories of his previous defeats to erode his morale, implanting false recollections among them in order to precipitate a psychosis. No results. So he commandeered Slay's talent and fed Utajern a diet of counterfeit perceptions. A special orchestra performed a strident cacophony, as a withering blast of wind carried the odours of Powell's punitive flesh pits to Utajern's sensorium. Dardara simultaneously reached into his adversary's pleasure centre and struck the chords that would give the mix of outrageous impressions and irresistible allure. The reaction was gratifying. What? Abolish? Withdraw? Utajern's retreat was so rapid that Dardara's balance was almost upset. First blood is mine, but I wish he'd taken the time to study that handbook of tactics. You'll regret it more, I fear. He's launching another assault. And it tore at him, bludgeoned him, shredded his binary identity to tatters, and snapped hungrily at the ragged edges. Both he and Slay cried out in pain and surprise. Dardara focused on fending for himself in the struggle of wills and emotions, thereby drawing the greater part of the onslaught to him. At once, he enlisted Slay's power and applied it generously in slashing and cleaving. She whimpered, unheard. Utajern reduced the fury of his blows and gave ground, rewarding Dardara with a view of his physical environs. Utajern was reposing on a divan, close to one side of a hexagonal expanse of floor, dressed in a black robe, with a cowl pulled over his head. The side opposite him was vacant, but two divans had been set side by side against the sides adjacent to it. Another cowled form lay on one. 3 fingers were missing from an exposed hand. The third person wore a kilt and tunic. His mouth hung slack, and a stream of spittle ran down his cheek to the pillow. At the centre of the geometric figure was a stand holding 3 thought guides, one for each participant. Past the outline of the hexagon lurked a jet darkness, Eutychern drew a deep breath and exhaled a foul gust which repelled Dardera from the vicinity. He drifted helplessly over a vast ground, ablaze with a multitude of candles, each of which was a thinking, fearing intelligence disturbed by the storm. He wondered whose faculty he used for that vision.
Idris, John too, let us end this. Your persecution of me has generated nothing but legends. We can pursue my goal together, form a new triumvirate.
Eutychern chuckled at his witticism.
You know as well as I the pledges Powell has broken. To renew the dominion and to revive the age which preceded this dark one. That was our purpose in placing him on the high seat, thereby opposing the selection made by his predecessor, Rowan I. We risked civil war for that.
Dardera addressed the howl of the wind.
The old order fell because of its errors. It was corrupt. Powell is trying to create a new order.
There is nothing new in building a personal empire, held together by force and guesswork. I will do it the right way.
By subversion, perversion, and slavery? You're an abomination, Eutychern. You are not worthy.
Am I not? See how far my evolution has brought me.
Dimly, far below, Dardera could see a pair of flames, set apart from the rest. A stream of air worried one of them until it vanished. Now he knew that the other speck of light was his own élan vital.
An unfortunate loss,
Eutychern resumed.
Where is your strength now?
Idris, Brendolin's gone.
Dead?
No, but reduced to an idiot. Brendolin, I'm sorry. Just as useless to me.
Eutychern advanced. Dardera had no alternative but to hasten from the weird battleground.
What is the name of my rage?
He heard again the buzzing of wasps, that indistinct purr just beyond the range of his senses. Looking behind him, he saw only Eutychern, grinning fiercely. Did other beings exist in this state? Eutychern, less talented, apparently hadn't noticed. The indiscernible noise may have been an hallucination. No matter now.
What is the name of your rage? Huh? Arena. John, do you hear something? Yes. I don't know what it is either.
Idris, John,
Eutychern taunted.
Play your game. We're merely in the middle of it.
Who are you?
Arena queried.
Numitor, emergent, to handle the experiences on this level of being, an aspect of the person abused by Eutychern.
Arena said,
You are akin to me in more ways than one, then.
Dardera tried to swim up to mundane consciousness, could almost make out the smooth walls of the ship's chamber around him. He formed a command for the yacht to lift itself, but Eutychern smothered him in his grasp and pulled him back down.
Play your game, play your game, play your game.
Unheard by either, Numitor said,
Arena, I would make a pact with you. It's nature?
Eutychern hacked Dardera in two. For the first time in 5 years, Idris was alone. He didn't like it.
Temporary shelter in your body for that part of me named Padrig, in exchange for permission to inhabit my body for your use.
Idris was slowly splintering, fragmenting. Cherished memories slipped from his grasp. His first love, his first duel, his first feast at the plutocrat's table, his first
undying.
John retaliated with a hammering which astonished Eutychern with its force, causing the latter to spend a good deal of effort to drive John back.
Now I will finish this business,
Eutychern said.
I agree to the transaction, or else the old fool will get himself killed, and for reasons of my own, of course.
Wieland's body shook reflexively, sat up. Utigern and his adept were too deep in concentration to notice. Wieland lifted himself from the divan and walked to where Shawright lay, his thought guide twisting on a hinge to stay trained on him. Utigern's expression grew troubled when Wieland stepped over the bounds of the pentacle, but it was quickly soothed. Wieland bent over, then straightened, and turned to face Utigern. Idris had been reduced to a song from his childhood by this time, and John was slowly succumbing to a terrific and relentless pressure. Utigern gloated. Kilometres away, Slay hoisted herself on her elbows and stared in stupefaction at her body. Wieland stepped up to Utigern's couch and raised the arm. The dagger rose and fell once, twice. Utigern's blood flowed black in the foxfire light of his pentacle, and he screamed. Wieland screamed too.
"Die, you son of a bitch!"
His voice was pitched so high that it resembled a young girl's. He didn't stop until his arms were bloody up to the shoulders.
"He's dead,"
she said much later.
"Are you sure?" "Yes. If you insist on checking, you can, but Ahern is as raucous as a nest of yen spiders right now."
She looked askance at Dadera.
"To whom am I speaking?"
"Oh, John," Dadera said wearily. "We both survived, however. Idris is inchoate, but is refamiliarizing itself with the memories stored in its brain.
Brendelin?"
"Dead too.
I'm sad for her. She didn't live to witness her revenge."
Irina Slay brooded.
"I'll remember her."
"Isn't memory the basis of identity?"
"Are you the same person now that you were a year ago?"
Dadera laughed. "It'll take me years to unpack the meaning in that question. The whole subject of personal identity makes for strange philosophies." "Then, what are the sensitives under Utigern's control?"
"Well, one of them is what I'd call an enthrall. His is the type that Utigern used to ensnare the wills of his other adept. The poor chap is a gibbering idiot now. The other one was an innocent, in no way directly connected with our late enemy. Are you afraid for him?"
"Not from the opposition, no. It will collapse without the charisma of its leader, and will be no danger to this. Purslane, you call him? Odd name."
"No, I was thinking—" "Leave him alone."
She noted the sharpness of her tone and softened it.
"After all, you have me, don't you?"
"Yes, I have. I won't compel you to work for his munificence. You may leave his service at a time of your choosing. But what of Purslane? I don't want him to face a charge of homicide." Saying this, he turned his gaze to the thin crescent of Grammeri, dwindling in the viewport. What kind of life can he have there?
"Oh, don't concern yourself. He left via Utigern's teleporter. That is, I did. He came to on a bank of the Serapic River outside Durian, naked and none the wiser, free of suspicion, his arms in the water, the sins washed away."
"His sins are yours." She only smirked at him. "She's protecting him, the slut," Idris managed to say.
"Shut up."
"Well, shall we go then?" Without waiting for a yea or nay, Dadera sent a mental directive to the navigation unit. Slay bid Numitor a hurried farewell. The yacht slipped into the universe's shadow and was gone. The tension that had built up during the battle broke violently. Classes were cancelled. The Chancellor barricaded himself in his office with a broken teleporter for company. Utigern lay where a scholar-at-arms had found him, with most of his fingers cut off by the giggling madman squatting beside him. The exotic dagger which had been used for the job lay freshly blooded on the floor close by. The scholar ran out to give the alarm, but he disappeared in a melee between two contending gangs. Alec Abellion recovered his airboat and conducted a personal raid on Durian, only to discover that several gangs had walked the distance to make the place a shambles. He managed to rent a companion and fly out to the country to admire the season's colours. Robin Shawright found love in the bed of a boyish-looking secretary. Padrick Whelan decided that the uproar would soon die down, to be replaced by the time-worn, plodding pace of everyday life. The heroic age would never come to Grimeri. He would never have any sort of contact with those adventures, those gigantic people whose games shook worlds, and who strode the stars, quoting stilted phrases and performing glorious deeds. Never. At least the disturbing dreams had stopped, after the one he had about being a girl. And in the meantime, Whelan, the new leader of a gang calling itself the Snotty Undergraduates, looked down at Jordanan's bleeding body and led his troops in a cheer, brandishing his black wand in an upraised fist. The Prisoner of Gravity, by F. Gwynplaine MacIntyre. Melissa was fat. Don't hate her. That's no crime, is it, fat? She's a nice person, very friendly, loves children and animals. There's not a person in the world who can say an unkind word about Melissa, except, well, fat. Melissa was fat. She lived in a third-floor walk-up in a neighborhood that nice people like you wouldn't be caught dead in. She lived alone with her grey cat, Nijinsky, and a flicker-dim TV set, and 6 million calories lurking in the fridge. Melissa was fat, and Melissa was lonely. She earned maybe $5, $6 a week selling cosmetics to women over the phone, women she'd never met, women who would laugh if they ever got a look at this fat, hippo, tubbo, lardo, fatty, fat lady who was trying to sell them beauty aids. And people don't connect fat with beauty. But over the phone, Melissa was thin, and she had such a lovely voice. Melissa was alone. She never went out, never saw anybody. Her employers hadn't seen her in nearly 6 years. Every 2 weeks she phoned them her sales information, and they mailed her a check. David would cash it for her. David was nice. David was the delivery boy down at the A&P. 3 times a week David came for her grocery list. David would take her paychecks to the cash-cashing place on the 103rd Street and pay her utility bills there. David would bring her the change and the little tin cans, shiny bright with red labels of Purina cat chow for Nijinsky. His favorite flavor was tuna and liver. David would bring up her mail and the bags of kitty litter, and drag down the heavy bags of garbage. And 3 times a week, David would bring Melissa food. Melissa hated food because it made her fat, and being fat made her lonely. She hated the ring-dings and Drake's cakes and Yoo-Hoos and Hershey bars and Malomars and Fritos and Cheetos and Doritos and sugar-coated calories and fat. She hated it, and she hated herself for eating it. But the world, 2 flights down those rickety stairs, was full of thin people, skinny people, people who treated fat Melissa like she was some kind of freak or a clown or like she didn't exist at all. You with the circus, fat lady? Hey, Tubbo, you a pig or an elephant? And the children were the very worst of all. Blubbo, Tubbo, Hippo, Chubbo, Big Butt, 2-ton fat. So Melissa stayed home with her bare, peeling walls and her little grey cat and a refrigerator full of chocolate chip cookies that whispered her name, and popcorn and cupcakes that told her they loved her. So Melissa stayed home, and Melissa was alone. And Melissa was fat, but she also had a secret. Melissa loved to dance.
When the night came, when the Skinnies of the thin world had gone home for the evening, Melissa danced, with her hair down her back and her small soft feet bare, and the night all her own. Melissa danced, with her eyes closed in the center of the room, with the music humming softly in her brain. Melissa danced, and in the softness of the night, with no mirrors to show fat reflections, with no lights to cast fat shadows, with no strangers to call her fat names, in the night-time, Melissa was thin, and with her eyes closed she danced on the stages of Lincoln Center, the Albert Hall, the Monte Carlo Ballet. With her eyes closed and the real world gone away, Melissa danced. And Melissa was graceful. To the neighbors downstairs, whom she had heard screaming up at her but had never met, she was a lumbering fat cow. Her dancing made cracks in the ceilings. Her dancing put holes in their walls. In the real world she stumbled, she tripped, she fell down, with great vast rolls of fat pinning her to the floor, with gravity chaining her enormous weight to the earth. But in her dream dance, Melissa was thin, and light, and graceful, and she danced her pirouettes and arabesques. She never fell down, and her slim toes hardly ever touched the floor. In her dream dance, Melissa travelled on gossamer strands. To all the Skinners around her, with their skinny little minds, Melissa was a fatso pig hippo, a freak. But when Melissa danced with her eyes closed, in the dance of her dreaming, then Melissa was a swan, and the wings of her dance flew on the moonlight and stars. But when her eyes opened, when the sun came out, when the children started calling fatso names up at her from the alley, Melissa fell to earth with a thud. When the dance stopped, when the dream died, when reality came in through the woodwork, Melissa was fat. And then, one day, David stopped coming. She phoned the A&P. They told her David hadn't shown up for a week. Probably given up his lousy delivery job for more profitable employment as a mugger, they told her. Maybe he's on drugs somewhere. Maybe he's dead. In a stinking neighborhood like this, anything's possible. Anyway, they said as they hung up, we can always get another delivery boy. So he's missing. So who cares? Melissa cared. She struggled her size 46 body into a size 38 coat that she hadn't worn in 9 years. She fed Nijinsky and dug up her keys and went out. Huffing, puffing, freak-fat Melissa went out for the first time in nearly 6 years into the world of the Skinnies. She had to find David. She found him at Sydenham Hospital in a coma. Some punks had robbed him on the street, sliced him open for the $3 in the pocket of his jeans. The doctors asked if Melissa knew David's address or phone number. She didn't even know his last name. He had a granny someplace. He'd told Melissa how he was going to be a doctor someday, going to help people, going to give his granny a house and a car. But Melissa didn't know the woman's name, or if David had any parents. Melissa left her own name and address at the hospital, promised to come back, offered to donate blood if David needed a transfusion. The young thin, smart, thin, handsome, thin doctors exchanged thin glances thinly. We appreciate your offer of blood, said one doctor, glancing at Melissa's 327 pounds of bulk. But I'm afraid you'd make an unsuitable donor. The toxin count in your bloodstream, serum cholesterol, adipose tissue, probability of hyperglycemic transfer, blah, blah, yada, blah. Translation, fat. We don't want you, and we don't want your blood. Even your blood is too fat. Go home, fatty. Melissa went home, ignoring the stares of the Skinnies, ignoring the comments. The freak show must be in town. Here comes the fat lady. She went home, ignoring the stares, and the stairs groaning under her tonnage. She squeezed herself through the too narrow doorway of her apartment,
shrugged herself out of her too-small coat, and went to find comfort in the place she always found it, at the altar of the great god, frigid air. She ate great vast globs of greasy chicken and piggy pork and salted nuts and lots of sugar, candy, soda cake and pie and butterscotch, marshmallow, popsicle, jam, chocolate chip, tutti-frutti delight. And she hated herself every calorie of the way, with no willpower at all, with no nothing but eat. And then she danced. Fat Melissa did a pig-fat dance. Dream dance of a 60-ton hippo, left foot out, right foot back, fat body fall down, fat body makes fat crash on fat floor, and fat lady gets hurt. But who cares what happens to the fat lady? And Melissa wept. Knock. She looked up through 2 eye-loads of tearful self-pity. Who could that be? Knock. At the door. Nobody ever came here. Perhaps if she waited long enough they would go away and leave her alone. Knock, knock, knock. Is there anybody home? It was a man's voice, a stranger's. News of David, perhaps. She got up, gasping, shuddering, wallowing in her layers of fat. Melissa opened the door. You are Melissa Jackson, I believe? He was dressed all in black. Black trousers, black waistcoat, black hat, black frock coat with black string tie, black shirt, black gloves on his hands, shiny black boots reaching up to his knees, black walking stick with a silver knob top. And he took off his tall black hat, and he bowed. Miss Jackson, he said, and stroked his bright fire-red whiskers. The stranger had red hair and green eyes and pale skin. All the rest of him was covered with black. Oh, who sent you up here to— You are, I believe, Melissa Jackson? He had a strange voice, a peculiar accent of some kind. English? Irish? Oh, from Boston, maybe. She couldn't tell. With the greatest of efforts, Melissa spoke. Yes, I'm Melissa Jackson. What do you want? Permit me to introduce myself, he said, and bowed again. The name's McFinnigan. My card. He stroked his fiery moustache, and he handed her a card, upside down. It read, P.T. McFinnigan, Chancemonger, London, New York, Peking, Melbourne. Branch offices in outlying planes of reality. And for the international telex number, it gave the sign for infinity. Congratulations, Miss Jackson, he told her. Your name has been placed among the semi-finalists in our latest galaxy-wide sweepstakes. You have an excellent chance of winning the grand prize. Sweepstakes? Grand prize? Semi-finals? Melissa had never won anything in her life. The possibility of winning something now, in the depths of her grief for poor David and her pity for herself, caught her unsure of how to react. She opened and closed her mouth, and then blinked. I shall return at the next transdimensional cycle shift, said McFinnigan. I sincerely hope, Miss Jackson, that at that time you shall be our grand prize winner. Be seeing you. He put his hat on and started to go. By the way, your cat is hungry. Melissa turned. Her cat Nijinsky was batting a can of Purina tuna and liver across the floor, trying to open it with his paws, making hungry little squeaks. When she turned back to the door, the man had vanished. The only proof he'd ever been there was the card in Melissa's fat hands. A curious card. She turned it over and over, examining the words printed in shiny black ink on the white. And no matter how many times she turned the card right side up, the letters and the words stayed always pointing one way, like the needle of a compass. No matter how she turned the card, the print stayed upside down. 3 days later, the hospital called and said that David was dead. They had been unable to locate any relatives. For a long time, Melissa sat alone in her chair, with the dull, numbing pain of his death in her mind, as she sat there ignoring the world, ignoring Nijinsky, ignoring the sounds and the shadows, as she quietly sat. She mourned the death of David, smiling David who would never smile again. But she also felt the loss of David, her link with the outside world. David, the insulation between herself and the city of the Skinners. She was going to have to go outside for herself now, climb her own stairs, cash her own checks, buy her own groceries. She was going to have to drag her fat body into the skinny people's buildings, endure their taunts, ignore their stares, try not to listen when they called her fat, pig, hippo, cow, fat. She crossed to the window and looked far below. Nobody had missed David, nor claimed his body, nor cared that he had died. Would anybody ever miss her, Melissa wondered, if someday she died? The window was open, and she slowly leaned out, looking down into the alley full of trash and broken bottles. It occurred to Melissa that if she leaned out another fraction of an inch, another fragment of motion, her top-heavy body would topple over and out of the window, and she would fall into the alley far below. Her own fatness would kill her. Would anybody care, except her little cat Nijinsky? She leaned forward, wondering if... Knock. "Miss Jackson," said a voice, and the door flew wide open. In stepped none other than P.T. McFinnigan. Melissa stepped away from the window. "I thought I had locked that door." "Not to me, you hadn't," said McFinnigan, and winked. "Congratulations, Miss Jackson. You were the lucky winner of our galaxy-wide sweepstakes. The grand prize is yours." Prize? Stammered Melissa, wondering if this man were perhaps an extremely imaginative mugger, and this was all some huge grand scheme to mug her. "What's the prize?"
"Anything," said McFinnigan, twirling his silver-tipped cane. "Anything at all, within certain limited parameters, of course. The temporal distortion tolerances are—"
"David." For the first time since she'd met him, P.T. McFinnigan appeared to be caught off guard.
"I beg your pardon."
"I wish David were alive," said Melissa. "If I can have anything, I wish for them,
"David? Ah, yes. Steady on a moment."
McFinnigan reached out one gloved hand and pulled a pocket calculator out of thin air, like Melissa had seen a magician do with a bunch of roses once on TV. The man in the black suit touched several buttons on the calculator, and then frowned.
"I'm sorry. Our records show that this David has already been relocated to a district where my organization has no jurisdiction, I'm afraid."
"David is dead," said Melissa. The stranger softly smiled, showing brightly, whitely teeth pointy sharp in his mouth.
"As I said, he is in a province where my organization has no jurisdiction."
He snapped his black-gloved fingers, and the calculator disappeared.
"You do, however, have one free wish, the grand prize, you know, with no strings attached, nothing asked in return. What would you care to wish for?"
What have you got?" Melissa wanted to know.
"Excellent question,"
said P.T. McFinnigan. He reached into mid-air and produced a long yellowed parchment scroll, which he unrolled.
"Here are the things you can wish for." And he read from the list: "Health, wealth, fortune, fame, your very own private Pac-Man game, lotions, potions, mandrake roots, four-leaf clovers, seven-league boots, diamonds, rubies, gold doubloons, and a bottle of beer and a bucket of prunes, St. George's dragon, St. Elmo's fire, and last but not least, your own secret desire."
Melissa was thinking faster than she'd ever thought before in her life. "A secret desire?"
"Oh, not just a secret desire," said McFinnigan. "Your secret desire." tailored to your personal specifications. He snapped his finger, and the scroll turned into a writing desk.
Melissa gasped audibly. "How did you—"
"Molecular transposition," said McFinnigan, and grinned. "Any infant could do it with 50 years' practice." He took a small pamphlet out of a desk drawer, as the whole writing desk turned into a raven and flew out of the window. "Let's see now," he said, consulting the pamphlet. "We have a wide range of secret desires available. Money, beauty, sexual enhancement, wisdom, immortality, precognition, the star dance, invisibility."
"What's a star dance?" Melissa asked, getting interested.
"Oh, you wouldn't wanted it," said P.T. McFinnigan. "Now then, where was I? Ah, yes, invulnerability, personality, radiasthenia, psychokinesis—"
"The star dance," said Melissa, breathless with excitement. She had no idea what the word meant, but the strange sound of it had piqued her curiosity, and having been told that the star dance was something she couldn't possibly want, made her want it all the more. "What is the star dance?"
McFinnigan had finished reading his list, and now he snapped his fingers. The pamphlet disappeared. "Well, that's like the lot of them," he announced. "Which secret desire would you like?"
"What's a star dance?" Melissa repeated.
"Oh, now really," P.T. McFinnigan looked distinctly annoyed. "The star dance is a very simple thing, easily attained. We place you in an anti-gravity chamber and allow you to float, suspended in the center of a room. Once there, you can turn handsprings on the ceiling, go waltzing on the walls, caper mad rigadoons, and do a mid-air mambo. You can do a tango, fandango, and do the cha-cha without the slightest sensation of weight or gravity. You can levitate, you can fly. Well, it's all dreadfully dull, really. You couldn't possibly want it. Now, we have a wide range of other gifts available for you."
"The star dance," said Melissa, barely listening. In the far-off secret place in the back of her mind, she could see herself dancing, without weight, the way she'd always dreamed of dancing. No gravity, no awkwardness, no 300 and more pounds of huge, shuddering fat chaining her down to the earth in dull clumsiness. To be able to dance as though flying. "The star dance," breathed Melissa, and in her mind she was already 1,000 light years away, pirouetting in a dance without gravity, without weight, without fat. "Give me the star dance."
"Now, do not choose in haste what you may regret at your leisure," said the man in black. "I can give you instead the gift of wisdom or longevity."
"The star dance."
"I can give you the ability to see into the future."
"The star dance."
"I can put kingdoms at your feet with vast, infinite wonders."
"The star dance."
"I can make you famous, so famous that in 10,000 years all—"
"The star dance, the star dance."
"The star dance. Very well, madam." P.T. McFinnigan mopped his forehead with a scarlet handkerchief, which promptly disappeared back into the thin air he had pulled it out of. "I think your choice is unwise, but the rules of our pan-galactic lottery specifically state that the winner's decision is final." He bowed deeply and handed her a card. "Miss Jackson, the star dance is yours. Be at the address on this card tomorrow at noon. Until then, au revoir."
The card he gave her slipped out of Melissa's hand and tumbled, spinning to the floor. She bent to pick it up, and when she straightened up again, the man in black clothing was gone. Stardance Ballroom. Melissa was positive that this building had never been here before. But then, glancing from the huge crystal tower in front of her to the address on the small rectangular card in her hand, and back to the tower again, Melissa reminded herself that more than 12 years had passed since the last time she'd ventured south of 97th Street. There were a lot of buildings in Manhattan she'd never seen before. "Stardance Ballroom," said the sign above the entrance, in neon words 6 stories high. She clutched the white pasteboard card even tighter in her hand and struggled her fatness up the short flight of stairs, ignoring the comments and snickerings of the people who saw her and made fat lady jokes as they passed. "Good afternoon, Melissa Jackson." The metal doors slid shut behind her as she entered, and a voice emanated from a loudspeaker invisible somewhere overhead. A brilliant spotlight in the center of the ceiling made it difficult for her to see what was up there.
Please remove any clothing you do not wish to wear during the star dance. The attendants are available to serve you.
A door opened someplace, and two figures emerged. They were short, 4 feet high at most, with stumpy arms and legs protruding crab-like from their forms. They were both completely covered in some sort of black material like armor plate that concealed their entire bodies, including their faces. How did they see through the stuff? Melissa wondered. She shuddered. There was something about these two attendants' stances and movements that made them seem distinctly not human. It suddenly occurred to her that the shiny black substance, leather oily, that the attendants wore over their bodies might perhaps be their actual skins. The two faceless figures stood before her, obviously waiting for something. She paused, then reluctantly gave one of them her torn coat and hat. She decided it would be unwise to relinquish any additional clothing. The attendant simply bowed and scuttled crabwise into shadows further off. The other attendant offered her a belt, a golden belt. It had a buckle that was round, just like a dial, and flashing rainbow lights all up and down the sides. The dial protruded through the fabric of the belt and terminated in a knob that jutted out of the other side. She hesitated, and the faceless attendant made a reassuring gesture. Slowly, then, she took the belt. The attendant bowed and backed away and disappeared inside the dark.
"Put it on, please, Miss Jackson."
She fingered the belt. It felt alive in her fingers, warm and breathing, alive and all in gold. She put it on. There was a click as the buckle caught hold of itself. The knobby part of the buckle dug into the flesh of her belly, a mild irritation she quickly ignored. Melissa saw now that the buckle was a dial with tiny numbers in a circle round the edge, just like a combination lock. At the moment, the dial was set at 0.
"We will now commence the star dance, Miss Jackson," said the loudspeaker. "You will notice that the dial on your belt has numbers ranging from 0 to 100. If you will turn the dial, you will experience a sensation of weightlessness. The higher the number, the greater will be the effect. I must warn you, Miss Jackson, under no circumstances must you turn the dial above 10. The Star Dance Ballroom will accept no responsibility for your safety or your life if you use any setting higher than 10. A warning buzzer will sound to remind you. Do not forget."
A pause of silence, then,
"Begin."
The voice disappeared, and the shadows became crystal lights, rainbow sparkling. And music, sky music with notes that were stars far away in the distance of mind. She turned the dial to 1. Melissa danced. She felt no change, except a tremor of excitement, so she turned the dial again. 2. Slightly better now, and dancing in the light. She wanted 3. Did she feel lighter now, or was it just imagination? Dancing faster. 4. She jumped. Melissa jumped and rose 6 feet into the air. She rose in gracefulness, and slowly now descended in a parabolic arc. She pirouetted as she turned to the dial again to 5. Dancing, oh, dancing, she weighed 1/10 her normal weight by now, and leaped and danced and turned and stepped on pedestals of air, the dream dance of a weightless swan. Yet it could be much better still if— 6. Melissa discovered, and was only mildly concerned, that her feet were no longer touching the floor. She danced, higher, yes, and saw the marble tilting float dim far below. The ceiling beckoned, and she rose now to approach it just a little higher, and 7. She was flying,
There was no other word pure enough to describe it. Free, with wind against her body and her hair caressed by breeze. And she was dancing, feet for wings, in air-touch movements high and far and clear. She touched the dial. 8. Completely weightless, and without the weight, the heaviness of fat was gone as well. She felt light, weightless, free, and all the agonies of weight and bulk and fat fell away, all away, and let the dream dance swan above sprout wings and fly. Melissa, for the first time since her dawn days of existence, felt genuinely happy. She touched sky with both her hands, held sweet, fragrant hair, and rubbed the skyness all over her body. She wanted to be naked now, alone with rainbow-scented breeze touching every part of herself, and the sky making love to her flesh. 9. A sound, quite far away, amidst the ecstasies of flight. She rose. She sky-danced high and far, ignoring now the sound as it grew louder, and all the ceiling, floors, and walls were melting into stars and light. I wish that noise would stop, and green and pink and noise and golden streaks and... 10. She bumped a gentle bump against the buzz surface of the skylight, and she saw beyond the glass. Buzz stars were winking bright and waiting. Buzz, and she wanted to dance with the stars. Buzz, she was on the ceiling now, against the skylight, with buzz, only the thin brick steel wood glass to hold her back. Buzz, from the stars and the beckoning moon. And Melissa turned the dial past 10 to crash, scream, bang, and then the whole world just exploded. On the skylight, in a tinkle split of glass, all shattered, gone, Melissa tumbled out and through. She screamed again, and screaming, fell. And she was falling, yes, but now Melissa discovered in pale, sweating fear that she was falling up. The lights and sounds and smells that filled the Stardance ballroom were below her, dropping farther and farther behind her every moment, and the stars, the nearing stars that only seconds before had glittered and whispered soft beckonments, were now frozen and still, cold and silent. And the wind in her hair, once a sensual breeze, was now an icicle. Fingers howled, screaming and tearing harsh claws at her flesh. Melissa struggled with the dial, the golden belt, and saw in panic that the dial had somehow slipped past 11, up to 34. It appeared to be stuck at that number, and could not be turned. She screamed, a thin whimper of sound against the howling, shrieking, raging of the wind, and down below, far distant, down, the lights and towers of Manhattan turned to multicolored specks, and fell away, until the earth itself grew small and cold and far. As Melissa got over the shock and surprise, which were both quickly turning to fear, she decided it would be useless to panic. At first she blamed P.T. McFinnigan, blamed the dark attendants in the ballroom, blamed everything and everybody in the world for what had happened, except herself. Then she had to acknowledge at last, in anger and shame, that this whole predicament was her fault. She had been warned not to turn the dial past 10, and she'd ignored the warning buzzer. But it had been so beautiful, so free to Stardance fly. She was flying now, though, and it wasn't fun at all. It was screaming hell. There was ice in the air this high up, bits of broken glass, hailstones that tore at her face and her legs, and the dial now had moved to 53. She started to think, which she reminded herself was what she should have done in the first place. If the dial had moved, then obviously it could not be stuck after all. With an effort, with numb frozen fingers, she reached for the dial to turn it. It did turn, but only one way. Melissa dialed from 53 to 59 before she realized the buckle was turning in the wrong direction. She tried to dial the other way, to dial it down. The buckle simply wouldn't turn at all. And the dial, still slipping past 60 to 63, 68, 71, before she clamped her hand down on it hard, kept turning higher. And the higher the number, the faster she fell, falling up.
Why haven't I died yet? How come I'm still breathing? Why haven't I frozen to death?
She could see the earth, round now and curving below. Soon it would be the size of a quarter, a nickel, a dime, and then gone. She refused somehow then to give up. She saw absolutely no way to get out of this mess. She was shivering, bleeding, pale, fainting, near dead, and the dial, squirming cold in her fingers like something alive, was slowly working loose and twisting higher, higher, up to 75, and still turning. "Miss Jackson!" Melissa looked up. A speck was falling towards her now, between the corridors of stars, coming closer. The thing, whatever it was falling down towards Earth, while she fell up, and they would pass in mid— P.T. McFinnigan. "Having trouble, Miss Jackson?" he brogued, as he, rushing, fell towards her. "I'd stop and chat, but I've urgent business on your planet. Has the star dance met your expectations?"
No!
she screamed as he approached her in the roaring, darkened air. They were passing each other now. Melissa clawed with both legs and her free hand to grab hold of him, reach him, to get back to Earth. She shot past him by inches and kept on up, falling away. "This belt is stuck!" she screamed down towards him as he passed her. "I can't make the dial go down!" "Down? Ah, but Miss Jackson, I thought you wanted to lose weight, to abandon gravity." "I did, but not like this." "The dial will only turn clockwise." Finnegan's voice was far below her by this time, and barely audible within the screaming wind. "If you could turn it anti-clockwise, then your weight would return, and you would fall back to Earth. There is a way one can do that, of course, but I doubt if you're ever clever enough to find it." And then he was gone. Melissa's fear turned to rage. So, now, P.T. McFinnigan didn't think she was smart enough to get out of this mess. He was just like the others, the rest of the Skinnies, who saw her and saw only fat. To the Skinnies, she was fat and therefore stupid. She was fat and therefore lazy. She was fat and therefore ugly and dirty and sexless and brainless and fat, big, hippo, elephant, gigantic, 2-ton fat. And all the anger and resentment she'd suppressed for all the years came bursting out. And now Melissa, as she fell away from Earth, was more determined to figure a way out of this mess, not merely so she could get back down to Earth, but also so that she could show the lousy Skinnies that she was just as smart as they were. She looked at the dial. 82. She had to make it turn the other way, clockwise, counterclockwise. Yes, but how? She had been falling, all this time and distance, head first, falling up with her feet towards the earth. With pain and great effort now, Melissa drew herself into a ball, clenched herself as she fell, and turned her body head downwards, towards Earth, falling upwards, feet first. Now, by reversing the direction of her body, by turning upside down in her fall, she had surely reversed the direction of the dial. No, it still turned the same way. 85, 86, clockwise. Melissa saw with great horror was still the same, clockwise, even the clock standing on its head. The Earth was by now nickel small, and getting smaller as she fell amongst the stars. Why haven't I died yet? How much longer can I stay alive before— She thought again. If turning upside down had not worked, then maybe— With trembling fingers she tried to unbuckle the belt. It would not open. She pulled and grunted and twisted and worked the belt down onto overstuffed hips,
swollen thighs as she cursed her own fatness and tugged it and clawed. At last, past her knees and her ankles, and free, the belt was now gripped in her hands. But she was still falling upwards. What would happen if she let go of the belt? Would she still travel upwards, or would she fall back down to earth? Melissa decided that she didn't want to risk letting go of the belt. Sweating ice drops and grunting, she worked the golden belt onto herself once again, but reversed. This time the buckle dial was against her back, across her buttocks and her spine. She fumbled backwards clumsily around her back and touched the dial. It turned again, the wrong way still, clockwise again, and Melissa wept curses and tears. With the dial behind her back she could not read it, but she was certain that the dial was turned by now to somewhere past 90, and she was equally certain that if it turned just a little bit more, touched 100, then she would never escape from the star dance of death. She would fall higher, till her body turned cold and her consciousness shriveled and died, a fat corpse among the stars. And the grinning, stinking skinnies wouldn't miss her. Nobody on earth would ever miss her at all, she felt, except for her little grey cat, Nijinsky, who was locked in Melissa's apartment with so very little cat food. And she realized now in her widening horror that if she could not get back to earth, then Nijinsky would slowly starve to death. So she had to get back then, get back for Nijinsky. With gasps and moans and sweating curses, Melissa struggled out of the belt again and examined the numbers on the face of the buckle. The dial had turned to 96. The dial would only turn clockwise, and she had to reverse it. She had turned it upside down. Clockwise upside down is clockwise. She had taken the belt off and put it on backwards. Clockwise turned backwards is still the same, clockwise. There was nothing else left except inside out. It might work. In fact, it damn had to work. She gripped the belt, the long circular strip of lit electric gold, and tried to make the strip turn inside out. The circular band seemed to resist as she twisted it, squirming and writhing like a hideous snake. And she was falling all this time, still falling upwards, with the earth pin small below. "Damn you! Damn you!" she screamed her frustration at the belt. And the belt, as she twisted it, seemed to scream back in protest at being pulled inside out. It jerked and struggled in her hands, tore them bleeding. But at last, ouch, at last she turned it upon itself. Melissa had upfallen so far by now she could no longer see the earth. And then she worked her body through the twisted belt until she wore it inside out with the dial flat against her stomach, and the underside knob that she had noticed before now jutting uppermost and out within her reach. She turned it the only way it would go, clockwise. Click. By reversing the belt, she reversed the direction, since the knob and the dial were on opposite sides of the circular buckle, and if both sides of a circle turned together in the same direction, then one would have to be revolving clockwise, and the other— She was falling. Counterclockwise. Falling. Clockwise turned inside out is counterclockwise. She was falling. Falling down, she suddenly realized, falling back toward Earth, and falling so rapidly that when she landed she would probably get crushed. Now what? She did some thinking again. The higher she had turned the dial, the faster she had risen. The dial was still probably set somewhere around 80. With turning it downwards now closer to 0, slow the rate of her fall. She tried it. Blistered fingers, numb and bleeding, barely grasped the metal knob. She turned it slowly. How far? How far?
With the belt turned inside out, she could feel the dial twisting against her belly, but was unable to read the setting. 80, 70, 65. But she was falling, slower, 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 every second. There was earth below, and clouds, and falling slower now, but falling still too fast. She saw Manhattan coming up at her, and twisting at the buckle of the dial, she turned it lower, lower, slower, slower, falling to the... Wet! She was still falling, sinking now, head under water, sinking down in frozen blackness. The heavy golden belt was dragging her down, deep and quickly. She screamed with coughing water in her lungs, and choking fast, she struggled out of the belt and up and away, free. And for a moment she saw the belt, gold winking softly under water, with the lights all rainbow shining on and off before it sank, then out of reach. And Melissa came up, somehow gasping for air, somehow fighting for breath, somehow reaching the surface and barely alive. And she dragged herself up to a rope, to a dock, to a ladder, up to solid land, and lay there groaning, gulping, shuddering, ignoring all the comments and the stares from the approaching crowd of skinnies. When she recovered her breath and was able to stand, and was able to ask a few questions, Melissa discovered that she was on Pier 109 on the East River near 63rd Street. She walked, dripping wet, shaken, shuddering with rage and humiliation and the leftover remnants of fear from her ordeal. Melissa walked the whole damned way uptown to Lenox Avenue and 147. Without her hat or coat or handbag or money or keys, with broken shoes, Melissa walked, and every skinny she passed made a stare and a comment, and a few whispered mutters to somebody else, and a laughing and pointing and insults and calling of hippo fat, ugly fat, dirty cow fat. And at last, when she got to her own neighborhood, barely managing to keep herself from bursting into tears, she staggered up the stairs and wondered how she was going to get into her apartment without her keys. The door was unlocked, and she pushed it open slowly.
"What the hell are you doing here?"
"You forgot these," said P.T. McFinnigan, indicating the hat and coat and other items that Melissa had lost, all heaped up together on the broken kitchen table. "Send the Stardance Ballroom a bill for any wear and tear to your clothes. They're very good about such things."
"You try to kill me,"
Melissa accused him. "Well, not a bit of it. You requested the Stardance, so we gave it to you, despite my repeated warnings. Heaven help those who get what they ask for."
"Why didn't I die up there?" she asked. "In outer space."
"Die? Good heavens, miss! Do you think my organization has no regard for the safety of its clients? A simple suspension of certain biophysical functions, easily arranged by ignoring certain laws of thermodynamics, was all we found necessary. Of course, it would have been far easier to ensure your survival if you weren't such a fat—"
"Get out!"
"Certainly." He tipped his high black hat and ambled towards the refrigerator. "I took the liberty of feeding your cat. The poor creature was hungry." McFinnigan opened the refrigerator door and stepped inside. "Be seeing you."
"Get out of there, mister,"
said Melissa, limping over to stop him. The refrigerator door clicked shut just before she could reach it. When she opened the door again and looked inside, McFinnigan was gone. She stood and blinked for a moment, alone, looking down at the cold metal shelves with a huge load of Twinkies and Coca and cheese doodles, begging, waiting, pleading for Melissa to eat them. A bag of chocolate chip cookies softly whispered her name. There were no mirrors in Melissa's apartment to taunt her with huge fat reflections, but she saw her reflection now, within the chrome of the refrigerator door, and she saw that she must have lost at least 15 or maybe 20 pounds in her ordeal today, in her day of the Stardance.
she discovered, for the first time since when, that she actually cared about how she looked. It occurred to Melissa that she would be a better dancer, glide more freely, fall less often, if she didn't weigh so much. And then she heard the hostess, Twinkies, say they loved her. "Stay with us, Melissa. We never laugh at you like people do. We make you happy." "Liars! Liars!" And she strangled the fried chicken and the pork rinds and the candy bars and the sodas and the pie, and then, still crying 10 years' worth of pain and angry tears, still moaning softly as she worked, she took the chewy, greasy, sugar-coated liars out of her refrigerator and threw them into a bright green, hefty trash bag. And then she took it down the gently creaking stairs and left the artificially sweetened, cream-filled bastards whimpering lies and tutti-frutti promises behind the garbage cans and boxes in the alley. And then she stood there in the street with all its living, breathing, sweating human beings, and slowly danced beneath the spotlight of the street lamp overhead. And as she danced, the people came and stood and watched, and some applauded, and some made fun of her, and some said other things, but all were different. And that evening, as she danced for boys and girls and passing strangers, but for most of all herself, Melissa Jackson began to like Melissa Jackson in a way that she had never done before. And she began that first brave evening, as she danced, to pick up and gather the broken, scattered pieces of her life. And she danced a little faster as the crowd began to cheer. Ladybug, Ladybug, by Avon Swofford. Maggie sat in the car for a moment, not wanting to open the door. As hot as the station wagon was, the driveway would be worse. "Mommy," 4-year-old Bobby Lee whimpered, "I'm hot." "All right," she said, sighing. "I'm coming." She reached over and unbuckled his seatbelt. He always wore a seatbelt in the car. She made sure of that. She was a good mother. Nobody could deny it. Free, Bobby Lee jumped out of the car and ran to the front porch. Maggie reached for the groceries. Eppie was still strapped in the car seat. Only 8 months old, she couldn't complain about the heat. Inside, Maggie dumped the groceries on the table with a thud. The tiny air-conditioning unit hummed in the living-room window. With the doors to both bedrooms shut, it managed to keep the temperature around 90 degrees. Outside, it was 112. Maggie followed Bobby Lee across the room and onto the couch under the air conditioner. Together, they leaned against the back of the couch and let the cool air from the vent rush across their faces. Maggie's glasses were grimy from the sweat dried on them, and her hair was permanently sticky. She'd cut it short right after they'd moved to Arizona, but it hadn't helped. Damn John. He'd asked her to hold off going shopping today until he decided what kind of paint he needed her to buy. She'd told him to call first thing after he got to the office, but he'd waited till after 11 o'clock. So she'd had to go out in the hottest part of the day. He could have picked up the paint himself on his way home. The heat didn't seem to bother John so much, Maggie thought, as she reluctantly pushed herself off the back of the couch and headed back outside to get the baby. He never really had to deal with it. His office was air-conditioned, real air conditioning, not like the Mickey Mouse unit in the small house they were renting. "We have to make do," John told her when she complained. "We'll have to be a little uncomfortable for a while until we get our finances straightened out." Until he gets enough money in the bank, Maggie thought angrily, as she set Eppie on the carpet and snatched a glass from Bobby Lee as she tried to reach the faucet. She found his plastic cup instead, filled it and the glass with ice water, and then they both drank greedily. There was enough money in the bank now, but John wouldn't spend it. Not yet. He was like that. His own children might die of heat stroke, but he had to have a savings account. She shook her head and sat down in one of the kitchen chairs.
Why had they come to this god-forsaken desert? There were no trees, no grass, just cactus, rocks, snakes, and sage. Not like the cool Tennessee Smokies where she grew up. Here, even the wind could burn you. She wiped the sweat off her forehead and reached into the grocery bag, searching until she pulled out a small package of green incense candles. They smelled of pine needles, their aroma so strong that she'd followed it from 2 aisles across in the store. When she asked Bobby Lee what they smelled like, he'd answered promptly, home. And she knew she had to buy them. Surely even John would appreciate these. Although she had been planning to wait until John came home, the homesickness brought on by the familiar smell overwhelmed her, and she could wait no longer. Quickly she got a saucer and set the candle in the middle of it, then looked around. Bobby Lee was watching TV, and the baby had fallen asleep on the carpet. She lit the candle and leaned over it, closing her eyes and relaxing as the scent washed over her. The aroma seemed soothing as it conjured up pictures of her childhood, when she had been free of John and the constant demands of the children. She could almost see the mountain cabin where she had lived. Then a gentle breeze touched her face and tugged gently at her hair. Her long hair. She gasped and opened her eyes. The wobbly kitchen table was gone. In its place was a tree stump, a familiar tree stump, the one she and Liz, her best friend, used to have pretend banquets on. She stood up slowly and turned round, gazing in amazement at her surroundings. She was back on the mountain where she had grown up. The reality of the scene was unquestionable. The pine needles poked gently into the bottoms of the moccasins her father bought her in Cherokee. In them she could stalk up and down the wooded paths as easily as an Indian brave. It had been her favorite game as a child, her favorite game. Now, physically, she had become a child again. Maggie moved her arms in wonderment, then twirled round, delighting in the light, airy feel of her new body as she turned and held out her arms. The wind seemed to lift her, and she ran with it, jumping now and then as she had in her childhood, in the vain hope that one of the leaps would carry her up into the trees. Then she stopped as another sound reached her. "Maggie," the voice called. "Maggie, wait up! It's me, Liz." Liz. Maggie waited, annoyed that her solitude had been disturbed. Liz was her best friend, but this was her place. She watched, frowning as Liz approached. Liz, too, was now a child, around 7 or 8. Her youth seemed natural to Maggie. "Maggie," Liz said breathlessly, "where are you going? I was just looking for you." "Nowhere," Maggie answered, the simple and expected answer of childhood. "Come back with me," Liz said, trying to shake her hand. Maggie avoided it warily. This Liz seemed harsher, more impatient than the old one. "Come on! It's almost dark. We have to go home." Startled, Maggie looked round. A moment ago it had been a balmy mid-afternoon, but now twilight dimmed the mountain, and Maggie shivered in the unaccustomed chill. How long had it been since she'd been cold? Her reverie was interrupted by the eerie sounds of birds, one a familiar hoot owl, the other a strange wailing cry like that of a lost child. The odd bird frightened her badly, and she covered her ears and closed her eyes to shut out the sounds. "Come on!" Liz yanked on her arm. Maggie jerked back abruptly and opened her eyes. The searing desert heat surrounded her, and she gasped for air, struggling against the unexpected weight of her adult body. The combined assault of heat, blinding sunlight, and the piercing cry of baby Eppie overloaded her senses, and she clung to the table in confusion. "Maggie!" Finally John's voice broke through the cacophony. "Maggie! What's going on?" He was standing by the kitchen door, and Maggie could tell that he had just walked in. It took a moment longer for her to understand the dismayed look on his face. The kitchen was in a shambles. One of the grocery bags lay on its side, and Bobby Lee sat on the floor with a chocolate-covered hand frozen halfway up to an equally chocolated face. An open package of saltines lay beside him, surrounded by crumbs. Eppie, also covered with chocolate, sat next to Bobby Lee, and the smell left no doubt that her diaper needed changing. "Maggie," John said again, his voice rising, "what the hell is going on?" Bobby Lee began to scream, and gratefully Maggie reached for him, pushing the saucerful of melted candle wax behind the remaining grocery bag in the same motion. "Oh, stop it, you're frightening him," she said sharply. "And what are you doing to him?" John said softly. Maggie tensed and released Bobby G. John had meant to hurt her, and he had. Old mistakes were never forgotten, not with John. She turned toward the groceries and began to clean them up. "I just sat down for a moment. The heat got to me." It was an obvious lie, she realized, as she pulled the dripping ice cream carton out of the bag, then dropped it quickly back in. Worst of all, she wasn't even sweating. 4 hours she had been sitting over that candle without moving, and she hadn't even sweated. John picked up Eppie, holding the wet, screaming baby away from him with distaste, and walked back to the bathroom with Bobby Lee following.
"Daddy,"
Bobby Lee cried,
"Eppie wouldn't quit crying, so I gave her some candy."
Maggie slumped down in the chair and pulled out the hidden remains of the candle. Nothing had changed. Nothing had happened. She had just fallen asleep. It wasn't like the last time. That was different, over 2 years ago. She was better now. But John wouldn't understand. Nobody had understood. She hadn't meant any harm, she just wasn't ready for a baby. It was too much, and John hadn't helped. But she'd never forgotten the look on his face when he came to the psychiatric hospital to see her.
"You tried to give away our baby?"
he'd said incredulously. They'd told him to be gentle with her, that she was sick, but he simply could not understand. In his world, things were simple, and mothers loved their children. She tried to explain that she'd done it out of love. She had been in the grocery store when a woman had come up to admire little Bobby G. She seemed so kind and sympathetic that Maggie, acting almost on impulse, had handed the sleeping baby to the startled stranger and walked off, pleased at having found such a good mother for her child. John had had no patience with her explanations, and finally checked her out of the hospital, telling the doctors it had all been a mistake. A mother loves her baby. But he had watched her closely ever since then. She tried, she really did, but somehow it wasn't enough, and Bobby Lee was hurting. But damn it, she did try. John watched her for the rest of the day, and Maggie made sure he wouldn't find anything to complain about. "It's the heat," she told him repeatedly. Eventually, he seemed to accept it. That evening, Liz made her weekly call from Tennessee. She was one of the few friends who had stayed in touch after Maggie's breakdown. Now, knowing how unhappy Maggie was, she called at least once a week. Maggie, still bewildered by the strange dream, mentioned it, a decision she immediately regretted.
"Now, Maggie, I don't like it. How long did you say you were out?"
The concern in Liz's voice annoyed Maggie.
"Oh, not long," she said evasively. "I just fell asleep, that's all." "Did you tell John?" "Of course not. It's not that important. I'm sorry I ever mentioned it. It was just so real." "Well, if it happens again, I want you to tell John." "No," Maggie said quickly.
She couldn't explain it, but she knew John would spoil everything. He would take the candles away from her, just like he'd taken her away from her home.
"Then I'll tell him,"
Liz said, and Maggie bit back an angry retort, knowing it would increase Liz's suspicion. Quickly, she reassured Liz that she would tell John if it happened again, and hung up. Liz meant well. Maggie knew that and felt a bit guilty about her rudeness, but she couldn't shake the memory of the other Liz. The child had not wanted Maggie in the dream world, and now the real Liz seemed determined to stop her as well. But the candles brought her the only relief she had from the dreary world around her, and she wasn't going to let either Liz destroy it. John was reasonable the next morning, even kind when he told her that he was definitely going to get an air conditioner for her. She felt guilty for not responding more to him, but she was anxious to have him out of the house. During the night she had dreamt of the mountains, but that was all it had been, a distant and shadowy dream. The reality brought on by the candles was missing. She waited for a half-hour after John had left, then moved Bobby Lee and the portable TV into the bedroom. Eppie was still asleep. The morning air was cooler, she thought. They would be all right for a while until it got too hot. She pulled the door firmly closed behind her and heard it lock. Bobby Lee still hadn't learned to unlock it from the inside. She cleared off the table, retrieved the scent candles from their hiding place under the sink, and lit one, leaning over it and breathing deeply. This time, when she opened her eyes, it was late evening. She was sitting in a large wicker rocking chair, her knees pulled up to her chin, her dress covering her legs like a tent. She loved to sit that way, dwarfed by the massive chair, and gaze at the crisp, clear stars. This was her pretend place, where she would sit and dream of anything she wished. Often she would plan her future, seeing herself as a movie star or a world traveler. In those days she had looked forward to leaving the mountain on her own. She had planned many adventures, but then John came along, and everything changed. The summer after her senior year, all the girls had gotten married. Maggie, too, had said yes to John because he was the only one who'd asked her, and she was afraid there would never be another. Then they'd built a house and had a child, and suddenly her life was not her own any longer. The memories tumbled over her, and she tore her glance away from the sky and hugged her knees to her chest, suddenly aware that she was no longer alone. "You're going to catch cold," Liz said from behind the chair. Maggie winced and closed her eyes, trying to shut out the pyjama-clad child beside her. "I saw you sneak out. You're going to get us both in trouble," Liz said. "I don't care," Maggie sighed. She was too tired to argue with Liz. "Why don't you just leave me alone?" "Because you aren't supposed to be out here. You better go in," Liz said. Maggie ignored her, hoping that she would go away. For a moment there was silence. Then Maggie started as a haunting cry rose from out of the darkness beyond the cabin deck. She recognized it instantly as the odd bird she had heard before. The sound unnerved her so that she was almost glad when Liz's voice drowned out the distant wail. "I'm going to tell on you," Liz said. Maggie hugged herself tighter but did not answer. "Miss Rhodes," Liz called out. "Maggie's on the deck and she won't come in." The porch lit up, and Maggie straightened quickly, terrified of being discovered. She knew even as she sat up that the bright light was not coming from the porch bulb. She almost wept as she squinted against the glaring sunlight and struggled to breathe the hot, dry air. It wasn't fair, she thought. This trip had seemed even shorter than the previous one. What little time she'd had been wasted arguing with Liz. Next time, she'd make sure to avoid Liz. She sighed and looked round. The kitchen was exactly as she'd left it. The scent candle lay melted in the saucer on the table. She picked it up quickly and hid it under the sink with the other candles, then walked over to the air conditioner and leaned into the cool air. She didn't know how long she stood in front of the air vent. Suddenly she started, thinking she was back in the dream, the strange bird calling her again. But the heat was still here, and when she opened her eyes, the house still surrounded her. The sound was muffled, but it was coming from the bedroom.
Damn it,
she said, and pushing herself away from the couch. The children. She'd forgotten about them. She glanced at the clock in the hall as she rushed towards the bedroom. It had been almost 7 hours. The room stank as she opened the door. Both Eppie and Bobby Lee needed changing. She started to scold Bobby Lee, and then bit back her words. It wasn't his fault.
Bobby, honey.
She started toward him. He scuttled away from her on the blanket, then clutched the edge of the curtain as if it were his blanket.
You went away,
he said tearfully.
I called you, and called, but you wasn't here. I had to go tinkle. Eppie cried, too. I gived her the bottle, but there were nothing in it. I was here, Bobby Lee. I just didn't hear you, honey.
She moved to sit beside the child on the floor, but Bobby Lee flopped down on his stomach and hid his face.
You was not,
he shouted and began to kick at her. She was angry suddenly and restrained an urge to spank him. He would tell John if she did. He might even tell John anyway.
You weren't in here that long, just a few minutes,
she said harshly, and stood up.
You've been a bad boy, and that's why Mummy put you in here. I was not.
Bobby Lee's muffled voice wavered tearfully, but he seemed to accept the punishment. Maggie's anger left her, and once again she sighed.
Mummy's not mad anymore, and if you quit crying, I won't tell Daddy. He'd spank you, you know.
Bobby Lee turned over and glared at her. His face was flushed and red, and she realized that he had been crying for a long time.
I want a drink,
he said softly, and Maggie smiled in relief. He would be all right. Children recovered from these things easily. No doubt Bobby Lee hadn't even noticed how long it had really been. He probably spent most of the day watching TV. The heat never seemed to bother him much. She walked over to the crib. Both Eppie and the bedsheets were badly soiled. If she hurried, she could clean up before John got home. The baby was flushed and weak, and she moved erratically when Maggie touched her. Alarmed, Maggie went to the kitchen and filled a bottle with water. Bobby Lee watched her quietly from beside the table.
Baby's sick, he said. The baby's fine, Maggie said soothingly. Now, here's your water.
He took the glass solemnly and walked over to the couch, climbed up defiantly, and stuck his face into the cool air. Normally, she didn't allow him on the couch with a glass. He knew that. But she didn't want him crying when John came home. He seemed to know that, too.
I'm going to clean the baby. When you finish drinking, you come to the bathroom, and I'll try to clean you, too. Daddy'll spank you if he sees you like this.
She had the room and the children clean by the time John drove up. The smell was still evident, but there wasn't much she could do about that. They were both overly polite that evening, John uncertain over yesterday's fight, and she hoping desperately that he wouldn't discover what had happened. Bobby Lee was quiet the entire evening, and eluded her when she tried to kiss him good night. John went to tuck the child in while she did the dishes, and she could tell by his manner when he returned that Bobby Lee had said something. She laid the dish towel down and turned to glare at him.
He says you left them today, locked the bedroom door, and went away.
She sighed and put the towel down.
Well, I wasn't going to mention it, but he was bad, and I punished him. You know, I don't feel comfortable spanking him like you do. I caught him throwing a book at the baby, and I thought that was rather serious. So I put him in his room and told him to stay until he could behave. He kicked and screamed something fierce, John. He was only in there for about 20 minutes. But he's so damn spoiled. I should have known he'd lie about it.
John sighed and looked away, and she knew she had won.
Would you have preferred I let him throw books at the baby?
No, of course not. It's just that it's so hot in the bedroom, he said.
Well, it's hot all over,
she retorted, and John's lips thinned as he choked back a response. Then he turned and walked out rather than resume the old argument. Liz called again that night, and Maggie was furious. She hardly gave Liz time to say hello.
Are you checking on me? Is that it? What do you think, I'm going crazy again? Good old Maggie, once a nut, always a nut. Maggie!
Her friend's voice was stunned.
No, I just thought. I was concerned. You were checking up on me. I know that. You've always tried to run things for me. Since we were children, always watching me, telling on me, always.
Liz's voice was colder.
I never did that. I don't know what you're talking about. I worry about you because I care about you, that's all.
Maggie regretted her outburst, not because of Liz's feelings, but because Liz might tell John something was wrong. John was suspicious already.
I'm sorry, she said. I didn't mean it. I guess I'm a little tense, that's all. Did you have another one of those trances? No, I didn't. It wasn't a trance. I told you that. I just fell asleep.
Maggie struggled to keep the impatience out of her voice.
I told John, and he agreed to buy a new air conditioner, one that works. So you see, everything's going to be all right.
The lie seemed to work. Liz finally hung up, after some more small talk about the children and the new friends that Maggie claimed to have made. If she believes I'm not alone, Maggie reasoned, maybe she will stop calling so much. The next day she was ready. After John left, she made sure that there were bottles in the fridge for the baby, and she set up the playpen with a plastic sheet in the living room. This time she'd leave the children in the front room and lock herself in the bedroom. She knew already that the heat wouldn't bother her. Bobby Lee stared silently at her as she told him where everything was.
Mum is not leaving. She'll just be in the bedroom,
Maggie assured him. He didn't respond, and she was suddenly angry again. What more did he want? She'd done the best she could.
Why can't you grow up? She snapped. Stop being such a baby.
She expected tears then, but Bobby Lee turned silently and walked back into the living room. She locked the door and got out the candles. As Maggie opened her eyes, the cool breeze touched her face, and she knew she was home. This time she just sat, staring around at the familiar path and trees, reaching out to touch the bark. It bit sharply into her skin as she rubbed her fingers across it.
Well, you coming?
The child's harsh voice startled Maggie, and she looked up quickly and bit back a curse. Liz stood in front of her.
No, I'm staying here. You go,
Maggie said.
I'm not going without you. Besides, you're going to be in big trouble.
Her voice was shrill and biting, that of a child who has not yet had to temper it with adult civility. Maggie was rude right back.
I don't want you here. Go away and leave me alone. You have to go home,
Liz said. Her voice had changed now, and Maggie could hear a hint of the adult she was to become. At one time, that voice had been a comfort. Now it was a threat.
We can't stay here,
Liz said.
I can,
Maggie answered.
It's going to rain. I don't care.
Maggie squatted on her heels and deliberately stared away from Liz. Liz moved round to face her.
I'm going back to tell everyone where you are, and they'll make you go back.
Maggie jumped up. She was furious. Liz knew. They weren't pretending any longer. Liz understood somehow, and she was going to ruin everything.
I won't let you,
she shouted. As she did, she heard a rustling of leaves in the distance, a strange pattering sound that she hadn't heard in years. It was the rain moving up the mountain. Soon it would reach them. She turned in the direction of the sounds and waited for the rain to reach her.
Liz heard it too, and began to run in the opposite direction.
"I'm going to tell on you,"
she shouted behind her. The rain, as it hit, startled Maggie into action. She turned and raced after Liz, slipping on the newly wet leaves as the path grew steeper. They were both soaking wet when Maggie caught up with the other girl. Liz was going to tell, Maggie thought. She was going to ruin everything. They wrestled briefly. Then Maggie threw the smaller girl off the path. Liz slid down into the thick underbrush, and Maggie could hear her crying as she thrashed in the trees and briars. She turned and ran, knowing that she could hide before Liz untangled herself and told the adults what had happened. The rain was coming down very hard as Maggie climbed higher. Soon the roofs of the cabins below were hidden from view. She was not afraid of the thunderstorm, but between the crash of thunder came the strange bird call that she was beginning to dread. She ran faster, seeking her familiar and cosy hiding place. The huge rock was off the path. She had found it last year, or 20-some odd years ago, but that world seemed so distant now. None of the other children knew where it was. Here she could be alone. Maggie crept out on top of the rock. Later she would climb under the outcropping ledge into the sheltered area away from the rain. For now, however, she was content to sit on top, luxuriating in the unaccustomed feeling of the rain. She was wet all over, wet and cold, and she enjoyed the feeling. The heat came slowly this time, creeping in like a suffocating blanket. Finally, Maggie could not ignore it any longer. She opened her eyes. The rock was gone, and she was back in the bedroom. She sat up and looked at herself. Her body and clothes were dry, but her hair was wet, not soaking, but just in the first drying stage, fine wisps of hair just beginning to curl. Sweat, she told herself. The heat had dried her clothes, but her hair was still wet. This time, everything had worked out perfectly. There was just enough time to clean up the children before John arrived. Her only problem now was extending the dream time. 7 hours of real time only equaled about 15 minutes in the cool hills. Then she was forced to come back. And that was the worst part. It was getting harder and harder to face the heat. 3 days later, the answer came. John called her in the bedroom after the children were in bed. "I have to go out of town, honey," he said. "Chicago. I'd like to take you and the children, but if I do, there'll be no money for the air conditioner." She could hardly contain her delight, so she looked away and made her voice hard. "Well, I guess you know what I'd choose." "Yeah, listen, it's only for a week. You'll be okay here, won't you? I won't go if you think there's a problem." The question in his voice startled her, and she looked up. "Oh, what do you mean, a problem?" she said defensively. "Everything's going to be okay." "Oh, I know that. I didn't mean... It's just that you seem so distant lately, and Bobby Lee's been so quiet. I thought maybe—" He faltered, waiting for her to fill in the gap with reassurances, but she simply stared at him. He brought it up, let him work his way out of it. "Oh, I just thought it might be better for you to get away for a while." "Do you think I'm hurting him? Do you think I'd do that?" Her resentment spilled out before she could control it. "Has he said anything? Have you seen anything? Or is it just you can't forget what happened? Why don't you just take him away from me if you think I'm unfit?" "Oh, no," he protested. "I didn't say that. You're just too sensitive." His voice grew kinder, and he put his hands on her shoulders. "I just meant that it might be good if we could take a vacation, get away from here. You've done a good job. I know how hard it was for you, and I'm proud of you. That's all." Maggie looked away from him.
She knew she should respond somehow, show him that everything was all right, but she simply didn't feel anything for him, only impatience. If only he would leave. Between John and Liz, she felt as if she were in a prison. She let John hug her, putting her arms around him reluctantly. He sensed her reticence and pulled away. He took a day off before he left. In the morning they did the shopping, enough to last an entire week. That suited her. She didn't want to leave the house if she could help it. In the afternoon they priced air conditioners, but they still didn't have enough money for a heavy-duty one. John offered to buy her a smaller unit if she couldn't wait, then seemed delighted when she agreed to wait for a bigger one. It didn't matter either way to her. That evening was the best in a long time. The anticipation of John's leaving, and the time she would have to herself, made Maggie happier than she had been since coming to the desert. John didn't know what had changed her mood, but he was too relieved to question it. Even Bobby Lee was livelier than usual. The mood lasted through the next morning as she drove John to the airport. The desert was cool and quiet in the faint dawn light. It's beautiful, Maggie thought, but she could never love it. Not like she loved her mountains. When they got back to the house, she sank down in the kitchen chair. Bobby Lee watched her solemnly, but he said nothing. "I won't leave today," she told the little boy. "You don't have to worry." She meant it. Now that John was gone, she could go at night. That evening, after the children were in bed, she was ready. There were still 10 candles left. That would be more than enough to last her through the week. This time she would stay longer, though. She pulled a candle out of the box. If only they weren't so small. After a moment's thought, she went to the cupboard and got some string. If she could tie 2 of the candles together, then she could extend the time of the dream. She waxed the string with leftover melted wax and began to dig a knife into the bottom of one of the candles. When the candles were finally strung together, she set them both back in the cardboard box. She would leave them there. It was too difficult to clean the saucers. She could save the wax here in the box with the rest of the candles. Carefully she took a match, pausing momentarily to listen for any sounds from the children. Silence filled the house as Maggie lit the candle. The new scene no longer startled her. More and more it was becoming her native state. The hot desert house, was the dream. She took a moment to reorient herself, then moved on with purpose. It was early morning. That pleased her. This time she would have a longer stay. She was in the terraced playground of her elementary school. There hadn't been enough flat land for a large play area. The walls between levels had quickly become social barriers. The younger children played on the top level, closest to the school, while the older ones took over the lower levels. Maggie was in the highest playground. She started quickly down the road, then hesitated. A child her age, seen leaving the school grounds, would be questioned. The only other choice was to climb the stone wall separating the forest from the playground. She was almost to the trees when she saw Liz perched on the wall, watching her. Maggie stopped abruptly, not really surprised by Liz's presence. That was how it had always been, she thought. Quickly, quietly, they stared at each other. Then Maggie shifted slightly, thinking of dodging to one side and escaping over the wall before Liz could stop her. Liz seemed to read her mind, and spoke in a voice that was not a child's. "Don't," she said. "I'll scream if they catch you. You've been lucky so far." "What do you mean, lucky?" Maggie said. "You've managed to stop me every time." "This isn't your home. You don't belong here." As if on cue,
the strange bird began to call her. The cry triggered something in Maggie, and she felt her long-suppressed rage run through her. She lashed out at Liz, scratching at the disapproving face. They were all the same, Liz, John, the people at the hospital, all wagging their heads and clucking at her. Even Bobby Lee with his accusing stare. She hadn't wanted them, but they had invaded her life, asking everything and giving her nothing in return. As she rushed forward, Liz jerked backwards, screaming as she lost her balance and fell over the wall. Maggie landed on top of her, frustrated by the weak fragility of her childish body. Her weight was sufficient, however, to knock the breath out of Liz and stop her screams momentarily. In the silence, the cry of the alien bird sounded again and again. Maggie felt fear run through her. She had been here for a long time, already longer than she had ever stayed before, but it wasn't enough. Liz was the key, the only holdover from the other world. If she could escape from Liz, then she would feel safe. They couldn't reach her. This time, perhaps, she could stay forever. Liz had begun to struggle feebly, and Maggie knew she wouldn't be able to hold the girl for very long. Quickly she stood and kicked Liz with all her might. Liz gasped and began to cry as she curled up and grasped her side. Maggie turned and fled, away from the school, and away from the terrible wailing of the bird. The cries became louder. Maggie ran blindly into the forest, trying to escape, but the calls seemed to come from all directions. Interspersed with the wailing was the sound of Liz calling to her to come back. Finally, Maggie could run no more, and she sank exhausted to the needle-covered path. The woods were silent. Even the unseen bird had stopped its awful crying. Maggie sank her head down into her arms and rested. She knew it wasn't over. She hadn't lost Liz. Liz would follow her no matter where she went. There was no room here for them both. She would have to stop Liz somehow. Maggie stood up and looked around. The woods were unfamiliar. In the distance she could hear the sound of rushing water. There was only one place where the normally sluggish river ran quickly. She was near the rapids, an area of the river forbidden to children. Here the muddy riverbanks gave way to bedrock, and the river narrowed into a sheer-sided gorge. Maggie had been there once with her father. Liz, she knew, had never been there. She crouched in the underbrush and waited, knowing that Liz would be following her. In the distance came the sounds of someone running up the path. Maggie waited a moment longer and then ran toward the river. She wanted to be sure that Liz could follow her. Maggie slowed down as the path grew steeper. Soon Liz broke into the clearing below the rocks, stopping when she caught sight of Maggie. "You'd better come down," she said, shouting over the sounds of the rushing water. "You know we're not supposed to be up here." Maggie didn't reply. Liz would come after her. She had to. After a moment she heard the sound of scraping against the rocks below her, and knew Liz was starting to climb. She continued upward, without looking, finally scrambling over the top. The sound of the water was very loud now, but it could not cover the wailing cry in the background. The bird had found her too. The rocks were covered with small trees at the top, hiding the river from sight until the very last minute. Maggie remembered her father lifting her the last few feet to the top of the rock, and then standing aside, while she had gaped in fear and amazement at the 30-foot sheer cliff down to the tumbling rapids. The front side of the rock, although steep, had given no indication of the sudden drop on the other side. Maggie crouched near the edge and waited for Liz to come over the crest. The roaring water and the wailing bird had risen to such a crescendo that Maggie didn't hear Liz's approach until the other girl appeared over the top of the rock and started toward her, mouth moving
but words indistinguishable over the din. Then she stopped and stared down at the river, her eyes widening with fear. Maggie moved quickly, without regard for her own safety, shoving Liz roughly toward the edge of the rock. It was almost too late. Already Maggie could feel a searing heat around her, burning her hands and feet. She was losing her hold on this world. The bird was calling her back. She pounded wildly at Liz's hands, breaking her grip on the rock, and the screaming child went scraping over the edge. Maggie stumbled back, grabbing at some bushes to catch herself, then sprawled face down on the rock. Flames seemed to dance around her as acrid black smoke filled her lungs, but she refused to open her eyes, concentrating instead on the rough, grainy surface beneath her. As long as she clung to the rock, as long as she could feel its soothing coolness against her face, she could keep the other world out. She would not go back. It ended in a sudden scorching flash, an odd stretching of time, then a tearing of sorts as she heard a soft thud on the rocks below, followed by a splash, and suddenly the fire was gone. Maggie lay on the rock, her eyes still closed. The woods were silent and lovely, the only sounds that of rushing water, and far away in the distance, the strange bird, still crying. This time it did not upset her, and she waited, a faint smile on her face as the wailing cry grew fainter and more distant, until finally it faded away, and she was alone with her woods. The Fourth Vacation of George Gustaf by David Brin. Another ritual club was holding a parade through Trafalgar Square as the floater cab, carrying Dan Anman and Hamilton Smith, entered the traffic circle. Hamilton stared gloomily at the parade as the robot taxi changed lanes, neatly dodging the brightly clad celebrants. "Bloody damned boring ritual clubs," Hamilton muttered to himself. This one seemed to have a Middle Eastern theme. The marchers stepped along to recorded tambourines. The banners hung limply, and the participants seemed hardly more aroused than the onlookers. Hamilton remembered his own ritual club, the Loyal Order of Rockers, was supposed to hold a parade next month. He wasn't looking forward to getting into his 20th century motorcycle gang attire, but there wasn't anything he could do about it. A ritual hobby was one of the 6 avocations required by law for every citizen. He watched the parade as the cab floated past. He couldn't make out which club this was, though he recognized several individuals as frequent customers of the bank. Rather than think about parades, Hamilton turned back to the business at hand. He looked at his assistant, the Ant-Man, who stared back with an android's fixed, translucent smile. "You're sure this fellow we're going to interview fits the criteria I set? I've only got a few hours this week to spend on my sociology avocation, Dan. I don't want to interview someone who's just a statistical fluke." The Ant-Man's voice box buzzed reassuringly. He opened his valise. "If you wish, I can go over the data again, Hamilton. Of our random sampling, this man, Farrell Cooper, shows a level of satisfaction with his ritual club that is 2 standard deviations above the average. I feel certain he fits the criteria." Hamilton was still uneasy. Although he was a fully licensed amateur sociologist, he didn't like invading people's homes to interview them. What if he interrupted this Cooper fellow while he was busy at one of his avocations? Or worse, at work on his vocation? No one liked having his vocation interrupted. A few hours a week he got to do something that had professional status. Hamilton always hated it when some amateur bothered him during his precious hours as a real, honest-to-God banker. He would much rather be at the bank now, being a professional, than pursuing this silly sociological avocation. But android labor had made real work for humans a rationed commodity. To use up the rest of the time,
the law required every citizen to take up half a dozen hobbies. Though, as an amateur sociologist, he understood the need for such a law, Hamilton sometimes found himself hating it. The floater swept by Buckingham Museum, past dusty statues of heroes from the time of the social amalgamation. Picnickers lounged on the wide lawn, filling out the time each had allotted to idle socializing or to hobby daydreaming. Everywhere, Hamilton saw signs of the same lackadaisical wrongness that had been evident in the ritual parade. He wished he had never started this amateur study of his. The deeper he and Dan Anman dug, the more depressed he got. He had never intended to find out about a moral dry rot at the heart of the world state. He'd only wanted something mildly interesting to help pass the time. The An-Man spoke next to him. "I can tell you are nervous, Hamilton. Don't be. This is the beginning of your vindication. All of those who said you lacked a proper enthusiasm for amateur sociology will be refuted when your loyalty index theory is demonstrated." "Oh, you really think so?" Then Hamilton frowned. "Well, who said I lacked enthusiasm?" Dan was a sophisticated model, free to choose which question to answer. "Yes, I do think so, Hamilton. Your discovery appears to be a major one. I find it interesting that the professional sociologists have published so little about the rising tide of disenchantment, or on how the surrogate passion of the ritual club seems not to be satisfying the average citizen." It felt odd, hearing his own terminology come out of the An-Man so smoothly. It made the human feel proud, and just a little embarrassed. Before he could reply, the android looked up. "We are here," Dan announced. The taxi came to a smooth halt in front of a handsome row of townhouses, which had obviously been designed by a professional rather than an amateur architect. Hamilton checked his notes again. "This fellow, his name is—"
"Farrell Cooper."
"Yes, and the name of his ritual club?"
"The Bath and Garter Society, Hamilton."
"Yeah, right. Bath and Garter. Sounds kind of kinky. Group sex clubs don't usually work well in the ritual category. I wonder what's so unusual about this one." For 15 hours each week, Farrell Cooper did service to society in his professional vocation as a veterinarian's assistant at the North London riding stables. His artistic avocation was leather working. A suspiciously large number of the pieces on display in his home were saddles and other equestrian tack. It was no surprise, then, that Cooper's athletic hobby was riding. His registered altruism hobby consisted of 5 hours a week helping at a local robot-free clinic, caring for our modern serfs who have given us this banquet of free time, he put it rather stiffly. Cooper was a tall, stooped, hawk-faced man, with pursed lips and a dour expression. He welcomed Dan and Hamilton without enthusiasm, and accepted their amateur researcher credentials with barely a glance. After showing them his work and study rooms, he led them into the parlour. Hamilton sat on the tooled leather sofa and opened his notebook. "Well, Mr. Cooper, we've seen examples of your art skill and your other avocations. What we'd really like to know more about is your ritual club. Our survey shows that you spend the maximum time allowed, a full 20 hours a week, working for this, Bath and Garter Society. Yet the group seems to have full-scale meetings only a few times a year. Just what is your function of the club?" Cooper fidgeted. For a moment he looked as if he were actually considering refusing to answer. Hamilton felt a thrill. One didn't run into criminal acts every day. But the man sighed at last, and answered, "I have the honour and privilege of serving as a part-time valet to His Grace." Hamilton suppressed a groan. They might be here all day, tracing the relationship between the Grand Imperial Pooh Bar and the Master Xork, or whatever titles they used in this ritual club. Could you please define the function of a A valet, Mr. Cooper. Cooper enunciated slowly, with a queerly old-fashioned accent. A valet is one who serves another as a personal aid, bodyguard, attendant, emissary. It is an honour to serve one of the blood. Hamilton caught Dan Anman's eye. Was that bemusement on the android's usually passive face? Hamilton cleared his throat. Well, yeah, you say that as a valet you serve this, he referred to his notes, this person you call His Grace. Is this person a dancer? No. Well, does he have any other titles in your club? Cooper's eyes seemed to focus on something very far away. His other titles are almost innumerable, Mr. Smith. They're all legitimate and have never been secret, though we've always avoided publicity. Now, I suppose, His Grace will have to decide what to do next. Hamilton had finally decided that Cooper was that rare commodity, a genuine lunatic. He wondered if there were still bounties offered for citizens who referred sick people to therapy. Well, since the titles aren't secret, could you tell us a few of them? All right. Cooper bowed slightly. His name is George, Gustaf, Charles, Ferdinand, Louis, Jarreau, Tycho. Well, he'll tell you the others if he wishes. You will find him at Eastgate Robot Hospital, where he is chief professional psychiatrist. As for his titles, they include the crowns of Holland, Belgium, Norway, Denmark, Sweden, Japan, China, Russia, Britain, large parts of Africa, the Americas— Hold it! Hamilton raised his hand. Mr. Cooper, just what is meant by this term, crown? Cooper smiled for the first time. Why, it means that in all those lands His Majesty is, by the grace of God and by sovereign right, king. He leaned forward and looked at Hamilton benignly. He is your king too, you know. The nameplate read, Dr. George Gustaf, Chief Professional, Robot and Android Psychology. Hamilton stopped before the door and adjusted the amateur researcher credential on his label. He wished he had kept Dan with him instead of sending him off to the library. At first he had expected to find out that Gustaf was as crazy as his valet, but the man's public dossier was impeccable. In his productive vocation, he was one of the most respected robo-psychiatrists in Europe. His intellectual avocations included law and history, in each of which he had been awarded honorary professional status, a rare encomium. Everyone envied a person who won vocation in more than one area. Gustaf had 3 professions. He knocked on the door. After a moment it was opened by a dark-haired young man of above medium height, who smiled broadly and offered his hand. Mr. Smith, please come in and have a chair. I'll be right with you. Hamilton found himself a seat across from a broad, hand-carved mahogany desk. Dr. Gustaf passed through a side door into a treatment room. Hamilton could hear him giving firm advice to a drone-class robot. The machine's answers were a series of clicks and bleeps that Hamilton couldn't begin to interpret. He looked at the items on display on the wall of his office. There were diplomas, of course, and trophies from athletic competitions. He noted that a few of the works of art had that look that said they'd come from somebody's hobby. Most appeared to be quite old. I'm sorry, Mr. Smith. Gustaf came in, closing the door behind him. He hung his lab coat on a hanger, then took a seat across from Hamilton. Now, I suppose this is about the old Bath and Garter, isn't it? Farrell told me about your visit yesterday. It was all right for him to do that, wasn't it? He said you didn't ask for confidentiality. Oh, sure, that's fine. Hamilton waved nonchalantly. Actually, he had intended to ask Cooper to respect the convention, but he had been running late for a basketball practice and afterwards a round of committed pleasure reading, and he had forgotten. Today, he had uncharacteristically rushed through his work at the bank and had left early. Now, about your ritual club. Mr. Cooper makes some claims about its antiquity that are, frankly, hard to believe. Lying to a credentialed researcher is a crime, you know. Perhaps you can explain his extravagant story.
Gustaf nodded seriously.
Oh, I'm sure Farrell meant no harm. Perhaps he got a little carried away and misinterpreted some of the facts. You see, Mr. Smith, the Bath and Garter has been registered as a ritual club for 300 years. That's about the same age as our total social world state. I see. So your members are justifiably proud to be part of one of the oldest clubs. Perhaps that explains Cooper's flights of fancy.
Actually, Hamilton was a little disappointed. He had hoped for something more unusual.
Indeed.
Gustaf nodded.
Of course, the precursors of the society go back to several thousand years before the amalgamation. They were the English Knights of the Bath, of course, and the Fujiwara clan, which held the curtain to the chrysanthemum throne.
Gustaf's fingers formed a bridge, and he tilted back in his chair.
Do you see that ancient fan, Mr. Smith? The one in that case? It is the patent granted by the last ethnic Chinese emperor to his infant son. It was ratified by townsmen and elders up and down the Yangtze before the Manchu invaders arrived. The secret society that hid that child and his descendants is one of those that merged into the Bath and Garter hundreds of years ago. The child they protected was one of my ancestors.
Hamilton blinked.
Then, Cooper's claims that you were this king?
Gustaf shrugged.
It's all well documented, Mr. Smith. By all the old laws of inheritance, I am the heir of the merged royal families of Europe, Asia, and large parts of the rest of the world.
The robo-psychiatrist laughed when he saw Hamilton's expression.
Oh, you needn't look so stunned, Mr. Smith. You're looking at no madman. I'm a perfectly modern and productive member of society, a society of which I approve, in most parts. I don't claim any of the privileges once due to someone with my unique genetic heritage. That would be absurd. I'm merely the hereditary head of a ritual club, perfectly legal. Along with a few thousand others, I take pleasure in maintaining a spiritual link with the past.
Hamilton checked his recorder to make sure it was operating.
He couldn't believe this. And, the members of your club, are they also hereditary? Well, yes, to a degree. Certainly new members are welcome, and the increase has been rather great of late. But patrilineal families have been our mainstay. Families with names like Hinsien, Orange, Stuart, Fujiwara. Yeah.
Gustaf spread his hands.
You must try to understand how things were just after the amalgamation, Mr. Smith. Socialism was not in those days the pervasive, mostly benign set of assumptions it is today, but a powerfully emotional and violent movement. Among the scapegoats of that era were anyone who claimed distinction based on hereditary or family name, although such things once had their purpose. The royal houses had divested themselves of real power long beforehand, so they weren't focused as heavily as they might have been. Their withdrawal from public affairs was generally accomplished with goodwill and fine attention to legal niceties.
Fascinating, Hamilton said.
I thought the kings and queens and such were gone back in the days of sailing ships and hang gliders. Not quite, but they kept a very low profile for survival's sake. I suppose that reticence has become a habit that's outlived its original purpose.
Hamilton nodded agreeably, but he wasn't fooled for an instant.
Dr. Gustaf might be a thoroughly modern gentleman, but Hamilton had seen that look in Farrell Cooper's eyes, and the membership was mostly hereditary. How quaint. Hamilton had to contain his pleasure. He might have stumbled across an actual tribe. It might be the first tribe found since those... what were they called? Oh, yes, Marxists were the talk of all the sociology journals 20 years ago. That pathetic little group had been secretly maintaining some sort of delusion of world conquest for centuries. After the initial publicity, the members had all moved to different continents in embarrassment. Hamilton smiled and listened as Dr. Gustaf talked on, but already he was thinking about the abstract of his paper. He hoped the Bath and Garter lasted longer than the Marxists had. The first article in Amateur Sociologists' Weekly was reprinted as far away as Mars and Titan. Hamilton was afraid for a time that he would lose control when the professional sociologists took notice. But with Dan Anman's help, he was able to get a satisfactory psycho-psychic study related before anybody else. They were invited to do the lead article for the next issue of Popular Sociology.
"That is wonderful news, Hamilton," his android assistant buzzed. "You should get honorary professional status for this. It is a terrific honor to be granted a second profession at so young an age."
Hamilton grinned and sat back with his feet up on the desk. In a world that valued competent eclecticism over anything else, all the vocations guarded their professional status jealously. Hamilton had himself served on juries of professional bankers, screening hundreds of amateur financiers every year, each trying to convince the judges to award them the second hat. And now he had almost certainly won one of his own. Dr. George Gustaf wasn't the only man talented enough to win more than one vocation. He had to admit that Gustaf had class. He was taking the growing public attention with remarkable calm. He had even invited Hamilton to a special meeting of the Bath and Garter. Hamilton had left with the feeling that he had done a great honor, somehow. Clan leaders from all over the world had flown in. Many of the men and women were clearly skilled professionals, and most were obviously concerned by the growing notoriety. But Gustaf had appeared unconcerned, radiating an assurance that soon calmed all the others. Hamilton had been disappointed in the ritualistic aspects of the meeting. There weren't any of the funny hats or arcane symbols of his own loyal order. There was some mild bowing and occasional sheepish "my lord," but nothing kinky at all. But underlying it all were subtleties that Hamilton took note of, attitudinal cues that he carefully recorded. Something very unusual was going on here. The members of this group took it all quite a bit more seriously than did the members of a normal ritual club. He had left the meeting with more than just a pile of notes. He had left feeling very different, somehow. "I've transcribed my impressions of the meeting," he told the android. "Have you finished your historical survey?" Dan's translucent head bobbed in assent.
"I have, Hamilton, and I think the history will make an ideal introduction to our book. I will try to write up a lucid description of what monarchy was. A lot of people who never took up the right vocation won't have heard of it."
Good idea. That would save Hamilton a lot of time. Already the members of his basketball team were complaining, because he had so little time for his athletic hobby. "Did you find anything else interesting?"
"Yes, Hamilton. I found that all the records shown us by Dr. Gustaf were genuine. When I showed them to the AAA class androids at the records division, they became quite interested. Apparently George Gustaf's bloodline is correct."
Hamilton grinned. Amazing! Of course, this would keep the robo-psychiatrist out of delusional therapy. That pleased Hamilton. He actually liked the man. "So, how do you like working with a bunch of AAA androids?" The Ant-Man gave his version of a smile.
"About the way you feel about becoming a professional sociologist, Hamilton."
The human grinned back. The city of Orleans was interested, to say the least. For the first time in memory, people were actually juggling their schedules to get time off to watch a parade. It was a modest affair, as ritual parades went. There were no floats, no teams of amateur acrobats or struggling amateur aerocyclists. The procession was mostly afoot or on horseback, led by a small band of tall men who raised the neck hairs of the onlookers with the eerie tugging noise of bagpipes. The mood was ebullient. At the embarkation point there was a delay while a crowd gathered around the hereditary leader of the Bath and Garter, timorously insistent on collecting autographs. Please, dear ladies and gentlemen," Farrell Cooper called out with archaic formality. "His Grace has a scheduled key, please. May we have some room here? You there? Mind the horses."
Two of the large pipers arrived to help the amateur protectors push back the crowd. George Gustaf looked up after signing the book a young woman held. She clutched it to her breast and gasped as he winked at her. Gustaf motioned for the pipers and proctors to let one man through the cordon.
"Hello, Mr. Smith," he said.
He shook Hamilton's hand, then turned to take another autograph book.
"Come to watch another phenomenon in vivo? I must say your articles have made a quaint little hereditary chore into a gigantic responsibility."
Hamilton smiled back at the young man.
"Well, isn't that what being a king is all about, Dr. Gustaf? From my own reading, I'd say it was often harder work than anything else, at least for the monarchs who tried to be good at it. Tell me something. Did you ever wonder what it would have been like? I mean, if the monarchies had never declined, if I was the inheritor of true power instead of a ritual club? Well, of course I've thought about it, Mr. Smith. I'd have been guilty of a faulty imagination if I hadn't."
Gustaf finished with the last autograph seeker, waved at the crowd, then turned to look at Hamilton seriously.
"As to the reasons my ancestors had for merging their bloodlines the way they did, long after most of them had lost power, I'm as much in the dark as you are, but I can tell you something of the result. I'll not deny that there is something within me that resonates with the emotions of this crowd. I've always had an instinct for people, and androids for that matter. I've always scored at the top of the scale on all the aptitude tests for leadership and justice sense. Oh, I know, your amateur courtroom is one of the most popular, and the pros never overturn your decisions."
Gustaf shrugged.
So the question is, did my ancestors bestow something unusual upon me, or is it all coincidence? It's an interesting topic for speculation, though it doesn't really matter all that much.
Farrell Cooper came alongside. He nodded quickly at Hamilton, then spoke urgently to his club leader.
Your Grace, we're already behind schedule. If it pleases you, may we mount, so the vanguard doesn't get too far ahead of us?"
Hamilton smiled. He'd had plenty of time to get used to Cooper's fixation. Gustaf caught his eye with a wink.
We'll talk more later, Hamilton. I hope you have a chance for me to tell you how much I've been edified by your microsociological treatise on the Bath and Garter."
Hamilton felt himself blushing. It was an involuntary reaction, and he hurried to cover it up.
One last question, Dr. Gustaf, before you go.
Hamilton motioned to the crowd.
How do you account for this outpouring of feeling toward you and your club, here in Orleans and in the other towns you visited during this tour?
Gustaf frowned. You're the sociologist, Hamilton.
Just guess, please. I'd like your gut feeling.
Gustaf's brow knotted. He looked at the people who lined the sidewalks, craning for a better view, waving when his glance came their way. He looked seriously at Hamilton.
I'd say it's because they're lonely, bored, and cut loose from their past, Hamilton. Personally, I find it unfortunate that society hasn't found a way to fill this need. Not everyone is as happy with the total social state as you and I, but then perhaps you'll be the one to figure out this social dynamic,
A man came up leading Gustaf's horse. Gustaf mounted. The spirited animal snorted and pulled, but the robo-psychologist expertly calmed and brought it into line. Gustaf smiled at Hamilton.
Personally, I get all the vicarious connection with the past I'll ever need. What I'm really interested in is winning other honorary professions. You know how that feels.
He winked once again, then wheeled his stallion into line with a row of armoured men. The procession was halfway to the cathedral before Cooper had a chance to speak to Gustaf. When he did, it was with an arched eyebrow.
If your Grace will pardon me for asking, wasn't that just a little dangerous?
Gustaf shrugged. He lifted his arm to wave at the crowd and smiled. The stallion marched along proudly.
I don't think so, Farrell. After all, I didn't lie to him. Everything I said was the absolute truth. Farrell Cooper frowned. "That fellow is not stupid, sir. Telling the truth in the manner you did might be taken as patronizing if he figured it out. He has power, after a fashion, and could harm us if he tried." "He won't," Gustaf grinned. "I trust Hamilton. He won't let us down." "I hope you're right," Cooper muttered, as he dodged a shower of rose petals. Shouts greeted them on all sides as they rode, the skirling bagpipes leading the way. Gustaf waved as he laughed. "Oh, don't be such a sourpuss anyway. The work week starts again on Monday, and we all go back to our vocations. For now, I'm enjoying my ancestors' gift. And if you had to enjoy that gift every day for the rest of your life, Your Grace?" "Bite your tongue." "Yes, my liege." It was the first time a polo game had ever sold out East Thames Stadium. In fact, it was the first time a match had ever been played before 150,000 spectators, plus a sizable video audience. The professional and amateur sportscasters and pundits all attributed the revival to the recent notoriety of one of the players. The man they were watching for waited until the second chucker to come out upon the field, and when he rode out, guiding his eager bay with gentle touches of his knees, the flag was run up along the sidelines. The crowd cheered ecstatically. The flag was an intricate design, based, Hamilton now knew, on the ancient Union Jack, with symbols in the corners that indicated a chrysanthemum, a lotus, a leopard, and a fleur-de-lis. Hamilton watched from the midline as the opposing teams swirled across the turf, twisting and striking with graceful power from the backs of their responsive mounts. Suddenly, one of the visiting Americans broke out of the mass of jostling animals, driving the ball toward the sole defender of the English goal. Immediately behind him galloped George Gustaf, narrowing the gulf with each second. The defender made a feint, then tried to block to the left, but the American was only momentarily fooled. His horse deftly sidestepped to give the rider a shot. On the carry-through, the American's mallet hit George Gustaf in the shoulder, throwing him off his mount to land with a thud in the rough turf. Almost every one of the onlookers rose to his feet as the pro and amateur sports physicians ran onto the field, where the English captain lay still on the ground. Even when he could be seen moving, rolling over onto his back and finally sitting up with the aid of his teammates, the silence in the huge stadium was like the humming of a high-voltage wire. Hamilton found himself tight around the throat, and tried to wonder why. Others had been shaken up before, yet the crowd had reacted nothing like this. Finally, the tall man was helped to his feet. He shrugged off the hands that clutched at him, and turned to wave at the crowd. The cheers were like a dam bursting. The shouts and applause went on for minutes, with the officials apparently uninterested in maintaining order. When the American who had clipped him came up, leading both their mounts, Gustaf smiled and shook his hand firmly, causing the audience to roar once again. The play finally resumed, as vigorous as ever. The English declined a penalty. Hamilton became so engrossed that he didn't notice when Dan Anman came alongside, accompanied by a short, broad-faced woman and 3 elegantly featured androids. Dan finally took him by the elbow. "Hamilton," he said, "these people are from the World Legal Services. It's very important that they talk with you." Hamilton smiled. He had become used to meeting important people lately. "Can't it wait, Dan? Tell them we can talk after the game is over." The short human shook her head. She introduced herself as Ms. Ing. "I'm afraid that just won't do, Mr. Smith. We have to talk to you now. Something is brewing that could lead to the first human-android confrontation since the amalgamation." "What the hell do you mean they're not a tribe?" Hamilton shouted. The lounge they had appropriated had a large window overlooking the stadium. The cheers of the crowd could be heard through the glass. Ing shrugged.
You will have to admit that the pattern that is developing is not the classical outgrowth that occurs when an urban tribe is discovered. Usually— Yes. Usually the tribe shrivels up and dies due to ridicule. This time, on the other hand, public interest has been very friendly to the Bath and Garter tribe. So what? I'm pleased that my discovery hasn't caused them the discomfort I feared it would. Other than that, I see no faults in my sociological analysis.
The woman frowned.
Have you any idea of the rate at which the Bath and Garter has been acquiring novice members, Mr. Hamilton?
Well, I was aware there'd been some increase. I suppose there's a certain fad appeal in that.
Fad appeal? Mr. Smith, their mail has topped 1 million letters per week. Their budget, all derived from per capita recreation funds drawn on world state treasuries, will easily exceed that of my entire department. Your work may have been good stuff for an amateur, Hamilton, enough to even get you honorary status, but it was essentially micro-sociology. If you knew anything about macro-sociology and the possible effects of things like this on the world state as a whole, you might have been more prudent.
Hamilton shook his head. I'm not sure I understand.
Ms. Ing sighed. She enunciated slowly, patronizingly.
Even you had somehow caught on to a malaise that we pros have been watching carefully for many years now. It's been hell, I'll tell you, keeping tabs on this thing while every amateur psychology and sociology team in the world prowled about, sniffing. And it had to be you, someone who never had a single credential before, who came up with this monstrosity.
Now, I don't see any need to get personal.
You've opened a Pandora's box, Ing shouted. Our calculations show this thing capturing the imaginations of over half the citizens on the globe within 6 months.
Hamilton felt numb. He looked to Dan and saw only passivity.
Well, fads do pass. I don't think Dr. Gustaf would ever do anything to capitalize on this. He's a responsible citizen. He'd just humor the public, I guess.
Hamilton glanced at the 3 AAA androids.
Anyway, he went on, I don't see where a human-android conflict comes into this.
Tell him, Ing said to the An-men. Go ahead and tell him who this responsible citizen really is.
The centremost android bowed briefly to Ing, then to Hamilton. His features were almost human, in a smooth, translucent fashion. His voice was cool and melodic.
Mr. Smith, I represent Android Legal Control. You may be aware that we have been, since amalgamation, the record keepers and guardians of legal precedent. We are ingrained with a fundamental need to serve mankind's happiness and flexible development. But foremost of all is our reverence for the law, as properly deliberated and passed by sovereign human beings.
Yes, we're all taught about what great pals you and men are.
Hamilton was growing impatient.
What does this have to do with George Gustaf?
The android paused.
Mr. Hamilton, we have gone over the legal records carefully. You presented the historical record quite well in your recent book, particularly in regard to how the royal families of Earth first withdrew from politics and then slowly merged into one line. What you did not and could not discuss was the precise fashion in which the kings and queens and emperors withdrew from public life. It appears that a close study shows no total abrogation of power. In almost every case, the final act, approved by the elected assemblies of the people in each nation, had lines such as, "By most gracious permission of His Majesty," and "By the trust of Her Majesty now invests in us," all semantically powerful. No doubt when such phrases were included, they were thought mere courtesies.
You don't mean—
But I do, Mr. Hamilton. Oh, there are substantial limitations to royal authority that do have the force of law, but in essence, that man is king of the greater part of the globe. It is the intention of Android Legal Control to inform him of this as soon as his game is completed, and to offer him our protection.
At which point,
Ing growled. The pros in sociology, politics, and the police, along with a healthy number of our amateurs, will rebel. Some of us still remember the ideals that led to the world state. We have no intention of allowing an imposition of rampant feudalism. Through the window carried the sounds of ecstatic cheering. Hamilton felt dazed. "But what do you want from me? I can't unpublish my work or take him out of the spotlight." The woman held up her hand. "Okay, you see the problem. Now, are you sure you don't see a possible solution?" She looked at Hamilton archly. The three androids also stared. Hamilton felt certain they were testing him, somehow. Or maybe we can work out some sort of compromise." Ing sighed. The androids buzzed happily. "You're the man for the job, then. You'll talk to him, help mediate the sides. If he's as reasonable a fellow as you say, we can work out some sort of constitutional arrangement that will satisfy the people, the An-men, and the social pros." "But why me?" "Because you brought it all up. You opened the door for him. And besides, he seems to like you." Ing swallowed as she visibly made an effort to adapt her habits of speech. She paused, then said, "I mean, it seems you are in favour with His Majesty." Outside, the sound of 150,000 cheering voices shook the stadium. Epilogue. Dr. George Gustaf sat back behind his desk, after the last negotiators had left and Farrell Cooper had shut the door.
Will there be anything else, Your Majesty?"
Cooper smiled. "What more could there be, Farrell? I'm now constitutional monarch of the world. They've thrown in the rest of the solar system, too, in exchange for my giving up the unilateral right to declare war when we discover aliens, if ever."
"Oh, quite an accomplishment, Your Majesty. We'll all be very busy getting ready for the coronation."
"Yeah," Gustaf grimaced. "It's going to be a hard 5 years before the experiment's over and we can publish the results."
"Yes, they won't like it if you do as you plan and suddenly abdicate then, especially if you've been a good king."
"Oh, I'll be a good king for 5 years. But maybe you're right. We should figure out a way to go incognito when we publish, and let the world know that a bunch of pro-actors, amateur historians and artists, pulled off the biggest sociological experiment in history, and right under the professionals' noses." Cooper grinned.
"Whatever Your Majesty says."
Gustaf sighed. "There's only one thing that bothers me."
"What's that?"
"It's the An-men. My whole procedure depended on a careful manipulation of android psychology, making them believe that my experiment would benefit mankind in the long run, even if it results in a little bit of short-term disruption. Their help was necessary to clean up my pedigree a bit and make me seem totally legitimate as an heir."
"Well, it worked, didn't it? You're the expert robo-psychiatrist. Doesn't this justify your confidence?"
"I suppose so." Gustaf frowned. "But it's those damn AAA androids that have me worried. They're totally committed to human welfare and growth, and I was sure at least a few of them would have balked at the demoralizing effect it will have when I publish. After all, I'm doing this simply to win another honorary profession. A very selfish motive. I wonder why they went so far out of their way to help me on this." Cooper finished polishing a fine crystal snifter and placed it on a silver tray on the desk by Gustaf's arm.
"Maybe they think they know you better than you know them, or perhaps even yourself,"
he said. Gustaf swiveled about to stare at Cooper. The tall, sallow old man lifted a decanter of brandy from the cabinet at the wall. "What do you mean?"
"Well,"
Cooper looked through the ancient crystal decanter at the fine old cognac.
"when the 5 years are up, what proof will you have that this was all just part of an experiment?"
Gustaf's frown deepened. "They wouldn't.
he began. Then, seeing the expression on Cooper's face, he whispered, "You wouldn't?" Cooper smiled. "No, of course not, Your Majesty." Cooper poured, with quiet precision, exactly the right amount of brandy into the glass at Gustaf's side. He bowed, and as he turned to go, he noticed that the first worry line had begun to buckle in the brow of the young man's face. The Wicked Season, by C.L. Crouch. The newspapers called it the Baxter hoax. It wasn't a hoax, though. It was my barn he was in. Me and Linda, that's my wife, and my son Dane, he's 16 now, had just bought a farm on the edge of Baxter. Everybody still called it the old Hull place, though. My folks had been farmers before they had me, but I had never actually lived that kind of life myself. I'd heard Dad talk about it, though, and when Dr. Booker advised me to take up a less stressful occupation, the idea of living on a farm seemed like the ticket at the time. So I quit sales management at Wireless Products, bought 40 acres, and moved on out there. It was a pretty little place, bottom land, and a lake on one edge that the Rialto promised held fish, lots of trees, a roomy 2-story house, and a huge barn which Linda called quaint, though it's beyond me how anything that big rates the term. I promised Dane we'd go fishing as soon as I did enough repair work on the place to make sure it weathered the next winter. Baxter's only got around 300 people. We could just make out the lights from our nearest townward neighbours, the Viders, through the pines along the gravel road. It's a full 25 miles before you run into anything like a city. Then you hit Enderby, that's the country seat. So it seemed like a good place to get away from it all, at first. A perfect way to start learning country living. I figured what I couldn't learn about real farming by myself, the stuff you can't read about in books like how to keep smiling when the crops fail, the neighbours could help us out with. Linda's real friendly, and Dane's a quiet boy, but he's easy-going. He has a sly way of teasing those he likes. All things considered, I figured we'd ease in somehow. We might have, too, if it hadn't been for what had happened. There was this guy, Beaufort Guthright, his name. He started it all, really. He's one of these types that thinks you have to kill something to prove you're a man. Stuffed wildcats and deer-head trophies all over the wall. You know the kind. After we visited him to get acquainted, Linda told me she never wanted to go back and be stared at by all those dead poor things. She also called them victims of Guthright's macho upbringing. She talks like that, hangover from her college days. I married her anyway. Most everybody in Baxter seemed to like Guthright. It could have been just because he had money, but then money never seemed to impress me much. I'm not poor, nor am I exactly rich, just comfortable. But I never believed in having too much more than you need, or in showing off either. Whatever it was, he just rubbed me the wrong way right from the start. Well, anyway, I was out cutting down some brush to clear a path to the lake last spring, and I could see sunlight on the water through the last bit of tangle when I heard a gun go off. Bang, 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 bang. 4 shots, real fast, like that, and I heard something big come crashing down through the pines off to my left, about 100 yards or so away. I tore out through the bushes and briars to see what had fallen, all the time thinking up some cuss words to use on whoever had been shooting where my family could have been hurt or killed. Before I knew it, I'd stumbled across what had been shot. I don't know why I didn't go into shock right then and there, I really don't. Maybe I was still running on mad. Always did have trouble holding my peace and looking at what lay on the ground. I knew if I wanted to keep it alive, I'd better put a lid on that temper of mine. Still, I ran to where I'd heard the shots come from, and there was Guthright. using his gun barrel to poke around in weeds to try and find whatever it was he'd brought down this time. He looked around when he finally heard me, and before I could say anything, he asked me if I'd seen a big bird of some kind come down hereabouts. Some people are just born with more than their share of gore, I guess. Well, even if I'd liked Buford, which I didn't, I wasn't going to tell him where to find anything he'd maimed, just so he could finish it off, stuff it, hang it on the wall, on his damn wall. So I told him no. Then I demanded he'd tell me where he got the nerve to shoot ducks out of season, and on my land at that. He tried real hard to smile his way out of it. He even tried to trade on the fact that our borders touched, and that made us neighbours. Why, actually, I spotted the bird on my side of the lake. I figured you wouldn't mind if I just followed it around a little, he drawled. The fence has been broke down for years, and old man Old didn't mind me coming over from time to time and hunting. Fact is, and he stopped there to spit some snuff out of the space between his teeth, Job Old used to hunt on my side of the lake some days. We'd even fished in the same boat. Maybe it was the sweat on his lip, or the way he spit, or maybe it was just the yellow teeth he used to make with that smile. But I just reminded him that I had a wife and kid he could have killed, and that this was the Forrester place now, not the old place anymore. And if he wanted to think of us as neighbours, he could take his gun and go shoot on his side of the lake. He didn't like that, but he left anyway. I waited till I couldn't hear him crashing through the brush anymore, and I tore off back to where his big bird had fallen. I was afraid I'd wasted too much time talking, and it'd be dead. I was out of breath when I got back to where he was, and I just stood there, gawking for a minute. I guess that's when the aftershock set in. I swear to you, though to this day I'm not sure, 'cause he never said, but he sure looked like an angel. It took me a good hour to convince Linda that I wasn't crazy. Hook the flatbed up to the tractor and get back to the, well, I still think of him as an angel, even if he wasn't. And if he wasn't, what was he? Anyway, it took us a precious hour to do all that and get back to the house. It's not that he was heavy. He was light, really, for his size. It's just that with only 3 of us, and giving his size and those enormous wings of his, well, it was sort of an awkward load. Then, too, his wing looked broken, so I didn't want to make it worse by jostling him a lot, so we went slow on account of that. I'm just glad most of the brush was clear enough for the tractor to pass. He opened his eyes once on the way back and looked at me. His breath was slow, but even. He didn't say anything, but he sort of thanked me with his eyes, like he knew we weren't going to hurt him. When we finally reached the house, we found out he was too big to fit through the door, so we wound up putting him out in the barn. It seemed sort of sacrilegious, if he was an angel, I mean. But then I figured Jesus was born in a stable, and if that was good enough for God, then maybe what passed for an angel wouldn't mind. We hefted him off the flatbed and onto a pile of hay Linda and Dane had covered with some blankets, sheets, and quilts. It took a lot to cover the hay. He was at least 8 feet tall, I guess, after we laid him out. Linda and Dane went into the house to boil water and sterilize some clothes for bandages. I pulled out some of the new lumber I'd meant to fix a few holes in the barn with. I sawed some down into narrow strips and sanded them smooth. Just in time, too, because Dane was coming back with some of the bandages. Linda had ironed them dry so as to hurry things up as much as she could. Dane lifted the angel's right wing and held it up so I could splint it. And that was when I found the bullet. All that time I'd just thought he'd gotten nicked hard enough to break the wing, and that the long fall from the sky had stunned him. But right under the place where the wing grew to the back, it was where the shoulder blades are on us, there was a raggedy hole, and instead of human blood, a sort of clear, honey-coloured fluid was leaking out, soaking the clothes the angel wore, all the way to the waist. The feathers had just covered it up all that time. Then, too, I'd probably expected red blood, and might not have noticed because of that. Up to that time, all this had just been a sort of strange. All of a sudden, it started to get sad and ugly. I looked at Dane and saw angry tears banked up. I could feel that burning even in my own throat. The angel stirred once, like he was in a lot of pain, and turned his head to the side. There were strong, thick cords that rippled in his neck. It made me think of a mighty, powerful lion's head with his golden white hair like a mane. While Dane helped me turn him over on his stomach to get him off his bad wing, I finally used all those swear words I'd been saving. I cussed Guthright's gun, his mother, his foul breath, all under my own, of course, and I told Dane to go back into the house and tell his mother to find something to take the shell out with. He seemed glad not to have to stay in the room with such terrible evidence of the evil men can do. Now, Dane, you understand, has always been a strong boy, and he has a good heart. He knows there's bad in the world. Any kid growing up in a city knows that. But I could see in his eyes that this thing told him there were far worse evils out there than he'd ever imagined. If there is a moment you can point to and say, "Here ends my boyhood, and here manhood begins," then to my mind, this was Dane's time. I remember my time. It was far more the common kind. As soon as he'd left for the house, I got up and shut and barred the big double doors. It was a warm spring day, but I felt cold. Very, very cold. Dane and Linda came back with iodine to sterilize the wound, and kitchen shears to cut away the cloth around it. That last part wasn't easy. It was thin, but we found it impossible to tear. Well, I say thin, but you couldn't see through it even so. But it was light enough that when Linda sneezed once, it caught the breeze and floated in the air for several seconds before it finally drifted back down to the sheets. I dug out the mangled shell and some stray bits of metal. Damn thing could nearly have killed an elephant, and pulverized anything smaller. I remember wondering if that fool Guthright bought his trophies, because no pro hunter shoots ducks even out of season with that size ammo. It didn't hit me till later that he must have known beforehand what he was shooting at. I held the wing up, and we all held our breaths as Dane dribbled some iodine into the hole. The orangey-red stuff just disappeared when it hit the blood. The wing twitched in my hands, and the aliveness of the movement of the feathers startled me. Linda swabbed out the wound with some cotton wrapped around a wooden handle, and she looked white, but she didn't quit. I felt pale myself. There weren't many words said, but when our eyes met again, we knew this had to be kept secret, at least until the angel was well. We bandaged the wound and finished splinting the wing. All that time, the angel was out cold. A mercy, since naturally we didn't keep any chloroform or ether around. Afterwards, while we rested a bit, I noticed the shell had dropped on my foot. Disgusted, I kicked the bloody thing across the floor. It rattled over to a corner and got lost in the shadows of some barrels. I looked at my hands then and wiped them on my work shirt. I said a silent prayer that our doctoring would do. The noise I'd made brought a deep, low moan of pain from the angel. We watched as he lifted his eyelids and turned that great head to us. I don't mind telling you I still get goose flesh at the thought of his eyes just then. There wasn't any fear or anger in them. I hadn't noticed the colour of his eyes when he'd opened them in the woods, but I did then. Grey, with a light in them, kind of. There were eyes that must have seen life come and go, and also seen something I couldn't even put a name to. When I was a boy, I saw a painting of a desert prophet.
The angel's eyes reminded me of that painting. The prophet's eyes were grey, too. And wise. Wise. We sat in the kitchen later, Linda and I, while Dane stayed out in the barn with a flashlight to guard the angel from rats or anything else. For a long time, we just sat and drank coffee, while I smoked and smoked. I hadn't needed one so bad since the day I quit. I still remember how glad I was I'd hid an emergency carton and not pitched it out like Linda and the doctor had wanted. But even though I filled the ashtray twice, Linda didn't say a word. She was that lost in thought. After a long time, she said, Tom, what are we going to do with him? Get him well, that's all, I said, and then he can go back, wherever it is he came from. She looked at me then, and noticed the cigarette I'd just lit. She got that shame-on-you-teasing look she gets. I grinned and stubbed it out. She made a face at the smell and got up to empty the butts into the garbage. As she poked her head in under the sink to find some hairspray, she asked the question that had been in all our minds. Where did I think he came from? I guess one of us had to brave that one sooner or later. Fool's question, though, since neither of us had the answer, and the angel hadn't said. Then she asked the other question. Tom, she said, after she finally found the spray and was using it, Tom, if he's really what he looks like, then how on earth could he be shot? Neither of us knew it then, but the answer was right in her question. Unless he wasn't an angel. Maybe even then. Thinking back, Linda never once called him the angel. Come to think of it, she never even mentioned his wings. I think the stranger's differentness, or maybe what he might mean, bothered her, made her uncomfortable somehow. I'm glad I didn't have to answer that last question. My stomach gave a very earthly and unsupernatural growl, and we were both amazed to realize none of us had had anything to eat since breakfast, and it was almost dark. And poor Dane was out in the barn, chilly, and probably as hungry as I suddenly was. Hungrier. He's a growing boy. I've a better question, I said. Does that person out there eat? Because if he's half as hungry as I am, he'll die of it if he's as weak as he has to be. I could see by the look on her face that she hadn't thought of that either, and she gave a nervous little laugh. Well, she said, if he can be shot, and bleed. We both looked at each other for a second, then we jumped up and ran to the fridge. I started slapping sandwiches together, lots of them, different kinds. Meantime, Linda heated up some of her homemade tomato soup. We grabbed a spare flashlight and headed for the barn. Linda held the gate open for me while I balanced the tray of food. It was getting pretty dark by then, so I couldn't see her face well since she had the light. But when she pointed her light to the sky, I asked if I thought he'd come from up there. I knew she didn't mean heaven. The soup's getting cold, I stalled. Tom, she said, she can be pretty insistent when she feels like it. I look at it this way, I told her. If he's really an angel, we couldn't have a nicer house, a barn guest, and somebody's got to see that it heals up all right. And if he's, as a joke, I looked up and then whispered, from up there, don't you think we'd better give him a better impression to take back to Mars and Guthright has? I caught a glimpse on her face then. I could see that good imagination of hers was beginning to scare her. That I never intended. Truth is, it kind of scared me too, when I thought about it. I mean, the worst question of all, I didn't ask. He'd lost an awful lot of blood. What if he died? I looked up again at the stars as Linda rapped on the barn doors. As it turned out, the angel never did eat anything. Well, not exactly, anyway. I'll get on to that later. He did drink water, though. Great buckets of it, several times a day. Never did find out why. and we found he liked the water from the cistern north of the barn more than the water that came out of the town pipes. As the days went by, Linda, Dane, and I took turns taking care of the angel. The bleeding had stopped, and he seemed to be gradually growing stronger. Mostly he slept, so I stopped all work on the barn so as not to disturb his rest. I figured it could wait a while longer. One morning, on the second week, I relieved Dane as usual, sat down in the straw, and watched the angel sleep. He made a pretty odd picture, up against the normalness of the barn. I looked around me at the splintery, unpainted walls, the barrels and bushel baskets, the faded, half-empty feed sacks, rusty plough blades and pitchforks. I could still smell the scent that horses, cows, pigs and chickens leave behind, even when their stalls and roots have been mucked out regularly. The smells were too faint to be recent, and only served to remind me of their earthiness against the impossibleness of the winged man. High up overhead, the morning sun shot a ray through the big square trapdoor, there to let air and light in. I looked up at the rafters through the hay dust, and it liked to have blinded me. Not for the first time. I made a mental note to climb up on the roof and shut the doors. The spring rains could only hold off so long, I told myself. Of course, part of it was that there wasn't a ladder tall enough to reach the roof. I really had been planning to buy or build one, but I just never got round to it. I'm just grateful now that I didn't. That way, maybe... Well, we'll get onto that later, too. Since I'd been taking the morning watch, I'd had plenty of good light to study him by, so I'd had time to notice what a beautiful creature he was. I say he, though I honestly have to admit I'm only using the word because he looked masculine. His wings weren't white, like pictures of angels you always see. Did I give you that idea? No, they were like a peacock's, green and blue, and gold and shimmery. I smiled to myself when I caught myself thinking of the sunlight caught in his hair as a sort of halo. I was trying too hard to pump it into something it might not be. He was wearing a yellow and brown patterned robe, made of several layers of the material I told you about before, and it was cinched around his waist by a rusty red sash made of the same light stuff. His skin was sort of brownish gold, with no hair or pores that I could make out. After a minute of watching his chest rise and fall, I reached over and felt his broad forehead to see if there was a fever, but he felt cool. But then I'd not checked to see if he felt warm or cool when I first touched him in the woods, so I really couldn't tell if he was running a temperature or was just where he ought to be. A large horsefly that had been buzzing around landed on his face. I reached over to brush it away, and it flew off. I thought sure the fly on my hand would wake him up, but he didn't stir. I happened to glance at his bad wing, and noticed that one of the long feathers had worked its way loose and was lying on the hay. Dane knocked on the door, real soft, right then with the breakfast, and I got up to let him in. He saw me holding the feather, and I could tell by the look on his face that he thought he could fix it. I recalled he'd mended a blue jay's wing once by putting a loose feather back in the quill sheath, so I handed it to him. He bent over the broken wing and looked carefully at it. He used his fingers to gently pry apart and hold back the feathers. Then he shook his head. "It's closed up, Dad," he said. "Must have healed up." "Oh, no, wait a minute." He got down even closer. After a couple of seconds he spoke. His voice squeaked. He was changing. "He's got something in the hole. It's like a new feather growing back. Like a real bird, Dad, only long feathers don't replace that soon." I agreed it was remarkable. I told him I guessed in that case the angel wouldn't mind if he kept the feather. His eyes got big. He looked from the feather to me, to the angel, and back to the feather. "Wow," he whispered, and kept on whispering it all the way to the doors. I wonder if he remembered to eat breakfast before school that morning. As I drew the bar across the doors, I thought I heard the angel shift on the hay a little. I turned around to see if he was ready for his morning drink, but he was still asleep. The hairs on the back of my neck started to raise up and tickle me. I squinted my eyes to look past the sunbeam into the shadowy corners. I didn't see anything inside, and I told myself I was getting spooked by a mouse. I decided to take a look outside anyway, just to be sure. It took me a solid 2 minutes, at least for my eyes to stop watering from the strong sunlight. Then I snuck around to the back corner of the barn and poked my head around to look back to where the woods began. I didn't see anything, but I did hear a twig snap off through the trees. Not hearing anything else, I laughed at how jittery I'd been. It was probably a wild house cat, I thought. There were several of the little beggars that hung out around the kitchen door a lot. They knew they could always count on a handout from Linda or Dane. Me too, truth be known. Linda and Dane had a contest to see who could tame one to eat out of the hand first. If I'd known what would happen later on, I'd have gone after that noise with a gun, and not come back till I'd shot what made it. One night the next week, we'd gone to bed, and I couldn't sleep. I kept wondering if we were doing the right kinds of things to get the angel well, or if he needed something we couldn't possibly give him. I had a flash of resentment to that person out there who was messing up our routines, and I thought of all the things I wasn't getting done. Finally, I reached out to the drawer by my side of the bed, and Linda made a noise that let me know she was awake. How she could tell in the dark that I was about to sneak a smoke is beyond me. "Not in bed anyway, Thomas," she said. I sighed and settled back onto the pillow and resigned myself to a nicotine fit. She didn't say anything for a couple of minutes, but I knew she wasn't asleep. "Okay," I said. "What is it?" The tone I used usually made her smile, but when she answered, I knew it hadn't this time. "This whole thing is putting a strain on you," she started. "And Dane, too." She didn't mention herself. "You can't do so much worrying, Tom." I sighed again and touched her hair in the dark. I didn't need light to see its red colour. Let her talk it out, I thought. "Tomorrow, go see if there's a doctor in Baxter, or maybe Enderby. Then get him back here to look at that improbable person out there." I thought about it a bit, and then I said, Just like the angel didn't ask to get shot, he didn't ask me to play nursemaid either. I took him on, and I'm doing fine, thanks to yours and Dane's help." "Well," she sighed, "anyway, it's a good thing school's about through. His grades are beginning to show the stress of sleeping on the floor, not to mention having to keep the biggest secret he's ever had in all his life." "Now, Linda, Dane's not a blabbermouth. You know that. He's better at keeping secrets than I was at his age, that's for sure." I realized my voice had risen, so I lowered it again. "Besides, the weather's not bad. Spring rains haven't come yet, so he's dry. He's not complaining. Probably just like camping out to him, only a whale of a lot more interesting, I guess." For some reason, I thought of the morning before, when I'd unbound the angel's wing and flexed it gently to see if it was healing okay. I had gotten curious then to know exactly how long his wings were, so I went round to his good wing — I'd never have tried this if he'd been awake — and stretched it all the way out. The feathers splayed out across the barn for yards and yards. The wing was kind of the shape of a golden eagle's, but a little longer. He woke up soon after and drank his morning water, and for the first time I saw his wings move. The good one he just folded up somehow and tucked away real neat. There must have been some trick of positioning it just right, because he sat up and he didn't get in the way. But his bad wing was still weak from disuse, and hung limp to the hay, quivering. He smiled at me then, as if to say that with exercise it would be stronger. Seeing as how his strength was coming back and all, I mustered what courage I could, and asked him some questions I had bottled up since I first clapped eyes on him. Was he really an angel? He smiled even bigger at that, but it wasn't like he was laughing at me, more like I ought to know the answer already, and he let me figure it out for myself. "Well, if you are an angel," I said, "then you can tell me what God is like, what heaven is like." He laid back down then, with a sorrowful look on his face. I asked him if those were foolish questions, or was he just getting tired again? He shook his head no, and I thought to myself then that no could have been an answer to either or both questions, or he might have been trying to tell me that he didn't speak English. I don't know, though. Maybe he thought I didn't have any business asking questions like that in the first place. What do I know of heaven, or God? How can either be explained? I don't think I'd believed in God if he could be described anyway. Maybe I figured as much even then, because I asked a more ordinary question next. Why was he flying over Guthright's place anyhow? But he didn't answer. He looked, and his eyes were closed again. Linda rolled over away from me and brought me back to the present. I told her not to fret. I'd be fine. Hadn't done any fence post hole digging or patching on the barn, or much of any work for 3 weeks. Why, it's like a vacation for me, I told her. And if she was really all that worried about Dane, well, I guess I could start sleeping out there instead of him, and then you could whisper to the bedpost. That made her laugh. She hit me with a pillow. "Oh, you," she said. "All right." She didn't like my decision not to get a doctor on it, but she didn't nag me about it. She's not like that. Linda'd finally dropped back off to sleep. I was just about there myself when I heard the kitchen door open and shut. So quiet it had to be from someone who was trying hard not to wake anyone up. I slipped on my robe, eased down the stairs to check out the house, and came up behind Dane, standing in front of the fridge, chewing on some leftover cold chicken. The light from the fridge was the only light in the room, unless you count the pilot lights on the stove. Now, my slippers are real soft, so when I spoke, Dane liked to turn round in his skin. "Boy," I started, and he spilled some milk he'd been drinking and choked. Even as I smiled to myself, I realized Linda might be right. Dane's not usually jumpy. He looked down at the milk on the linoleum, and on his pyjamas, and up at me again. He'd stopped in mid-chew. I tried to sound stern, but my heart wasn't in it. "Hasn't your mother told you before not to leave the door standing open like that?" I smiled. "It runs the motor too much, makes the fridge heat up." He turned around and shut the door with his foot. I turned on the overhead and asked him why he'd left the barn unwatched. He broke off a yawn to say he was hungry. He still seemed more nervous than just being startled would have warranted. "Something wrong?" I asked, but he just shook his head. No. I sat down at the table, and Dane leaned against the fridge, sipping his milk with one hand and then nibbling on some chicken he had in the other. I was still a tad peeved at him for going slack on his watch duty, but I knew he must not think it was all that dangerous by now. The angel seemed to be getting well after all, and really didn't need a round-the-clock vigil. In fact, I began to wonder if some morning I might not go out and find he'd flown, like the wild birds Dane had brought home to mend and let go. And if Guthright hadn't believed he'd missed, and the big bird had managed to get far away, or at least die far away, he'd have been banging on my door a long time ago, wanting to know why I'd lied to him. And nobody else even had a clue what was out there in our common old barn. "After your break," I told Dane, "you have to go back." He did a balancing act with the milk and the chicken, pulled a bit of skin off and dropped it on a paper towel. "Dad," he said quietly, Maybe other people ought to know about him. I started to remind him about Guthright and people like him, but he shook his head and looked at me. I spotted in his face something that looked familiar, and finally I pinned it down. His eyes had a little of what I'd seen in the angel's eyes. That innocence. Not naivety, you understand, but real, literal, honest-to-God innocence. "I don't think everybody's as bad as Mr. Guthright, Dad," he said. "Maybe he's not even all that bad. Did you know his wife's buried on this land?" he asked suddenly. I had to admit I wasn't aware of that fact. "Well, I looked at her tombstone, Dad," he started, but I cut him short. "You mean you went over on his side of the fence after what he did?" "Because of what he did," he said quietly. Knowing Dane, I didn't need that explained. I knew he'd not meant harm to Guthright, but just wanted to know the man better. Still, the damn fool, Great White Under, might have killed my boy, and I let Don know I thought that he'd been foolish not to consider the danger. Underneath, though, I was proud of him. "What," I smiled, "does having his wife buried on the property have to do with his character? Maybe he shot her. By accident, of course. Or maybe he's just too cheap to buy a coffin." Dane grinned and licked a chickeny finger and snorted. "Really, Dad, shot her?" I grinned too. "No," he said after a second. "It was what was on the tombstone that makes me say that." I waited. "I will wait for you," he quoted, "till the end of time, and after." "Fool," I said. "Nice poetry, but a lot of people put things on people's graves that they'd like to have heard when the person was alive and didn't. Doesn't mean as much as you're making it out to." "Well," he said, "I'd probably have thought so too, if it hadn't been for the dates on the tombstone." "Which were," I prompted. 1927 to 1948, he answered. "So, he died young, and over 30 years ago," I said. "And you think he's like that because of that? Well, it seems a bit too simple to me, Dane." "Well, a lot can happen over that many years, Dad," he said. "You're telling your father that?" I grinned. He didn't smile. "Dad, there are still fresh gladiolas there every day, and not a weed near it. I checked all that last week." "I'm amazed he finds time to grow flowers. I'm sure it doesn't look gardening type," I said. Then I saw I'd teased too far. "Oh, don't look at me like that. I'm not saying he has them delivered." I stretched to get my blood moving. "You're probably right, you know, but it still doesn't make the old coot any easier to live next to." "I still don't see, though, how this all adds up to you thinking we should publicize the presence of our friend in the barn." I leaned back in my chair. He put down the chicken, wiped his hands and mouth, and cleared his throat. I sat quiet and waited for him to sort it all out. The electric clock humming over the stove was the only sound in the room. Finally, he found the words. "I've been thinking, Dad," he began. "Sometimes he wakes up, and whenever he does, I give him water. Lately, it's taken him longer and longer to go back to sleep. Tonight, he stayed awake a while again. I finally got the nerve to talk to him." "Oh, I've done that," I said, "but he doesn't answer. It bothers me, too. I keep thinking, I just know you can talk. Why don't you talk?" I'm afraid I couldn't keep that little bit of bitterness from my voice. Dane's reply was soft and studied. "I think, Dad, that he only says something when it's really necessary. He must come from such a different type of place that he thinks we just couldn't comprehend most of what he'd say. Don't you think?" So, Dane had come to the same conclusion, I thought. I shifted in the hard kitchen chair, and it made a loud creak. I lowered my whisper, as if that might make up for it. "Well, He only understands Martian. Dane was silent. I looked at him, and his eyes fell from mine to the floor. It dawned on me why he was so jumpy. He answered you tonight, didn't he? I asked. Dane nodded, still looking at the floor, well aware that I was jealous, and ashamed for me. And I was jealous of my own son. I felt my cheeks flush hot. Dane, I said contritely, what do you two find to talk about? Well, Dane started to speak, then looked at me, but he saw in my face that I really was sorry. He started over. Well, the first thing was, I told him about the feather, the one I'd kept, how it had come out and all, and he smiled and put his finger on my mouth like I wasn't supposed to say any more, that it was okay to keep it. I realized I'd been holding my breath. Disappointed, I said, Oh, I thought you meant he said words. I wouldn't have blamed Dane if he'd felt cut down and got mad, but he just shook his head and said, No, that's not all. I asked him next if I could get him anything besides water to drink, or something to eat, maybe, and he just said, You are thanked, child. And when he said child, I didn't feel mad, because I think he's a lot older than he looks, Dad. And then he said another thing. Dane made a small frown then, and it shocked me to realize my own frown on my son's face. I realized that, if I'm lucky, long after I'm gone, that frown and other wrinkles will settle on him, and a little of me will live on. These days, I think about that whenever I feel troubled about the future. I motioned for him to go on. Dad, what he told me was really strange, and I can only figure it one way, he said. He told me he'd been fed by our good, that was his food. What did he mean by eating good? I asked. How can anybody or thing— it suddenly seemed chilly in the kitchen somehow, imagination or not. What else did he say? I asked, after I shook off that last thought. Well, only one more thing, really, Dane whispered. He said he had work to do, and that he was in the middle of it when he'd been starved. That's what he'd said, Dad. He was protesting against my expression. Starved? I'd have been glad to get him any food I could. Why, that ungrateful— I swallowed my temper. Dane was shaking his head. He said he'd been hungry before, but then he said, My food was altogether stolen, and in my weakness I fell. Those were his exact words. Then he didn't say another word, he just smiled. It wasn't a happy smile, though, you know. I said I knew, though I really didn't understand, then. Oh, but it makes sense now. If only I'd understood. I decided we'd strayed from the original question, so I said, Son, why do you think that means we ought to tell people he's here? He looked at me in that solemn way he has, and asked me if I didn't believe there was some good in everybody. Even Buford Guthright? I winked. And that made him smile. Even him. It was time to get serious. Dane, I said, I think everybody starts out meaning well, but things happen. People start making excuses for themselves. Well, I guess we all do, sometime or other. And some people, maybe because they're afraid to be honest, or for some other reason, some people end up just plain mean and cruel. And between those who don't intend to, and those who do, I'm afraid our friend out there might wind up dead, or worse. He didn't ask what might be worse. He inherited his mother's imagination. But, Dad, I have a feeling, he started to explain, but there wasn't time. Just then, we heard a crash out toward the barn. Dane dropped his glass, and it broke on the floor. A large, jagged shard gashed his leg,
right through his pyjamas, and there was blood all over, all at once. It looked bad, and Dane went white. I went to help him, but he just waved me away and grabbed a dish towel and wrapped it round his leg. "You better check it out, Dad," he said. "I'm sorry I left him alone." I clenched up my jaw, ready to argue, but he was right, and he seemed to be handling it okay in any case. I ran to my gun rack in the hall and yanked down the rifle. On the way back, I stopped at the kitchen door and looked at him again. He was leaning against the table. "Go on, Dad," he whispered fiercely, "or he'll starve to death." I still hesitated, puzzled, and he pleaded with his eyes as well as his voice. "Hurry!" I eased out of the screen door, glad that I'd oiled it the week before, and made my way in the dark by the herb garden. I knew the way well by that time. Even from the kitchen door, I could see Dane had left an oil lamp going, and I promised him a lecture when I got back. But then, when I got closer, I heard voices, and I stopped sneaking around like a burglar on my own place, and ran for the barn. When I got to the front, I saw the old doors standing wide open. My heart liked to have come out of my chest. I was that afraid, and that sure of what it meant. I dove past the doors, and sure enough, there was Guthright holding a lamp, ringed by a bunch of his cronies carrying guns. Chains were wrapped round the angel, who was awake and not saying a word. He looked horribly weak, and there were dark circles under his eyes. All of a sudden, it was clear what Dane had been trying to make me see. Somehow, the angel fed on good, drew strength from it, the way we get strength from the sun, maybe. And whenever he was around evil, that evil must somehow block the good, and he would become weaker, starved. Shooting him would have been such a cloud of evil, that he would be cut off from any good. It would have been enough to cause him to fall from his flight. Maybe he was invisible when he was at his strongest. Maybe there was so much evil in the world that he couldn't rise high enough not to be shot. How on earth? Linda had asked. Maybe only on Earth. Without being entirely conscious of it, some part of me was aware that the angel's well-being depended a lot on whatever my behaviour was in the next few minutes. I crossed my fingers in my mind and tried to believe what I'd been told as a kid, that a little good can overcome a lot of evil. It wasn't good maths, but it was supposed to be true. I might be too late, though. He looked awful. It crossed my mind, then, that all our family's good the angel had spoken of didn't seem to be enough to bring him to full good health. And Guthright's presence, for even just a few minutes, was all it had taken to undo all that. Maybe, I thought, my envy and resentment, my coveting the strange man's company and conversation, had kept him from completely recovering. I didn't have time to sort it all out on the spot, and I regret to say I was still too mad to think as straight as I needed to. And Guthright pushed me over the edge. "Now, Tom," he began. "That's Forrester to you, Guthright," I said, and I levelled my barrel at his beer belly. There was a big brass belt buckle there, stamped with a picture of a dog flushing ducks from reeds. It made an apt target. "You knew it was no bird you shot at the other day, didn't you?" I growled. It wasn't really a question. We both knew it. "Now wait up to Mr. Forrester." He was still aiming those stained teeth at me. "This, he is my monster." "Monster?" I yelled. "You're the one to talk. You shot down an innocent man and come sneaking over here in the middle of the night to finish him off." I stopped and thought for a second. "And you've been on to this from the start, haven't you? Watching, spying?" His voice shook with anger when he answered. "He ain't a man, Forrester. He's a freak of some kind. Some sort of spaceman, maybe, even. Can't you see he ain't human? Or are you as dumb as you look?"
He stopped the tirade, puffed out his chest, and narrowed his eyes. "I shot the thing, and I come to claim my property." That's what he called the angel. Property. "As to that," I said, "he's not an animal. He speaks the King's English better than anybody else in this room, so he's not your property, or anybody else's, for that matter. And if you kill him, you scum, I'll see you get at least life for murder. As it is, I'm going to see you busted for trespassing, since you both shot him on my land, and are stupid enough to come here with a gun again, after what I told you the last time." I looked around the room at the men. When I first come in, they'd known well they were breaking the law, and had lowered their guns. Gustaf noticed that for the first time, and he lost his temper completely. "You egg-sucking dogs, stinking excuses for friends! Cowards!" he shouted. "You tell him what I told you. Tell him I ain't going to kill the damn thing. It'll get all the wine, woman, and food it wants. And look at it. Forrester ain't giving it enough of that's for damn sure. Tell him!" he screamed. One of the men, I finally placed him as Larry Wessels, who ran the lumber yard at the other side of Baxter, stepped into the light and nodded. "Buff told us if we helped catch him, he'd show it all over country. We'd all get rich. But after—" "Shut your trap, Larry," Gustaf snapped. "That's enough." He jerked his eyes back to me. When he spoke again, his voice was snake-oil smooth. "You don't have to worry about pulling this old dump of a farm back into shape, Forrester," he said, and I could see the sweat on his upper lip all the way from the barn doors, shining in the light. "There's money enough for you to get a cut too. Hey, it being your land and all we could split thirds even, must have set you back plenty to feed something that big." I shook my head in disbelief. I didn't know whether it was more for wondering how anybody could be so stupid as to try such an obvious trick for believing I was that stupid, or for wondering how that girl, lying on his land, could have loved such a dolt, if she really ever did. I looked at the angel. His robe hung slack on him. He was that thin. I could see sharp cheekbones. He didn't look up. I pointed my rifle at Larry. "Finish what you started to say," I said, and even to me I sounded like ice. Larry started spluttering, and Gustaf began to swear and curse. I turned my gun back to him, and he shut up. Larry started speaking then, even though my gun wasn't making him. "It's no good, Buff." He looked at me. "I'm sorry, Mr. Forrester. I didn't think it would be like this. He looked so much like a man." He stopped to swallow. "Buff said to me, he said, after people got tired of seeing the freak, he'd have him stuffed, and mounted, and sell him to some high-class museum, to the highest bidder." All that time I'd had my eyes on Larry, and my gun on Gustaf. I should never have taken my eyes off that slimy so-and-so. He moved too fast for me to stop him, screeching and throwing the lantern at the same time. Even at that crazy rage, his aim was true. He'd hit Larry just as he'd finished his sentence, and knocked him out flat in the straw. The coal oil spilled out and ran all over the straw, and fire went in every direction at once. I dropped my gun and tried to pick up Larry and move him out of the fire, but already the old dry planks below him were catching fire, and the heat from his melting plastic windbreaker blistered my hands. All the men, at the first sign of fire, had yelled and dropped their guns and rushed from the barn, Gustaf first. Smoke was filling up my lungs and eyes, burning them. I couldn't see much, and my chest hurt. I ran in the direction of the angel, and I heard Linda scream my name. She'd been woke up by all the shouting and racket, and come out just in time to see the barn catch fire. She must have been scared to death, I thought, and I wanted to yell I was okay, but I wasn't sure myself. I couldn't even get enough good air to yell with. Even though it had only been seconds, there was an incredible amount of smoke, and as much noise from the fire itself. I could barely hear her calling my name any more. But I couldn't just leave the angel, and even Larry, behind to burn. I finally found the pallet where the angel was, but he wasn't there. I thought at first he'd been dragged further away than I figured, but then I spied his huge shape through the smoke. He was standing, his mended wing limp and trailing behind him on the floor, and the good one folded and held high to his back. He was dragging the chains. They seemed puny next to his broad back now. The last of the puzzle pieces dropped into place then. Apparently, certain kinds of good were more potent than others. I'd been under no pressure to doctor the angel after all, but Larry had risked his life to tell the truth. His confession, even without the threat of my gun on him, had been enough to give the angel the strength to stand and to lift Larry, because that's what he was doing. The angel was taking the man outside, the man who minutes before had helped put him in chains. I tried to follow after them, but more smoke billowed up in front of me, and a spark caught my pants leg. I slapped at it with my hands and put it out. Then another one caught. There had to be another way out, I thought, and then I remembered the trap door in the ceiling. Maybe it was crazy, but the doors were blocked, and it was all I had. I rolled some unburnt barrels to a spot as close beneath the hole as I remembered. When I stacked them up, they weren't near high enough. I could feel my skin scorching as I climbed down to look for another barrel or box. A flame licked across my ankle, burning me, causing me to slip, and all the barrels came tumbling down. I landed hard on the burning floor. My robe began to smoke. While I peeled to my pyjamas, I looked frantically around the room for another barrel. The boards beneath me burned through and gave way to my weight. But before I could fall all the way through, there was the angel. He came from nowhere, out of the smoke and flames, grabbed me with one hand, and lifted me out. He seemed weaker, even so. There were still deep lines of strain on his forehead. There must not yet be enough good to heal him, I thought. I found my tongue and said thank you. I felt like I should say more, but I was never handy with words, and I couldn't think of anything else. I looked down at his long wing and saw that the tips of the feathers were scorched. I tried to pull him to the direction of the door in a last-ditch effort to run blind through the flyer, but he stopped me. "Child," he spoke, and his voice was like a deep cathedral bell. I understood what Dane meant about not resenting being called a child. The angel lifted his sinewy arm and pointed in a direction slightly away from where I'd been aiming to run. He spoke again. "That is the way to your life." In spite of the furnace the barn had become, I was cold with the shock of the realization that, though the path I'd chosen wasn't far off, if we'd taken it, neither of us would have reached the doors alive. I tugged at him to go in the right direction, but he shook his head. "The evil is outside, and is too great," he said. And in fact, he did seem to be withering rapidly, even as I watched. I wondered what he meant, and tried to find some clue in his sad grey eyes, thinking, Linda, Dane, what could be wrong out there? The angel found the strength to reach for his sash and untie it. That allowed his robe to fall loose. It was burning up the hem at last. Then he shook the sash once. It opened to a large rectangle. He handed it to me and said, "Cover yourself." I did, and immediately felt cool. He slumped to his knees then, at the same time giving me a push towards the doors. He braced himself on his hands, his head hanging between his arms, almost to the floor. I took my last look at him and ran. My feet were burning, but the rest of me, except for my hands,
wasn't even warm anymore. When I reached the doorway, I saw the doors had come off their hinges and lay burning on the ground. I had to run over them as I passed into the night. The entire barn was engulfed in flames. The heat followed me for half the barnyard. Once I got far enough from the roar of the fire, I heard Linda screaming and Dane yelling. I knew then why the angel couldn't come outside. Guthright. He was bending over Larry, who was propped up against the fence, out cold. Guthright was slapping Larry's face, cursing him, trying to wake him. Guess he figured police were bound to show up soon. He already knew Larry wouldn't be quiet about all the goings-on. He seemed oblivious of the fact that the little guy was unconscious, nor did he care that Larry was badly burned, probably in shock and might die. Linda was crying and trying to pull him off, and Dane was trying to help, but he was hindered by his injured leg. Guthright wheeled and struck Dane, and pushed Linda to the ground. The red of rage blinded me for a second, and when I could see again, my hands were around Guthright's neck. Dane was screaming for me to stop, and I let go, amazed at the level of my anger. I would have killed him, and I wouldn't even have known. Guthright rubbed his throat, coughed, and backed away from me, fear on his face. I'll always regret losing my temper that night, because I'm sure that what happened next was as much my fault as Guthright's. If certain kinds of good are more powerful than others, then it follows the same is true for evil. An anger strong enough to kill? Perhaps. All I know is, I heard howls of what I can only describe as cold laughter all around me. I couldn't see anyone, but I swear I felt the brush of something scaly on my arm, and a stench I don't want to describe or even remember filled the air. Guthright whimpered in terror, like an animal staked out for bait that's seen an enemy, then turned and scrambled away into the dark. I looked at my hands as if they were strangers. For a moment, they had been judge, jury, and almost executioner. I had almost forgotten the angel, and he was still in the barn with no way out. I heard sirens from town, and knew they were too late, unless the trapdoors, I thought. But then I heard him cry out, one long, terrible wail, like a father crying for a dead son, and the barn caved in. I couldn't move, or even breathe. Linda slipped her arm around my waist and stared at the fire, trembling. Finally, I realized my feet were in pain. I just couldn't stand up any more. As I dropped, Linda and Dane caught me and laid me on the ground. A fire truck screamed up our long country driveway and shut off its siren. Voices drifted to me, yelling about emergency pumps and hoses. Firefighters came around to the back of the house and began to work, but even they could see the best thing to do was to wet the house down. The barn was only blazing lumber by then. As they aimed their nozzles and sprayed, I stared at the sky, searching. My insides ached so hard I had to cry, and I'm not ashamed to admit that I did, then. An ambulance crew arrived and put Larry and me on stretchers. Dane and Linda climbed in with us. My chest pain was gone, and you know it's never come back, oddly enough, though I still hurt in a different way when I think of what died that spring night. In my nightmares ever since, I hear that cry. Nothing will ever make me forget that sound, I guess. Sometimes I see him, and he's trying to rise. The free, strong wing is beating the air, great, throbbing beats. But the weak one moves with little jerks. And the good wind only fans the flames. I see him burn to a skeleton and crumble. And when I wake from that dream, I always smoke a whole pack in 1 hour. Linda tells me I cry in my sleep. It's my fault, mine too. I don't doubt it. But sometimes I see him
and both wings are strong, and he flies through the trapdoors free. And I am so happy in those dreams I weep for joy. When I wake from that dream, then I really cry. I can't go back to sleep. And I have never let Linda know. They're tears of shame and grief. I sold the farm, and Linda and Dane and me went to live in a different town. None of us wanted to stay there with that charred reminder in our backyard. Besides, it wasn't long before Guthrie got drunk and told his story to someone, his version, that is, and it got spread all over Baxter, then the country. Quicker than you ever believe. Some reporter picked up on it, and he thought he'd sell it to the papers, so he actually sorted through and it all cooled. That took several days. We didn't leave the house, even at night, for a number of weeks, because of the curiosity seekers, the TV cameras, and nosy neighbours. They, like the reporter, combed the piles of black wood, hunting for a wing bone, maybe, or some such. And like the reporter, they found absolutely zero. That's what gives me the second kind of dream. Or maybe the angel was just a delusion we all had. Or it could still be from some wonderful place. Oh, not Mars, that was just a joke. They know there's no life there, but some place where people have a better way of life and just want to share it, maybe. He said he had to work here. I tend to think his job was to act as a sort of mirror. We could look at him and remember that it's up to us, each and every one of us, to see that good and not evil wins out. Oh, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking that it'd be cruel to put anyone through such a thing. I thought so too, till I realized the angel more than likely volunteered for the job, and the responsibility for the evil was ours. The angel couldn't interfere, any more than could a mirror. These days, Dane talks even less than he used to. He still has the feather, though he never mentions it, not even to me or Linda. He keeps it wrapped in the sash the angel gave me, and he hides it in the back of his bottom dresser drawer. The saddest thing of all, maybe, he's stopped trusting people. I know Linda's as worried as I am about that, but I haven't found the right things to say, yet. I wish I was handy with words. I'm trusting Dane, though. Sooner or later, he'll remember the good of the angel was there, as well as the bad of Guthrie, and my temper, and if they weren't my imagination, those other things I heard laughing. I do know he takes the feather out once in a while and runs his finger down it with a sad smile on his face. He doesn't know I've seen him, and I'm not going to tell him. I don't have to ask his thoughts then. I know them, and they have a right to stay private. You know, the whole thing reminds me of something my father used to say. He told me to remember that while most people think of spring as a time of birth and life, that there were 3 things I should keep in mind if I ever decided to be a farmer. 3 things all farmers know about spring. They were, namely, that, first, in every seed, there is the prophecy of life, yes, but there is also the promise of death. And second, more people starve to death in the spring than any other season, while waiting for late spring crops to come in. And third, because of the wild and unpredictable weather of that time of year, when a storm could destroy a year's work, spring was known as the wicked season. But last spring gave me a whole new definition of the word wicked, and I'll never trust spring again, I think. You see, I too have a tangible souvenir, and I never look at it, or even have the courage to touch it. Somehow, in all the confusion, the shirt I wore the day we brought the winged man home never got in the laundry. It's wadded up in a box of rags in the back of my closet now, stained with angel's blood.
Don't Drink the Sky at Myrmidon, by Bruce Boston. In this long northern night of a lopsided planet near the galactic core, the heavens never cease their dense mandalic whirl. Double suns tease and clot the horizon incandescent rays. Don't kiss the sky at Myrmidon. It is both lover and cannibal. In the holy square at Llandifrau, on secure days and royal feasts, on any day along the market stalls, the blind seers chant tales of those brilliant coruscations which have stripped their vision clean as a master's slate. Don't drink the sky at Myrmidon. They say its fury burns the brain. And still the pilgrims trek across half a continent, past La Brec, the frozen marshes, the whistling pass at Brin, to stand with open eyes as the colours of night descend, heads thrown back against the high. Don't touch the sky at Myrmidon. Don't drink the sky at Myrmidon. Don't kiss the sky at Myrmidon. Don't. Keeping the Customer Satisfied, by Lee and H. Patrick Killough. Emmanuel S. Gordon regarded his visitor with foreboding. Robert Delaney, the federal ID card in the man's hand, said. The man looked at himself like an actor playing a movie G-Man, square-jawed, steely-eyed, three-piece grey suit. But Gordon felt a little urge to laugh. Instead, he wondered if perhaps the time had come to dispose of Mr. Emmanuel S. Gordon. What would look best, a suicide or a tragic accident? Or was that overreacting? After all, the card did say Federal Consumer Protection Agency, FCPA, not FBI or CIA. He made it a practice, however, to be careful with all federal agencies, and the FCPA agent was waving one of Gordon's travel brochures in his other hand. We arrange tours anywhere, Delaney read, spitting the words out. Visit worlds of wonder, planets beyond the imagination, travel in time, cross dimensions to parallel universes. He dropped the folder on Gordon's desk. There are strict laws governing truth in advertising, Mr. Gordon. How had he come by the folder? Gordon had done his best to give a low profile, a practice at which he had become very adept over the years. He'd even kept his travel agency advertising to a minimum, a few brochures to his friends and word of mouth beyond that. Even so, one of the folders had still managed to fall into the wrong hands. There must have been a little investigation of its claims, though, or there would have been more than one FCP agent here. He could only hope it was possible to convince Mr. Delaney that there was no need for more investigation. He liked the travel business. He had had the agency for 3 years, a record for him, and wanted to keep it. More than that, he wanted to avoid changing identities again. How many names had he used? Sometimes he lost track. He remembered his original one, of course, Omar Gideon Dodd. The heritage of that birth also remained with him, genetic gifts that had once kept him alive all these years and made all the name changes necessary. Books gave him some labels for the talents. Telepathy, empathy. He had coined another himself, broadcasting telempath. In those early innocent days, he had not understood how most people reacted to members of their species who were different. He had not tried to hide what he was. So he collected other labels, those bestowed in hostility by psychologists, scientists, and churchmen. Charlatan, publicity hound, fake, demon-possessed, criminally abnormal. He came to feel like a hunted animal. Now every time a group or sometimes a single person stumbled too close to him, he changed identity, often his profession too. He had ceased to care about the names. What did names matter after having so many? Knowledge was all that was important. Knowledge could be kept long after he lost a name. Gordon reached out to touch the brochure, and looked up at Delaney with an expression he made sure that the FCPA agent saw now as hurt innocence. He used no great effort on the illusion, however, choosing to use his abilities sparingly. "I assure you, sir, that all my clients will testify I have not exaggerated a single claim." Delaney's eyes lifted to the diplomas for law and psychology prominently displayed on the wall above Gordon's desk. They had been earned under other names, but Gordon projected his current aliases on them for Delaney's benefit. Delaney's expression went cautious as he absorbed the evidence of education. Gordon could almost read Delaney's thoughts. This is no average con man. Naturally, a man of your abilities wouldn't be blatantly fraudulent. Gordon sat up straight, widening his eyes in astonishment. Oh, fraudulent? Oh, come on, Gordon. Delaney leaned both hands on the front of his desk and thrust his square jaw toward Gordon. This is the 21st century. Everyone knows that time travel and alternate universes are pure fantasy. Gordon could not resist the opening. Abandoning innocence for the time being, he took a professorial style, making Delaney a not-too-bright student who needed a particular point explained. Strictly speaking, both you and I live in parallel worlds. Each perceives a subjective reality different from the others, and different from objective reality. For example, you see me as a small, chubby man. Actually, I'm not much shorter than you, and while I am a bit soft, most of my bulk is muscle, not fat. Another example. How do you see this young woman here? Delaney eyed the girl beside Gordon. She looked back with a gaze inscrutable as a cat's. She was worth some study, which Delaney had been covertly doing ever since he came in. Lithe and black, less dressed than decorated by her jumpsuit, she lounged like an indolent panther at Gordon's left hand. "A companion," Delaney said. "Maybe you call her a secretary." Gordon smiled. "A bodyguard, and very efficient. Aber can flatten an attacker in less than 5 seconds. Delaney grunted. "Well, what does this have to do with the universes in your tours?" "Everything," Gordon reflected, but he doubted he could make Delaney understand. So he said, "Oh, nothing. It's merely psychological double-talk." He changed the subject. "I'm happy to cooperate with you. What can I do?" "I presume you have a machine or something to transport your clients. I want to see it." "Well, certainly." Gordon stood. "This way." With the pantherish Aber following, Gordon led Delaney out of the side door of the office and down a corridor to another room where 2 young women, one fiery-haired, the other a lovely Oriental, both wearing coveralls that came nowhere close to living up to the name, were checking meters and dials on a control panel as large as a committee work table. An observation window above it overlooked an adjoining room of equal size and lined with more tall, dial-faced panels. The dominant feature of the room, however, was a circular platform approximately 8 feet in diameter and surrounded by metal bars reaching to a mass of cables strung along the ceiling from the panels. "That's the machine?" Delaney asked. "I call it a dimensional displacer, or DD." Gordon folded his arms and became professorial again. "Using scientific principles too complex for me to explain clearly, we cancel reality inside the cage, neutralizing time and space. Power, properly applied, will then displace animate objects within the field, either backward through time or laterally to an alternate reality." Delaney's expression changed from skepticism to disbelief. "Scientific principles that none of our scientists have ever heard of. I've talked to physicians about this, to physicists, and they say it's impossible to do what you claim." The girls frowned and glanced anxiously at their employer, but Gordon only smiled. "The principles exist. Your physicians and physicists simply don't know which ones to apply, or how to apply them. Kimlee, do we have any returns scheduled soon? The Oriental girl consulted a clipboard hanging on the control panel.
The Latticer family is returning from Atlantis this afternoon, in about half an hour.
Ah, how convenient, Delaney said dryly. Gordon pretended not to hear. Bringing them back a bit early shouldn't matter much. Initiate retrieval. The girls swung to face their controls and began playing the dials. The room filled with a loud hum. From the cables overhead came a distinct crackling sound, and the sharp odor of ozone filled the room. Gordon shot a mental warning of retrieval at his guide with the lassiters. Delaney watched, narrow-eyed. Atlantis was a myth. On this world, perhaps, but there are other alternates where it did and does exist. Delaney grunted skeptically.
Ready to retrieve,
the redhead said.
Go ahead.
She turned a dial. A deafening thunderclap shook the room. Then the cage filled with smoke. Both girls threw switches as fast as their hands could move. The hum diminished, the crackling stopped, and the smoke cleared, sucked away by a hidden fan. As the vapor thinned, a group of people became visible on the platform, a man, 2 women, and a young boy, all totally nude.
Unfortunately, the unit will displace only living beings, Gordon said. They must travel without any belongings, even their clothes. They're outfitted as needed at their destination.
Delaney nodded. So they can't take any cameras or bring back souvenirs?
For an experience such as my clients enjoy, memories are usually enough.
Exactly how detailed are their memories? Gordon refrained from sighing and said politely,
Oh, why not ask them yourself?
Because I'm sure this group will have a good story. The younger of the 2 women, a handsome Latin girl, swung aside a section of bars and helped the others down the 3 steps from the platform. Her voice came into the control room through the wall grill above the observation window.
Your belongings are in the locker you were assigned.
She smiled at the older woman.
I'm so sorry there was no way to bring back your Atlantean dress. Oh, that's all right, the other woman said. I studied it closely, and I'm sure I can make a copy. Good. You look lovely in it. It's been a pleasure serving you, and I hope you will travel with us again soon.
She showed the family from the room. As the door closed behind them, Gordon turned to Delaney.
Well, that's how it looks in operation. Are you sure you wouldn't like to talk to the Lassiters? They're very polite, and I'm sure they would enjoy telling you about their trip.
Later, maybe. Delaney scribbled something in a notebook. Who was the younger woman?
One of my guides. I don't just turn tourists loose in an alien environment. I want the tours to stay pleasantly safe. If trouble develops, the guides can signal for immediate retrieval.
You certainly cover yourself. Delaney's tone gave the words more than one meaning. He added another scribble to his notes and looked up. It was a good show to pull off at such short notice, even though the smoke and trapdoor bit is a little old. Snapping the notebook closed, he slipped it into his pocket. That's all I need here for now. You'll be seeing me again, though. No doubt, Gordon thought sourly. He forced a smile.
Oh, please, don't hesitate to call if there's anything I can show you or explain more. We try to keep our customers, and potential customers, satisfied. Keep us in mind for your next vacation. Abba, show Mr. Delaney to the front.
The redhead and the Oriental watched the 2 leave.
Who is that guy? No, just a sandbar in the channel of life.
Gordon headed back to his office.
Don't worry about him.
He said it with a confidence he did not feel, however. Seating himself in a plush chair behind his desk, he reflected that the sandbar might very well be a dam large enough to change the course of his life for the umpteenth time.
The physicists would have told Delaney that vast amounts of power were necessary to operate a machine like the DD, and one visit to the power company would establish that Gordon's worlds of travel used no more electricity than a similar-sized suite of offices. He might have told Delaney the truth, of course, but he felt sure that the FCPA agent would never believe that a type of transfer actually did occur, much less than he, Emmanuel S. Gordon, was the power source involved. Hell. He had had trouble explaining it to a fellow psychologist once, and she had been an open-minded scientist who claimed to love him. He'd even taken her on a South Sea weekend idyll with him for demonstration. God, how long ago had that been? It seemed a lifetime. He remembered Fiona as though it were yesterday, though. The spice of her perfume, her sea-green eyes dark with the effort of understanding.
"You just made up that island?"
she said.
"But I felt the sand, I smelled the sea, I tasted the food. It can't be just a subjective experience you projected into my mind."
She touched the pinkness of one shoulder.
"Well, I have sunburn." "Now, your mind said you were sunburned, so your body produced one."
She had frowned.
"But it didn't really happen. It was just a trick."
Disappointment and irritation sharpened her voice.
"No, it wasn't a trick," he protested. "As a psychologist, you know that reality is a perceptual experience. If you taste and feel and smell something, how much more real can it be? That burn hurts as much as it would if you had bodily lain in the tropical sun."
Fiona frowned.
"So what were our bodies doing? Wandering around going through the motions of what we thought we were doing? Oh, that's dangerous and irresponsible. We could have been hurt."
He shook his head emphatically.
"No, our bodies didn't go anywhere."
"You mean we sat catatonic?"
"Well, that would have been one way, but I did something safer."
He ran a hand through his hair, searching for words. He had never tried to explain limbo to anyone before.
"We were in safekeeping, outside of time and space." "What?"
She started to stand up.
"Ridiculous."
He pulled her back down beside him on the couch.
"Think of the universe as a balloon, with us living on the inside. When I poke my finger into the balloon, I make a little pocket. Then if I twist that pocket, I close it off from the rest of the universe. Any person or object inside disappears. Time is distorted too, and ceases to affect the contents physically, so bodies don't grow hungry or anything. When I let the pocket untwist, the contents pop back into the universe."
She bit her lip.
"You make bubbles outside the universe?"
Her eyes narrowed.
"How many people's reality can you control at once?"
He shrugged.
"Why, everyone within range. About 1 kilometer.
Suddenly, he wished he had not told her about his power, for she was looking at him with an expression that no longer puzzled or irritated, nor loving. She looked at him like a scientist, studying a specimen. He sighed, remembering. It had ended their relationship, and his practice of psychology. Not that he regretted that too much. For every patient he had saved from a nightmare reality, he tore another from a world more pleasant than the real one, and he had begun to doubt the fairness of it. But it marked the last time he trusted anyone enough to talk about his past, even Abba, who came slipping back into the office with an anxious expression.
"He's gone. He thinks the DD is a complete fake. Why didn't you tell him the truth?"
Gordon grimaced. So far, this had seemed the best of all his lives, one in which he could exercise his talent without harming anyone. How long before he lost it, though? He opened his appointment book.
"Attack his beliefs with facts? Oh, that's perilous. Did he say anything to you?"
She swung onto the corner of his desk and folded her legs yoga-style.
"Oh, not really, only that you seem to have nothing but beautiful women working for you."
"What did you say to that?" She smiled.
Well, that you believe people should work in pleasant surroundings?
Gordon frowned down at the appointment book. He felt the black girl watching him.
What are you worried about? She asked. Can't you alter his reality a bit to make him see things your way?
He shook his head. I can't just change anyone's perception. And that was a lie, but he could not bring himself to break his rule about using his powers only when necessary. He had another rule, too. Never tell anyone all about his talent. They have to feel inclined toward it. Just as you prefer being the panther I see you as rather than the Queen Kong you looked like when you applied for the job. I couldn't make Delaney see a red scarf as green in this hostile state of mind. He touched the intercom switch. Who's next, Debbie? The sultry voice of the receptionist said, Mrs. Anna Lowenthal is here. She would like to take a time displacement to study the assassination of Julius Caesar. Gordon sighed. He found time travel dull. Parallel worlds offered more creative freedom. Now he would have to dig out the files on previous similar trips to see what he had done before, so she would see what everyone else had. Though, he reflected wickedly, it would certainly make for an interesting controversy if he dreamed up something totally different for her. And Mr. Bateman called to set up his departure date. Gordon checked his appointment book. Bateman was the author who wanted to study a world where life evolved and remained in the sea. The margins bore several notes on the world to be created. Pastel cities of cultured coral in tropical shallows, symbiotic collaboration between dolphin intellect and octopi manipulative dexterity, herds of food fish guarded by cowboy-style outswimmers against rustler sharks. Yeah, go ahead and set up the next clear date for Bateman, and send Mrs. Lowenthal in. Yes, sir. But a moment later the intercom buzzed. I'm sorry, Mr. Gordon, but there's a Mr. John Jones here. He says it's an emergency and that he can't wait for his scheduled appointment. Gordon exchanged glances with Abbott. One way, he told Debbie. All right. Delay Mrs. Lowenthal and send him in. Abba slid off the desk and leaned against it. To all appearances totally relaxed, but in reality coiled for immediate action if it became necessary. Mr. Jones was a dark, nattily-booted and jumpsuited man, small but deadly-looking. You sell one-way tickets, I'm told, he said without preamble. I hear the price is $500,000 equivalents. Gordon nodded. That's correct, and the price is in advance. Jones scowled. Do I get a look at the place you're sending me to? I'm sorry, but a window shopping wastes power. $500,000 is a bit steep for unseen merchandise. Gordon sat back in his chair and tented his fingers. Well, that depends on how much you desire the ticket, doesn't it? Jones chewed his lip and toyed with the handle of his small case that he was carrying. All right, he said abruptly, and tossed the case onto Gordon's desk. There's the money. Now, what do I do? Gordon opened a desk drawer and took out a number of papers. Sign each of these on the line marked in red. They're forms explaining my sudden possession of large amounts of money without an obvious source. Jones picked up the papers and read them, but Gordon made sure he saw only obscure and unintelligible legal jargon, rather than the actual trust and commitment forms. After a short hesitation, Jones started to scribble his name. Your real name, please. Gordon smiled, but made his voice insistent. Nero Spinelli, isn't it? His client stared hard at him for a long moment, then laughed harshly. Yeah, right. He signed. Gordon handed the forms to Abbott. Give these to the secretaries to finish, will you? Now, look at me closely, Mr. Spinelli.
In only a few minutes, the fugitive had been hypnotized, and the details of his escape world explained to him. Gordon could have twisted Spinelli into a limbo pocket, but pockets had to open periodically, and Gordon wanted to be rid of Spinelli for all time. Hypnosis was easy enough, since Gordon controlled the entire perceptual range.
You will leave this office by the back way and take a taxicopter upstate to the Neo Vista Valley Hospital. There you will ask for Dr. Edmund Clay. Give him the papers that you signed, and when he shakes hands with you, you will enter your escape world.
Aber came back with the completed forms. Gordon handed a copy of each to Spinelli. Then the intercom buzzed.
Mr. Gordon, there's another gentleman who insists on seeing you immediately.
The reception sounded breathless. Gordon frowned. Not now,
sir. He's from the FBI.
Aber swore. Gordon bit his lip.
Send him in, but stall him for about 30 seconds.
He pointed at Aber, then at Spinelli and the side door of the office.
Get him out of here.
What else could go wrong? He wondered as the door closed behind Aber and Spinelli. All he wanted to do was satisfy his clients, yet it seemed half the government agencies were harassing him. Then he shrugged. One could not please everyone. He just hoped he survived the day. He threw the case of money under his desk and was straightening his tie when the new intruder barged through the door. The man offered identification, but Gordon glanced at it only to see the name.
Mr. James Kelly, I'm honored, though a bit puzzled. What interest can the FBI have in my travel agency?
Nero Spinelli.
Kelly handed a holograph to Gordon.
Have you seen this man? He was last seen coming in here.
Kelly paused.
I have a warrant for his arrest.
Aha, that explains it.
Gordon returned to the holo.
He wanted to purchase a one-way ticket to a parallel world, and insisted on leaving today. When I told him that was impossible, there are documents and living quarters to be arranged, very complicated for indefinite stays, he became quite threatening. My bodyguard had to throw him out.
Mind if I look around?
Kelly asked. Gordon forced a smile.
I'm sure you won't find anything. The man is gone.
I didn't see him leave,
Kelly replied coldly, and took a paper from a pocket on the thigh of his jumpsuit.
I have a search warrant.
Gordon hesitated long enough to make sure it was a warrant, then expressed his eagerness to cooperate, and began conducting the agent through the suite, from the reception area and steno office to the file room, locker room, and the DD room.
Do you think he may have sneaked back in hopes of forcing one of my technicians to send him through the DD?
Kelly glanced sideways.
I'm not convinced he ever left.
His voice would have chipped flint.
Spinelli isn't the only fugitive to come to see you. We've traced 5 this far in the past year.
Gordon smiled earnestly.
I've never transported a criminal.
Kelly snorted.
That's why they keep coming here, I suppose.
In fact,
their trails seem to end up here. None are ever seen again.
Gordon called up his lawyer persona.
Well, if you think I'm aiding fugitives, prove it.
Kelly gave him a thin smile.
We will. And when we do, we'll fly your hide from the bureau flagpole.
The FCPA wanted to crucify him as a fraud, while the FBA was convinced with equal passion of the authenticity of his operation and wanted to nail him for that. He bit back a sardonic smile. He might have found the irony interesting, except that it left Emmanuel S. Gordon with the unenviable task of proving both wrong. Remembering his earlier thought that one could not satisfy everyone, he hoped he had been wrong. They met Aber coming up the corridor. She dipped her chin a millimeter in answer to Gordon's look of inquiry.
Are you satisfied Spinelli isn't here? Gordon asked.
I'm satisfied you're not hiding him, Kelly replied. Whether you threw him out or have already transferred him to some other universe remains to be seen.
Gordon started back for his office, fighting the urge to tear out what little hair he had left.
I keep a complete log of the DD's use. You may check today's entrance if you wish.
I will.
Kelly made a threat. Gordon smiled and opened the door of his office. He had intended to step aside for the FBI agent, but the sight inside paralyzed him. His breath stuck somewhere in mid-chest. The front door of his office stood open, framing the spectacular blonde Debbie, who glared at a man in the middle of the room, the FCPA agent, Robert Delaney. Both Debbie and Delaney saw Gordon at the same time. Delaney started for Gordon. Debbie said,
I'm sorry, sir. I tried to stop him, but he pushed his way past me.
Gordon heard Abba mutter a short profanity behind him and felt Kelly's breath on his neck. Staring at one agent and feeling the other, his mind shifted into high gear. Panic subsided, and his lungs resumed their normal function. What had seemed to be a disastrous encounter might just solve the problem, he decided, not only of the two agents, but also of how to keep his business.
I must protest, Mr. Delaney.
He crossed his desk and sat down.
I happen to be too busy to see you at the moment.
Delaney looked at Kelly. I've just come from the power company. I'm afraid this other gentleman's business will have to wait until mine is finished.
And just who are you?
Kelly demanded. Delaney flipped open his ID folder.
FCPA.
Kelly studied it a moment, then took out his own identification and handed it to Delaney.
FBI.
The two circled each other before Gordon's desk, with the stiff-legged wariness of strange dogs, trying to smell out each other's weaknesses. Kelly took the offensive.
Why are you here?
Delaney counted.
What's the FBI's interest?
Gordon cleared his throat.
Mr. Delaney, please wait your turn. I assure you, no one is trying to steal your agency's thunder. The FBI has far more important matters on its mind than your petty suspicions of consumer fraud.
He waited to see if that would trigger interagency rivalry paranoia. Delaney turned on him angrily, but Kelly's mouth quirked.
Consumer fraud?
Gordon blinked round eyes at the FBI agent.
I think Mr. Delaney believes I shut my clients away in a closet somewhere and drug or hypnotize them into believing they've been in another universe.
The quirk of Kelly's mouth became a smile. Delaney scowled in irritation.
I'm glad the FBI finds my agency's work so amusing. Not amusing. Interesting.
Kelly showed not the least apology for his smile.
If he hypnotizes them, how do you account for the one-way tickets?
For a moment, Gordon wondered if Delaney had swallowed his tongue. He went such a peculiar color. In a strangled voice, Delaney said,
One-way tickets? Didn't you know he has people who go and never come back?
Gordon chimed in,
Oh, legitimate retirements or changes of scene for the benefit of health.
They ignored him.
You know about these one-way tickets for a fact?
Delaney's voice carried the desperation of one watching his case crumbling before his eyes.
We certainly do, because some of them we wanted very much to keep around. People come to Gordon and disappear. Then Gordon mails a package to a bank in Switzerland.
Well, a pure coincidence,
Gordon said righteously. Kelly turned on him.
Indeed.
Delaney was staring at Kelly's ID, which he still held, as though expecting to commune with the all-knowing through it.
I suppose you can prove these so-called one-ways haven't left the country or been, otherwise disposed of?
Gordon hissed in exasperation.
I have several clients in retirement whom I bring back periodically to check on their health. I could retrieve one of them now for you if it would help settle this matter.
I prefer it if you brought back the fugitives, Kelly said.
Through clenched teeth, Gordon said slowly and emphatically,
There are no fugitives to retrieve.
Delaney still contemplated Kelly's ID. He turned the folder over several times in his hand.
Is the FBI planning to prosecute Gordon? Yeah, just as soon as we have enough evidence.
Delaney bit his lip.
The scientists say his machine is impossible.
Kelly shrugged.
You scientists can prove aerodynamically that bees can fly, too. We don't know how this damn machine works, only that according to our evidence it does. We even had an agent take a weekend trip. Maybe you should, too.
Gordon made a note to check the background of clients more thoroughly. Kelly said,
Why do you think his machine is a fake?
Why, he doesn't use enough power, for one thing.
Gordon said smoothly, Well, do you think that with our blackouts and currency rates I'm going to enslave myself to the resources of this world? Oh, be a skeptic, Mr. Delaney. Bring in physicists of your own to examine the DD.
Abba's eyes widened in alarm. Gordon winked at her. He could make the physicists see circuits plausible enough, if they could not be certain how the machine worked. They could not certainly claim it did not. If necessary, he would send them on an excursion. Delaney's eyes remained narrowed in suspicion.
I'll have a team here tomorrow.
Gordon gave him a broad smile.
They'll be very welcome.
Delaney snorted. Returning Kelly's ID, he spun on his toe and marched out of the office. Gordon called after him,
When you're due for your next vacation, please keep us in mind. We offer services to everyone.
Kelly snickered as the door slammed. Gordon doodled on his desk blotter.
Are you about finished too, Mr. Kelly?
I'd still like to look around.
Without being obvious, the FBI agent edged to a position from which he could see what Gordon was writing. Gordon pretended not to notice.
Oh, will it take long? I do have clients to see. Mrs. Lowenthal isn't going to wait forever. Better go out and store us some more, Debbie.
The receptionist left. Kelly looked thoughtful.
Actually, I could wait.
He smiled and moved towards the door.
You've been very good to let me interrupt your busy schedule.
He nodded at Abba and left. She stared after him.
Was that sarcasm, or did he suddenly develop manners? It's called a rise in spirits. He has what he thinks is a lead.
She lifted an inquiring brow. Gordon gestured at his doodles. He had written over and over, although just barely readable, Neo Vista Valley. She gasped in protest.
He'll find Spinelli and the others. Uh-huh. And find each and every one safe and securely catatonic in his own padded cell. He will also discover the commitment papers signed by the fugitives themselves, and the annuity funds and trusts, also apparently arranged by the fugitives.
That was where most of the $500,000 went, to pay Nevista for keeping them. Technically, he was guilty of aiding fugitives, but he justified it to himself on the basis that he removed them from circulation more effectively than a prison could, and without cost to the taxpayer. The criminals did avoid punishment by the law, but they did not escape, and there was no chance of them returning to take up old haunts and old habits, nor reappearing inconveniently as they might from limbo. Their bodies remained in objective reality in padded cells in Neo Vista Valley.
What Mr. Kelly won't find,
Gordon said,
is any chain of evidence linking them to me. Obviously, I know where one Spinelli went because he saw me writing down the name of the hospital, but all the Bureau's horses and all of their men won't be able to prove I sent anyone there.
If the FBI becomes nasty and interrogates us, say Spinelli mentioned the hospital when we refused to sell him a ticket. Disclaim any other knowledge of it. Well, what about Delaney and the FCPA? Gordon smiled. His scientist will convince the agency that my machine is real, or at least can't be proven a fake. Even if that doesn't satisfy them, they know they'd look foolish prosecuting me in the face of what they've heard of the FBI's evidence on one-ways. I think we can trust to interagency jealousy to keep the FBI from passing on information about Neo Vista. The FCPA should keep away from us to save face. Abba grinned, a broad expanse of ivory in the gleaming darkness of her face. She draped herself over the corner of the desk, fairly purring. Right on. Hey, baby, do you realize you're something of a minor god? Gordon looked up from the appointment book, smiling innocently. Me? Why, I'm just a businessman, trying to make a small profit and keep my customers satisfied. Leaning back in the chair, he reflected that maybe one could satisfy all of the people, at least part of the time. He leaned back over the appointment book. Speaking of which, shall we finally see what we can do for Mrs. Lewenthal? Why don't you bring the dear lady in?
Give It Back to the Indians, by Bill Messenger. Moon of the Sky Fire. The green hills of earth twist and roll in such a way that short distances grow long, and nearby meadows over the folding horizons become as foreign as the stars. I have lived with grey fawn in the windy valley for many flights of the sun, and the only human creatures here, until today, were she and my small son, Lynx and Smiling Fox. Then came the sky fire, and the early autumn night became for a moment a summer's noon. Grey fawn woke the boys to see the colours fill the sky. The sheep, grazing on the hills above our tent, scattered noisily as the light roared and spluttered, and sent its flaming fingers across the horizon. When the fires disappeared, the roaring died, and the sheep rose silently up the hill again to graze. Grey fawn and I stared silently at the faded fingers of fire as the boys yammered like puppies. They were full of questions about the sky fire, and the time had come, I supposed, to tell them what I knew. I blew at the tent fire, and we gathered close, suddenly chilled after the absence of the unseasonal warmth. Chilled was I too from the thoughts that filled my mind, but I could not let the others know of this chill. Grey fawn sat with her arm around Lynx and Smiling Fox, and I spoke. In the beginning, these lands were ours, as they are today. Then 1,000 turns of the sun before our time, the white man's warriors came to gouge at our meadows, drain our streams, and raise his silver cities in the sky. He assembled machines that coughed out smoke, and he put together weapons that took apart everything else. Among the white man's dreams of glory and death, the red man was pressed into a corner of what was once his world. And as the white man's dream grew, the red man's corner shrank a little each day to become wall-to-wall red men on brittle earth, the color of our skin, to become pestilence and suicide and sad dreams of a murdered past. Then somehow, we were the criminals, and they were the righteous ones. And that's the way it was, until the days of the first sky fires. White man had leached the earth of its medicine. He had filled his air with gases that burn the eyes. He had summoned and poisoned the fish in his water, and turned the rivers into running sores. There was no more he could do to the earth, so he fired the air with skyships on his way to new stars and virgin pastures. "What do we do with this worn-out planet?" the white man asked his leader. And the leader answered, give it back to the Indians. Of course, the Indians, as the white man saw them, did not exist anymore, except in our ancestral dreams. We were once Sioux, and Iroquois, and Blackfoot, and Comanche, and Arapaho. Now we were a blend of anything that wouldn't mesh into the white man's society. We were not what we were, and yet some inherited bond remained to tie together our past and our future. When the white man left, we stayed. In time, this land and its people proved capable of repairing itself. 1,000 flights of the sun have passed since. The land is green and endless again, and we are scattered upon it like wild daisies, not like the white man who settled so thickly that all the earth was bathed in his shadow. Meanwhile, the white man has lost himself among the stars, perhaps never to find his way back. But I remember, as a boy, asking the shaman, "What if some day the sky fires return?" And the shaman answered, "If such a day should come, my son, you must turn your fishing hooks into knives." My tiny son, Lynx, stretched and yawned. "You mean, father, that we must fight the white man?" "It is a big planet, my son. If the sky fire means the white man has returned, he may be someplace across the world. I have no wish to fight, merely to live in peace and keep what is mine." Lynx and Smiling Wolf were yawning, bodies tilted toward their mother's lap. She smiled, slid out from under them, and propped their heads on a folded blanket. The fire sparked as I threw a handful of twigs on it. Greyfawn and I looked up through the smoke hole of the tent. The moon was bright. We slept. The second day. As the sun rose, a row of small black objects descended the hill into our valley. Against the light, I could not be sure if the movement came from animals or men. As they grew near, I made out the shapes of a woman, 4 men, and 3 children. They were dressed in the robes of farmers. We waited on the ridge above the tent with gourds of water to welcome them. Our visitors had watched the sky fire and had seen the bright blue needles of the white man drift to earth. Above the fire, a black flag cut into 4 triangles had sprung up at the peak, and down a slender ramp the men had rolled like water more and more until the farmer's field was shadow. The men were dressed in silvery black suits that clung like skin. Only their hands and heads seemed to be exposed, although on closer inspection these proved to be covered by transparent shields. The tallest farmer told me his name was Dream Thunder, and that he had spoken to the white men from the sky. Walking forward, he had stood still, holding up a hand in the sign of peace, until one of theirs did the same. "I am Dream Thunder," said the farmer. "I am Montoya," said the man from space, his tongue remarkably similar to ours, indecipherable only in the places where the talk was more of ideas than things. "I am a farmer. I have come to know your reason for being here." "I am a warrior of the Dark Command. I come here pursued by Orion, the leader of the White Legion." "What would you have of us?" "Hide my crew and camouflage our ship until Orion comes. If he finds us before we are strong, he will show us no mercy." Dream Thunder turned to me with glad eyes. "You see, Stirring Owl, if mercy is to give itself to us, it must first come from us." "And you showed the white men mercy?" I asked. "We gave them food, showed them to caves where they could live in secret, and covered their fire ship with branches and leaves." "But," I said, "suppose the other man, Orion, finds them, He may be displeased with you." Blue Cloud, his wife, had remained silent until then. She could keep still no longer. "It is as I told him. He trusts the white man, but I hear something in their talk that crawls between the words." Dream Thunder spoke. "Do I trust you, my wife? Do I trust Staring Owl and Grey Fawn? Then should we not give the white man our trust?" "We did," she said, "once, long ago." Dream Thunder and his clan stayed for the early meal. Then they climbed up the hill, scattering the sheep as they passed. They came to us when the sun was gold and rising, and left in the red-dimmed light. The 5th day. We were asleep as the crowing of the cock became accompanied by the rumbling of feet. It was Blue Cloud, running until she could run no more, dragging herself along like a fallen tree as she caught her breath. Grey Fawn took Blue Cloud's arm and helped her to the fire. The boys lay in the corner, wrestling with the wolf puppy as I handed the breathless Blue Cloud a gourd of yerba del Angelica, the drink of the angels. "This will calm you," I said. She drank and sat for minutes, holding the gourd in her hand, and the look of peace came before she spoke. "One of Orion's men came last morning, looking for Montoya. At first he was friendly. He shared our food and talked until midday. He told us much that we had not learned from Montoya. Orion's men have names like Fitzgerald, Hooligan, McNamara, and O'Toole. They represent opposite sides in a great space war, divided along racial boundaries. The warriors jokingly call it the war between the Mix and Spix. Montoya's men have last names like Rodriguez, Madeira, Feliciano, and Gomez. Orion's man, Callahan, was, as he himself explained, a perfect gentleman. But he left us with a warning. The Mix and Spix plan to use Earth as their battleground and avoid destroying their own civilizations. Back at their homes, 1,000 light-years away, both sides are waiting for the victorious army to return with reports on fighting conditions down on Earth. Once Earth's suitability as a battleground is determined, legions of Mix and Spix will fill the Earth with the sounds and sights of nuclear explosions. The fate of civilized man will be decided on an unimportant little planet in the Sol system without doing a bit of damage to anything worthwhile. "But," I said, "why have you come here alone?" "There is more," said Blue Cloud. "As Callahan left our tent, Montoya was spying from a distance. His warriors captured Callahan along with me and my clan." "But why are you free?" "They let me go, to warn others that those who do not side with Montoya against Orion will be put to death." "And you ran here to tell us that?" "I want my husband, my brothers, and my children back." "So you will side with Montoya?" "Is there a third side?" "Of course there is." "What is that?" "The side of peace." She smiled, sipping more of the angel's herb. That night, Blue Cloud slept soundly, and on the following morning travelled on to tell others of our visitors from space. Her plan was to bring them back to our valley, where, gathered in numbers, we could decide whom to join, the Mix, the Spix, or the third party. The 10th day. Blue Cloud has still not returned, but the big, light-skinned Orion has entered our valley and taken my youngest son, Lynx. As Orion and his men left, I begged him to leave little Lynx behind, and he laughed. I don't know what came over me. For the first time I struck a man, and had to be held back from doing it again. I promise not to hurt him, Orion said, rubbing his chin. I need to hold him to ensure your loyalty. As for Lynx, he was not the least bit frightened. The cream-skinned Orion, with his red-veined cheeks and nose, has filled the boy with visions of growing up to be a warrior. He has made killing a man sound as delightful as wrestling a wolf cub. The boy can't wait to see Orion's spaceship. So, here I am, with my little Lynx gone. Whose side am I on? Do I join Orion to protect Lynx? Or do I join Montoya to save Blue Cloud's husband, Dream Thunder? Or could we all unite to destroy every Mick and Spick on this planet and give it back to the Indians again? Strange. Before they came, we were all red men, regardless of the shade of our skin. Now, for the first time in my life, I find myself sensitive to the oneness of my people, and I feel a hatred for all the aliens, dark and light. They are all kidnappers and killers, regardless of the flag they fly. That is how I feel, but my feelings do nothing to answer my question. How can we destroy these two opposing armies without destroying ourselves? The 12th day. 100 tents are scattered about our valley. 100 stars in this constellation of fathers, sons, grown daughters and wives. For the first time since my boyhood, I have heard the muffled thunder of the drum, and the faint bird music of the courting flute. Throughout the morning, drawn to the sound, the distant travellers came with folded tents upon their backs, rabbits, geese, and corn shocks in their arm, and their taut skins filled with the drink of angels. Peace is a beautiful thing, but the festivals of war and the brotherhood they engender are also beautiful. A pity that that beauty must end in destruction. Blue Cloud came finally, with Dancing Wolf, the shaman of the Blue Mountain clan. His legs are knotted tree roots, his chest and arms are a mountain and 2 boulders. His neck is the neck of a lion, and above the fierce, sharp leather of his face he wears a trailing headdress of eagle feathers and ermine. When he speaks, he is brother to the thunder and the drum. Humbled in the face of Dancing Wolf's strength and wisdom, I became silent, observing with the eye of the kingfisher, the ear of the fox. By early afternoon, the tents had all been raised, food had been shared. In each tent, familiar songs had been sung to make this new valley a temporary home, and gradually the tents began to empty their people onto the grassy plain, where a vast circle formed to sit around the drummer and the player of the flute. When the music and the stamping and the singing stopped, Dancing Wolf rose to speak. Blue Cloud's husband, her brothers, and her children have been taken by Montoya. Staring Owl's son, Little Lynx, has been kidnapped by Orion. All of us have children, wives, and husbands, fathers, mothers. None of them are safe as long as the families of Blue Cloud and Staring Owl are prisoners of the white men. Has the time come for the red man to wear the paint of war again? No one spoke. Each of you must ask that question, and together we must answer it. The circle remained silent. The fire beside the drummer and the flute player flickered, died down, then rose up in a flurry of sparks. Blue Cloud spoke. I have called you all here. If there is to be a war, then the blood will be on my hands. As with all of you, the lives of my family come first, but I cannot win their lives at the expense of 12 or 100 of yours. And I cannot risk your lives recklessly, knowing that in the end our only reward may be the corpses of my husband, brothers, and children. I did not speak, but I thought of little Lynx, barely 6 winters old, learning war from that blue-eyed white man. This was to be the summer of his first drink of the angels, the summer when he would cut the skins of the sheep to make his winter clothes. This was to be the summer I would show him how the moon moves among the stars through each season, how the distance between lightning and thunder points to the storm, and how, in each season, a different herb rises from the earth to give us some fresh knowledge. I thought of the happy days, distant, when Smiling Fox, my eldest son, reached his 6th summer, and I missed my little boy, Lynx. I worried over Smiling Fox, my man of 12 summers, now herding sheep over the ridge, and wondered if he too might some day join the sky travellers to fight his own people. But I did not speak. Instead, I looked around the vast circle, from face to face, seeing some who were familiar from childhood days, trying to place the occupations of others by their garments or the way their work had pulled at their bodies. Uncontrollably, my eye returned again and again to one face and the body beneath it. The body did not belong to the face. There was nothing in the arms or legs that showed the strain of work, and though his clothing was that of Blue Cloud's tribe, the dark skin had none of the leathery texture that comes from years under the sun. Could he be a cave-dweller, a harvester of the blind fish? But the nearest caves were a journey of 2 moons, and besides, the clothing. The clothing, I recognized it now. It was the clothing of Blue Cloud's husband, Dream Thunder. Blue Cloud and I must have been struck by the awareness at the same time, because we both rose and pointed. The dark man in Dream Thunder's clothes responded to our actions by rising and turning. "Stop him," I said. "He is not one of us. He wears the clothes of Blue Cloud's kidnapped husband." The dark man ran with a speed unexpected from his smooth body. I saw that he was holding a tube of some kind in each hand, and his hands were poised above his head. Before distance made him small, I saw flames shoot from the tube, and looking at his feet, I witnessed something that made me rub my eyes. He travelled uphill with unearthly smoothness, his feet never touching the ground. Running ourselves into exhaustion, none of us could keep up with him, and at last he vanished among the pines and polars of the rocky ridge. As I trudged back downhill, I saw how my valley had been transformed overnight. It was now a village, full of the inevitable clutter, smoke, and noise that were part of every village. The mood of my companions was sombre. Blue Cloud's eyes were red with unshed tears, and the shaman, Dancing Wolf, said only 4 words: "The battle has begun." The 13th day. We all knew what the presence of the intruder meant. The circle was broken for now. It was time to stay in our tents, to talk to our families, sort out experiences, and make decisions. When Blue Cloud came into our tent, I was speaking to Greyfawn. And since we agree that he was a spy from Montoya's spaceship, we can be sure that Montoya will soon be descending on the valley. We must either attack him first, or scatter ourselves so that he cannot scoop us into his net. Blue Cloud touched Greyfawn's shoulder, then turned her eyes towards mine and spoke. "I am a woman, Staring Owl, and it is perhaps not my place to speak so boldly. But my husband, Dream Thunder, and my brothers are gone.
and I think I speak for them. We are butterflies attacking a bear. What good are fists, sticks, and stones against the white man? If he closes his spaceship, we cannot enter it. If he shoots fire at us, we cannot return it. If he fills our valleys with explosions, we will lie down and die for him, but nothing can destroy the white man, except himself.
I have had these same thoughts, I said. If the white men would leave us alone and simply destroy each other as they've set out to do, we could leave them to their madness. But they have already involved us, and as we all know, what happens between Montoya's men and Orion's men is only the beginning. As I finished speaking, the towering figure of Dancing Wolf entered the tent, a look of resignation on his face. I have spoken to each family tonight. The present is mirrored in the past. Our lives are unimportant to the white man, except as tools to be discarded after they are used. What is the white man's goal? The destruction of himself, of us, and eventually of our planet. If we must die, let it be as eagles instead of doves. I lead the attack tomorrow. We'll be destroyed, I said. And if we don't attack? I said nothing, but passed the gourd of Angel's herb. As he drank it, Dancing Wolf's eyes grew smaller, and a mask of peace settled over his face. But beneath it remained the fierceness. Despite my anxiety over my stolen son, I had no desire to throw myself on the funeral pyre. But what could I offer Dancing Wolf as an alternative? How, I wondered, could my entire peaceful world have turned upside down so suddenly? It is true, I said, that to go down fighting is preferable to going down on one's knees. Nonetheless, to be dead is, in the end, no more than to be dead. If there is a way to avoid bloodshed, tell me. I am full of the fury of war, but I am no warrior. None of us are. Could the white man wrestle us for supremacy? Could we pit their runners against ours, the winner to take my little lynx and Blue Cloud's family? The whites are not sportsmen. They have lived limp in space so long that their only muscles are the weapons of destruction. Without those, Montoya and Orion and all the rest would be helpless, though some of them, given 2 summers of physical work, might compete with us. There is no way to disarm them. I can think of none. Perhaps rest and time will find one for us. Yes. He sipped more of the drink of angels. To charge the white man is certain self-destruction. To wait, in the hopes of finding a peaceful solution, may be the same, but at least it is not immediate self-destruction. Greyfawn suddenly spoke out. My boy! Little lynx, said Dancing Wolf, I know you fear what Orion may do to him. No, not lynx, she said. Smiling Wolf, the older boy. He is tending sheep a half-day's journey above us, on the ridge of pine and poplars. The spy was headed that way. Smiling Wolf can take care of himself, I said. A 12-year-old boy against the weapons of a grown man. I did not answer, but touched her cheek and walked outside the tent to stare at the stars in silence. Mover of the stars, I spoke in my head. You have a universe to take care of. Is there room in your busy life for a 12-year-old boy named Smiling Wolf? The 14th day. By late morning, I had packed a tent and food to go into the hills to look for Smiling Wolf. Grey Fawn waved goodbye as I trudged up the grassy mountainside under the pack. Trees formed a canopy over the trail, and occasional bright leaves spun past on their way to the ground. I shifted my pack as the path became steep and boulder-filled. Out of the corner of my eye, through the trees, I saw something cross the valley. It couldn't be what I thought it was, but something within me insisted on following my instincts. I ran back the way I'd come, the heavy pack jangling on my shoulders, the tunnel of trees growing wider and opening into the blinding light. There, on the opposite hillside, a jagged line of sheep flowed downhill out of the flock like water dribbling out of a jug. I threw off my pack and joined Grey Fawn, who was now running up the hill. In the distance, we saw a litter made of branches being pulled by a horned ram and several ewes. As the litter drew closer, we could see that it was carrying a body. Grey Fawn tensed, and I ran to the litter. The body belonged to the white man who had run from our camp. Suddenly, from the tail end of the flock, leaping downhill like a goat, came Smiling Wolf. Never have I smiled so broadly. His mother ran past me and hugged him like a bear. Then the three of us walked arm in arm toward the curious throng of people who had run from their tents at Smiling Wolf's arrival. Before any of us could ask him questions, Smiling Wolf spoke. "What is all this?" he asked, pointing to the village that had sprung up over his meadow. We explained, people milling around us, passing on our explanations from person to person. Then at last, Smiling Wolf told us what had happened between him and the white man on the hills beyond the ridge of pines and poplars. "I was tending my flock on the hill of scrub and boulders, when this creature came flying across the plateau. His feet were barely off the ground, and his hands held 2 silver tubes that sparked. When he looked down at me, he was headed for the great rock wall. I motioned to him again and again to turn, but he just continued staring at me. Then, still looking my way instead of at the wall, he collided, head and body, with solid rock, and dropped to the ground, lifeless." Dancing Wolf interrupted. "He is dead?" "He is in a deep sleep, but breath falls from his lips." Unaccustomed to the village life, neighborly pride and the pecking order were things I could recall only dimly from my childhood. In the clan, we lived a simpler, peace-filled life. Now I found myself suddenly aware of my status in this 2-day-old village, proud among my peers that my 12-year-old son had captured the white man's spy. I spoke. "We must put burdock leaves on the white man's wounds, and let him rest. If he lives, we can question him. His answers to our questions will shape our plans." Dancing Wolf nodded. The villagers scattered, and we carried the spy's litter to our tent. The 16th day. After 2 days of being fed the drink of angels through a plankton filament in his forearm, Montoya's man woke with a grin on his face. He slowly pulled himself up to a sitting position, and as he recognized us, the grin vanished. When Grey Fawn touched his head with a cool cloth, he relaxed, then stretched, and began to speak. Sanchez, as he called himself, revealed that he was not a spy, but a defector. He had been totally loyal to the Dark Command until he set foot on the earth. Then some ancestral dream of vast rolling hills, of forest and freedom, made him, for the first time, question. In all the universe, he had observed only 2 things, absolute chaos and absolute order. Here on earth, Sanchez had found people living out his own utopian fantasies. And so, in shadows and silence, he had deserted the ship. Are there others who feel as you do? I asked. To speak of such thoughts would expose us to ridicule. But they do think of such things. I feel that all of them, up to Montoya and Orion themselves, have thought of freedom. And here, seeing it alive for the first time, they can't help hungering for it. So, said Dancing Wolf, they have two choices. They may join it or destroy it. Not an easy choice for a man nursed on obedience, said Sanche. How, said Dancing Wolf, can we retain those of us the white man has taken hostage? By force, never, but there may be a way. Let me think about it. Sanchez's eyes grew small, and a smile filled his face. I could understand why. Now, for the first time, he was thinking his own thoughts, while a world held its breath, hoping his words would help them. I passed the gourd. Sanchez drank, and his eyes grew brighter. "What is this drink?" he asked. "Yerba del Angelica," I answered, "the drink of angels." Sanchez paused for a long moment. "It has a peculiar effect. I find that it helps me to see the beauty of this place more clearly." The woman, Blue Cloud, drank, smiled like the moonlight, and spoke to Sanchez. "The future is the same for all of us. Nothing keeps one form for long. Mountains crumble to become plains and valleys. Lakes become reedy marshes. The great ice flows melt, and rivers rise out of forested valleys. We are men and women for a while before we rejoin the blown sands of creation. Only once can we know the world as we live in it. Only once do we move at our own command. That is why to be human is to be free." Sanchez raised his head to face Blue Cloud. "What you have said, if only you could say it to my brothers in the Dark Command, if you could make Montoya feel what you have made me feel." "You see the truth," I said, "because you have opened your eyes." "How then," asked Sanchez, "can we open the eyes of my brothers? How can we save them in order to save ourselves? Why is it," I asked, "that none of us has warred upon the other in 1,000 turns of the sun?" "We have always lived in peace," Greyfawn said. "Who knows why?" Sanchez spoke. "If you wish to continue living in peace, we had better figure out why, before the white man peers down at these 100 tents and decides to drop a mini-nuke on us." "He is right," I said. "We must plan and scatter before it is too late." "Father," said Smiling Fox, "may I speak?" I was surprised, and secretly pleased again, to see my small boy speak among his elders. "Go on." "I have a head full of growing strength, but I have felt no desire to explode since the end of my 6th year, when I tore down the summer tent." "So?" "Little Lynx still burns at times. When I won him wrestling, my one hand against his two, he chased me with a rock in his hand. The Lynx's eyes are open to the glory of war. That is what attracted him to the star ship." I glowered at my eldest son. "Do you speak against your own brother?" "No, father. I only try to understand. Why does the desire to war seem to vanish after the 6th year?" Sanchez's eyes lit up now with new light. "This drink, do the small ones touch it?" "No," said Greyfawn. The answer, so simple, so obvious, blossomed like a Christmas cactus. Without the yerba, we too would be blind to the truth, would be destroying ourselves as the white man is now. The Great Spirit had created a medicine for man's soul out of his green earth. Dancing Wolf, the great shaman, had remained silent through all this. As he prepared to speak for the first time, I felt that the final pieces of the puzzle were about to fall into place. He rose and lifted his great brown hand. It has been said that a creature with wings of white once flew down from the sky, and with him came the herb. With few exceptions, our people lived in peace in those days, but the herb gave us eternal peace. When the ground is dark with men as far as the eye can see, peace, even with herb, may be fleeting. But on this vast green earth, peace is possible. But, said Sanchez, how worthwhile is peace that must be obtained with drugs? Do we appear, the shaman asked, vacant-eyed or insensitive to our surroundings? Sanchez spoke. There's a whole universe of drugs out there, everything from Mary Jane to cocaine, but none of it brings real peace or even respite from trouble for long. Whatever the yerba del Angelica is, if it's a drug, it won't bring anything permanent to you, except death. It is not a drug, I said. It is a living food that appeared after the white man's weapons burned the earth. My people say it is a spirit that enters the body to bring peace from the earth. While the spirit may grow weak, once the yerba enters the body, it does not die. Rest will restore it, and fresh spirit taken into the body will revive it instantly. Sanchez reached into one of the compartments in his spacesuit and pulled out a glass case full of strange things. One of the things was a telescoping tube, into which he squeezed a drop of the yerba. I cannot trust what I cannot understand, he said. Then he stared in silence through the tube, first with a blank look on his face, then in open-jawed, wide-eyed wonder. Good Lord beyond, cried Sanchez. It is alive. Look at this. Running to Sanchez, I let him guide my eye to the small end of the tube. At first I saw only shadows. Then, as Sanchez pointed the end of the tube towards the light, I saw a dance of expanding and contracting coins. Sanchez called the shapes hexagonal. Pulling a square object out of the case, he rubbed it, and an illuminated grid appeared. Then he inserted the tube into the object. Watch the mini-comp, he said. I did so, and a yerba creature rotated on the screen, showing itself to us from every possible angle. Below the screen, strange blue runes appeared and vanished. I'm checking the med memo for similar forms, he said. Then suddenly, the screen typed out, in little blue letters, possible endophytic composition. No similar forms exist. See data chip for analysis in depth. Sanchez studied the materials in his case, and pulled out a vial of red liquid, pouring a few drops into the tube. Look, he said, the blood and the yerba are separate now. See the pathogens. This is diseased blood. Now watch what happens to the yerba cells. I saw the yerba cells change shape, and in seconds the sickness in the blood vanished. Now I understand, said Sanchez. The yerba cells must have mutated from some earlier form during the height of the radiation. They seem to be organisms that protect their host from the invasion of harmful substances. What I've seen here suggests that the yerba cells are capable of instant mutation that allows them to imitate the form of chemicals and enzymes used to overcome mental and physical illness. What you call yerba del Angelica, our scientists would call an irradiated symbiotic endophytic mimic. In any case, it's wonderful stuff. I smiled. We agreed on that point. The herb of angels comes from our Earth Mother, and drinking it reunites us with her. We think of it as food, not as a drug. The wrong foods make you sick. The right ones make you well. This drink has helped heal the red man. Now we must heal our enemies. With a nod of our heads, it was settled. We would sleep, and in the morning we would move against the Micks and Spicks. How we would move would be determined in the newborn light. The 17th day. Sanchez gave us our plan. Half of us would join Montoya's men. The other half would join Orion. We would encourage them to postpone fighting until after an elaborate celebration and feast. We would all share the spiced lamb, the roasted corn, the salads of a dozen greens, the steaming honey cakes, the wine, the crystal water, and the yerba del Angelica, the drink of angels. Blue Cloud and Dancing Wolf left with the first 50 tents, travelling beyond the half-moon lake towards Orion's spaceship. The rest of us, later in the day, began to fold our tents and fill our litters with food and drink. Before we could leave, the sun seemed to explode and shoot down the mountain. The blinding light came from the hands of 24 men, skimming the ground as though it were the surface of a pond. They circled us, dark scowls upon their faces, and the tallest, fiercest one of all stepped out, a coal-black moustache dragging down the corners of his mouth. It was Montoya. "Why is this valley suddenly so thick with people?" On my forehead suddenly appeared beads of sweat. We had, it seemed, been caught before we could begin. This would mean certain death for my brothers, and induction into the Dark Command for my one remaining son. I imagined they would execute Sanchez too. All our plans for saving the Earth had come to nothing, because someone had happened to come down the hill at the wrong moment. For the first time since this insanity of invasion and war had begun, I felt the jelly-like weakness of total defeat. I could think of nothing to say that would explain the presence of Sanchez among this sudden accumulation of red men. Then my tall 12-year-old spoke. I wanted to stop him, but it was too late. "Captain Montoya, we are so pleased to have had you meet us. We had gathered here, on our way to join you, to be one with the Dark Command." Such wisdom from a 12-year-old. When even Dancing Wolf smiled, I knew if we survived this morning, my smiling fox would someday apprentice to the shaman. Then Sanchez rushed out of the half-risen tent, a crafty smile on his face. "My captain, I know I should not have come here, but I felt that I could sway these people to our side, and I have. Soon victory and this planet will be ours." Sanchez had spoken matter-of-factly, never losing the easy smile. Montoya glowed at him, then looked around at the gathering of white men, who were grunting yes or nodding their heads. He spoke slowly, in a resonant bass. "Sanchez, you are never again to leave your command to explore your foolish whims unless you relish instant death." Then his rigid form relaxed, and he smiled. "You have done well." I could not believe my ears. It seemed that with the combined help of Smiling Fox and Sanchez, we had put the first phase of our plan into effect. With luck and skill, and not a little cooperation, we might succeed in doing what a cosmic federation of the most advanced human beings in history had failed at. I held my breath, as all of us, red men and Spicks, moved towards the Blue Needle, where we would begin the celebration and feast. Our litter was heavy with fruit, meat, water, grain, sweets, medicines, and taut, cool skins, filled with the drink of angels.
Flight of the sun beyond moon of the skyfire. The spaceships are empty now. Orion and Montoya and their crews are scattered over the hills, farming, fishing, herding sheep. One of them married to Blue Cloud's sister. Many the fathers of nursing children. Others beside wives large with child. Before the ships were hidden and abandoned, Montoya called through space, "The air here cannot support us. Each day we grow weaker. Acid rains eat the metal of our ships, and our eyes become shadow-filled. This planet is useless for war or peace. It is Cutting the message off in mid-sentence should have made it clear to the Mix and Spix in space that Earth might not be the ideal battleground they had hoped it would be. After all, you had to set up refueling stations and extract minerals. The fact that the atmosphere seemed suitable for free movement, sans spacesuit, was what had attracted the cosmic forces. Since Earth had turned out to be too attractive for a battleground, they would have to look elsewhere. Those words had come from Montoya. But Orion, before he settled down to breeding milk goats on the Hill of Butterflies, decided to, as he had said, take out an insurance policy. Massive, lily-skinned Orion, red veins in his ears, a shock of corn silk for hair, and robin's eggs for eyes, told us his plan. Ballistic and radios are set in my ship. If another vessel ever enters our atmosphere, it'll first be warned. If that doesn't work, it'll be destroyed. What, I said, if the white man comes in peace? Orion laughed. Where I come from, we have an old saying, white men speak with forked tongue. Having never heard that expression before, I asked Orion what it meant. It means, he said, that we red men better stick together. The Bridge Sings, by Joel Richards. All bridges sing. Some thrum the low-frequency notes of heavy-roped cables, like the song of a deep-sounding leviathan. Some of the song is more subtle, shimmering, the song of swaying, currenting the air as only gulls and terns can perceive. To span is to sing. The desert went about his business outside, mindless and elemental. Man went about his within, attempting rationality and order. A battle Dunharrow had never fought. He was with the desert. These men hadn't brought him to Mars for a straight-line solution to their problem. They knew it, but couldn't think in another mode. Dunharrow looked about him at Cromarty, director of the project, and Harkness and Black, first returned travellers to another star, now primarily concerned with covering their asses. Cromarty affected a pipe. He certainly didn't seem to enjoy it. He used it, jabbing at Dunharrow as a cobbler would tap nails. Damn it, we've got to find something they want. Trade goods, some arcane branch of science where we're more advanced. Art, if they're collectors. They certainly poke around the old cities enough. Anything that'll motivate them. Dunharrow watched the gusting wind whip and eddy the sand up the sides of a shifting dune to a funnel of loose particles spiraling up and gone. They're disinterested, then? They don't care at all, Black said with exasperation. His legs fidgeted, and his toe threatened to grind a hole through the carpet. The wind raged outside. They've got an elaborate library, a sophisticated data retrieval system, Harkness added. Too sophisticated. We have no reference, no Rosetta Stone. Why won't they help? Dunharrow asked. Too low priority,
Harkness said disgustedly. No citizen, even the librarian, cares to translate their basic texts. And that's what we're talking about, I'm afraid. We're light years from the advanced stuff. I thought these Spikans were telepaths, Dunharrow said. But then, we on the outside don't get told too much. Cromitty's eyes flickered, and his fingers tightened whitely around the bowl of his briar. Well, they're not telepaths, Dunharrow. Or, if so, on a low level. They've developed a machine, an amplifier, call it what you will. They've got to wear it as a headset, and they don't usually care to. Not on their home world, evidently. And the data we want is on tapes, print. To our purposes, untranslatable. Cromitty looked over to the returned travellers, who seemed to have withdrawn inside themselves. Harkness and Black are scientists, a biochemist and a physicist. We thought they'd have the best shot at a breakthrough, if they could decipher the data. Dunharrow leaned back. He had several vocations, semanticist, philosopher, poet. None of them paid well enough to support him, the last in particular, but together they provided a comfortable subsistence, and one independent of government patronage. None of them was on the line. All right, you need help, and I'll try to give it. But I want to meet some Spikans, and not there, here. Cromitty smiled, not pleasantly, and tamped his pipe, as if reloading a flintlock. They're not too anxious to talk with us, or haven't we made that clear? Dunharrow stood up slowly, then leaned forward on fingers splayed across the table. Let me make something clear. I'm not here to expose or prosecute. I'm here to help, but not if you keep carrying on defensively. I'm not a biochemist or a physicist. I'm not a threat to you or your jobs. I can't do your jobs. But I can help you to do them, if you'll help me. Got it? Harkness and Black nodded. Cromitty started to speak, thought better of it, and eased back in his chair. Dunharrow sat down and turned to Harkness and Black. Tell me about your first contact. In fact, take it back further. Describe the trip in the Spican shuttle. Oh, not too much to tell, Black said slowly. We were too busy monitoring body functions and reactions. We were in suits, too. We had no idea whether the shuttle's Carr environment would remain life-supportive as we switched through dimensions, which is our best guess as how the shuttle works. And we had no idea how long the passage would take, subjective or real-time. So we were doing a lot of instrument reading, benchmarking. And there was some background noise, Harkness added. I remember that. It was sort of like music, but very dissonant. Not at all unpleasant, but it distracted from what we were trying to learn. It made it hard to concentrate. I remember working on tuning it out. How about when you got there? The station looked the same as the one here, a platform with 2 car pods. We assumed that ours was transiting to Spiker, so the other made simultaneous passage to Mars station. Same as the one here, disappears every time one arrives from their end, sort of like a ski gondola setup. They've built a receiving center, some kind of building anyway, right near the car platform. They seemed to know we were coming, and had a local with a translating headset on. First thing he asked was whether we had a good transit, how long it took. Which was 20 minutes by our timers, Black said. Don't know why they care. Maybe transit time's a measure of relative advancement, though I don't see how. We didn't do anything to facilitate the passage. We just boarded the car at our end when the indicator light told us that a Spican car was getting ready to transit. They could have been pissed at our delaying them, Harkness said. The return car is usually gone 10 minutes when they make the trip with no one going back. Whatever, Black said. That was about the last of the interest they showed in us. After that, nothing but that polite, evasive, elliptical way they don't answer questions. No substance. Dunharrow turned to Cromarty. "I'll have a try at them. Perhaps they're more responsive when they're guests to our hosts. If they recognize that obligation, let's make the most of it. And let me know when they show again." Tom Dunharrow looked at the Mujav from the back seat of an air-conditioned Oldsmobile four-door. "They say you can't see heat, but I see it coming off the road." "Well, that's not heat, Tom," his father said without turning his eyes off the steaming tarmac. "It's distortions in the air caused by heat." Tom Dunharrow didn't know the word semantics, so he had to make do with bullshit. Thought it, didn't say it. At 12 years, you know a lot about what you don't like. What you do like comes tougher. Tom walked out behind the pasteled motel with its peeling stucco walls and baking roof, from which heat, or something else, rose. 10 paces, and he could pretend there was nothing behind him. Ahead of him was desert, and, who knows, maybe the only chance in his life to see a mirage. The sun was sinking. The sand didn't look particularly unusual or even colourful. Dirty, more. Tom had the feeling that he'd have to force the mirage if he was going to get one. He didn't mind. He closed his eyes and opened them. No date palms and lush water holes. Tom saw sand by a lapping sea. An old man, white-bearded and robed, worked in the sand with a stick. Above him, a bare-legged warrior in cuirass gestured impatiently. The old man ignored him and bent over his figures. The warrior raised a short sword and ran the grey-beard through the back. They both disappeared, the sea with them. Tom wrote in the sand with his own stick, Archimedes designs Olds 88s. Tom Dunharrow, at age 12, brash, judgmental, well-read, something of a smart-ass, definitely not a scientist. Some positive things, too, luckily. A blink of the eye and a change of scene. He was really getting into it now. Talk about do-it-yourself. Again, an old man working in the sand. An Indian, Hopi, Zuni. Tom's knowledge was too sketchy to tell, and it didn't really matter. The Indian was working with coloured sands, cornmeal, flower pollen, doing a blue figure studded with flinty armour that seemed to meet the desert sun in crackles of lightning and thunder. 4 eagles encompassed this figure of unknown power at 90-degree separation. Tom closed his eyes and opened them again. The Indian was gone, but the sand painting remained. Tom tried as long as possible not to blink. The image persisted, crackled through 2 more eye closings. At last it went. But Tom found in later years that he could resurrect it, in all its live vividness on certain odd occasions of mood. That, and the old 88, and the paint-peeling motel. The shuttle car was not at the old Martian city, where the Spickens had often puttered about. A skimmer from the base compound spotted it out in the desert on a waddy, remnant of a long-dead watercourse. Dunharrow put the sand sled on surface mode, glad to have a flat expanse that he could traverse at ground level. He hugged the side of the wadi, where basaltic ridges rose from the desert plain, spiny outcrops of black breaking the surface of red. Feathery wisps of a tamarisk-like plant survived in the sometimes shade of those volcanic ridges, its armoured taproot piercing the permafrost for hundreds of feet to its toehold of water. The sun was low when Dunharrow found the Spickens. One was in the car, looking down at a skin-suited Darrow and his sled incuriously. The car faced an angular outcropping with the sun sinking behind it, casting spiky shadows. Dunharrow had a flash of a couple of tourists in their Earthside pickup, beer cans in hand, watching the sun go down over the Naapali coast. The other Spican was wandering desultorily over the desert waste, his painted, scaly, saurian body an appropriate counterpoint to his surroundings. Garments would have looked absurd. His reptilian scales could handle the flaying dust, his metabolism the sub-zero temperature. But he carried a breather pack, and he wore a headset. Dunharrow parked his sled between the ambulating Spican and his vehicle, and advanced to meet him. Why the headset? The Spicans had shown no great interest in communicating or even communing with mankind. Who, then? The ghosts of the long-gone inhabitants of the ancient cities? Perhaps not a possibility to be entirely dismissed. Or perhaps it was a grudging acceptance of the guest-host obligation, the obligation to avoid giving offence to another race in its own system. Dunharrow paused to form his salutation. This was no chance meeting on a travelled thoroughfare. The Spican could hardly be greeted as a fellow wayfarer. Or could he? Dunharrow rummaged through the ritual phrases and took an intuitive shot. "Greetings, wayfarer." "Greetings," the impression returned. "Think you will travel the same road?" "The path to knowledge, understanding. Do not all beings? Will you help?" Dunharrow received wordless impressions of grudging affirmation, of a duty that could not be shunned no matter the wish. Vague overtones of what seemed shame, as if the query or the answer held something best not revealed. Most unusual, nonetheless, for a Spican to give a Terran the conversational handhold. Dunharrow pressed the advantage. "You wear the translating headset. May I respectfully ask the intent?" "To await the call." "The call?" Dunharrow repeated the phrase, trying to add as strong a mental interrogatory as he could. "Images call. The hills call. The old cities call. Home calls." Dunharrow persisted in his wordless interrogatory. "When it is time to return, the spanner calls. We must be ready. Forgive me, but we cannot converse longer." "How can I better understand?" Dunharrow pursued, as the Spican began to edge his massive frame past. Dunharrow had to step back as the Spican's heavy tail whipped slowly by him. The giant saurian lifted himself into the transit car by his companion. A thought, a touch of wistfulness, hung in the shimmering desert air. Do not fear to sing. Dunharrow and Benbow Nuvamsa fled the faculty tea. They didn't call them faculty teas any more. The refreshments at such receptions have evolved considerably, but the conversation and the rituals had been in a stasis of stultification for decades, maybe more. Posings and posturings of the academic establishment, maneuverings of those politically on the make, the bumbling discomfort of the truly scholarly. The reception's guests were Dunharrow and Benbow Nuvamsa, lecture on Hopi medicine and culture. Nuvamsa was no wrinkled shaman of ancient dignity. Round-faced, in his 30s, he wore faded jeans, thin at the left knee from some arcane practice, or from kneeling to drive nails, who knew. His shirt was plaid, a Pendleton type, and his belt buckle was hammered silver. That was it. Not a trace of bead or turquoise, nor were there affectations to his talk or manner. But animation there was. Several of the philosophy department had Nuvamsa cornered, seeking other things. Except for a few groupies, animation didn't seem to be one of them. Perhaps a deep truth imparted confidentially, a pithy epigram, or revelation of a fraud. Somewhere along the line, Nuvamsa disengaged from his adoring or cynical hosts and sought out Dunharrow, to whom he had barely been introduced earlier on.
"Let's get out of here and grab a beer,"
he said, and turned to lead the way. Dunharrow followed. "Why me?" Dunharrow asked, once they were ensconced in a dark, beery, Nauahyde booth in the town's only saloon of country flavour.
"I read your poetry and liked it. Heard you reading, too."
Dunharrow raised his glass to Nuvamsa and shook his head with a grin.
"One of the side benefits of a lecture tour," Nuvamsa went on. "Occasionally you find someone you can learn from. Who knows? Someone you can drink with. Your poetry gave you a big leg up on those faculty idiots. At least the students are better."
That why you do these tours? Dunharrow asked.
"Partly. A very big part, actually. Then there's the money, but mostly it's the cross-pollination. Lots of what's disappearing in my people I'd like to see survive, transmuted even. Maybe you'll write a poem of something I say. Come to my lecture tomorrow."
Dunharrow took a pull at his schooner. "For a reader of my poetry? Anything." Nuvamsa laughed, a wide-toothed grin. One attractive stereotype surviving, at least.
"Well, that's what universities are good for. Never would have heard of you if I hadn't said yes to this lecture tour. Too many poets and no distribution of product. You stay out in the desert and you learn things, familiar things, deeper, but not new things."
Nuvamsa drained his beer.
Screw that for now. Let's have another picture."
Somewhere, much later, and not all that lucidly, Dunharrow told Nuvamsa of that old desert vision. In a way it was too bad, because the party had expanded to include 2 rowdy females, whose sole interest in sand paintings would be a phallic ones, if such existed. But after Dunharrow had started, Nuvamsa turned quite serious, boring the girls and making later resumption of the freewheeling mood tough. Nuvamsa had questions, like, was Dunharrow sure the lightning arrows were in the figure's left hand, and were there 5 of them? "Positive," Dunharrow said, blinking his eyes to resurrect the image. "Does it matter?"
"Only Indians see the ritual paintings," Nuvamsa said. "Each has a purpose, and each is destroyed within 12 hours, depending on whether it's night or day painting. The ones done for exhibition or books have symbols reversed, inverted."
Dunharrow nodded, and Nuvamsa went on.
"Yours is true, not subliminal recollection of something you'd seen elsewhere, and a very appropriate one for a poet. The 2 feathers, one white and one red with a black tip, that's the ability to use the 6th sense to control the 5. The lightning arrows are to confuse and discourage those who have not mastered the 5.
"What is the figure?" Dunharrow asked.
He helps men in times of calamity. Man-made calamity as well. He is called Slayer of Alien Gods. When one knows him well, one too may become a slayer of alien gods, peacemaker, preventer of calamities.
He paused.
To the seeing man, inhibition and ignorance are alien gods.
"Sing my ass," Cromarty snorted. "I want the interstellar drive, and you want to sing."
"You hired the poet," Dunharrow smiled wryly.
"Oh, the service did, or its computer did. Thought you'd have a better shot at results. I don't buy it."
Cromarty and Dunharrow stood on the transit platform, while the desert gale wound toward its late afternoon crescendo. Occasional gusts skittered sand across translucent sheen metal, another outworld secret to be unravelled, that sheathed the foundation and the transit pods. Cromarty edged towards the shelter of one of the cars, though the wind whistled and funneled around its ovoid contours.
What makes you think the Speakans built the shuttle? Dunharrow asked abruptly. They say so? Well, they never speak directly, Cromarty said. How to tell? Read between the lines, the ellipses, the allusions. That's what poets are good at, remember? Maybe the Martians built it. Their cities don't show it, Cromarty shot back. Granitic rock, sandstone, that's why half of them are crumbled. He gestured at the sheet metal. You won't find any of this there. You'll find some fine sculptings and some mind-bending lines. If lines could take your breath away, they'd do it there. Maybe someone else found the cities worth a visit. Enough visits, maybe, to justify building a shuttle. The shuttle terminates on Spica 2, Cromarty said flatly. The dust whipped at Dunharrow. Encased in his skin suit, he could take it as a mild scourge, like birch twigging in a sauna, stimulating, not irritating. We're going about this wrong, Dunharrow said. I'm not sure what's right, but I know this is wrong. What's wrong about it? Cromarty countered aggressively. Or treating the shuttle transit like an old NASA moonshot. Deep space suits, triple safety backups, super monitoring of every breath. That's not how the Speakans travel. They've been at it longer, they're hardware. Oh, Dunharrow said, and walked out of the pod's shelter. Between the two car pods was a raised platform with an indicator panel. Lights flashed periodically with a cold, solid-state luminescence. There were no apparent controls. Dunharrow found the play of lights, pinpoints mostly, intriguing. It seemed a random play. Or was it? It was too old hat to Cromarty, who turned away in disgust. Dunharrow seemed a pachinko player easing into the rhythm of the game. He stood before the panel. Light lit his retina, transversed the optic nerve, triggered across synapses, grooved his cortex. Instinctively he fought it, erecting barriers of the consciousness. A sixth sense impinged. Lightning arrows from another desert overrode the impulse of the ego. He went with it, reached out. Dunharrow vanished. The bridge sang, and Dunharrow listened. It sang of crystal lattice spanning time, of vaulting reach, of blazing splendor, and emptiness out of mind. It sang in splintered light and in bell-like vibration, in infrared, in ultrasound, across spectra that no one race could singly grasp. It sang of the prints that each traveller had left in essence, as though it were made of impressionable clay. Perhaps parts of it were. A panoply of sentience, shards of being, bright, colourful, cloddish. Some beings sang whose song was dull and was dulled further by insulating vehicles that masked their passage. Even these made up a base threnody from which freer spirits could soar in counterpoint. Dunharrow's ears were ringing. His inner ears were ringing. His true inner ear, the portal to his essence, was ringing. He was in no way ready to come back to Earth, behind him somewhere, somewhen. He didn't care where he was. It wasn't Speaker 2. There was a gatekeeper. He knew it was that. And that gatekeeper was not a Saurian, though likely cold-blooded. The bearing of the thin, hollow-boned, leathery-winged figure before him suggested flight arrested, an unwillingness to accept the slight demands of gravity that this world imposed. The transit station was quarried into a rock face, overlooking a river-cut canyon, where other winged figures soared and glide, both below and above Dunharrow's vantage. Cuts in the rock face across the canyon, and on this side, with platforms cantilevered out, seemed their habitation. "Greetings," the avian figure said, or thought. "Greetings," Dunharrow responded,
noting that the gatekeeper wore no translating headset. "No need," said the gatekeeper. "I see," he continued in response to Dunharrow's image of the Speakons. "Those. They seek mechanical solutions to such problems. I suppose they have no choice." "Do we?" "Of course. You have the inherent capacity. It requires only stimulation of neglected cortical centers. We can help. Once you know how, you can help yourselves. Spanner has started the process already." A kaleidoscope of imagery made up the concept of Spanner, the gatekeeper's perception of Spanner imprinting on Dunharrow's brain. Interlocking, sentient web. Bridge. A linking system pulsing with life, filled to capacity with entities in transit, jostling from one terminus to another, itself alive, singing. "We cannot tell you what it is," the gatekeeper said. "It spans time and space, and is different things to different races. To some it bears the aspect of Godhead. To others it is an incarnation of harmony and beauty. To still others it is a transit system. We do not know who built it, or whether it is its own builder, or whether indeed it has built what it links. But all who travel it desire to prolong the passage, no matter the allure or pull of the destination." "Who travels it?" "Those only whom Spanner permits. Whether through limited capacity or other reasons, the number is all too finite. Some believe that the travelers may journey as they are deemed to contribute to the song." Dunharrow again pictured the Speakons. "Those again. Likely they are deemed dull. We find their songs so, perhaps as a crumb, perhaps as they contribute a modest basal tone, they are permitted occasional rapid passage between two close points." Dunharrow thought of Mars Station, and received a tapestry of Mars as it once had been, the granitic and sandstone buildings restored to grace and colour, water, now underground, flowing in placid streams and rivers as soft-eyed, lemure-like creatures moved with purpose and ease along their banks and in the avenues of their cities. "Then there are our cities, if such you may call them," the gatekeeper said. "Our world, yours to explore, to learn from, as we may learn from you, for I deem that you sing well, with grace, until Spanner calls you for the return, or perhaps the passage on before you return." An undertone of amusement emerged. "You shall not need the headset to receive the call." Dunharrow knew that this world, however fascinating, would be backgrounded when Spanner summoned him for transit, embarkation. The gatekeeper knew, and felt no slight. Spanner sang, and Dunharrow revelled in the richness and texture, the subtleties of its harmonies. 10,000 races added their counterpoints to the underlying theme which itself folded and evolved, repeated, ever repeated. Dunharrow would pick out of his own fugue, sung by that part of him that the consciousness never knows. He listened to his own song in wonder, and added the joy of awareness to his underlying theme. A part of Spanner stopped for a heartbeat as Dunharrow's voice soared, man's counterpoint to the eternal symphony. 10,000 races listened. Spanner listened. The greater song went on. My Sister, Myself, by Mark L. Van Name. Is a dream a lie if it don't come true? Or is it something worse? Bruce Springsteen, The River. Pinkleponker is a very pretty place. I like it a lot. Everywhere you look there is water. Lots of islands, like Pinecone, our island,
and water all around. That much water must not be bothered by anything. I wish I wasn't bothered by anything, but sometimes I am. Most folks seem to think nothing ever bothers me, and I always try to smile at those people. They make fun of me, and it hurts. They must know it hurts. Jenny says they're too dumb even to notice. I know that what she means is that they think I'm too dumb to notice, but that's all right. They call me special and look funny at me, like they want to laugh or cry. Jenny calls me special and gives me a big hug. Maybe it's because she's special too. I don't know why, but with her I know there's nothing but love. Lots of folks like to talk like they love me, but I hardly ever believe them. Most of the time they're just afraid. I smile at them. I don't want any trouble. Some things even Jenny doesn't seem to understand. Everybody on Pinecone, and Jenny says everybody everywhere on the whole planet, on all the thousands of islands, imagine that, everybody has to work real hard. There aren't very many of us. There is so much to do. We have to work the fields, and keep the flying ships going, and keep talking to each other, and probably lots of stuff they never tell me. They tell me I work in the fields all the time because I'm such a big and strong man. I know that's not true, but I smile anyway. There are lots of people bigger than me. It's okay, though. I like working out here. The sun is warm, there are always plenty of breezes, and the world really is pretty. That's what Jenny doesn't always understand, that I like it out here. Jenny is my sister. She's one of the prettiest things on this world. At least she is to me. I'm not very tall, a full hand less than 2 meters, but Jenny is really short, much shorter than I am. That's the only way she's less, though. Where my arms kind of dangle and crook and don't even seem to swing right, hers are always jumping around, playing body music. You can almost hear them. My face is dark from the sun, and I've heard lots of people call me ugly. I've looked in mirrors in the water a lot, and I don't know how to tell them I'm ugly, but they're probably right. I don't care. They worry all the time, over everything. They want to be prettier or smarter, or not have to work out here or something else. But they always seem unhappy. I like the outside. I like the plants. I'm mostly happy. Besides, even though she doesn't ever work out here with me, I know Jenny's always here, in a funny way. I feel her, and she feels me. She never really leaves, and that's our secret. We play together, and we love each other. They don't have that. Jenny's special, too. Not like me, of course. She is very smart, and I've spent lots of time teaching her all sorts of things. She and I kind of like a balance. I'm missing some stuff, and she's got some extra. I know I'm not very smart. Jenny is very, very smart. Lots of people are smart, though. Jenny is special. She can heal things, people, animals, probably even plants. She can fix just about anything hurting just about anybody. It hurts her to fix people, hurts her a lot. She says there's one good thing. She can eat all she wants because it's such hard work to heal. I don't understand, even though she's tried to explain it all to me. I do know that she eats a lot more than I do. And I'm bigger, and I work pretty hard too. I don't need to understand. If Jenny says it, it must be true. Today is especially beautiful. The sky is millions of funny colors all at once, like the waves, and the grain, and the light and the dirt all mixed up and swirled around. When the ships are flying in and out, it's no fun to watch the sky, because they're not very pretty. Today there are no ships. Most of the people are working in their houses today, or helping turn the garbage into fuel for the ships. I don't understand that either. Put sun and garbage together and fly on it.
I don't think I'd like to fly. The alcohol doesn't smell very nice, and it doesn't look very strong to me. Of course, Jenny doesn't look very strong, and I know she is. I could be wrong. I don't mind. I figure most folks are wrong a lot, so it's like eating or anything else. Why worry about it? Oh, my back is getting sore. I guess that's one of the few things I don't like about picking the grain stalks. They don't seem to grow tall enough for me. Lots of folks say that grain back on our home planet was as tall as 2 men. Jenny says that's not true. She says they just like to say that. Anyway, they always sigh after saying that and look at the sky. They look at it, but they don't really see it. Why can't they look at the sky and just see what's there? Pinkle-Ponker and Pinecone are home to me, to Jenny, and to them. I love it. It could be better, and I work hard like everybody. I just don't understand why they always talk about what the old folks had. I know we can have anything we want if we work hard. Jenny says so. She says it might take a long time, but if we can't get something, at least our children can. Their children, anyway. Not mine. I'm not allowed to get married, even if somebody would have me. They say special people like Jenny and I are caused by background radiation. Another thing I don't understand. Jenny says you can't see it, and can't hear it, or even smell it, but it can hurt you. I figure it must be like the way so many people look at me when they think I can't see them. Whatever it is, it made me dumb. And it made Jenny a healer. Jenny can have babies. They want her to, because they always need more healers. I guess they have plenty of stupid people already. I don't mind. No, I do mind, but it doesn't do any good. Sometimes when I'm alone I cry because I can't understand like most people. I don't feel stupid. I don't even know what being smart would feel like. Jenny says it's silly to cry. She says that I'm smart with my heart, and that a smart heart is better than a smart head any day. That's one of those things she says that I have trouble believing. Most people hate picking grain. They don't like how it scrapes their hands. I think it feels very nice. If I didn't know how rough stuff could be, then how could I know how smooth some other stuff is? I guess it's just part of not being too smart. I'm older than Jenny. I'm never sure how much older. They talk about 2 different years, our years and somebody else's standard years. Anyway, it's only a couple, like she's 14 and I'm 16, or something like that. But since I'm older and taller too, I call Jenny little sister. She pretends she hates it, but I don't think so. Nobody else ever calls her little. I think they're afraid she wouldn't help them if they got hurt. I know she would. Jenny has a smart heart and a smart head. So much person crammed into such a little body. I feel like my body has room to spare, and she must be bursting apart. Jenny has been away, getting more education, but she should be back today. She promised she would come visit me sometime, so I'm glad I'm working alone. She wasn't far away, just on the other side of Pinecone. They're trying to change her. They all seem to believe that a smart head doesn't matter if the head is smart enough. They want her to have a really, really smart head. I don't think they care about her heart. I know they're changing her. I don't think she wants to admit anybody could change her or hurt her. That's silly, but she likes to be that way sometimes. She's also worried because she's at her choosing age. Choosing age, that's a funny name, really. When you get old enough, you're supposed to get to pick what you will be. You can work, like me, or fly a ship, or make fuel, or anything else. Except it seems like the older folk always choose for you. They chose for me. They chose for Jenny a long time ago when she was little, when they found out she was a healer. I've heard it means that she will have to go into the ships and travel all over Pinkelponker, helping people. I don't know how I can live without her. I feel like my love for her is big enough to stretch a long way, but not around the whole world, and not when she's gone forever. She says she won't let them make her leave. We even have a secret plan. We have a secret place, and we're going to go there if they try to make her leave. It seems like a pretty good plan to me, but Jenny acts worried. This is an easy place for secret spots. Jenny says you can tell that just from the names. She says the first people here, the really old ones who died long before I was born, picked the names. A Pinkelponker was a berry or a seed or something like that, but it wasn't smooth. It was round, but it was covered with lots of little bumps that were rough and stood up straight. When the first folks looked at this world from the sky, they saw a big round ball of water with thousands of bumpy islands, and somebody gave it that name. The name stuck, that's for sure. I'd never seen one of those berries, though, and Jenny says they were only on the old world. I'm not sure about that story. Pinecone has a funny story, too. I'm not sure about it, either, but Jenny told it to me, so it must be true. She says our pinecone must have exploded not too long before folks first came here. All over it, from near the mountain top all the way down, there are funny pieces of rock that stick out into the air. They look like hands about to wave. We build walls under them and use them for homes sometimes. Other times, we use real big ones for storage. Jenny says a pine cone was another sort of berry or something on the old world. Anyway, it was supposed to look like our place. I'm sure there must be other islands like this, but we got the name first. I'd never seen any others either. Maybe I'm wrong again. Doesn't matter. Everybody seems to worry a lot about Pinecone exploding. Lots of the other islands have exploded, and nobody ever seems to know which one will be next. The people in the ships fly around and watch them all, and they're pretty good at guessing. Hardly anybody's been hurt by one of those explosions in a long time. Still, it's a different type of hurt to lose your home, I guess, and it's probably not easy. I wouldn't like to have to fly to some new home. I love this place. Oh, my back is really sore now. It's pretty late. I like to stay out and watch the sun start to go down. All the sky colours swirl and mix and run together in new patterns. It seems different every time. It probably isn't, but it seems that way to me. Sitting here, smelling the air and seeing how beautiful everything is, I can't believe anyone would want to leave here. One of the nice things about nobody talking to me is that I can sit down like this whenever I want. I work hard, though. I don't want to be a bad thing to other people. If I didn't work out here, I don't know what I could do for them. John? I can't believe I didn't even notice her coming back here. Jenny, I'm really glad you're back. Want to watch the sun with me? Sure. I like sitting here with Jenny. I like it whenever we sit together. Sometimes I watch her more than I look at anything else. She's so small and beautiful, but she seems as strong as the water. I know she can tell I'm looking at her, but she doesn't seem to mind. I'm glad. It seems to get real dark real fast when we talk like this. Some people seem to understand time so well. It's such a mystery to me. It's never the same speed. I can't stop it or start it or even touch it. Like background radiation. Like the way folks look at me. Did you learn a lot? I know she's always full of new stuff and usually likes to talk about it. I hardly ever understand, but I listen hard. Yeah, sure, learned a lot. They tried to cram more science and math into me, more anatomy and more of everything.
Now they even want me certified to fly the ships, in case I have to get to some disaster on my own. None of it was very difficult, but it's getting annoying. I feel like a damn laboratory specimen sometimes. Why can't they just leave me alone? Jenny. She's crying, and her hands aren't playing very pretty music now. She seems so far away. I'm scared. She looks stiffer and colder than the rocks. She seems scared, too. I don't like that. I know I'm not very brave, but Jenny is. Jenny always is. What's wrong? I can help, maybe. I have to leave in the morning. My time is here, and they need me on the ships. I don't want to go, but I have to do what they say. There's nothing I can do about it. That's the law. You know, I don't understand law. If they want to call it the choosing age, they should let you choose. Can't you just tell them you want to stay? I really don't understand all the rules they call law. I do understand how scared Jenny looks now. She hardly ever looks small to me, but now she seems so afraid. It's like she's shrunken. Is this what the law does? I don't like it. I did tell them. I told them many, many times, but they kept repeating that the law was intended to provide the most good for the most people, and I wasn't being utilized here as efficiently as I could be, as if I were nothing more than some damn machine. Oh, you're not a machine. Even I know that. I thought it was a pretty good joke, but she isn't laughing. I've never been very good with jokes. Sometimes I might as well be, John. They told me they'd make me go, and I know they would. They know that I can't stop myself when I'm near people in pain. Their pain feels like it's my own, and I've just got to help them. If I could just ignore the sick people and not heal them, then maybe they'd leave me alone. Your heart's too smart for that, Jenny. You always help sick people. It's what you do. It's like me in the field. I've never helped you, John. Well, I'm not sick. No, I mean, I've never helped you get... You mean get smarter? I know that. You told me you didn't know how. I know you'd help me if you could. I really don't know what to say. She looks so upset, and I feel even more stupid than most of the time. She doesn't seem to want to say anything else. That's okay with me. I'm not very good at talking. She seems like I always say the wrong thing. If I don't talk, then I should have. If I try to talk, I talk too long and don't say the right things. Talking is hard. I move closer to Jenny because it's getting dark, and I like to be near her when it does that. How it gets dark is one of the great things about life. It's like somebody pulls a great big blanket over everything, real slowly. Suddenly, Jenny stands up. I wonder if I smell bad from working so long. She hardly ever moves away from me, so I figure I must have done something wrong. Race you to our secret place. Now I understand. It's our plan. She's going to stay with me in our hiding place, and she wants to play. I'm a faster runner, so I don't mind her having a head start. Our secret place is a hole in the mountain. It's under one of the pieces of rock that most people never know is there. We found it when I fell out of a tree once. I was lying on the ground laughing. I looked up and saw a hole real close to the tree, but further up the mountain. We both crawled in. Jenny went first. It isn't a very big hole, so I have to squeeze through, but Jenny fits fine. Inside the little hole there's a pretty big room. Jenny says it was formed by one of the rock hands falling over and then grass growing on it. It's a nice room. We can both stand up and walk around and everything. We filled it up with wood for fires and food we saved, like bread and stuff. We even put in some jars with water in them. Jenny thought of that. We never even gave it a name. We figured if it had a name, then we could forget and say the name to somebody. But if you call it a secret place, then even I wouldn't forget and tell anybody that.
Jenny could beat me in a real short race, but the secret place is too far away. I beat her there by a bunch of steps. I always let her go in first, though. It's just the way we do it. It's real dark inside until Jenny lights a fire. Fire is another great thing. You get heat and light all at once. I'm hungry. I still don't know what to say. I figure I'll eat a little bread and drink some water. Maybe Jenny will talk first. That's always easier. She never eats right after her trips. They must feed her a lot. She sure doesn't look hungry now. She keeps walking around in the room. It makes the room feel real small. I don't like it. I wish she were happy and could sit down. I keep eating. She finally sits down, but it's wrong. She doesn't sit beside me. She's sitting in front of me, and she's looking funny at me. I don't like it. It scares me. Jenny, why are you looking at me funny? You're scaring me. I don't like you scaring me. I'm sorry. It's okay. Maybe I can make her feel better. We're in our secret place now. Nobody can find us here. We can hide here till they all get tired and leave us alone, just you and me, like we planned. No, I wish we could, but we can't. We just can't. Nothing is ever that simple. They'd find me soon enough, and then they might even punish you for hiding me. I can't let that happen. I'm not scared. I am, but it seemed like I should say that. It made Jenny smile a little bit, so that's good. John, remember when I told you they taught me lots of new things? Sure. Well, they taught me how to fix you. I don't think they realized that they did, and I know that they wouldn't like me taking the risk, because there is a risk. But they did teach me how to make you like everybody else. Now I'm really scared. This is more than I can understand. Jenny doesn't look like she's teasing me, and I don't think she'd do it that way. I don't know how to be like everybody else. It's not much different, really. Just think a little better, understand ideas more easily, that kind of thing. So, I could have a smart head. Yes. I don't want it. What? Why not? I thought you didn't like being slower than everybody else. I know you don't like it. I think I confused Jenny now. I'm kind of surprised. I hardly ever think of something she hasn't already figured out. Because you're the only person I know with a smart head and a smart heart. You told me a smart heart was better than a smart head any day. I figure if I can only have one, I'd rather keep my smart heart. Jenny's laughing at me now. I don't like that. Oh, John, I'm sorry. I'm not really laughing at you. Don't cry. I didn't realize I was crying, but now I can feel the tears. I'm only laughing because I either have to laugh or cry. I just don't want to start crying. She wipes my cheeks with her hands. I like that. Her hands are smooth. I didn't mean to cry. You don't have to lose your heart. I don't think you ever could lose it, even if you tried. Most of those people are smart only because you can teach somebody how to be smart, but they have to make their own hearts right. You can't teach them that. Most people are too damn concerned and involved with their own petty little problems to spend time really looking into their hearts. You'll never lose your heart, John. Never, ever, ever. I still don't want it. Why not? I don't want to answer her. I never could resist Jenny, though. Because you said there was a risk. It sounds like you could get hurt. I don't want you hurt. I love you, Jenny. You're more important than being smart. I love you too, you know that. So I have to take the risk for you. I want to do it. I have to do it. What could happen to you? It's difficult to explain. Basically, I have to go very deep
inside your brain, to fix what's wrong. And I have to leave a part of me there forever to keep it fixed. But if I go too deep, then I could get stuck completely and never get out. My body would die because I would be inside you, and you would die because your body can't hold two people. I don't really understand. Jenny knows that, of course. Whenever she tries to explain science stuff to me, even when she makes it real simple, I hardly ever understand. I think maybe I've thought of something new, though. Jenny, I feel like you're inside me all the time anyway, so maybe this isn't so new. No, that's different. I feel like you're inside me, too. I really do. I understand what you mean, but that's love. I'm talking about energy, about my life force, about things I don't know how to explain to you, but which are different from love. Trust me, they really are different. I should have known Jenny would have thought of it already. Then don't do it. I have to do it. I have to help you, and I've got to do it now, tonight, right here. Because once we leave here, we will probably never come back. I have to leave in the morning, and I don't know when or if I'll see Pinecone or you again. No. I'm crying again now, I know I am. I don't want to, but I can't stop. My hands are shaking, and I feel like I want to hit something. I want to hit those ships. I want to hit the men in them. I don't like the way I feel. You can't leave me, Jenny. I don't know how to live without you. I don't think you really want to go. You can't want to go. You just can't. I don't think I do either, but I've got to do as they say. It's the law. I can't hide from them. They'd find me in a day. They can force me on a ship and take me wherever they want, and there's no way I can stop them. I've got to help the sick people whenever I can. You know that. I can't stop myself. No, I've got to go. This is our last night here together, at least for now, and maybe forever. Please, Jenny, I don't know how to live without you. You're the only one who cares about me. You're the only one who understands. I'm too dumb for anybody else. Well, you won't be dumb any more. You'll have a lot to learn, but you'll be able to learn all you want. She's holding my face so hard it almost hurts. I can't look away from her. She looks desperate, like an animal somebody's teasing. I'm scared. Tell me what you know, John. Huh? I know lots of things, you know that. No, I mean the things you really know. The things your smart heart knows. The secret stuff you never ever forget. I don't understand, Jenny. I'm scared. Answer me, please. It seems so important to her. I try real hard. Even with my dumb head, there are lots of little things I know. They all seem to get in the way, so it's hard to know what my heart knows and what my head knows. When I work real hard at it, though, I figure there can't be too many things like that. I know I love you, Jenny. I know I love Pinecone. I know I don't like how people treat me, and it hurts a lot. I know I hate this law that makes you have to leave me. I think I did good. What else? What else do you know? She seems so scared now. I don't like this. And I don't know what to do. I don't know, Jenny. You've got to know that I love you. You've got to never ever forget, even when you're alone, even when you're scared, even when you wake up at night and miss me and haven't seen me for a long, long time. You've got to never forget that I love you, my brother, that I love you with all my heart. You can't ever think that I don't love you, even though I've got to leave. Do you know that, John? Do you? Yes. I don't know why I didn't say it, but I do know that. I don't want to say this next thing. It sounds so bad, but I have to. I also know I hate this law that makes you leave. I hate the men that make the law. I hate it too.
I feel like her eyes will burn through me like sunlight on a hot day.
You're sure you really know that I love you? In your heart now, not in your head? Your head is going to get filled with tons of new information, and you're probably going to grow in ways I can't even begin to predict. But your heart won't ever change. Are you sure? Yes, Jenny, I believe that. I always have.
She seems satisfied. I still don't understand everything that's going on.
Lie down.
You don't have to fix me. I'll be okay.
Let me do what I have to do. Trust me. Trust me now, like you always have.
I lie down, but I'm still scared. Will it hurt?
No. You'll just feel like you're going to sleep. You'll sleep until sometime in the morning, and then you'll be fine. You won't even have a headache afterwards.
Will you be there when I wake up?
I don't think so. I told you, I've got to get on the ship fairly early.
Are you sure you won't get hurt? I don't need a smart head as much as I need you.
Shh. Be quiet. Trust me. And remember, always and forever, that I love you, and that I only left you because I had to. I love you. I could not have had a more special or beautiful brother than you, John, and I will love you always.
Jenny has her hands on my head, and they feel nice and warm, almost hot. I like it when she calls me special. It's not like the way all those other people say it. Her words are all love, just like her. I don't feel tired, but my eyes seem to be closing. It's like magic. Awake and then asleep. The last thing I can see or feel is Jenny, bent over me, holding me and kissing me. And then it's dark. The roar of the ship preparing to fly wakes me up. It takes me a minute to realize where I am, but it's okay because it takes the ships a little while to get going. I bump my head as I crawl out of the hole as fast as I can. It has to be Jenny's ship. I don't know of any others planned for today. Standing here, looking at the ship lift up into the sky, a lot of things go through my new head. It doesn't feel much different, but somehow I know Jenny did fix me. I also know that she's okay. I can just tell. I can sort of feel her inside me, and she feels fine. I wonder what life will be like with a smart head. I wonder how different I will be. I wonder if I'll have the power to get her back. I think I will. I think I have to, somehow, or I may never feel happy or right again. Some things are different. I can tell that. The sky doesn't look quite so pretty, and the breezes just aren't so right. I feel like the whole world is somehow messed up by the men and the law that made Jenny leave. I don't like this feeling, but it's there and it's strong. As I watch the ship get further and further away, it's just a tiny patch of light now. I'm not even sure it really is there anymore. I realize everything will be okay someday. I know this because of the other things I know. I know this because even as I stand here crying and watching Jenny leave, I know that my heart will always know. I know that I love Jenny. I know that I will never forgive this world for taking her away. I know that I will fight someday, somehow, with every bit of brain and heart I have, to get her back. And of course, as she knew that I would, I know that Jenny loves me.
Anukazi's Daughter, by Mary R. Gentle. Our information was correct, Okuri said, pointing. The ship was visible now. Its prow appeared out of the dawn haze, already in the calm water of the bay. Let them come ashore. Attack as soon as the light's good.
Prisoners?
Rax asked. He grinned at her. Try to keep one or two alive. They might have things to tell us. These islanders are weak-willed. Low chuckles came from the mounted company that formed Bazuruk's first order of the axe. Ready yourselves, he ordered. Rax knotted the war-horse's reins on the saddle. She breathed deeply, excitement cold in her gut. Her palms were damp. She wiped them on the back of her surcoat, feeling cold links of mail underneath, and adjusted the buckles on her leg and arm greaves. The shaft of the war-axe was familiar under her hand. The shield hung ready at her side. The ship nosed close inshore. Sea foam went from grey to white. A cold wind blew. Here great shelves of rock jutted out into the sea, channels worn between them by the waves, so that at low tide a ship could put into what was a natural quay. There were 30 men, no more, she estimated. Our numbers are equal, then.
There!
She saw the flash of light from the cliffs at the far end of the bay, a signal mirror in the hands of the third axe, telling them that the other half of the company was in position. Now, Okori shouted. Her heels dug into the horse's flanks. For a few strides she was out into the open ahead of them all. The rocks echoed, sparks struck from flying hooves. Rax, cold clear through, hefted the great axe. Okori and Azu Anuk and Lilazu rode with her, and the rest of the order behind, but she spurred forward and outdistanced them all. The war mount cleared a channel where crimson weed hung delicate and fragile in clear water. She heard cries, shouts. She saw the men half ashore from the ship and heard the thunder of the riders from the far end of the bay. She rose up in the saddle, sweating, cold as death under her mail, excitement drying her lips, and caught a spear thrust on her shield. She struck. The great blade sheared up under the man's helmet, the jaw, the ear, half of the skull ripping away. Another struck at her, jabbing with a barbed spear. Her blow, which seemed only to brush him, spilled a crimson trail. On the backstroke, she put the axe's spike through another man's eye socket and left him screaming. The horse reared, came down, crushed with iron hooves. Smooth rock became treacherous, slick with blood. The sun hit her eyes, her face was wet, and her black surcoat had turned rust-coloured with blood. Not hers. An islander fled. She leant dangerously far out of the saddle to slice through his leather jerkin and left him face down on the rock. She smelled burning and heard flames crackle. A dozen of the order were at the ship. The pitch that caulked its seams burned fiercely. A man screamed. She saw Okori strike, hurling the man back into the blaze. Flames were invisible in the sunlight. Only the shimmering air betrayed them.
Bazuruk!
She heard the war call behind her. She wheeled, lifted the axe. It was heavy and her arm was stiff, and saw Lilazu fighting on one of the narrow rock spurs. His horse shifted uneasily. It was no help now to be mounted. 2 islanders had him pinned against the water's edge. Her thrown hand-axe took one in the back. Rax struck with the flat of the axe, sending the other man full length into the shallow pool. Lilazu acknowledged Rax's aid with a raised hand, guiding his horse delicately onto solid rock, then galloping off towards the last knot of fighting. Rax leaned down from the saddle, using the spike of the axe to hook the stunned man ashore. The crackling of the flames was loud. Surf beat on the rocks. Gulls cried. The air smelled of dank weed, of burning, of blood. Rax's hands were red, her arms streaked with blood that dried and cracked. She hauled the islander over her saddle, clicking, to the weary horse, and rode over to where Okori watched the burning ship. The early sun was already hot. A warming relaxation spread through her. If she had not been exhausted, she would have sung.
Rax Kishanu. Okuri slapped her leg and pulled the islander down from her saddle. A live one, and not half killed. Good. That's 4. She was grinning amiably at nothing in particular. She recognized the after-battle euphoria. "Shall I bring him with me?" she asked. Okuri hesitated. Rax's light mood faded. "Do you think I'm stupid enough to let him escape?" "Women have soft hearts," Okuri said, and then laughed as Rax held up her bloody hands. "But not in the order of the axe. No." "No, though we've only you to judge by. Bring him with us, to the tower, then." The others were rifling the dead, leaving the bodies unburied on the rocks. If the stink offended any of the nearby settlements, they'd send a burial party. If not, enemy bones would bleach in the cove, and the storm tides would carry them home to Shebelit and the 100 Isles. At their first camp, she tended the unconscious islander's head wound. He was young, no more than 20, she judged. Okuri's age, 10 summers younger than Rax. He had pale skin, red-brown hair, and green eyes in a face marred by plague scars. She felt an undefinable pang, not of desire or pity, but somehow familiar. If I'd seen him, I couldn't have killed him, she realized. Anukazi, what's the matter with me? She had fought before, taking prisoners for ransom. None had ever disturbed her the way this islander boy did. The order headed north, resting in the heat of noon, crossing the humid, insect-ridden flats of the Shantar marshes. Rax guarded the islander closely. After the first day, his rage and grief, displayed beyond what a Bazaruki considered proper, subsided into quiet. She thought that meant loss of spirit, until she caught him cutting himself and the other survivors free with a stolen knife. After that, she watched him constantly. "I didn't think he had the wits to try it," she admitted to Okuri as they rode on north. "You served on the barbarian frontier, the Crystal Mountains. They're cunning in the Old South," he said. "The islanders are the worst of all. That one's a Vernathri, you can tell by the cropped hair. The others are mercenaries from the cold lands, I'd guess." Rax shrugged. "It's not our concern. They'll discover the truth in the tower." That night, she took a water flask for the islander. He regarded her with distrust. "Berserky killer," he said. She pulled off her helmet, letting the coarse black hair fall free. She grinned, feral, content. "Yes," she said. "I am a woman and a warrior." She realized that he wasn't even shocked or even surprised. That sent her back to Okuri with oblique questions, and he told her that in the 100 Isles a woman was barred from no profession, not even that of a warrior. On the third day they rode through rice fields to the river estuary and came to the city. "That's Anukazi?" The islander rode beside her on a remount, bound securely. "A great city, Rax. Wherever you heard my name, keep it out of your mouth." She almost regretted her harshness. Her curiosity was stirred. "Why did you come here? One ship's company against all Bazaruk." "You have my freemate there." His voice was rough. "I would have fought my way to the city, but I used mercenaries. There's no surprise that I was betrayed." The order rode down the brick-paved way that led to the south gate. Ox carts drew aside. Insects whirred in the dust clouds. The heat made Rax thirsty.
As the shadows of Anukazi's squat, square buildings fell across her, she became aware that her joy at returning was less than usual.
You have women warriors in your islands, then, Vanathri? If you can recognize a Vanathri, you know we don't bind ourselves with useless laws.
His body tensed as they rode down the wide streets.
Oh, it seems your laws aren't as strict as I'd heard.
You don't think so? Her bitterness was never far below the surface. Her long fight to be accepted in an order had been successful, but the struggle robbed her of half her satisfaction. At last she said,
I've spent most of my life in the northern mountains. All I know of the archipelago is rumors. That can be remedied.
He was talking to keep his fears at bay, she guessed. He didn't look at her. She studied his familiar features. What does he see when he looks at me? Rax wondered. She listened while he spoke of the Shabalit archipelago, which began in the sandbars off Bazuruk's coast and ended as far south as the cold lands. He talked about the 100 Isles, where life was trade, and where 100 petty lordlings engaged their private quarrels, with no tower to bind them into one nation.
Rax,
Okuri called as they entered the town walls.
Take that one down to the cells with the mercenaries before you go off duty.
She acknowledged his order curtly. While the rest of the order dismounted at the stables, she made her way with the prisoners to the dungeons. The underground shadow was cool.
You've got another islander in here,
she told the jailer, keeping charge of the Vanathri man.
Put them in together. They might talk.
Brick walls were scarred with nitre. Pitch torches flared, blackening the ceiling. The jailer searched down the entry scroll.
356,
he announced.
Let him sweat. They won't get to him for a while.
Why not?
Your conspiracy was discovered against the firsts of the orders.
He glanced fearfully at her.
The guards are interrogating everyone in the tower and executing traitors.
Anukazi saved the tower from harm,
Rax said, and the man echoed her fervently.
Give me your keys. I'll take this one down for you.
Shadows leapt as they descended the long stairways. Rax held the torch high, searching for the right cell.
I'll send a physician to look at you.
No.
He was hostile.
You're young,
she said.
But you're not stupid. If you've no friends, you won't live long here, Vanathri. These cells are plague pits. I'll do without Bazuruk's help.
She fitted the key in the lock, thrust the torch in a wall socket, and pulled the heavy door open. There was only one other islander listed, a Shabalitan, so this must be his free mate. It would be interesting to see a warrior woman, Rax thought. The islander came into the torchlight, dragging his chain. Rax was disappointed. It was a man, stocky, in his 40s, with a lined face and a mocking smile. This is the wrong cell, she thought, or the islander woman's already dead.
Daniell,
Vanathri said, holding out his bound hands. The other man stepped forward and kissed him on the mouth, with a lover's kiss.
So here you are to rescue me, again?
The older man smiled tightly. Behind his mockery there was a pain.
Vanathri are impetuous, I know, Kel, but this is stupidity. Did you think I wouldn't come?
Kel Vanathri asked, looking younger than ever.
Did you come for me, or for Shabalit's heir? Vanathri's not a rich island, and if I ever inherit Shabalit, though Lord knows my mother may outlive us all, then I can see why you'd want to be Shabalit's free mate. I'd stay with you even if I thought you'd never inherit, or if you weren't heir at all. You should know that by now.
Cynicism marked Daniell's face, but his voice was tired and uncertain.
Would you? Yes, I think you would. I should have managed this better.
Anger darkened Kell's eyes.
I'm a fool, and I've paid for it. I've lost a mercenary company and my freedom. But a chance will come. We're not dead yet.
Rax crept away from the spy hole, leaving the torch to burn itself out. I should report it. Lost in thought, Rax made her way back to the Axe Orders building in the tower complex. Daniell, that was the name. Heir of Shabalet of the 100 Isles. They can't know, or they'd be asking a ransom for him. But they'll know as soon as they start interrogating him, as soon as this purge is over. Anukazi, keep them from me. She reached her own chambers, a bare brick-walled room divided by rice-paper screens. Through the window she could see across the flat roofs and ziggurats of the city. She pulled the thin linen shutters closed in order to keep flies and a degree of heat out. Then she shed her mail, bathed, and donned a silk robe. She sat on the pallet. A brush and paper lay on the low table, unfinished calligraphy spidering across the page. She wasn't yet calm enough to write. She called the house slave and ordered rice and herb tea. The islanders had reeked of dead meat. So they eat animal flesh, Rax thought with revulsion. The men couple with one another, and the women too, I suppose. And women are warriors. And men, but he's a fighter, that Kell Vanathri. Seated cross-legged before the carved Keshanu mask that hung on the wall, she gazed at the abstract face and tried to achieve harmony. Patterns of light and shade entered her eyes. Her breathing slowed. She was free, then, of Rax. She could stand outside herself and see the tall, strong-limbed woman whose skin was lined with exposure to wind and sun. With black hair, green eyes, red-brown skin, she was born of hot Keshanu and the Crystal Mountains. But then she thought of Kell Vanathri and Daniell, Shabalet's heir. She tried to consider them dispassionately. The image that came to her was not Vanathri's, but Okori's. Of an age with the young islander, Okori was already first axe of this order, her commander, and sometime bedfriend. And she, a decade older, with experience gained on the barbarian frontier. "You'll never be first axe," a voice said in her mind. "No matter how good you are, how many successes you have, they won't give you an order, because the men won't accept you as commander. You're good, better than Okori, but you're a woman." "In Vanathri," Kell said, "there are women warriors. And in Zu and Orindol and Shamur and all the 100 Isles." She cursed Kell for disturbing her peace of mind. He's young to end in the tower. He, she thought, has courage too. He crossed the sea, which is more than I'd do. Outside, the gongs sounded for evening prayer. She belted her hand-axe over her robe and put on her sandals, preparing to go down to the main hall. Keep low, Rax thought. There have been conspiracies and interrogations before. I'm loyal to the tower. They'll take Anukazi's sons, but I don't think they'll take Anukazi's only daughter. She followed the disciplines of the tower, attended weapons practice and theory classes and services for the preservation of Anukazi's priests. She knew better than to ask about missing faces or empty places. Finally, the atmosphere of tension eased. The purge was, for this time at least, finished. The dice were kind. Rax found herself on a winning streak for the first time in a long while. She was able to bribe extra rations for the islanders without touching her own pay.
When she heard that the guard had been interrogating the mercenaries, she went back to the tower and paid for an undisturbed time in the cells. The torch burned bright. Kell had fallen against Devenill while he slept, and the older man sat with his back to the wall supporting Kell. All the mockery was gone from his worn face. Rax was noisy with the lock, and when she had the door open, hostile stares greeted her. "What do you want?" Kell Vanathri demanded. Rax shook her head. The calmness that was a discipline of order deserted her. She couldn't name the influence the islanders had over her.
"They're starting the questioning soon," she said. "Bring me a knife," Kell said. "I won't ask any more, Bazaruki."
It was pointless to tell them that one day their rations would be drugged, that they would wake in the upper chambers, in the hands of the Anukazi guard.
"Say you're only mercenaries, pirates, whatever," she pleaded. "As for freemates, for the love of Anukazi himself, keep that quiet." "There's no love in your orders?" Devenill asked, skeptically.
The order denied love fanatically and practiced it covertly. Every order had its pretty boys vying for favour and carrying rumours. Looking now at Kell and Devenill, she thought, no, it's not the same thing at all.
What they forgive themselves, they hate in others. "Take advice," Kell Vanathri said. "Stay out of here."
She knew they had plans to escape, or to invite quick death. The thought bothered her more than it should. She slammed the door and walked away. In a little while they'd be dead. They'd be good companions in an order, she thought. It's a senseless waste. To kill Bazuruk's enemies? No. What am I thinking? We're caught between the northern barbarians and these damned islands, which, if they could ever unite, could crush Bazuruk. We can't afford mercy, not even for those two. Oh, Anukazi, why should I care? Rax couldn't sleep that night. She rose and dressed, in mail, with her war axe, and went down to the main hall. But even dice games couldn't ease her spirit. All the city slept. There were no lights in the squat buildings, no noise from the beast markets, no carts in the street. She went by way of the river wall and entered the tower as the guards changed shift. Torches burned low in the guardroom. "Jailer," some instinct held her hand, and when she reached to shake him awake, a thin thread of blood ran out from under his head, bowed on the table. Movement caught her eye where the torch guttered. The axe slid into her hands. A scuffed noise came from down the passage. She tensed. The jailer had no knife or sword. They would be armed then. Softly she said, "Vanathri." "Be silent."
"Devenill."
The strength of her relief was alarming.
"Where's Kell?"
"Put down your axe."
She rested the spike on the floor, hands clasping the shaft.
"Now I'll tell you something. You're not the first to kill a jailer and come this far, but can you fight your way out past every guard in Anukazi's tower?"
"If we have to."
It was Kell Vanathri's voice.
"Wait." She sensed movement. "Suppose you were taken out of here by a guard. There are riverboats. You might cross the sea to the 100 Isles."
"Then let you sound the alarm," Kell said. "Put down the axe. I can throw a knife as well as any Bazaruki."
"You're not listening to me, Islander. Take the jailer's uniform."
They stepped forward into the light. Devenill nodded, watching her with a curious expression.
"We'll lock you in one of the cells, unless you prefer a glorious death, as Bazaruki do, I've heard."
"And how will you get past the gates? I'll have to speak for you." "Trust me," Rax said. "Only be quick."
It was only then that she knew her long career with the Order of the Axe had ended in betrayal. A fishing boat was moored with its sails still raised. The man aboard answered Rax's hail from the dock.
"Stay back,"
she said to the islanders. The man's head came above the rail, and she drove her knife up under the soft part of his jaw. Blood spilled over her hands. She wrenched the blade loose, feeling it grate against the bone, and shoved the body off the side. It sank quickly. She led the islanders down the stone steps.
"Now, Devenill, Shebbelet's heir," she said, "take this young fool with you and get out of Bazuruk. The alarm's out, I expect, but the tide's in your favor. Go." "They know who brought us out,"
Kell Vanathri said.
"You can't stay." "But my order." "You should have thought of that."
Devenill gave a sardonic grin. The early sun showed dirt, blood, the traces of long confinement. He looked a good 10 years older than his age. His mocking face disturbed and attracted her. She felt he understood motives she herself didn't recognize.
"We owe a debt we'll never repay you,"
said Vanathri. His young face looked vulnerable.
"But if you come with us to the 100 Isles, we'll try."
From the first moment I saw you, she thought. That lover's kiss between you and Devenill. How could I leave you two innocents in the tower? You remind me of... Yes, is it that simple? He'd have been very like you if he'd lived. My son, Tarek.
"I'll come,"
Rax said. The sun burned and the sea shimmered. The stars hung like a mist of diamonds, and the night wind cut to the bone. Cotton-wool fog hugged the coast. The deep swells rolled like hills. They headed south into ever colder seas. Rax lay moaning in the coffin-sized cabin, sweating, heaving with every lurch and dip of the sea. Days passed. Kell and Devenill sailed, fished, fed her fresh water. Once she woke to see them lying together, Kell's pale arm across Devenill's scarred body. Solitude and loss and sickness frightened her. She slept with the war-axe tight in her grip. No tower discipline, no skill learned in battle helped her now. On the 10th day, when they sighted the coast of Darhed, she barely stirred, and at noon, when they passed it and came to Vanathri itself, she was too weak to do more than stare. She saw a green land, chill under a grey sky and lashing rain, where slant-roofed buildings hugged a narrow harbour. They sailed into it, and were recognized. Rax stood on the quay, swaying, seeing Kell and Devenill in each other's arms. In broad daylight, she thought dizzily. Then they pulled her into their embrace. The gathering crowd of Vanathri islanders cheered, and every bell in the town rang out. When she was well, they crossed the straits to Shebbelet, and there Devenill took her before the island lords and the head of the council.
"Lady Sephir," he said to her, "here is our rescuer, Rax Kashanu of Bazurak, axe warrior of Anukazi's tower."
The chamber was full of brightly dressed men and women, and children, she saw appalled. The air stank of old cooking, new perfumes, and the sea. Rax pulled her stained surcoat over her mail and kept the axe close to her hand. Shebbeletons jabbered and pointed while Kell Vanathri told what had happened in Bazuruk.
"We do not welcome Bazuruki,"
Sephir said, when she had heard his story.
"But you have brought my son back to me, and restored Kell to Vanathri. You are welcome, Rex, Kashanu, and all the 100 Isles."
The woman, white-haired, had Devenill's face with more delicate lines. She stood, as Rax bowed, the formal acknowledgment of a Bazuruki warrior, and embraced and kissed her. Rax froze, smelling the scent of a meat-eater. Amid the general applause, the Lady Sephir pronounced her an honorary captain of Shebelit. It was then, identifying the white scars on the old woman's arms as ancient sword-cuts, that Rax realized she had met her first Shebelit woman-warrior. Cold spring turned into cool summer. Rax moved into rooms in Shebelit, a city founded on trade and almost as big as Anukazi. She lived with islander customs, as much as was possible for her, but followed her version of Bazuruk's discipline. One midsummer day, Daniell found her in the practice courts using the war-axe.
"Come up and talk," he said,
and she joined him on the seafront's wall.
"I see too little of you both lately,"
Rax said as she pulled on a tunic against the archipelago's cold wind.
"I suppose Kell's back on Vanathri or another of your damned rocks?"
"Kell offered you a place on his ship," Daniell said. "Why don't you take it?"
"The sea, with that sickness?"
She scowled. A brisk wind blew across the seafort, spattering her face with dampness. She watched the light on the straits.
"If you wanted to come, sickness wouldn't stop you."
"I'm a soldier,"
she said at last.
"You people... I didn't expect anything like the orders, but you've no standing army at all. You don't understand. I'm a warrior. It's what I do. I do it better than most. You're asking me to drop it and ship out as some kind of deckhand?"
"A guard. You'd work on the ship, but so do Kell and I. Even Bazuruki aren't killed by honest work."
"Damned islanders,"
she said. Daniell smiled.
"You're not the first person to perform a generous act and regret the consequences."
"I don't regret what I did."
In her mind's eye, Rax saw her chambers in the tower of Anukazi, the cool light, the shade, the fine carving of the Kashano mask. Ever since I came to the islands, she thought, my mind's been in a fog.
"Let us pay our debt to you,"
Daniell said.
"Come with us, on the luck of Vanathri. If not for our sake, then for your own."
"You love him, don't you?"
The thought still amazed her.
"I'll do anything I can for him, including ordering you aboard the Luck if it eases his mind. I'm still Shebelit's heir. I can do that."
I got you out of the tower, she thought. How much more must I give?
"You don't order me. I'm Bazuruki."
"Not any more. You have to see that."
She sighed. Eventually she asked,
"When do you sail?" "I'll come if I can, Daniell, but don't wait for me."
They waited anyway, but she never came.
"You've got company,"
Garrett said.
"At least I'd swear it's you he's looking at."
Rax glanced up from the dice. Sun and windburned from his months at sea, brown hair grown untidy, wrapped against the cold of a Shebelit winter night. Kell Vanathri.
"Stay here," she said. "We'll continue our discussion later."
Garrett smiled, shuttling the dice from hand to hand.
"Oh, don't leave. I have your debt slips."
She gave him a look that stopped his voice in his throat, then crossed to the doorway.
"Rax!"
Kell gripped her hands, then let them fall, puzzled by her lack of response.
"The time it's taken me to find you." "Did I ask you to come looking?" "I came anyway. It's a strange place to find a Bazuruk warrior with mercenaries. Mercenaries and gamblers are no worse company than traders' sons and lords' heirs with nothing better on their minds than piracy."
Her message hit home. She sensed that he was on the edge of violence, and she grinned. He studied her closely.
"You're drunk,"
he said, amazed.
Am I? It's a custom we could do with in Bazalok.
He frowned.
Devnall said you'd end in a place like this. I'm sorry he was right. Listen.
Rax laid one long finger on the center of his chest, leaning closer. The spirit fumes blocked his meat-eater scent.
I'm a soldier by profession and choice. I had no quarrel with Bazalok, except that they wouldn't make me first axe, which I earned. I'll practice my skills where I please. You are glad enough of them in Anukazi. You can't live on old debts.
His anger was under tight control.
I'll see you have new ones. I'll leave you to settle them, if you can.
She waited until he'd left the smoke-filled inn before she went back to the table.
That's a rich trading house,
Garrett said.
The Vanathri.
Shut your lying mouth.
She fell into the seat, draining the mug of spirits.
Gratitude doesn't last.
I'm trapped, Rax thought foggily. Money doesn't last. Honorary captaincy carries no pay, and I won't beg from Kell or Daniell. How else in Anukazi's name can I live? And to sneer at me for being with mercenaries. She missed the act of violence, the revulsion that in the cold moment before battle transmuted to recklessness, the empathy that made her imagine each blow, each wound. It was not skill nor craft, but art, an ache and an addiction.
I can find the people you need,
Garrett interrupted her thoughts.
There are lords in the cold lands who'll pay well for a mercenary company. But first you'll need money to equip them.
And pay off my debts,
Rax said, grinning.
We'll talk. Call to mind 3 or 4 men you can trust, and a good lockpick. I've a plan to pay off my debts and get all the gold I need to go to war.
The house was dark. Rax led them cautiously. Her hand clamped over the mouth of a guard, and her long knife cut his throat. She wiped her hands. Garrett came forward with the lockpick. Their breath was white in the icy air. Rax took another drink from the flask to warm herself.
It's open.
The lockpick stood back. Her heels skidded in blood. She cursed and regained her balance. Darkness cloaked them. She led the way to the cellars. Above, the house slept. Rax hummed under her breath.
There's a fine revenge on the Nathri,
Garrett said as his men searched the stacked chests. Silver glinted in the lantern's light.
It's only a joke,
Rax corrected him.
Try that one there, yes, and there. Good.
After a few skirmishes in the cold lands, I'll come and pay back what I've taken. I wonder if he'll see the joke, she thought. The flare of the lanterns took her totally by surprise. The war-axe slid into her right hand, the throwing-axe into her left. One man yelled. Dazzled, she struck by instinct. Garrett heaved up her chest and threw it at the advancing men. She let fly with the throwing-axe, heard a scream as if it found target. Garrett screeched. New lights from 5 or 6 bright lanterns blinded her. Something struck a paralyzing blow to her arm. The men, out of her striking reach, held crossbows. Fear sobered her. Even mail could not stop the crossbow bolts pointed at her breast. A familiar voice shouted, and no one fired. Garrett bubbled out his life at her feet. The lockpick breathed harshly in the sudden silence. Her other men and several guards lay dead. Kell Vanathri stood at the head of the steps, in night robes, carrying an unsheathed sword. He cried out. Daniell slumped against the wall. Blood matted his hair and soaked his shirt. His flesh was laid open, and white bone showed in the redness. The throwing-axe's blade was buried under his ribs. He was dead.
He always was a light sleeper,
Kell sounded stunned.
He said he'd see what the disturbance was by the time I could follow. I'm sorry,
Rax said.
I liked Daniell. I loved him.
Kell's agony flared.
He was the best. The islanders will never see another like him. that you could kill him. His rescuer in Bazaruk is his killer in Shabalit,
Rax said, rubbing her face wearily. Chains clinked.
He'd appreciate the irony.
He was less complex in Bazaruk, she thought. This is what comes of charity. I'd never have hurt him if I'd seen who it was, Devonil.
You're nothing more than a butcher. I thought you were different because of what you did in Anukazi, but you're just another Bazaruki killer. Of course I'm Bazaruki.
She was bewildered.
I was born in Keshanu. I spent 10 years defending the borders of the Crystal Mountains. What else would I be?
It took time for the anger to leave him. Almost to himself, he said,
That's the tragedy. I know you have compassion, but it doesn't matter, does it? The Bazaruki training is what matters. I am what I am,
Rax said.
And so are you. And so was he. We can't change. I can't believe that.
He stood pacing the cell. The guard looked in and went away again. They wouldn't stop him from visiting his own justice on her, she guessed. Not on Shabalit, Sephir's island. She knew how a mother felt for a dead son.
What will you do? Nothing. You'll answer to the law of theft, murder, Devonil. Not a cell. Not caged. You owe me that. I owe you nothing.
Leaving, he stopped.
He loved you. Devonil did. Of fighting to be what you were. He would have given you a lord's inheritance if you'd asked. You were his friend.
She watched him with Bazakuri eyes. Rex Kashanu, Anukazi's daughter.
Tarek, Kel, I mean. Better we died in Bazaruk. I'm a long way from home, Rax said. I'm tired, Kel. I won't cage you, he said from the doorway. But I won't let them free you, not after what you've done. If you leave, there's only one other way from here. Yes,
she agreed. After a time, she knew he had left. She stood looking down through fine rain into the prison courtyard, where soon they would raise a block, and Rax Kashanu would for the last time behold the clean stroke of an axe. Families, by Julie Stevens. The syringes lay on a strap of dark cloth, flashing silver in the light that entered the cottage through the western window. Jayna purposefully ignored the needles. She sat in the doorway, hidden by the evening shadows, and watched Dev cross the Shanfield. From this distance it was easy to imagine him as a handsome man. Only as he came closer would she see his listing gait, the remnant of an old threshing accident, and the scarred, weather-burned skin that made him appear so much older than his 30 years. Once he had asked her to name her favourite time of day, and when she told him truthfully that it was evening, watching him come home from the fields, he had only laughed. He could never quite explain how, during sunset, the beauty she always saw in him became real. She wondered what he was thinking now as he moved towards her through the golden field. Reluctantly she turned her gaze to the interior of the cottage and the two gleaming needles. She touched them lightly, and a tiny shudder passed over her. What was she doing? She had scored high in the mothering tests, almost as high as in leadership, but she had never considered joining the mother's branch, reaching instead for the rare opportunity to train for the family council. Now she was the fourth daughter, noted for her battle skills and diplomacy, the epitome of family order. How had she allowed this farmer to change her life so completely that she would contemplate sacrilege? "There's still time to change your mind," the soft voice said. She whirled round to see Dev, and saw that the needles were gripped tightly in her hand. She had no idea how long she had been standing there, but she put the syringes back on the cloth and busied herself round the home, bringing out the food. Dev watched her, saying nothing more as she laid the table. The simple housekeeping tasks had the desired calming effect. She liked doing them, if only for the discomfort it gave to Dev to be served by a family leader. By the time the meal was ready, Dev had turned his attention to a series of maps strewn across the floor.
"You're certain the sources for each spring are different?"
he asked when he looked up.
3 separate streams, one of them free-flowing water, whatever the season.
He already knew that, she thought, knowing, too, that he was checking and rechecking every aspect of their plan as though his doubts could be conquered through the memorization of each detail. He had never seen the valley, topographed with such care, but she did not doubt that he knew it better than she did. It lay 180 kilometers southwest of the Merrick homestead, and she had taken some 20 excursions over the past 3 years to find and chart it. Since only leaders were able to travel beyond the borders, the discovery and exploration of a home in exile had fallen to her. But Dev had demanded maps, soil samples, botanical reports, weather surveys, and so much information that he had a far clearer idea of what life would be like there. The thought of exile disturbed her, reminded her that exile was the best they could hope for. However hard Dev concentrated on the details of their plans, the timing was up to her. She had a soldier's sense that the battles with the Clark family would end soon, and peace negotiations begin, but projections 9 months into the future were necessarily dangerous. Even in the best of circumstances, the family council did not easily tolerate breaches of conduct. If she was wrong, if her timing was off, the council might owe her nothing. She could be signing death warrants for both Dev and herself. They ate their meal in silence. Afterwards, Dev went over to the shelf and took down the syringes filled with the conception serum. The needles gleamed in the lamplight, their beauty mocking his calloused palm.
"You don't have to go through this. I know you do it for my benefit."
What would happen if she backed out now, after all their discussions and all the plans? Would Dev forgive her for having brought him this close to his dreams? She picked up the nearest needle and pushed his work sleeve up to reveal the crook of his elbow.
"If I'm going to defy the family, it's for you that I do so."
She kissed him lightly on the forehead.
"You are my benefit."
She located his vein and inserted the needle, her fingers pressing against the silver plunger. As the contents of the syringe were forced into his arm, she had no more than a momentary twinge of doubt. The baby stirred in Jaina's womb. Her one free hand went automatically to her stomach, where even through the bulky rain gear she could feel the faint movement of a tiny human body. It had been less than a week since she had felt the first movements. Only then did she acknowledge the fears that the child she and Dev conceived might not have survived. She was unsure what activities mothers-to-be pursued, but she knew for certain it was not the hand-to-hand combat in torrential downpours to which she had been subjecting herself and her unborn child the past 2 months. She adjusted her headset, moving the thin wire mouthpiece closer and changing the setting from oral to direct nerve contact. A brief check of the monitor showed all of her troops in position. The neuronic grids had been placed and were ready to be activated, leaving her with nothing to do now but wait for Ren Dara's signal. She would almost have preferred to be in combat, whatever the weather, though that would come soon enough. Patience was not one of her virtues. Still, she could hardly blame Rem for this delay, since the plan was largely her own. Ren's soldiers were engaging the Clarks on the eastern flank, pressing them into the jaws of the Merrick trap, while 2 more squads guarded the rear against the Clark retreat. It had taken weeks of minute calculations and careful military maneuvers to bring the Clark family to this point, and despite her desires to have the conflict ended, Jayge would not risk discovery with a rash move. A lieutenant, along the left edge of the grid, sent word that a company of Clark's soldiers had already crossed the trap. She counselled patience, even as she alerted the rest of her command. The baby stirred again.
"It's all right," she said aloud. "Just one more battle, and it will be over."
Strange that that fact did not bring much pleasure. What did it say about her as a potential mother, that the thought of giving up combat was depressing? But that was to put it too harshly. She had never liked fighting. It was the planning and the strategy that intrigued her. Those were the qualities that had led her to the place on the family council. She shook her head ruefully. Her strategy had been less than perfect this time. It was not that she had underestimated the strength of the Clarks, but their tenacity in the face of certain defeat had thrown off her timing. She was already in her 5th month, and it would not be possible to hide the pregnancy much longer. Yet she did not think it advisable to confront the council until peace talks were well under way. Her fingers drummed impatiently on the smooth metal surface of the monitor. What she needed was Dev's presence, she thought. During the first 3 months they had been able to spend most of their time together, and whenever her doubts took hold, which happened more often than she cared to admit, he had been right there with the reassurance she needed. Now he was supervising the shan harvest, in fields many kilometers away, and she was stuck in this damp shelter. As if in response to her thoughts, Wren's signal came. Racing down the list of lieutenants, she relayed directions. Then, having given her troops as much time as possible to leave the field, she activated the neuronic grid. Less than half an hour later, she removed her headpiece and tightened the hood on her rain jacket. With a final pat to her rounding belly, she left the shelter to begin directing her troops in the clean-up operation. It was a formal negotiating session, one of many Jayge had attended the past week. She had no trouble putting on the scowl her robe in the proceedings required. She stood at the back of the Merrick delegation beside Ren Dara, who also surveyed the Clark diplomats with visible displeasure. Shreve Redis, the oldest son, spoke for the Merrick family council, but the silent presence of the man and woman behind him was meant to be obvious to the Clarks, to imply that Shreve's majority was a tenuous one, and these young commanders ached for more battle. There was no truth to any of this. Shreve, Ren, and Jayge, though 40 years apart in age, had had exactly the same training to be leaders. The roles were interchangeable, and Jayge had, more than once, played the peacemaker who barely subdued her older brothers and sisters on the council. The session ended as most of the others had, 3 steps forward and 2 back. Diplomatic relations among the 6 family homesteads that made up the North Continent were difficult at best. As far back as the Great Burn, the Clarks had been raiding the borders of the neighborhood homesteads. Even as she admired Shreve's handling of the negotiations, Jayge did not envy the elderly man his delicate task of reaching a settlement that would assure at least a short-term peace, yet not overtly offend the Clarks.
"Soon you'll have them convinced they won,"
Ren remarked with a smile as the delegates filed out of the hall.
"And that you and I were the aggressors,"
she agreed. She turned her attention to the agenda of the family council meeting set for the afternoon, running her hand down the computer printout to the entry that read, "Fourth daughter, announcement and discussion."
"I hope it's something interesting,"
said Ren as he read the agenda over her shoulder.
"You may find it so,"
was her non-committal reply.
"I wonder if anyone has seen Dev here this morning. He's supposed to meet me."
"In the middle of the shan harvest? It'll be another 3 weeks before you see that farmer."
"Shall I bet you that he comes?"
she teased. Ren's suddenly sober expression confused her. He scrutinized her with such care that she almost wondered if he knew of the pregnancy, though her secret was hidden beneath the voluminous folds of her formal attire.
"What matter could you bring before the council that warrants Dev Gas as a tenant? He's never come before."
"Let it go. You'll see soon enough."
"Does it have anything to do with bearing a child?"
She stiffened, dismayed at the accuracy of his query. The way he asked the question warned her that it was far more than a lucky guess. They stood there, wordless, for several seconds.
"I'm right, aren't I?"
Wren's tone was casual, but she saw that he was trying to suppress a great deal of emotion. Then the man struck out at the wall with his fist.
"Damn! I never thought he'd be fool enough to try again. I knew I should have warned you, but—"
His voice trailed off. Jaina's mind refused to grasp the meaning of his words.
"What do you mean, again?"
Wren massaged his bruised knuckles and waited for a moment before saying quietly,
"You're not the first."
He did not drop his probing gaze as she struggled to keep her expression impassive. He reached out and took her by the hand.
"We've got some time before the meeting. I want to show you something that may change your mind."
She allowed herself to be led out of the room and down the wide corridor where she looked in vain for any sign of Dev. At the entrance to the trans-tubes, Wren keyed in their destination, an address she recognized as one of the urban agronomy laboratories, and settled down in the seat beside her. His hand brushed against her stomach, a move she knew was no accident.
"It's too late, isn't it? You're already carrying a child."
"I'm beginning the 6th month." Wren's hand clenched into a fist, and the bruises stood out sharply against his pale skin. He said nothing until the trans-tube came to a halt and the door slid open.
"This way,"
he ordered, stepping so fast that Jaina had to run to keep up with him. The seamless white corridors spiraled around the central core of laboratories, each with one-way windows to give visual access to the research. Wren stopped in front of the panel labelled Zygophyte 2-3 and peered in. Jaina moved closer to see 2 men and 2 women working with a series of microscopes. Several large graphs were spread over the counters, and every minute or two one of the people would leave their microscope to make another notation on the charts. Jaina watched them for a while before turning to Wren.
"Just what is it that you have me notice?" "The woman with the dark braids is named Vale. Watch her."
Jaina saw nothing about the woman to set her apart, except for a certain slowness of movement. When, during the course of her work, the woman turned to face the window, Jaina could see that the technician was young and rather pretty, but there was a laxness to the right side of her face that gave her an odd, asymmetrical countenance. After several minutes, Jaina noticed that Vale favoured her right side in all her movements. She mentioned it to Wren, adding, "Now will you tell me what she's got to do with Dev?"
"She was in love with him once."
Jaina clenched her fingers tightly against her palms, but said nothing.
"They were learning to farm in Cambeth Landfall about the time I was there to receive my first command."
Wren stopped for a moment, as though weighing what to say next.
"It didn't take me long to spot Vale. I wanted to partner her, but once she saw Dev, there was no one else. So I settled for her friendship."
He avoided looking at Jaina, instead keeping his gaze trained on the laboratory window.
"Dev wanted a child. Vale wanted Dev. She managed somehow to obtain conception serum, and he persuaded her to use it. They made only 3 mistakes. They didn't know how much to take, they didn't realize there were 2 serums, male and female, and they didn't know it had to be injected. She took it orally."
Wren gestured toward the time board.
"Now we need to get back."
He directed Jaina back down the spiral hallway, continuing to talk as they left the building.
"Dev was with Vale when she went into convulsions. I suppose his quick action saved her life, but there was considerable brain damage, and it took her more than 2 years to regain her strength. I partnered her during that time, though I knew it was Dev she wanted. Her recovery was slow and painful. She needed a great deal of support." Dev would have been more help than me, but not once did he come to see her.
When Jaina glanced up into his taciturn face, she saw a bleakness there that she had always associated with losses on the battlefield.
"Why didn't you warn me?"
she whispered.
"Because he made you so happy. It never occurred to me that he would try again. He'd gotten off lightly. Vale was the only person who could have proven his part in their plans, but she refused to name him."
Jaina needed time to assess Wren's story, time to think about the crippled woman in the agronomy lab. But Wren gave her no such luxury.
"You're not important to his plans. Only the child is. He's a farmer. He can practice his craft anywhere. You must know that even if the council allows you to keep the baby, the best you can hope for is exile. That might suit Dev, but you'll pay for it with your future and perhaps your life."
She could not shut out the urgency of his words, though she said little as they boarded the trans-tube to return to the council chambers. Dev was waiting in the hallway when they made their way back to the meeting rooms. He came toward them, slightly less assured in these unaccustomed surroundings than he was in his own milieu.
"I thought I'd come to the wrong place,"
he said with a smile.
"How does anyone find their way around this building?"
He must have noticed her tenseness then, for he searched her face for a moment and asked,
"What's wrong?"
"We went to see Vale."
"Oh."
He said the word with no trace of emotion, but the single flat syllable ended whatever hope she had that he might deny Wren's story. Dev's mouth hardened into a thin line.
"You could ask my side of it."
Wren stepped between Dev and Jaina and ran his hand across the woman's cheek.
"I care what happens to you, Jaina. I don't want to spend the rest of my life picking up the pieces Dev Garci leaves behind. Think of what you've done. Can you tell me that Dev didn't plan it every step of the way?"
He walked away without waiting for a response. She watched Wren's retreating figure, conscious of Dev's silent presence beside her. She wanted desperately to deny Wren's words, but as she recalled the conversations and activities of her past 3 years with Dev, she could not be sure Dev had not manipulated her actions. The fourth daughter who had turned down so many opportunities as a young girl to enter the mother's branch was now 6 months pregnant. Until Dev Garci had come into her life, she had never considered such a possibility.
"What are you thinking? I'm some sort of heartless monster whose only purpose is to impregnate innocent women?"
There was a chord of fear buried beneath his sarcasm, but though Jaina heard it, she could not find a way to answer him. He looked as if he wanted to say more, but he held his silence. The next 4 hours were among the longest Jaina had ever experienced. She was about to go before her peers on the council, having broken one of the few cardinal rules, and for what? So Dev Garci could raise a child in exile? Yet for all the newly raised doubts about Dev, she realized she could not blame him for the pregnancy. The fact was, she wanted this baby. Whatever his motives, Dev had been right when he said it was unfair that only mothers could rear children. She was a leader, not a mother, but she felt capable of nurturing the life within her to maturity. Dev had given voice to her own secret desires, and when he suggested that the two of them try mothering, it was she who had eagerly drawn the plans. She would have preferred Dev's help and companionship in raising a child, but the more she thought about it, the more she was certain it was not crucial. If necessary, she was prepared to do it alone. The council agenda seemed to take forever. She was relieved when it came time for her announcement. She asked that Dev be allowed to attend this portion of the meeting, and he was brought into the chambers. The reaction of the family council to her news ranged from the patriarch's predictable anger to Shreve Redis's hesitant suggestion that the council wait until after the Clark peace treaty was signed before deciding upon an appropriate punishment. For Jaina's part, there were no surprises. Her questions were what she had expected and for which she and Dev had carefully rehearsed answers.
In combat and in negotiations, it is assumed we will take risks, that we will accept innovations. Yet when it comes to children, we are stifled by tradition, she argued. That tradition made sense when the Merrick homestead was first established. The formation of a viable gene pool, free from deformities caused by the Great Burn, was a laudable goal. But the danger has been over for more than 2 centuries. There's no reason to be bound by those rules.
You're forgetting the abuse of children, the matriarch said sharply. Only those with a true vocation for rearing children become part of the mother's branch. Would you have me believe all women should be mothers? Dev interrupted before Jaina had a chance to respond.
Not all women, nor only women, he said, his voice soft. But we would have you believe we are capable of rearing a child.
More questions were put to Dev. He handled them well, though Jaina wondered if she was the only one who noted the terseness of his replies. Finally, the patriarch dismissed them to the outer hall, while the rest of the family council debated their future and that of the infant. Once the doors closed behind him, Jaina sat down on the tiled floor, as far physically from Dev as he was emotionally from her. He remained standing, his back straight against the far wall. They kept silent for almost an hour, until the doors opened, and Shreve Redis beckoned them back into the council chambers. Dev caught Jaina's arm as they paused in the doorway.
Do you really think I don't love you? I thought we both wanted the child.
She met his gaze in silence. Finally, he dropped his hand and turned away from her to enter the chambers. The moment she stepped across the threshold, Jaina sensed something different about the council. There was an air of excitement, compounded by undercurrents of hostility. Whatever decision her brothers and sisters had reached, it was not unanimous. She tried to read Wren's expression and was puzzled by the smugness she saw in his face. The patriarch cleared his throat and delivered the decision of the family council.
What I say now will be made public tomorrow. It is a decision that did not come easily to us, and it is without precedent.
There was a moment's hesitation before he went on.
The Merrick family will allow our 4th daughter to bear her child. If it lives, she will be required to see to its care, its education, and its livelihood.
Jaina's eyes widened. Wren gave her a barely perceptible nod.
We will not allow contact or support from the mother's branch, the patriarch continued. Garci will be required to assist in the birth. He has experience with farm animals.
Jaina saw the muscles along Dev's back tighten.
As for our 4th daughter, she will continue to take her place at the council. The farmer will attend to his duties at Sendeth Landfall. What arrangements they make for the child's care are their own. We demand only that they interfere with no one else.
Jaina stared at the council members in open amazement. It was a victory greater than anything she'd expected. She turned to look at Dev. It was doubtful the rest of her brothers and sisters saw more than Dev's nod and acceptance of their decision. But she had had 3 years to learn the meaning of his expressions. She was taken back by the danger and disappointment she saw reflected in his face. There was no time to say anything to each other. The patriarch dismissed Dev with a wave of his hand and went on with the meeting. Jaina felt a cold chill in the pit of her stomach. This was not the decision Dev wanted, she realized now, and fought back that part of her mind that recalled Wren's words. What if exile with the child had been his goal, rather than just the least unpleasant alternative? Wren's voice haunted her. Dev Garci is a farmer, he'd said over and over. He can farm anywhere. But first there had to be a child, she thought, and found herself wondering if it mattered to Dev whose child it was, hers or Vale's, as long as it was also his. The council session dragged on. Jaina scarcely said a word and was grateful when it ended. Wren waited as the others filed out of the chamber.
"Congratulations."
She wondered if he was being sarcastic. She could not tell from his demeanour. He simply seemed quite satisfied with himself.
"You're to be congratulated as well," she replied. "I assume much of that decision was yours."
"True. The council didn't want to lose you. Why aren't you as pleased as I expected?"
"Oh, I am, but I'm not so sure about Dev. He might have preferred another result. It was no favour to tell me of Vale."
Wren began coding the council agenda for the following day into the monitor.
"I almost wish the council had left the decision to Dev,"
she continued slowly.
"How?"
She shrugged.
"Perhaps by giving him a choice, letting him take the child into exile alone, or allowing him to stay with me, but handing the baby to the mothers. His answer would tell me much about his true feelings for me."
"You were willing to give up the child?"
"No."
She studied the floor for a moment before adding,
"But I am willing to lie to Dev, if it means it will give me answers."
Wren tapped the edge of the console with his fingertips for a moment.
"Well, the council would probably agree."
He eyed the monitor.
"No announcement of the decision had been made public. The council could reconsider tomorrow with little trouble."
She called his meeting immediately.
"It would mean I could know what Dev really wanted. As it is now, he has both me and the baby, and I'll never know the truth. Let me make an addition to the agenda for the meeting tomorrow."
Wren nodded and backed away. Jaina coded in the time and subject for the agenda item, along with Dev's branch, position, and rank, so he would be summoned before morning. Her finger was poised over the entry key that would formally register the change in the agenda, when a sudden new thought overtook her. She was a woman, used to weighing risks, but this one had ramifications that were overwhelming. Her hand trembled, and no force of will could stop it.
"Put it in," Wren urged. "Between us, the council will do as we ask."
"I know. But I've loved Dev for so long. Why don't I know his answer?"
Something was wrong, she thought. Not with Dev, but with herself. The council had showed her how important she was today, but they had also given her something else. Trust, not choices. They trusted her to control her rebellion and not allow it to interfere with her duties as a leader. Wren's voice interrupted her thoughts.
"What are you afraid of? That Dev's answer will destroy you?"
"No,"
she replied after a long pause, her decision made. She pushed the agenda erase key.
"But if I ask the question, it will destroy us both."
Dev had turned the halcyon lamp to high intensity and was feeding it one paper at a time. There was a blue flash as each piece touched the filament and burst into flame. Standing in the doorway, Jaina watched the destruction of the maps and reports she had carefully charted over the past years.
"Burning the last of your dreams?"
she asked. He gave a start as she latched the door behind her. His face was drawn and pained, as though it was him and not paper that was being burned.
"Was the council decision Wren's doing? I thought he was your friend."
The comment perplexed her.
"We are fortunate," she replied. "I've never seen the council accept insubordination with such grace."
"Why shouldn't they? They'll have plenty of time to get even."
"You're not making sense."
"No? Think about it. I get everything I wanted. You, the baby, even my position stays the same. I'll still be a farmer, and my failures will be known only to a few. But the council will amuse itself watching you try to be both a mother and a leader, and you can't hide from them. In the end, you'll hate me for it."
Now, we've discussed all this before. Together we are capable of raising a normal child. Why are you so afraid now that we've won?
He shook his head. I've won, while you're bound by their decree. I'd prefer exile. Then if you came to despise me, you could leave. There are other families and other homesteads, but as long as you're the fourth daughter, you'll never escape the Merrick family.
There are other solutions, she said quietly. You could take the child to the valley.
The look he gave her was hard and fathomless.
Not as long as you're here, and I'm free to remain here too. I'm not strong enough to make the decision that would be best for you, not when I can have it all.
The last of the papers flared and was gone. Dev put the cover over the lamp, and the light dimmed to a soft glow. She had seldom seen him this vulnerable. Everything about the conversation was going differently than she had expected.
You're wrong about the council. They meant to help us both. I don't believe that. Wren was behind the decision.
It was Janar's turn to shake her head.
You're a better farmer than you are a judge of character. When it comes to the family council, you must trust my judgment.
Like you trusted mine.
She took a deep breath.
I had doubts. I still have them. But I don't want to have been wrong these past 3 years. I came here
because you were ordered to do so by your brothers and sisters, Dev interjected.
You don't know me as well as you think, and you certainly don't know the mind of the council. They revealed more about my value to them than they intended. They need me. Farmers can be replaced, but they were afraid I'd leave if you were exiled with their baby, so the council protected itself. And if the result happened to suit Dev Garcia as well, that is to the good. Believe me, your desires had little to do with their decision. They acted solely for the good of the family.
And you're of great import to the family, more than even you realized before today,
Dev said slowly, more to himself than to Janar.
If they would go this far, it is not inconceivable I might be matriarch one day. I'll mother our child, but I don't intend to turn down whatever leadership opportunities come my way.
She waited then, knowing the possibilities were as frightening to him as they were exciting to her. He did not answer for a long time. When he finally spoke, he seemed not to address the issue at all.
Ask me about Vale.
She stared at him a moment, then she felt a great release of tension throughout her body as she understood what he was offering. The relief was apparent in her voice as she said,
I'd like to know what really happened.
I imagine Wren told you the truth as far as he knew it. But I was told Vale had died. By the time I learned otherwise, she'd volunteered for drug therapy and reconditioning. Well, it was quite a success. When she finished, she could walk past me on the street and never turn round. You and she are not much alike, but you have the same courage. I can't believe I talked her into having a child any more than I coerced you. I loved her, and I shared my dreams with her. She had the same dreams, but we were both young and foolish. After the accident, I promised myself I would never tell anybody about my wish to rear a child. I kept that vow until I met you.
Jaina held out her hand to Dev, and tentatively he placed his work-worn fingers over hers.
We have more planning to do, she said. Staying with the family was one contingency I didn't consider.
We were going to have a joint household in exile, but we can as easily have one here. At least there's neither law nor tradition against that.
He hesitated for a moment.
My duties at Sendreth Landfall are largely supervisory. If we established our home there, I could take the child with me most of the time, and the trans-tube connections are good. You could, well, if that doesn't sound workable, I'll ask for a research assignment closer to the council.
I suppose we'll have to keep working out the details as we go along, she replied. Sendreth would suit me for now.
He did not try to mask his relief, but his next words came slow and painfully, as though he had to force himself to utter each one.
You should know this.
I realized tonight that if I had to, I could rear a child by myself and do it as well as anyone in the mother's branch.
Jane smiled.
So can I. But first, let's try it together.
She added lightly,
We'll be a family with only 3 members.
The incongruity made him smile too.
A very small family, leader, but one that suits us.
Make It Never Happen, by Bill Bickel. He wakes up slowly, thinking he must have forgotten to set the alarm clock before going to bed. It's almost 10 o'clock already. He rolls around, trying to turn his back to the sun streaming in the window. His head feels muddy, but he doesn't think he's hungover. At least he doesn't remember having been drunk the night before. He stretches his arm over the other side of the bed. Where's Susan? Is she already up? It doesn't even look like she's slept there. He reaches for his slippers with his feet and shuffles over to the dresser. Maybe she at least left a note. There's nothing there. This wasn't the week she was flying down to Aruba with her sister, was it? Why can't I get my head clear this morning? I wanted to finish the next chapter today, but I don't feel like having in any shape to plot a mystery novel. He checks her closet for her suitcases and sees that all her clothes are gone, everything. This doesn't make any sense at all. It's as if she's left for good. But why would she do that? Her bureau is also empty. Every last piece is gone, even those 3 old bras with a worn-out elastic that she kept pushed to the side of the drawer, always meaning to get rid of. She certainly didn't pack those for a trip. He puts on his bathrobe, tying it loosely, and walks into the kitchen. It's just the Allerton trick memory. I'm sure after a good breakfast it'll all come back to me. He double-checks the milk container before he takes it out of the refrigerator to make sure it hasn't got goat's milk Susan keeps buying. He accidentally drank it once, and he wouldn't want to do that again. No, this is the real milk. There isn't even any goat's milk in here.
Mr. Allerton's on the phone. Can you take it?
I'm kind of busy right now. Did he say whether it was business or... Oh, never mind. Put him through. Hello, Jack. Rob, I'm glad I reached you. I tried to get Emily, but she wasn't in. Slow down, please. Is something wrong? I'm sorry, Jack Allerton said. Well, maybe I'm going crazy, but is Susan with Emily today? Rob took the phone away from his ear for a moment and closed his eyes. Rob, you there? Yeah, he said slowly. Listen, tell me what happened. What happened? Well, nothing happened. I woke up this morning and she wasn't there. I don't remember her. He stopped short. Rob, is there something you're not telling me? Rob looked at his watch. I'll be over there in 20 minutes, okay? But I'll talk to you then. Rob hung up the phone, cursed slightly, then buzzed his receptionist. Get me Dr. Schrader, Dr. Jerome Schrader. He's somewhere in the East 80s, about 85th or 86th. He waited as the connection was being made, rapping the fist of his free hand lightly against the desk. Not again, please, not again. Yes, this is Dr. Schrader. I appreciate you speaking with me, Doctor. We've never met, but my name is Robert Bradley. My wife is Susan Allerton's sister. I see you're calling in regards to Jack. He's having problems again. He's looking for Susan. Doesn't know where she is. He called me, and I didn't know what to say to him. Mr. Bradley, Schrader said, you do realize I'm no longer treating him, don't you? Oh, no, I didn't know that. He never told me. We had our last session yesterday. We both agreed I wasn't helping him. I suggested he seek another doctor, and I gave him a list of colleagues. I wonder if that's what touched this off. Tell me, what happened at yesterday's session? Mr. Bradley, I mean no offense, but you're an attorney, aren't you? I remember Jack mentioning that. I've seen a great deal of harm come from well-meaning friends trying to play amateur psychiatrist.
Besides which, you must realize Jack's treatment is not something I can freely discuss. Well, then what am I supposed to do, Doctor? He's waiting for me right now. Tell him the truth, Schrader said, as gently as you can. That's really all you can do right now. And assure him I'm always here if he wants to speak to me. He pulls on an old pair of jeans and walks into the den he uses as an office. I ask Rob a simple question. He acts like he's heard a ghost. Bad mixed metaphor. Maybe I can get some work done before he gets here. The desk around his typewriter is unusually clear. She couldn't have straightened it up, could she? She knows my office is off limits. Where the hell is my notebook? God damn it, if she's lost my outline. He opens the drawers one by one, pulling the last one out of the desk and dumping its contents on the floor. She's put my outline somewhere. I don't even know where she is. How far am I along that outline? I can just remember the plot, something about a hit-and-run driver, but that's it. Great morning. I misplaced my notes and my wife, and it isn't even 11 yet. Rob, I thought you weren't going to make it. Sorry, I had a couple of things I had to do first. I was about to get to work. You were? Jack raised his eyebrows. You sound like you're surprised. No. But it's the funniest thing. I just couldn't find my notes. I looked everywhere, and it's no joke. If they're gone, I've got to start from scratch, and I'll never remember everything. Jack fell back on the armchair, and Rob sat down on the couch. You've been under a lot of stress these last few months, Rob began. I've what? Rob, what are you talking about? Listen, you were going to tell me about Susan, though I don't know why you've been acting so This is hard to say. I spoke with Dr. Schrader before I came here. Who the hell is Dr. Schrader? Rob didn't answer. I've got a headache, Rob, so don't screw around with me, okay? Where the hell is Susan? Jack. Well, last October. Oh, God, don't you remember? Jack, Susan had an accident. She was killed by a drunk driver. Jack sat silently for a moment, then said slowly and angrily, What a goddamn moronic thing to joke about. I swear to you, I'm not. That's why you were seeing Dr. Schrader. Again, Dr. Schrader. You were with her when it happened. You were crossing the street together, and she was hit. You weren't. Then why do I not remember any of this? Well, that's the point. You couldn't accept it. You withdrew, went into a depression, stopped seeing people, stopped working. What do you mean? Of course I've been working. Well, then you must have hired someone else to represent you. I haven't seen a page of manuscript. Believe me, okay? Now, this went on for a few weeks, and then you started acting like nothing had happened, blocking the accident completely out of your mind. Well, then you started to withdraw again, and you tried to kill yourself. Slit your wrists. You lost quite a lot of blood before I found you. Anyway, Emmy and I finally convinced you to get help, and you've been seeing Dr. Schrader ever since. Until yesterday. What happened yesterday? Jack asked flatly. This was a scenario or a character's backstory. It had nothing to do with him. And Rob knew he felt that way. Damn, I'm not getting through to him. I don't know. You stopped seeing him after yesterday's session, and he wouldn't tell me exactly why. You told me you were feeling much better, so remember, he was drawing you out, making you face what had happened. You used dream analysis and hypnotism. You said he put you under at least once a week, and you even joked about how easy. And I could just as soon be talking to myself, couldn't I? Jack walked over to the door and opened it. Yeah, thank you, Rob, but I think I'd like to be by myself for a while. I'd like to do some thinking. I'm not crazy. I know what I remember. Susan did not die, and I have been working, but someone wants me to think otherwise. Why?
I've made close to $1 million over 16 years writing detective novels. I've won an Edgar. I may not be a genius, but I've got an analytical mind. Surely I can figure this one out. Susan is gone, along with every trace of her. My outline's been taken away. Rob is in on this, but why? He's not just my lawyer and agent. He's my best friend. I love him like a brother. Maybe he has to lie to protect Susan from something, or whoever has her, or to protect Emily. And this Mr. Dr. Schrader, is he a psychiatrist or a psychologist? He takes the Manhattan yellow pages from the bookshelf and turns to psychiatrists. See Physicians and Surgeons, M.D. He turns to the back pages and finds what he's looking for. Schrader, Jerome, P. M.D., 230 E. 85. After his patient left, Dr. Schrader stepped into the reception area. "Any calls, Miss Lewis?"
Yes, Doctor. Mr. Allerton just called.
Schrader nodded. They'd both been expecting it.
"Sooner than I thought. Were you able to give him an appointment this afternoon?"
At 1 o'clock. I called Mrs. Summers and switched her to tomorrow morning.
"Oh, that's fine. Who do I have next? Mr. Rodriguez? Give me 5 minutes, then send him in. And in the meantime, please get me the materials for Mr. Allerton."
Yes, Doctor.
"Please sit down, Mr. Allerton. Make yourself comfortable."
Jack came into the room and sat down on the couch. He watched Dr. Schrader walk around to the front of his desk, shifting a large blue envelope from hand to hand. "I'm glad I could see you again, Doctor." Schrader seemed to freeze in place.
"Again, Mr. Allerton? You've seen me before."
This was one response Jack hadn't anticipated.
"I haven't?"
The doctor started to walk again.
"You tell me, Mr. Allerton."
Jack threw up his hands.
"Okay, I don't remember ever having seen you before in my life, though I've been told I'm your patient, and I could have sworn your secretary recognized my voice when I called this morning." "So, you pretended to know me when you came in."
"Doctor, I think you can give me some answers." Schrader put the envelope on his desk and took a small cassette player out of the top drawer.
"Yes, I owe you that." "You've never treated me before?" "Well, no, not you, but—"
He paused, apparently having trouble gathering his thoughts.
"I was hoping I'd know how to say this when the time came."
It sounds like he's trying to give his kid his first facts of life lesson, Jack couldn't help thinking.
"This might actually be harder to explain to you the second time round," Schrader said. "Now you're talking as if you know me again. Please, just bear with me and don't say anything. You write mystery stories, but I know you read science fiction as well. That helped you understand last time. No, let me finish. You know the theory that there is an infinite number of parallel universes, each somewhat different from our own. One might be identical to ours, except, say, that Napoleon won at Waterloo. Everything was exactly the same up to that point, but from that moment on, history changed accordingly." "Okay, that's pretty basic stuff, so?" "The change could also be more subtle, such as on one world, John Doe in 1911 grew a mustache."
"John? Are you crazy?"
"Well, that's the example I gave you last time. I'm just saying, a change that wouldn't make more than the slight—"
"Told me last time?"
Oh, give me a minute, Jack. Mr. Allerton. So, we've got all these worlds out there, physically separate from our own."
Jack stood up.
"Oh, this is not an explanation, Dr. Schrader. This is nonsense."
He started for the door.
"On one world, Susan Allerton was killed by a hit-and-run driver. On another, she lived." "Ah,
I see I've got your attention back. Jack walked slowly towards the psychiatrist, closed both hands around his collar, and pushed him down on the couch.
Where the hell is Susan?
I asked you to give me a minute, Schrader said quickly. Just a minute, okay? Jack Allerton was a patient of mine. His wife had recently been killed, and he couldn't handle that. Now, some years ago, a friend of mine, a physicist, and I can't give you his name, developed a means of monitoring those other worlds we are talking about.
That's impossible,
Jack said, a bit uncertainly. No, they do exist, and they occupy the same real space as ours. Don't ask me to explain it any better than that, because I can't. Anyway, he recently thought he'd found a way to transport matter to those other worlds. He tried it with inanimate objects and with small animals, and it seemed to work. But whatever he sent over, its counterpart from the other world appeared here in its place. So you can see his problem. Since you can't tell identical rocks apart, he couldn't be sure he wasn't just getting back what he thought he was sending. So he needed a human volunteer, who might have slightly different memories. Schrader reached into the blue envelope and took out a cassette tape. He mentioned this to me, and I thought of you. Of Jack. I asked him if he could locate a specific world where Susan didn't die. Everything exactly the same up to that point, only the car missed her. It took the university computer he was using 9 days, but he found it. Jack shook his head. Oh, no way. You're telling me I'm not really from this world. Your Jack got sent to my world where Susan is alive and I'm here in his place? Schrader put the tape in the player and pressed the play button. Now just speak as naturally as you can, Jack. It's important there are no question who you are. Well, maybe you should just turn this off for a minute, Doctor. Suddenly I'm not so sure about all this. We can always cancel the experiment if you feel uncomfortable about it. Uncomfortable? You really know how to understate things, don't you? Susan's dead. I've been trying to accept that. And now you and your friend tell me I can just close my eyes and wish, make it never happen, like a little kid, and everything will be fine again. We aren't talking about magic, you know. I know. But we might as well be. Exchange of molecular something or other. For all I know, your friend will put me in the cubicle and will fry me to death. Well, that isn't likely. His previous subjects came through undamaged. Well, that didn't stop you from making me sign a release, though, did it? Schrader took a copy of the release from the envelope and handed it to Jack. That was his signature, all right. Standard. And there's always the chance that it doesn't work at all. That, instead of a switch being made, nothing really happened. That's why he's paying the expenses for this experiment. With a human subject, he'll know for certain. Sure, Jack exploded. Because I'll end up here with nothing. He gets my life, and I get his, the bastard. He pointed a finger at Schrader. Both of you. Schrader turned off the tape player. I realize you might consider it cruel, Mr. Allerton. No, I'm sorry, I know it was. But please understand, it was an experiment, and after all, I felt my main obligation was to my patient. Believe me, I couldn't have permitted it if there'd been any other way to help him. Susan's death came at a very bad time for him. I don't care. Can't you realize what you've done? You took my life away from me. I went to sleep last night happy with a wife. He pounded his fist twice on the doctor's desk and felt himself starting to cry. Susan! Actually, Schrader said, you made the switch at my friend's lab yesterday afternoon. We sedated you and brought you back to your... Jack turned quickly, lunged at Schrader, and punched him in the side of his face. The doctor fell to the floor, dazed. Jack took the phone from his desk, stretching the cord and almost pulling the plug out of the wall. "Call your friend and tell him he's going to send me back. Now." I can't. He can't. No. Oh, no, please, don't hit me again. Let me explain. He won't do it. To make another exchange with the same world would burn out most of the machine's insides. You understood that when he explained it to you. "Him?" Jack said. "Not to me. But you're saying it can be done, right?" Schrader slowly lifted himself off the floor and onto the couch. "I'd help you if I could, I swear to you, but we can't force him to send you back, and he certainly won't do it willingly. I know he'd never be able to afford to rebuild the machine." "Then I'll get his name out of you any way I can, and have him arrested. It can't be legal what he did, what either of you did. I mean, taking a man to another world against his will." The doctor smiled. "Listen to yourself. You realize how crazy that would sound in a legal complaint, especially coming from a man who's been under psychiatric treatment?" "Okay. Then what if I offer to have the thing rebuilt? I'm sure I can afford it." "You'd be talking about a great deal of money, Mr. Allerton. Upwards of $100,000. "That is a great deal of money. But what's my choice? I don't belong here. I've got a wife. I want to be with her, and on top of everything else, it burns me up that the other Jack is living with her now." "I'll do what I can," Schrader said. "I'll talk to my friend. You go home, and I'll call you." He stands patiently in line at the window, wondering if anybody in the bank realizes what he has in his briefcase. "Thanks, Rob, for recommending me I put so much of my money into Krugerrands and other gold coins. It might have been a rotten investment, but how else could I have gotten my hands on an easily negotiable $72,000 so quickly? In a way, I'm paying the ransom for my own kidnapping. But then again, I'm doing it with the other Jack's money. He'll be here, where he belongs, with no Susan and no money. Serves him right." He steps up to the teller, hands her his checkbook, and asks for a certified check and traveler's checks. Can't blame Schrader's friend for not taking a personal check. After all, I'll be quite out of reach tomorrow morning, and the other Jack sure won't make good on it. 110,000, Schrader said when he called, and it's almost all there, taken from enough different places that nobody would become suspicious. And the other Jack will never know what happened to it.
"Mr. Allerton just called to confirm his appointment for tomorrow morning,"
Miss Lewis said.
"Fine. You've cancelled all my appointments for the rest of the day?" "Yes, Doctor."
Dr. Schrader let out a long breath.
"I think it's going to work, Miss Lewis. I asked him for $10,000 more than I'd planned to. I want you to have that." "Oh, no, I don't want it. You deserve it. Think of it as a severance pay to tide you over until you find another position." "I don't expect that to take very long," she said confidently. "I appreciate the offer, but I was only doing my job."
Schrader smiled.
"Your job? I'd say you went beyond the normal requirements on your job on this." "Oh, not really. You're my employer. You were. Had a problem, and I helped. You never approved, though, did you?" "It wasn't a question of approving. You really had no choice. I only hope there won't be any trouble." "I hope so, too," Schrader said. "It was almost too easy, convincing him he could reach a world where Miss Allerton didn't die, which he was getting desperate enough to believe almost without question, getting him to sign the release and make the tape, and then hypnotizing him into believing she hadn't died at all. He told me all I needed to know to feed him an alternate memory of those last few months, at least enough to hold up for a day or two, and his own imagination filled in the rest. I don't think I've ever had a patient who went under so easily. That was what gave me the idea in the first place, of course. Why, it was quite a clever idea, Miss Lewis conceded. Dr. Schrader frowned. Damn it, do you think I'm proud of all this? I've withheld useful treatment from the man. I've betrayed his trust. But I won't be hypocritical either. It's going to work, and that's my primary concern for now. Once he accepted the premise that he's from another world, nothing will contradict it. Everything is supposed to be identical to the world he remembers, and every memory lapse can be explained away. And you're quite certain you'll be able to restore his memory to normal. You said you only needed the money and wouldn't cause him any harm. I only wish I hadn't put him through such an emotional ordeal. But as I said, I was desperate. No, he'll be fine. I told you, he's a textbook subject. I'll have him forget everything that happened today, and the last thing he'll remember will be coming to me for his last appointment yesterday. It will be as if he'd never heard of my so-called friend's alternate world machine. Right now, he's making sure not to leave any clues as to who he's giving the money to, because he doesn't want the other Jack, as he calls him, to know what's happened. And, of course, that's exactly what I want. By the time he even realizes anything's gone, I'll have eluded the businessmen who want to call in my loan, and safely left the country. He's cleverly covering my tracks as well as his own from himself. Miss Lewis licked her lips uncomfortably. Oh, Doctor, you told me yourself on a number of occasions that hypnosis is not something to be trifled with. It can be unpredictable at times, in addition to being harmful if misused. As is everything, Miss Lewis. Oh, of course. But what if you can't restore Mr. Allerton's memory exactly the way you want it? Oh, I have no doubt. But if you can, she insisted, in such a way that you'll be safe from detection. Schrader scowled, having had that thought himself on more than one occasion. I will, Miss Lewis. I assure you. He opens his briefcase, already heavy with over 12 pounds of gold, and puts in $5,000 in cash. That's the last of it. He feels a number of things, not the least of which is a need for revenge. He stole my life, my existence. Even a murderer can't take that much away from a man. But what bothers him more, perhaps, is that up to the moment Susan died, they were the same man. Exactly. Don't condemn a man until you've walked a mile in his shoes. Isn't that from the Bible or something? Talk about a bizarre twist on a proverb. So what makes me think I wouldn't have done the same thing? He must have been desperate. He was depressed, hadn't worked for at least 6 months, even attempted suicide. Jack arrived at the Brooklyn address and found Dr. Schrader sitting behind what looked like a second-hand desk, waiting alone. Jack put the briefcase carefully on the desk and opened up a folding chair he saw propped up against the wall. Where's your friend? He'll be here soon, Schrader said. I still have to prepare you for what's going to happen. The money's in the case. Jack nodded. Now, let me just understand this. Your friend can send me back to the world I come from, where Susan didn't die? We hope. We hope. Thank you for your honesty. He's certain that using this device again will all but destroy it, so he's asked for $110,000 from me to pay for rebuilding it. When you consider the time he'll have to invest, the doctor began to point out. Oh, I'm not questioning his motives. Schrader looked at his watch, nervously. Shall we get on with it? You're going to hypnotize me now to reduce the shock of the trip. That's right.
So, I'll never actually meet your friend, at least not while I'm in any state to know it. That's for the best, anyway. He is rather adamant about keeping his identity a secret. Yeah, so you mentioned. In fact, the two of you seem almost obsessed with the secrecy of all this. Are you surprised? The experiments are, at best, of doubtful legality, and, to tell the truth, I'm not certain just how ethical my own part in this has been. First sending my patient to your world, and now sending you back in his place. Jack smiled, leaned back in his chair, and began laughing. Schrader looked at him in amazement. Well, what do you find so funny? I must be improving, Doctor. I don't think I've been able to laugh like that since Susan died. Eh? Ethical? Losing your license to practice because of your ethics is the least of your troubles. He walked over to the desk, opened the briefcase, and took out a cassette player, running, and set on record. I brought my own this time. Schrader jumped to his feet and grabbed for it, but Jack pulled it out of his reach. The door opened, and Rob came into the room, followed by two policemen. Schrader slowly sat back down, burying his face in his hands, as the two cops walked up to either side of him. Listen, he said. I want you to... I have to read you your rights, one of the policemen interrupted. Forget that for now. I just want to say, before anything else, that Miss Lewis, my secretary, knows nothing about any of this. She'd never have gone along with it, so I made certain she wasn't involved in any way. You got that? Yes, sir. You have a right to remain silent. Anything you say... Rob put a hand on Jack's shoulder. You okay? Yeah, I think so. It's been a bit much. I can imagine. Rob waved to one of the policemen, and he and Jack walked outside. What will you do now? Rob asked. Well, once I figured out what was going on last night, everything started coming back to me, and I did a lot of thinking. Obviously, Schrader wasn't very concerned with trying to help me, so I'll start seeing another doctor for a while. But you know, for the first time, I really think I'm going to learn to live with what's happened. I don't know, maybe it was all this craziness shocking me into putting things into perspective, but I really think I'm going to be all right. He turned his hands palm up and looked at his wrists. Maybe in time, even these damn scars will go away. Arriki by Daniell E. Dabbs. Through his tears, Christopher watched the shadows of the alden tree as the wind bent and twisted its branches. Light of the larger moon, Ween, cast a dark shadow of the tree on the healers' herb garden below. On the wet ground, the other moon's reddish glow made only a pale outline of the tree writhing in the wind. The chill air stung Christopher's eyes. Silently he wiped at the tears. He could not shut out the memory of Randar's words. The wind moaned as it rubbed itself against the stones of the fortress. Ill-born, the wind echoed Randar. Ill-born. He's an ill-born breeder child. Christopher shivered and closed the glazed window, shutting out the spring wind. Across the room, his Lyciscan brother, turned the pages of the book he was copying. Except for lighter skin color, darker hair, and shorter fingers, Tern looked very much like him. Christopher glanced down at his own hands, flexed the long fingers with their immobile fingernails, and noticed how firelight dimmed the color. Really, if he hid his hands, at night he might pass for a Lyciscan child. He was tall for his age. Tern, too. It was an inherited characteristic, one they shared. "What were they like?" he asked suddenly. Tern looked up from the manuscript. "Who?" "Our parent and her breeder." "It doesn't matter. They're both long dead." Tern dipped his pen in the ink jar and continued writing. Christopher came and leaned on the table to watch his brother work. Once machines had made books. He had seen a drawing of one in the big red book his brother had copied last winter. The claws in Tern's fingers flashed out.
"What is it this time? I can't concentrate with you there."
Randar said yesterday that I was more trouble than he ever was.
"And who?"
Our parents' breeder. Am I?
Tern put the pen in the bottle of the cleaner and closed the ink jar.
"But there's some resemblance," he mumbled, and turned to Christopher. "Randar just loves his power as chief elder. Don't listen to what he says. Someday I'll be the Dean Lord, and Randar knows it. That's why he says things like that. Just ignore him."
With sheathed claws, Tern reached out to stroke Christopher's throat. He treated him as he might have treated a Lyciscan brother.
"You belong to me. We're a whole reel, you and I."
The lump in Christopher's throat rose again.
"Everybody says I can't be part of a reel. Breeders have no kin. And Randar says that I'm ill-born because I act Lyciscan." "There's nothing wrong with you," Tern said harshly. "We have the same parent, even if you are a breeder. Genetically, that makes us brothers. There's nothing wrong with me, so there can be nothing wrong with you."
The hand on Christopher's throat slid up to grip his chin, forcing him to meet his brother's stare.
"You're part of my reel if I say so. The last of it, since the rest are all dead."
Tern softened his voice.
"If you were ill-born, the elders would have had you killed. Leave these problems to me. I'll deal with Randar, and anyone else."
He picked up the manuscript he had been copying.
"Want to hear a story from the old days?"
Christopher listened eagerly, as he always did to stories about the ancient starships, and spent the next morning playing Space Warrior in the big alden tree. That was the best life, thought Christopher. He should have lived ages ago, before the Great War, when Imris was a rich mining colony and starships spanned the whole reach of the Lyciscan hegemony. He would have been an astrogator or a pilot somehow, even though he was only a breeder. But nobody cared about starships anymore. He grew tired of pretending, and let the musical ching of steel blades replace the rattle of machinery. Christopher stretched out a limb and tried to spot his brother among the younglings practicing in the exercise yard. He recognized Tern by his careful, deliberate movements. Tern parried his opponent's blows, falling back a little with each action, then ducked and came under her guard. She grabbed her arm, and Christopher saw a little blue blood trickle out between her fingers. At that point, their instructor stopped the fight. Elder Randar took Tern's place and repeated his action in slow motion for the benefit of the other younglings. Out in the warm sunlight, the elder went over and over the movements. The branch started digging into Christopher's side. He inched back along the limb to the tree trunk and swung down to the lower branches. Out of the corner of his eye, Christopher saw Andrew, one of the breeder children, stepping carefully over the little rock wall surrounding the herb garden below. Martha must have sent the little worm out to find him. Christopher inched out on the limb to where the leaves grew thickest, and hoped Andrew had not seen him. The breeder stopped short of the tree, and squinted as he looked up. He had a smug expression on his face.
"Christopher! Christopher! I know you're up there. Martha says for you to come over to the 6th Riel."
Christopher drew his lips back in a silent snarl, like Tern sometimes did, and hugged the limb beneath him, hoping Andrew had not really seen him.
"If you don't come,"
Andrew's voice carried well in the crisp air,
"Martha says you won't get any supper."
No supper. Christopher thought about it. There were times you had to give up such things. Giving up supper to avoid an afternoon with Andrew was worth it, especially after their last quarrel. Andrew had called Christopher ill-born, and lots of other things, but Christopher was used to that. Andrew wasn't terribly inventive, and he ignored him. It was when Andrew called Tern, the Dean's heir, ill-born, that Christopher had hit him. He had punched Andrew good. Christopher grinned as he recalled the shock on Andrew's face. But Andrew, instead of fighting back, had screamed and brought half the Riel running to his rescue. Christopher still did not see why he was the one punished. It was not his fault. Andrew fell and skinned both knees. Besides, he thought, looking down at the breeder circling the tree, it was Andrew who had started the fight. The wooden door to the training yard burst open, letting loose a pack of the Dean's youngest warriors, newly chosen from among the Lyciscan children. They headed straight for Christopher's tree, their favourite gathering place. Though the Lyciscan children ignored him, Andrew shrank back. He looked up at where Christopher hid and stuck out his tongue. Christopher wrinkled his nose in return, as if at a bad smell, and felt cheated because Andrew could not see the gesture. One of the Lyciscan children hissed at Andrew, who jumped like a startled Silban and did not stop running until he was safe in his Riel building across the street. Christopher remained hidden over the spot where the Lyciscan children clustered. His occasional friend, Isilde, yanked a piece of metal away from the short, stocky child Christopher disliked. "Let Sharon keep the disc until we get to the trader." "No, I want to—" "Visser, your mom! Don't!" "Isilde!" Christopher sat up as they moved past the tree. He reached up to grip the branch above for balance. "Isilde, come play with me." The limb bounced under him, and Isilde looked up. Her face turned blue with embarrassment. She slowed to let the others pass her. When they disappeared around the corner of the new warehouse, she turned and ran through the herb garden to the alden tree. "Christopher, stop picking on me." She jumped high to catch the lowest bough, pulling herself up to his sanctuary. He popped out from behind a huge trunk and threw an unripe alden fruit at her as she scrambled up on the branch. "Got you!" Isilde dug her claws into the limb. "That's not funny, Christopher. You know I can't fight back. Randall will claw me good for hurting a breeder." She scooted closer to the trunk where the limb did not bounce much. Christopher bit his lip. She was right. Whatever the reason, the elders would beat her for hurting a breeder. He dropped the other alden fruits in his hands and sat down on a higher limb. "Why did they let you go so early?" "Well, there's a trader outside who has an Arriki. Canth gave us a disc so we can pay to see it." Isilde's claws twitched. "Why don't you ask Tern if you can come? There'll be enough of us to protect you. Besides," she said airily, "you're young. You wouldn't be worth anything to strangers. Tern's still at the weapons practice." Christopher looked longingly at the forbidden gate. "Too bad." Isilde laughed, and let herself fall forward to catch another branch and hang from it by her hands. "See you sometime." She let go and landed expertly on the cobblestone path. "Wait, I'll go ask." With Lyciscan ease, Christopher dropped to the ground and ran for the gate before she could stop him. The swords clashed and rang louder. Randar must be giving Tern's group a real workout. Christopher strode boldly until he was out of Isilde's sight. Then he moved more cautiously to avoid drawing attention to himself. Tern had his back to the open gate and was watching the practice. How Christopher wished he was a Lyciscan. The elders would surely have chosen him to be a warrior like his brothers. One of the other younglings waved at him and nudged Tern, who turned round and spotted Christopher hiding in the ollet vine. Tern glanced over at Randar, who was busy stopping another pair to point out some flaw in their technique. When Christopher saw Tern get up, he headed for the gate. Tern followed on his heels.
"Tern!"
Randar's voice stopped them in his tracks.
"Yes, Elder?"
Christopher felt his brother's hand on his shoulder. Tern squeezed gently.
You haven't been dismissed. I wasn't intending to leave, Elan. Christopher brought me a message, and I was taking him back to the gate.
The elder glanced at both of them. He did not believe the excuse any more than the rest of the younglings, but he would not dare to question the Dean heir's word openly.
Very well, heir. However, I suggest you do not use any of the Dean's breeders as messengers again.
Randar fixed Christopher with a cold stare.
Even that one.
Tern nodded. As the two of them slipped out of the gate, Christopher plunged into the story of the trader and the Arriki.
Oh, please, can't I go with Isilde and the others? I want to see the Arriki too. When am I ever going to have another chance? Please let me go, Tern.
His brother stroked Christopher's throat while he looked at Isilde. She stood up, glaring at Christopher. Her claws flicked out briefly.
So, you're the one who sent him for me.
A youngling, Tern had gained most of his adult height. He towered over Isilde, who was still a child, and a little taller than Christopher. She dropped her eyes to the ground and forcibly relaxed her hands to keep her claws in.
Yes, Elan. I knew he shouldn't go in the practice yard, but I didn't think he'd actually.
That's right. You didn't think about what you were saying. Have the rest of your pack already gone to see the animal?
She shook her head.
Not yet. We're supposed to meet at the west gate after putting away our knives.
Then you have time. Since you offered Christopher your protection—
Christopher hugged Tern around the waist. He was going to get to go.
But, Elan, the others will make fun of me.
You should have thought of that before you said anything. It's time you children started behaving like warriors.
I'm not old enough for my promises to mean much, Elan.
Her lower lip jutted out.
Spoken promises of protection are as much a part of our currency as the promises of food stamped on our trading discs. Get used to the idea now. Hervor can't afford to renege on anyone's word. You took it upon yourself to act as spokesman for your pack. Now you'll learn all about how binding that is.
But, Elan, he's only a breeder.
Tern looked down at Christopher, whose eyes were a bit watery. Christopher clutched harder at his brother. He wanted Tern to make Isilde take him with her. As heir, Tern could force Isilde to keep her promise, even to him.
Keeping your promise to a breeder is good practice.
Tern's claws flicked out, scratching Christopher.
Breeders are dependent on our word just as the traders are. If outsiders can't trust our protection on them and their goods, they'll stop coming. So, remember next time not to make rash promises.
Yes, Elan.
Isilde did not sound happy. The oily secretion Lysiskans used to mark property clung to Christopher's throat as his brother stroked him. He was so excited he could hardly stand still. He was going outside the walls of Hervor for the first time without Tern.
Watch out for him, Isilde.
Yes, Elan.
She snatched Christopher's hand and yanked him off down the street. Once Christopher caught his balance, he ran easily at her side.
Let's sneak off afterwards and go wade in the river,
he suggested.
No, you can see the Arriki and then I'm bringing you back. And don't get any ideas about slipping away on your own. We may not be adults, but we can hunt you out too. Why don't you want to play with me? Because you're too fragile. I might hurt you. Now wait here for me.
She hurried up the steps of her Riel's building. The tall wooden door closed behind her. Christopher sat dejectedly on one of the steps leading up to the entrance. Lots of people lived in the big square building. It was a true Riel, full of people, and all of them related to her. He stared enviously up at the building. His Riel lived in the centre of the Dean, the biggest of all the buildings, but it was so empty.
What are you doing here, little Arriki?
An older Lysiskan, a worker, stood looking down at him. Christopher was not sure he liked the comparison, but Lysiskans often called breeders Arriki. Today, Christopher thought, he would finally see an Arriki and decide how he felt about the nickname.
"Well, I'm waiting for Isilde,"
He tactfully added,
"Ilan."
Well, she should have brought you inside. Come on in, little one, out of the wind. The Dean's seen enough deaths from sickness.
Christopher hunched down away from the worker. If Isilde did not ask him inside, he would sit out here until she came, no matter how long it took. He'd sit on the steps until dark, and if he froze to death here after the sun went down, they'd all know it was her fault.
I'm staying here. She promised to take me with her to see the Arriki."
Arriki, is it?
The worker rubbed the back of his hand against Christopher's cheek.
Now, what put that thought in her head?
"Oh, but it's true. There's a trader with one, a live one. And Tern said I could go with her and the rest of the pack to see it."
Well, if that's the case, I'll go hurry her up.
Isilde appeared, finally, along with 4 other Lysiskans of her age. They hurried down the steps and headed towards the main gate. Christopher stubbornly walked beside Isilde, who said nothing to him. Ignoring her in return, Christopher counted the windows in the Riel buildings as they passed. Along the wall of one of the buildings, a few breeders sat sunning themselves. A couple of them worked at mending garments. One female, her belly swollen up like ripe alden fruit, slept, while her Lysiskan mate crouched protectively beside her. A Lysiskan female sat endlessly sharpening her knife, while her breeder lay curled in a fetal position, his mind absorbed by the child growing in her womb. Embarrassed, Christopher averted his eyes. Lysiskan and breeder, Lysiskan and breeder. In the end, every breeder belonged to some Lysiskan. From hearing Martha and her friends talk, Christopher knew how content they all seemed with it.
"Watch out where you're going,"
hissed Isilde when he stumbled on a cobblestone. Excitement welled up inside Christopher as they passed the guards at the narrow gate. Outside, the cobblestone street ended in a muddy track which led down the slope towards the river, where several wagons were pulled up in line. Last night, Christopher had heard the elders talking. This late storm had blocked the eastern pass for a few days, so the traders were taking advantage of the time and fixing up their gear. Their riding beasts cropped the pale yellow shoots of spine grass along the riverbank. A couple of elders stood with the traders, inspecting exotic wares from other deans. Isilde tugged at Christopher. After one learning look towards the wagons, he tramped across the pasture with the others to the deserted Silban barn downriver. A dilapidated wagon, its contents hidden under a tarpaulin, was drawn up near the side door. An old, sharp-eyed Lysiskan let them in, counted as they went past, and grudgingly gave Seren a couple of small discs in change. The children squatted down in a circle, waiting. A young worker took the place of the old one at the door, who then opened a cage and brought out a trained Nahi that jumped hoops and sorted fennel nuts from junipers. Christopher sat enthralled, watching the small creature poke junipers through a slot into the right box. It flicked its bushy tail once, and scampered over for more of the prickly brown seeds. Isilde nudged him. She had seen all this before. "Don't look at him right away, but that worker standing at the door is a chowka." The little Nahi was joined by its mate, and the two of them fought a mock battle. Christopher kept his eyes on the creatures for a while before stealing a glance at the alleged chowka. The young Lysiskan did not look especially villainous, a little sad and wistful, maybe. What could he have done that was so terrible that he was cast out of his deem? Christopher shivered at the thought. Breeders were lucky. He did not have to worry about being cast out, no matter what he did. The chowka caught Christopher staring and scowled at him. He pressed up against Isilde, and she automatically put her arm round him, comfortingly, protectively. While the Itarilan trader put the Nahid back in the cages, the chowka disappeared outside. Christopher heard him lowering the tailgate of the wagon. The other children craned their necks around to see through the door.
"I bet you I can outrun it."
"Ha!
You couldn't catch a Sylvan, snapped Isilde. Visser swiped at her, his claws out. She dodged the blow, and Seren stepped in to separate them before she could retaliate. Go claw yourself for a change, Visser, warned Seren, and forget about the Arriki. They won't let it loose. A couple of the other children chuckled at Visser, who whirled to face them. The laughter died. He looked slowly around the circle until he came to Christopher. Breeders can't run like Arriki. Why don't I chase that one? Christopher buried his head in Isilde's lap, clinging to her with both arms. He heard growls and snarling for a few heartbeats. Then she shoved him off. Christopher peered up at Visser. The bully's nostrils were distended and his eyes fixed on the doorway. All the Lysiscan children were looking there. A strange, long-legged animal struggled in the chowker's grip. It kept pulling back, but the chowker held on to the greasy rope round its neck. With his other hand buried in the matted fur on the creature's rump, he forced it inside the barn. "Back! Give it room!" the chowker warned them as he dragged it into the middle of the room. The animal trembled, lowered its head, and leaned against its owner, who kept a strong grip on the rope collar. The children gazed at it in silence. "So, that is an Arriki," one of them murmured at last. This was what all the fuss was about. Christopher found the sight of the creature depressing. He did not see any resemblance between himself and the timid animal. "Doesn't it do any tricks?" Hearing his voice, the Arriki twitched its long ears and looked across at him. It was the eyes, the blue eyes, like Christopher's own, set in an animal's head. The long matted fur was exactly the amber colour of his hair, the colour of every breeder's hair. A rope dangled from its collar. The chowker wound this around his hand and released the Arriki. The creature tried to bury its head in the chowker's midsection, but the Aitadelan trader poked at the animal with a claw, and it jumped back, stiff-legged. Isilde sucked in her breath. The hand on Christopher's arm tightened, but the Arriki's left front leg gave way, and the animal fell to its knees. Now the scab on its head showed where one horn had cracked off. The wound had broken open, and blue blood leaked out. The sight comforted Christopher. His own blood was red. He was not an Arriki after all. Visser, in his arrogance, stepped up to feel the animal. Half controlled, his claws flicked out as he ran his hand along its flanks under the watchful eye of its owner. Visser stroked with long, slow motions. "It makes you think of the long meadows, of running, and hunger," murmured Isilde. "I wish there were Arriki round here," someone said. At a nod from the chowker, Visser reluctantly returned to his place. "It looks like I would give a better chase than a mourn." The chowker sat down and drew the creature near him. It rested its head on his shoulder. "They give a good long chase. That's why our ancestors imported them. Ages ago, on our home world, they were bred for hunting. Then, when the first Deems settled on this planet, they genetically adjusted a few Arriki to survive on the coasts. It's taken them a long time to adapt Arriki to the high mountain." "Why?" The question came from Isilde. The chowker let the question sink in before he answered. "We lost too much of our ancestors' knowledge. We don't have the machines for genetic manipulation anymore." The Arriki shifted about in the Lysiscan's arms. The chowker stroked it. "If we had the machines, we could take a lot of changes." Christopher did not want to hear any more. The stranger was staring at him. He tugged at Isilde. I want to go back," he said softly. "Changes for the better," continued the chowker, "especially in the breeders." Christopher pulled harder at Isilde. "Please." "Why would we want to change them?" asked one of the pack. The subject had begun to interest everyone but Christopher. "I want to go, Isilde,"
he said a little louder than before. The chowker's eyes narrowed, and he pointed. The others all turned to stare at Christopher.
Look at that one, acting like one of us. Breeders aren't Lyciscans. They were called humans in the old records, and that's why they have a use name like breeder, instead of a real name like Lyciscan.
Blood rushed to Christopher's face, turning it red, embarrassing him even further. He hated the foreigner.
It's not so. I am too a Lyciscan. You're lying.
The chowker's expression turned into a snarl.
Wristed breeders. They should be kept locked up, not running loose, getting people into trouble.
He half rose, the startled Arriki sliding onto the floor. It jumped away, pulling on the rope leash, unbalancing him. The older worker, the trader, grabbed the chowker's free arm to steady him. The children growled at them while crowding protectively round Christopher. Seren stood between the chowker and the others.
I think we've seen all that's worthwhile.
The rest of the pack, taking his cue, hustled Christopher out of the door. While Isilde licked his tears away, Christopher calmed down. He hugged her, hard, then buried his face in her tunic while she stroked him with long, soothing motions.
We're going back now, Christopher. Do you want one of us to carry you?
He shook his head and clutched her hand.
I'm no infant. I can walk. And I am too a Lyciscan.
The day had clouded up. Thunderheads loomed over the valley. Visser and someone else muttered about leaving early, until Seren stopped them. Several others glanced at Christopher. He said nothing on the way back to Hervor, but kept hold of Isilde's hand. Inside the Dean walls, they passed few breeders out in the streets. The ones who were breeding had gone inside already. Workers hurried about, finishing tasks before the rain started.
Isilde, why did the trader say I wasn't a real Lyciscan? I don't know. Maybe he just wanted to hurt you. Chowker are all a bit mad. He probably hasn't seen a breeder since he was cast out by his dean. Don't worry about him. We won't let him hurt you. He'll be gone when the pass is open, and it'll be as if he never existed.
They passed the herb gardens and the big alden tree. Ahead, Christopher could see the open door of the fortress. Home.
I wish you were in my riel, Isilde. Then I'd see you every day. We could play.
Well, I'm not. And besides... She stopped on the doorstep. It was quiet and dark inside. Empty. Her riel building was full of light and people. Christopher sighed. He would not want to trade riels, either, if he were she.
Besides, you won't stay in yours forever. When you're grown, you'll move into your mate's.
Christopher looked up at her. The thought had never occurred to him.
Oh, maybe the elders will give me to you.
She stared off into the distance and did not answer him. Christopher hugged her one more time and dashed through the door.
I'll ask Turn tonight.
The light from the open door was lost in the enormous room. Christopher's eyes adjusted to the dimness as he ran to the stairs. At the top of them, he looked back, but Isilde had gone. Maybe she did really not want him to look round. He trudged down the corridor to his room. The glazed windows were up, letting the wind blow in. A sprinkling of rain fell, spotting the stone sill. With the windows closed, he unlaced his tunic and pulled it off over his head. Breeders were Lyciscan, too. He was part of Dean, even if he couldn't sense any of the others with his mind. Memories of childhood, Turn always a warm presence in his mind, returned. Lyciscans felt that from all the Lyciscans of the Dean, that's what Turn said the Dean was, and Turn knew. He was the heir. There was no Dean Lord, just Turn. Turn would make things all right. Christopher put on a clean tunic and went in search of his brother. He found Turn in the bookroom, copying more writing. Christopher leaned over his shoulder to watch. Turn dipped the metal point of his pen in the ink jar and started a new line, using quick, clean strokes to form the bar and triangles of the first word.
I wish I could write so well. Tern finished the line and laid the pen down. If you practiced every day, you could. He pushed his chair back from the table. Now, what did you think of the Arriki? It wasn't clean, and it was frightened all the time. Arriki are only animals, Christopher. No different from Nahi and Mun. They are our prey. Tern drew his claws in and rubbed his finger ends on Christopher's throat. Why the tears? It's Isolde. She doesn't really like me. I wanted you to ask the elders to give me to her when I'm grown. We could play together for always then. And she didn't say anything. Like she didn't hear me. But she did, I know she did. He wiped at his nose, which had started to run. Christopher, come here. Tern leaned forward, his arms outstretched. But Christopher avoided them and stood with his back resting against the table. Tern dropped his arms and became more serious. Now, Christopher, Isolde was right to say nothing. Look at me. Christopher's eyes itched from crying. He rubbed them and looked up at Tern. But why not? She's Lysiscan and I'm a breeder. Why can't I be her mate? Well, for one thing, you'll be fully grown, years before she's old enough to need a mate. Life was unfair, Christopher thought. Everything he had ever wanted always turned out to be too dangerous or only for Lysiscan. Why? He asked. Why does it have to be that way? Because that's the way our ancestors determined it should be. The Chowker, the one with the Arriki, he said I wasn't really a Lysiscan. He called me a human. Christopher looked up at Tern. What's a human? Well, that was a long time before the Great War, back when this world was a mining colony. It sounded like another story about the starships. The tears forming in Christopher's eyes dried. A long time ago, there weren't any breeders. Oh, the Chowker said that, said Christopher dubiously. Hush! Now, in those days, the Deems had trouble because people could not work while they were breeding. For every one child, 2 full-grown Lysiscans had to spend years in a parental bond. They couldn't function properly, and any great excitement would break the parental bond. Do you understand, Christopher? Like, if a breeder gets too scared, its child dies? Yes. A child's body depends on its mental bond with the breeder to learn the automatic functions. Interruptions in that bond can mean the child's heart stops, or it can't digest food properly. Why didn't I die? Christopher had never had a good opportunity to ask Tern. Because I forced a bond with you that sustained you. The parental bond is not like the Deem bond. They're as different as seeing and hearing. Anyway, I shouldn't have been able to form one with a child any other than my own. That's why Randar calls you ill-born. And me too. Tern faltered. His brother never would talk about what happened, thought Christopher. Randar doesn't like us, does he? The cue did not work. Tern picked up the thread of his own thought instead. According to one of the books, our ancestors and humans were very close genetically. A human could conceive a child with a Lysiscan, but the child would not form properly. Our ancestors needed the humans, and were very powerful, so they turned the humans into breeders, who can conceive a child by mating with a Lysiscan and bring it to birth, a Lysiscan child or a breeder child. That did not interest Christopher. He wanted something he could use to show Isolde he was every bit as good as she was. Where did the humans come from? Tern looked over the old books. Well? Christopher tugged at Tern's tunic. It wasn't like his brother to stop in the middle of a story. I don't know, really. Some planet of their own, I suppose. Originally. He took a deep breath and let it out. They came on starships with our Lysiscan ancestors. Look, hasn't Martha told you? Christopher's mind strayed. He knew that breeders got all snappish and nasty if they were ignored by their mates, or sat around all soft and dreamy-eyed if they did get to breed and had a new child bonded to them. And so breeders bond with their mate's child. It's really theirs, too, though we don't think of a breeder in terms of parent. And they form a stronger, better bond than any Lysiscan could.
That means Lysiskans mate only with breeders, and breeders mate only with Lysiskans. It improves the Dean's chances for survival. That's why our Lysiskan ancestors engineered us this way. It's why you're here with me now. Turn's voice softened. You're growing up faster than Isilde. She'll be too young for you to mate with in a few years, even though she seems older than you now. It's only natural. Breeders live long enough to bond and raise their mates' children. Then they die.
I don't want to die.
Christopher put his arms round his brother's neck. The tears were running again, and he couldn't stop them. Oh, it won't be for a long time. Another 60 or 70 years, Arriki.
I'm not an Arriki. I'm not an animal. You just said so.
Of course not. No one in Hervor thinks you're an animal. You don't think Isilde treats you like an animal?
No, when her friends aren't around. But Randar today, he never uses my name, just calls me.
That's not important. Randar is an elder, and we just have to endure him. Christopher tightened his hold on his brother. His thoughts whirled. Human. He was human, and Isilde was treating him like an animal, and so was Randar, and... Was Randar so important he could even treat Turn badly?
You're the heir. How can he hurt you?
No matter. Turn eased free of Christopher's arms. It's time to eat. Go tell Martha I said to open some of the canned Aldens and make her something sweet for supper tonight. The next morning, Isilde found Christopher sitting in the old Alden tree, counting the Gion birds circling overhead. She climbed up beside him.
They're waiting for the carcasses. The traders had to kill 2 of their riding beasts. They were sick with a flux. The elders made them haul the bodies over to Ruansfield for the priests to burn.
One of the birds dived out of sight. The other 3 hovered lower, then disappeared.
You know what I heard?
Christopher shook his head half-heartedly.
It's about the Arriki. So? Visser and Farl went with Randar to see the trader this morning. They said he wants to sell the Arriki. Why?
He remembered the sad look in the creature's eyes. Christopher scraped the tree branch below him with his heels.
Why? Because it's pregnant. Randar was talking with the other elders this morning about buying it and breeding some Arriki to hunt round here. Isn't that exciting?
Isilde noticed the look on his face.
Arriki, what's the matter? I'm not an Arriki.
Christopher swung out of his reach.
Don't call me that. I'm just as good as you. I'm a human. Human? Humans were cowards. They had no guts. That's what the Chowker said yesterday. Well, that's not so.
He hesitated there on the lowest branch. Turn had said that they had had their own world once. They could not have all been like Andrew.
Christopher, I promise I won't call you an Arriki anymore. You call me a coward.
All the muscles in his stomach made one big knot. He had guts. He felt them right now. He bared his teeth and tried to growl, but it sounded more like he was clearing his throat. Isilde laughed and shook the limb he sat on. He hung on, determined not to be shaken loose. Then, when she stopped, he dropped to the ground and ran off. He was not going to cry, he told himself, not this time. He would make her sorry. He'd show them all. After supper, he was inspired. The Arriki. He knew now how the creature must hate the Chowker who owned it. It really wanted to be free, and the weather was still bad for hunting. If he freed the Arriki, he would make them all unhappy, Visser, Isilde, Randar, and they couldn't get back at him, even if they did find out. They could not hurt him, because he was a breeder. He sneaked into the small storeroom near the kitchen and took a length of rope. The coil proved heavy, but he managed to secrete it behind a dense patch of the olive vine outside the stables. It was simple. All the workers were gone to their own riels. Now to wait for moonrise. He lay motionless under the bedcovers, listening for Martha. She checked his room every night after he went to bed, then quenched the oil lamps in the hall. The door opened. He squeezed his eyes shut, straining to breathe in and out slowly, as if he were asleep. Her shoes scraped softly on the stones. She was coming in. Christopher stiffened. For a moment he forgot to breathe slowly. Thank ruin she didn't notice. A drawer squeaked. Then he felt a weight on his feet. She was adding a second blanket to his covers. Christopher concentrated on his breathing. He heard her shuffling down the hall to her room. Her door closed. He slipped out of bed, cautiously raised the glazed window, and rested his arms on the cool stone sill. No lights shone in the Riel buildings. Nothing moved but a few guards on the outer wall. The clouds passed westward over the mountains. The sky was clear. Light grew in the east, and the mottled surface of Wien rose above the mountains. The rope was where he had left it. He slung it over his shoulder and headed for the outer wall. The night was peaceful. Snow still closed the passes, so the warriors often sloughed off, checking the wall by the stables. They were not looking for anyone going out, or coming in either. While the guards were being changed, Christopher crept up the stairs to the wall rampart. He fed the rope out through a narrow slit in the stones. The bulky knot he had made in the other end of the rope would not slit through the slip. He tested it to make sure. Then he climbed on top of the wall to feel for the rope dangling to the ground. His fingers barely reached it. The fibres tickled his hands. He grasped some and tried to pull the rope up, but they snapped off. Wrist! He took a deep breath and thought of Randar and all the others laughing at his attempts to be Lysiscan. With his hands, he clung to the edge of the wall while he rubbed his left foot back and forth to snag the rope. Next, Christopher concentrated on holding the rope away from the wall with his left foot while trying to get his right foot in the loop he had tied near this end. He couldn't find it. Sweat, like his brother's marking fluid, began oozing in his hands, making them slippery. He pulled his leg upward, searching for a foothold among the mortar and stones. Near his knee, the rope had a knot. He must have misjudged the thickness of the wall. His right hand let go and grabbed the rope somewhere above the loop. He hadn't planned it this way, but... The short fall wrenched his shoulder, and then the rough-hewn granite blocks scraped his hands as the rope swung past him against the wall. Christopher eased down to the loop. Climbing back up was going to be trickier than he had thought. At the foot of the barn, he rested before the long walk to the old Silburn barn. The wagon had been pulled closer to the barn, and a tarpaulin secured over it. Christopher could hear the Arriki pacing in its cage, the hooves clicking on the wooden flooring. He wriggled under the cover, and found the Arriki quivering against the far wall of its barred room. Its breathing was loud in his ears, but there was no sound from the barn. The little Nahi chittered to each other in their cage near his feet, and the rank odour of excrement and dampness filled the air. Intricately knotted ropes secured the cage. If only he could see in the dark like Tern and Isilde. None of the loops seemed to be connected to the rope and dangling out the top of the mass. Inside the cage, the Arriki settled down on the furthest side from him. In the faint light from the moons, the animal watched him, its head resting on its forelegs. The knots finally gave. The mass became looser, and he found the next loop easier to pull. The fresh air felt cold on his neck. The Nahi curled up together for warmth. Christopher wished he had his warm cloak on. At last the rope came off in his hands. He sat back on his heels to listen. The barn remained quiet. A wet muzzle explored his hand. The Arriki stood there, gazing at him with soft eyes, imploring. Speaking would be far too dangerous. Christopher put his hand through the bars to scratch the animal on its throat to comfort it, but the Arriki grew afraid and retreated. He inched the cover off the corner of the wagon. A clear path led from the cage to freedom. With the door open, the Arriki crouched in the far recess of its cage, unwilling to come out. Christopher reached in, and it shrank away. Finally, he forced a way behind the cage and poked the stubborn animal from there. It moved to the front and stood in the open door, uncertain, half in and half out, poised in the moon's light. Suddenly, it gave a great leap and was over the side of the wagon. Christopher crept to the edge to watch. The Arriki bounded gracefully across the ploughed fields. It seemed to soar with each leap. The matted fur, the bloody stub of a horn, all vanished in a vision of joy and beauty. Christopher stayed, watching long after the Arriki had crossed the river, fleeing for the safety of the mountains. Ween set, and Kiern's fainter light guided him back to the dim wall. He climbed back up and stashed the rope in the olive vine. Christopher could hardly stay awake long enough to hide his muddy clothes and clean himself before crawling into bed. The Arriki danced through his dreams, long past daybreak. He lay in a pool of warmth. A wave of coldness passed over him. "Christopher?" The sound jarred him. His eyes were all gummy and hard to open. He rubbed at them. The crisp, cold smell of the spring wind entered the room as Martha threw up the sash of the window by his bed. "Get up, Christopher! Get up!" She stomped around the room a bit more, opening drawers. The bed bounced slightly as she threw something on it. "There, put on your clothes." Christopher shivered as she pulled the coverlet off his bed. "Your breakfast down in the kitchen. Get dressed and stay out of Turn's way. There's some sort of trouble with the traders." She found his dirty undertunic and waved it at him. "Where did you put the rest of your clothes?" "They're in the cleaning vat." He rolled over onto his stomach, burying his face in his pillow. "Hurry, I want to clean the kitchen this morning and fix something good for Turn, poor thing. He'll need it, what with Randar hurrying him all morning, dragging him out before breakfast." "Christopher, what's happened to your hands?" He shoved them under the pillow. "Nothing." The sun outside the window had cleared the eastern range of mountains already. It was late. "I hurt myself climbing the alden tree last night after supper." He drew them out for her to see. Martha turned them over, inspecting the damage. The scraped skin and dark bruises looked worse than they were. He bit his lip when she twisted both hands over to look at the palms. "How many times have I warned you about playing there? Now I have to find one of the healers, and Turn with enough to worry about." That had been simple. Christopher licked the worst of his wounds, hoping Turn would be back soon. He felt vulnerable without Turn around. Suppose they found out he had loosed the Arriki, especially if Randar found out. There was no place to go. If he hid or ran away, they would hunt him down like they would have hunted the Arriki. The thought haunted him. He wished he could go back and make yesterday not happen. The healer was not sympathetic. She warned him to stay out of alden trees as she rubbed a stinging salve onto his hands. Christopher kept his eyes down, afraid the truth would slip out. The Lyciscan stroked him along the spine. "Don't worry. I won't tell the elders this time about your getting hurt. If you will promise to be more careful." He heard Martha snort impatiently when he nodded. "Oh, that'll be the day," she said. "There's been enough trouble here already today." The healer went on stroking Christopher while she talked to Martha, who was putting away Christopher's cleaned clothes. "The new pack of warriors is a problem. Some of them stole the Arriki last night, but none of them will admit to it. The healers have probed them, but couldn't find the defective ones. The Dean will have to punish them all." Relief flooded through Christopher. He would not be caught. His anger at Isilde and her friends flared up. They deserved a beating for letting Visser frighten him. Well, didn't they? He hesitated at the thought. If that was what he wanted, all he would have had to do was to tell Visser, pretending to lunge for him in place of the Arriki. The elders would have punished them for frightening a breeder. Yes, he wanted Visser and the others punished. But suddenly he wasn't sure why. Isilde would be hurt, along with them. The healer packed her medicines and instruments away in a leather box, scratched Christopher on the throat while she warned him about staying warm at this time of year, and carried a heavy bundle of blankets downstairs for Martha. Christopher waited until the healer was gone before he went downstairs. With a healing salve on his hands, he could not help Martha clean the kitchen, so he wandered out to the old alder tree. But the soreness in his hands also kept him from climbing. The tree made him think longingly of Isilde. He wondered how she felt. The 17th Riel's building was not far away. Little as he wanted to meet Isilde after what he had done, he found himself heading in that direction. Maybe there was something he could do without betraying himself. The streets were almost deserted. A few breeders going about, a youngling like Tern standing watch on the outer wall. None paid any attention to Christopher. He stood outside the 17th building a long while, but Isilde's window was closed, and the people looked so grim that he had no desire to ask about her. A worker coming out of the door saw Christopher, broke off from his group, and came over.
"Off with you, Arriki. It's not a good day to be out of your Riel."
He clapped Christopher on the back, pushing him away from the Riel.
"Fall! That's the ears, little breeder. Better let him alone," said one of the other workers.
Christopher backed away. These Lyciscans were not in a good mood. But the fortress was empty without Tern, and Martha would have gone over to the 6th Riel by now. He did not want to be alone. Any sort of distraction was welcome, to keep his mind off Isilde. It did not take long to find Martha, who banished him to the children's playroom. They were playing Seek, which was all right at first, but the moment the adults left them alone, Andrew shoved Christopher into the centre of the circle.
"You're it!"
Christopher reached for the blindfold, but the child holding it threw the strip of dark cloth to someone on the other side of the circle. Christopher did not like this game. The younger children giggled and flashed triumphant looks at Andrew. Christopher stopped trying to play and waited for their next move. With the odds on his side, it did not take long for Christopher's enemy to feel secure. Andrew stepped out of the crowd. He put a hand on Christopher's chest and pushed, hard. Christopher gave way to avoid trouble.
"So, you think you're so great playing with the warriors and all, don't you, Christopher?"
Andrew reached for him, but Christopher retreated another step.
"You want to be part of the team, isn't that it, Christopher?" "Andrew, don't. That isn't part of the game."
One of the older children laid a restraining hand on Andrew's shoulder. The enemy did not take his eyes off Christopher.
"Stay out of this, Anne. I want to know how it feels, being friends with Seren and Visser and Isilde, that whole pack. Why don't you go play with your friends?" he sneered. "They're in ruins, feel by now."
The edge of awareness penetrated Christopher's heart. He lost his defiant stance.
"What do you mean?"
Ruinsfield was only a pit, full of ashes, where unclean things were burned. Burned, like newborn children the elders rejected as ill-born.
"They can't kill—"
Christopher felt very cold suddenly.
"Isilde?"
Anne clapped her hand over Andrew's mouth. He struggled, but she was older and stronger, and he didn't try to bite her.
"Why don't you go home?"
she said.
"Martha should take you back and stay with you."
Christopher did not hear her. The enormity of what he had done seemed to swallow him up.
"But I did it. I loosed the Arriki."
He wanted to be dead and forgotten and not to have ever heard of an Arriki. None of them understood. They didn't know what he had done. Anne shrugged and looked a little surprised, but not much, when Christopher tore out of the room. On the stairs, Christopher flew straight into one of the workers. The Lyciscan reached out to keep him from falling, but Christopher wrenched himself loose.
"They can't kill her."
"Who, Arriki?" the worker said, trying to be gentle and patient at a time when he obviously didn't feel like it. The fear, hiding in his mind all morning, welled up within Christopher. What would they do to him if they told the truth now? He licked his lips. They would not hurt him, would they? Not a breeder. The workers had stopped talking. They stared at him. One caught hold of Christopher and began to stroke him.
Calm down, Arriki. These workers could not help. He had to find Tern, and Tern, as heir, would be the one executing the elder's decision. None of the Lysiskans in the hallway were warriors. Maybe the elders and the warriors were still out at Ruins Field. Maybe it was not too late. Maybe— Christopher ran down the cobblestone street. The stones bruised his feet through the soft-soled shoes he wore, but he ignored the pain. From the gate, he saw the gathering crowd of Lysiskans off in the distance. They had not started the fire yet. Whatever happened to him, he had to try and stop them. He surprised the guard at the gate, who was old and too slow to stop him, and ran out towards Ruins Field. The cluster of Lysiskans and a rising plume of grey smoke disappeared as Christopher scrambled down the side of the last hillock. The field lay beyond the next rise, out of easy sight of the Dean. Sharp-edged stones cut through his light shoes, bringing out tears that he did not want to shed in front of the warriors. "Tern!" Christopher clutched at his chest as he gained the level of the ground, of the sacred field. "Tern! I did it! I! The Arriki!" The wind blew smoke in his face, burning randwood only. A couple of warriors, an adult and a youngling, separated themselves from the pack. Christopher stumbled, picked himself up, ran for them. Ista, Tern's friend. He recognized the youngling's loose stride. "Stop them! I did it! Arriki!" Ista picked up speed, her cloak spreading out behind her. She reached Christopher first. Hard hands gripped his arms, kept him from falling. "I did it! Not Isil! The others!" The pain in his feet seemed a small thing and far away. The other warrior pulled Ista away, letting Christopher collapse onto the ground. "Don't touch him. There must be no hint of coercion." Christopher sat there, breathing heavily while the Lysiskans gathered around him. The hem of an elder's robe brushed across his knees. "Why did you do it, breeder?" The elder crouched down in front of him. "If you were a Lysiskan, we could punish you, cast you out, or kill you and burn your body here. No part of you would ever enter Hervor again." His hand reached out and tilted Christopher's head back, so that he had to look the elder in the face. "Breeders can't be part of the team, yet you took it upon yourself to act for Hervor, to involve yourself with outsiders, and hurt us, who protect you." Christopher remembered the Arriki running free across the fields. No one had ever protected it. He longed to be with it, away from here. The tears flowed out. "He belongs to my Riel. I'm responsible." Tern pushed his way through the crowd. "Let me deal with him." We can't do that." The older elder, standing behind Christopher, rested her hand on Tern's shoulder. "We must still show the traders that Hervor can be trusted." Christopher recognized Randar's voice. "He may be a breeder, but for the good of the Dean, he must be punished." "I'll see to it." Tern's arms came round him. He licked at Christopher's tears. He's my property." His brother's strong arms slipped under Christopher's legs. Another pressed him against Tern's chest and lifted him up. The overtunic smelled smoky from the fire as he buried his head in it. Safe. Tern would protect him. Randar's voice came from close by. He must be punished, now." "I will punish him." Tern's arms lifted Christopher higher. His head was above Tern's shoulder. "Will you?" Tern made no answer. At the gate, Tern put Christopher down. They walked the rest of the way home in silence. Once Christopher tried to explain about the Arriki, but his brother stared straight ahead, saying nothing. Even when they were inside the stone fortress with no one around to hear, Tern only told Christopher to go to his room and wait. He climbed the stairs, pausing at the top to look back at Tern, who had not followed him. His brother sat on the dais at the far end of the hall, in the Dean Lord's chair. A little light came in from the high windows, heightening the gloom. Christopher ran to his room and slammed the door behind him. Night came. There had been no supper. In waiting, Christopher had fallen asleep on top of the bed covers without a fire to warm the room. He was awakened by the light from the oil lamp Tern carried. "Christopher!" The bed gave a little as Tern sat on the edge of it. "Wake up. I've come to a decision. He blinked a moment, unable to remember what had happened. Then the steady flame of the lamp flickered, and Christopher remembered the fire in Ruin's field. He sat up, pulling his legs under him for warmth in the night chill. His brother's hand ruffled Christopher's hair. He shook his head, and Tern stopped. "You're all I have," Tern said. "A reel, with only one person in it, is terribly lonely sometimes. I tried selfishly to make you more than nature allows, and now comes my reckoning for it." His voice softened. "You must be punished. You understand?" "Yes, I stole. Something only a chowker would do." Christopher felt himself drawn onto Tern's lap, as he had often been in the past, for comforting. The cool flesh of his brother's hand stroked his throat. The palm grew moist, and Tern laid his cheek against Christopher's hair. "No, that was not wise. But that is not why you were to be punished. You put the Dean in jeopardy. We are not powerful, and the only reason traders deal with us is that they can depend on Herva's word. They know that we will honor the promissory discs we give them in trade. Without that assurance, it's not worth their while to trade here. Without their white salt and other things we can't produce, the Dean could not survive in this valley." His arms tightened around Christopher. "I can treat you as a breeder and simply forbid you to ever leave the Dean again. Never to wade in the river with Isilde, or to hunt for windfalls up in the Alden orchards, on the mountainside, or help with a harvest, always left behind. Oh, don't treat me like a breeder. I don't want to hurt you. You're all that's left of my bloodline. You admitted to do the deed, at least, so I don't have to give up your life. But if I treat you like a Lyciscan, can you bear it? You know how Randar punished Isilde last year. He knew. Lyciscans sometimes died from it. Isilde had bragged afterwards when the scars had healed. She had taken the clawing without uttering a sound. Even Randar had been proud of her. Christopher shivered. He had never been deliberately hurt. But to be closed up within the Dean walls forever. He probably wouldn't endure the punishment as well as Isilde had, but then no one expected him to. I'd rather that, really. He would show them, Isilde and all the rest. He would not take the easy, the breeder's way out. He fixed his mind on the Arriki running through the mountains right now, places that he would go. This was better. This was payment for the Arriki's freedom, and his. The Dean was satisfied. Several days later, Isilde came to see him. The claw marks had scabbed nicely, and most of them would disappear. But he would bear some scars for the rest of his life. Christopher had to lie on his stomach because of the medicine covering his back, so Isilde squatted on the floor, talking to him. She had brought him something to possess, like Lyciscans possessed things. It truly belonged to him, not to Tern, as did everything else. Christopher kept it by him on the pillow, a carved figure of an Arriki. The Arriki. It had only one horn. The Transformation by Chuck Rothman. "Remember," Dr. Abarelli said as they paused outside the hospital room, "this may be something of a shock." Michelle almost felt like laughing. Since the accident, her life had been one shock after another. One more wasn't going to make a difference. "Mrs. Croder." She shook her head. "Oh, sorry. Too much on my mind." "I told you the insurance will pay." "Oh, it's not that. It's... Look, let's go in, all right? I've waited too long to see Jason already." The doctor nodded and opened the door. The man in the bed grimaced at them in a parody of a smile. "Hello, Michelle. How do you like Dr. Frankenstein's handiwork?"
The face was a good approximation of what it had been before, but the plastiflesh seemed waxy and unanimated, throwing off slight reflections from the overhead fluorescence. He looked more like a mannequin than a human being. Even the voice was wrong, too deep and deliberate. She thought the total effect was ghastly.
"It's okay."
That bad, huh? They're not letting me near a mirror. Afraid it'll be too much of a shock. They're not telling me if they mean for me or the mirror.
Michelle smiled slightly. It was Jason, all right. One of her nightmares was that they misidentified the lone survivor of the plane crash, put a stranger's brain into the artificial body. But only Jason could make jokes at a time like this.
How are you getting on?
All right. It feels a little like I've been covered with plastic. My senses seem to be missing things.
I told you, Dr. Albarelli said quickly. It'll take some time before the artificial nerves become—
I know. Why is it that doctors explain things so much? I understood it all the third time.
Mr. Crowder, I can assure you—
Michelle, I hope it isn't too disappointing for you.
No.
The word just burst out. Michelle felt the need to blink her eyes several times. How could she be disappointed if he was still alive?
It's just— well, I didn't know what to expect.
Neither did I. But I don't think either of us would have liked the alternative. You'll look terrible in black.
Michelle felt a sudden urge to hug him, to assure herself it wasn't just a dream. The doctor's presence was the only reason she didn't. She felt embarrassed when strangers witnessed private moments.
I think that's enough for now, Albarelli said. Mr. Crowder is still very weak right now.
Nonsense. I'm as fit as a hand-me-down fiddle.
The doctor smiled.
We don't want to take any chances.
Jason shrugged. The gesture was painfully awkward.
You're the doctor.
He smiled again at Michelle. The effect was not an improvement.
Go with him. He's going to give you my instruction manual. You better read it carefully. You know how hard it is to get a repairman when you need one.
The days trudged by. Michelle visited Jason as often as they let her, trying to help her keep his spirits up. He usually did a better job of cheering her. She learned what she could about his new body. It was a miracle of technology, the first full prosthetic, but she wished they hadn't had to try it out on him. Then there were the reporters. They swarmed like ants around Sugar now that Jason was about to go home. The doctors kept them away from their patient, but Michelle's phone was ringing every second she was home. Reporters, agents, souvenir hunters. She finally unplugged it. At last, the day of release came.
He'll do better at home, Dr. Albarelli had said. Most of the problems now will be psychological. Putting him in a familiar environment will help.
Michelle nodded. She'd have to adjust, too. She hoped she'd be able to. They ran through the briar patch of the press conference with only a minimum of trouble. Reporters do have feelings, Michelle thought to herself. She was too used to the hard-boiled stereotypes. Except for one man.
The name's Cermak,
he said, identifying himself as being one of the tabloids.
What about your sex life? We hear you're fully equipped.
What about yours?
Jason replied. Finally, it ended. Jason was home.
How do you feel?
Michelle asked.
The same as when you asked 5 minutes ago.
I'm sorry, Jason.
Damn it, stop apologizing.
He raised himself up to practice walking.
God, I feel stiff.
She watched him. He moved like a broken-down toy. She wondered if he'd ever be able to do the things he enjoyed, tennis, golf, long walks in the snow. Is there anything you want me to do? He turned towards her, his body swiveling almost as a unit. His face was impassive.
Yes, pull yourself together. You're acting like it's the end of the world.
Jace,
And stop trying so hard to pretend everything's normal. I'm stuck in this. We're going to have to try and to get used to it.
She nodded slowly.
I'll try.
Good. Now, is there anything else you want to say? I'd like to practice in peace.
I missed you, Jace,
she whispered. He paused. I missed you too. Very much. She jumped up and ran to him, her emotions suddenly uncorked. Her arms fit around him as well as they ever did, but the flesh underneath was stiff and cold. He smelled of plastic. Still, she could stand it. He began to squeeze. His arms crushed her. She imagined she could hear bones snap. "Jason, stop!" she managed to gasp out. The pressure stopped, but she was able to pull away. "Mish, I'm sorry. I still don't know my strength."
"It's all right,"
she was able to say. Her back ached as though she had been beaten. "You sure?"
"Yes."
The shouted word was a surprise. Michelle quickly lowered her voice.
"I'll go back to your practicing."
He nodded. "It sure looks like I need it." He began pacing the floor again.
"I'm not going to be able to take this,"
she thought. 3 weeks later, Michelle lay awake, trying to think, as Jason lay recharging next to her. The love-making was what it had been since Jason's return. A disaster. She felt sore all over. His once gentle fingers had turned into pincers. He was no more appealing to her than an inflatable doll. But she didn't dare tell him that. She looked over at him. Instead of the gentle breath of sleep, there was a slight whirring of his oxygenation fans.
"Let's face it,"
she whispered.
"It's not going to work."
The thought had been growing over the weeks as a normal life began to look more and more like an illusion. Tonight it had passed the threshold of certainty. She was surprised at how little the idea upset her. But she had married Jason Crowder. In his place was plastic and wires. She shouldn't be expected to have to sleep beside it and pretend nothing had happened. She wanted out. She thought about being free of him. It had a calming effect. No more pretended passion, no more having to listen to his joking become more strained and irritating each day. No more reporters. If only. But she knew she couldn't. It would be too cruel. She was the only thing he hadn't lost. She couldn't do it to him. It wouldn't be fair. And there were other considerations. The press had nearly nominated her for sainthood. If she left, the world would know. She didn't think she could take the censure. No. She'd have to stay with Jason, for now. Maybe even forever. She realized she hated him, but she hated herself more for feeling that way. "Mrs. Crowder." Michelle sighed. She thought the reporters had followed Jason when he checked back into the hospital. 50,000-mile checkup, he had called it. Michelle had been able to force a laugh. She turned, giving up the dream of finishing her shopping in peace.
"I don't have anything to say right now."
The man smiled. She suddenly remembered him from the press conference. Cermak. "I don't want to bother you," he said. "I just happened to see—"
"Please, don't give me any fairy tales about chance meetings. I don't want to be interviewed again."
The smile widened. "I always thought you were pretty sharp." There was an almost tangible sleaziness to the way he said it. "And?" "And nothing. Although—" Michelle sighed again.
"What do you want? You already know my life story. You reporters have dug out things I forgot years ago. And I'm sure not going to tell you about my sex life."
"Your sex life? Oh, Mrs. Crowder,
I'm in no mood for games, Mr. Cermak. Will you please leave me alone?"
She pushed the shopping cart forward. She felt his hand on her wrist. "Look, Mrs. Crowder, I'm sorry. Let me make it up to you." She pulled his hand away.
"How?"
she snapped. "Let me take you to dinner. You can't have anything important planned. Your husband will be in hospital overnight." Michelle stared at him and began to laugh.
"You're pretty smooth. What are you trying to do?"
"Nothing. I just want to show you I'm a human being. You seem to think otherwise."
"You'll just use it for a story,"
Michelle mumbled. "Everything will be off the record, I promise."
You think I believe that?
Cermak stood as straight as he could. I have principles, too.
I really shouldn't.
With a shock, Michelle realized what she was saying.
No, I'm not interested.
Well, suit yourself. But if you change your mind, I'm at the Mayflower Hotel, room 622. He turned and walked past the frozen foods. Michelle didn't dare watch him go. Michelle waited in the hotel lobby, wondering what had possessed her to come. It would be good to get out, she had told herself. Nothing's going to happen. But why was she here? Because Cermak had asked her? Was she that desperate? She saw him emerge from the elevator. As he approached, she rehearsed her words again. "Hello," he said. "All right, Mr. Cermak, I want you to understand that—" "Call me Keith. Where do you want to eat?" The question derailed her train of thought abruptly. Her speech was instantly forgotten. Her mind raced, but got nowhere. "I don't know. I thought you—" "Then we'll eat in the hotel. The restaurant is very good, and it's less likely that anyone you know will see us together." "I'm not trying to sneak around. I don't care if anyone sees me." Cermak shrugged. "Suit yourself. Where do you want to eat?" She tried to think of names of restaurants, but nothing occurred to her. "Oh, this place is fine," she mumbled. The restaurant was dimly lit, and soft music floated over the loudspeakers. Michelle barely tasted her food. She had a hard time remembering what she ordered. She wondered if her 2 martinis had anything to do with it. She rarely drank anything more than a glass of white wine. Cermak monopolized the conversation, talking about things he had done, celebrities he had known. He worked hard to be charming. He didn't ask her any questions. She was grateful for that. As coffee was being served, Michelle realized that, for the first time in ages, she was relaxed. Cermak was much different from she had thought him to be at first. "Now," he said when the check was delivered, "that wasn't so bad, was it?" Michelle smiled. "I guess I've only seen the obnoxious side of you." "It comes in handy sometimes. I hope the evening's been fun." She nodded. "It has. Oh, it's such a relief to—" She stopped herself quickly. It was the wrong thing to say. Now Cermak would know. The world would read about her problems next week. He seemed to sense her thoughts. "I told you this was off the record." Michelle began to rise. "I really must be going." His hand on her wrist stopped her. "Don't rush off." She slowly sat down, acutely conscious of his touch. His hand was warm, so much nicer than Jason's. She shook her head. The thought was crazy. "I know it must be difficult for you." Michelle said nothing. She wasn't going to answer. She wasn't even going to look him in the eye. Why didn't he just let her go? "There's so much you probably have to adjust to. I've seen the pictures. I know he looks different." Michelle stared at the tablecloth. He was just trying to persuade her to talk, to find the truth so that he could tell the world. So why was she listening? "I can imagine he's changed a lot. It must be hard to live with his depression. I bet he's always looking for you to cheer him up." "Cheer him up? You've got to be kidding." The words were flowing out against her will. "He's the most cheerful man in the country. He treats the whole goddamn thing as a joke." She stopped, wondering where the words had come from. "I didn't mean that," she mumbled as she pulled her hand away from his. She didn't make a move to get up. "You're in a unique situation, Michelle." She shook her head. "Women have had to live with crippled men before." "True, but what they had was still human. Jason isn't, not externally at least. That's a whole new ball game. And there's the publicity. The other women could make decisions about what they wanted to do. They could leave their husbands." "I'm not leaving Jason." Cermak nodded. "Or they could stay. But they didn't have the whole world looking over their shoulder. Yeah, I bet that's the scariest part." Michelle sighed. "Mr. Cermak—" "Call me Keith." "Mr. Cermak— Keith, it's getting late. Thank you for the dinner, but I've got to be going home now." "It's only 8, Cermak pointed out. It's still early. Why don't you come up to my room for some wine? It suddenly became a lot easier to leave. Ah, I should have known. No, wait, you misunderstand. My intentions are honorable. Although, his hand reached out and gently stroked her cheek, the friction felt nice. You're a very attractive woman, Michelle, especially when you smile. She realized it was a line, but she loved hearing it. Jason was too caught up in himself for compliments. With a growing reluctance, she pulled his hand away. Please, I'm not... You need to be happy. You need to have someone to talk to. And you're volunteering? The words came out with a lot less venom than she had wanted. We'll just talk. You'll be in control of the situation, I promise. We'll do whatever you want. Keith, He took her hand again. It's all right, she whispered. She looked at his face. He was attractive. No, she shouldn't be thinking that. But he seemed sincere. All right, her voice said. She tried to tell herself it was just the Martinis talking. In the elevator, she realized she was just fooling herself. It was nearly dawn when Michelle came home. Keith had kept his word. She was the one who had initiated everything. But mostly, she had just talked. Keith pretty much just nodded, but she felt better than she had in weeks. She had come to a decision. She and Jason would separate. He could wipe the slate clean of the past. She could get away from the limelight. She shut the door behind her, trying to decide where to go. She had a little money, enough to take a bus somewhere and find a job, California perhaps. She might be able to lose herself in Los Angeles. It would be good to start over. No Jason, no Keith, just a chance to put her life back to normal. Hello, Mish. The voice startled her out of her thoughts. Jason was sitting on the living room couch, his face unreadable. Jace, she stammered. Who is he? She tried to pretend the question hadn't been asked. What are you... I'm in perfect shape. They let me go home early. Who is he? No one, Michelle said quickly. Look, Jace, there's something I want to tell you. There was a short, heavy silence. Tell me. Michelle took a deep breath. She would like to have had a chance to rehearse this. Jason, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to leave you. It has nothing to do with tonight. I just can't live with you any longer. Jason stared at her. It's too difficult for me. I'm sorry, Jace. He rose slowly and took a step towards her. There was something very frightening about the way he moved. Too difficult for you, he said softly. Then his voice became a shout. Just how difficult do you think it is for me? I know. She suddenly remembered the strength in his new body. She looked towards the door. He blocked her way. But it's for your own happiness. It'd be better for you to start everything with a clean slate. Who told you that? Your boyfriend? He's not my... Michelle realized the danger of that denial. You don't understand. Jason took another step towards her. She backed away lightly. I don't understand. Do you have any idea what it's like to be like this? I can imagine. No, you can't. The only way you'll understand is if it happens to you. One more step nearer. I'm going to make you understand, Michelle. He raised his fist. Michelle jumped aside. The blow swished by her shoulder. She stumbled away, jumping into the first open door she came to, the bedroom. Quickly, she managed to slap and lock the door. It wouldn't hold for long. She clambered for the window and tried to push it open. It didn't budge. With rising panic, she tried to find something to smash it with. The door crashed open. Jason's face was distorted with naked rage. There was no way she'd be able to reason with him. A strange peacefulness filled her as she realized that, one way or another, this would solve everything. Michelle closed her eyes and waited calmly for the blow to fall. Nothing happened. After 13 infinite heartbeats, she opened her eyes. Jason stood in the center of the room, his hand on his face. His body seemed to be trembling. Jace? She asked, very softly. He lowered his hands and looked at them.
Can't even cry in this thing. He looked up at her. I'm just a machine now. I guess I can't blame you for wanting to associate with humans. If you want to leave, I won't stand in your way.
Michelle felt confused.
I thought you were going to...
I was. But when I saw your face just then, you looked so beautiful and helpless like you do when you're asleep, I realized I couldn't hurt you.
Michelle found it hard to say what she was feeling.
Chase,
I know. It's not much of a guarantee. I might not be able to stop myself if I lose my temper again. I told you I won't stand in your way. He left the room.
Michelle followed.
Jace, wait. That's not what I was going to say.
He stopped.
Oh? He asked, his voice barely interested.
No, I want to know. I've never seen you like this. You always treated this like it was a joke.
He looked at her for a moment.
I had to. If I didn't laugh about it, I'd have gone crazy. I had to make love to you. Oh, yes, I know you disliked it, because it was the only way I could be sure I was still human. Now, well, after tonight, it's obvious I'm not human enough. You don't deserve a machine.
Michelle put her hand on his arm.
You're not a machine.
He tried to draw away. She could tell it was half-hearted.
A robot, then?
She shook her head.
No machine could ever do what you just did.
What? Try to kill you?
No. Decide not to. Now sit down. It's too early in the day for either of us to be going anywhere.
He perked up at her words.
But you decided...
She shook her head.
We both went crazy in the last few hours. We did things we regret. As far as I'm concerned, they didn't happen.
She took his hand. It was probably just her imagination, but it suddenly seemed a bit more warm and soft. That's the end of Isaac Asimov's Tomorrow's Voices,